Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
It's a Phillies family reunion, and you're invited. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Day on Sunday, August 3rd, when the Phillies host the Tigers at 1:35. Get tickets now at phillies.com. It's Marsh Madness for kids 14 and under who receive a branded Marsh basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Saturday, July 19th when the Phils face the Angels at 6:05. Get tickets at phillies.com.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Evans Pest Control.
Summer is here, and so are flies, mice, rats, cockroaches, and other pests. In a restaurant, office, or warehouse, even one pest can make a disaster. Call Evans Pest Control today to schedule your summer maintenance visit before it's too late. Google Evans Pest Control now.
Evans Pest Control.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael DeFino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony DeFino. 215-551-9099.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. For Juan Soto, it's always been about the Benjamins, and that was once again 100% crystal clear yesterday. When asked if he wanted to make the All-Star team, he said that there's a lot of money on the table. Most All-Star game bonuses for players like him would get you an extra $100,000. This is somebody making almost $1 million a week. Yet an extra $100,000 he desperately needs to make the All-Star game? How much more do you need? I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara, and usually it's John Ritchie, the Mac Man, Jody Mac in today, and the remainder of this week. Wonderful to be off and rolling with you on this Thursday morning. Quite a day yesterday, and a lot to discuss today as I took the big old L. Me and Fritz, big old L for me. No, big old W for the Phils. W like walloping the San Francisco Giants yesterday. Stars of the game, obviously, Bryce Harper and Jesus Luzardo. Star of the day, Jack Fritz. We'll get into it all in great detail. We'll do a lot on the Eagles as well. They are getting so close to training camp. Perhaps, I'm going to guess, even closer than you think. We'll get to it all in great detail. 215-592-9494. MacMan!
Hello, Joseph.
Hello, Joseph Anthony Aloysius McDonald Jr., who looked at me yesterday and shook his head and You didn't say it, but I know what you were thinking, Judy.
I shook your hand.
You did shake my hand.
If I shook my head, I apologize.
No, you shook your head internally. Like, I didn't see you shake your head, but I know you were shaking your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't do it, but I knew it was being done by many. Hey, rightfully so. He kicked my tail fair and square. All credit, glory, and congratulations to Mr. Jack Fritz.
I got the job and pleasure of just hanging with you last couple of days and speculating on how it was going to go. You got to give Jack credit. He threw strikes.
Tremendous credit.
Strikes.
That's the one thing we didn't know.
Yeah.
We didn't know if he's going to be able to throw strikes. Would he get nervous if he wasn't throwing strikes? He was cool as a cucumber out there on the hill because he was throwing strikes.
I mean, there's no
question. And he
question.
made your job very difficult, bud.
Yeah, no, he did. Look, I mean, really, all credit to him. He was unbelievable. As I texted like 500 different friends yesterday, what happened? What happened? He was pumping in strikes, and I wasn't hitting them. Not enough. I mean, some ground balls to third base.
You made contact, which was good.
Times,
it could have been more embarrassing than it was.
Yeah, but it's still,
but you made contact.
It's still pretty bad. I expected to do better. He certainly surprised me with his high percentage of strikes. I mean, he really, really surprised me. He impressed me. I do feel like I could have done better and should have done better, but I did not. That's on me. And 1-1. Seltzer, I mean, it was quite a day.
The most crazy thing yesterday was the hundreds of people that showed. It was wild.
I would guess, here's my guess. For those that weren't there or haven't seen video, I would guess between 300 to 450 people.
Okay, so I was thinking around 300 was the number in my head, and I'm not the best.
You see the people on the roof? You see the people on the roof?
Dude, it was nuts. People on the roof, people down the lines. Like, it was an event.
It was.
And it felt really neat to be a part of.
Yeah.
You know, it was very cool. Now, to be dominated, Jack was awesome yesterday.
He was awesome. I was not. Look, credit to him. Congrats to him. Thank you to everyone who was out there. I mean, it was really quite a day. I had a ball. I really did.
Did you see the moms?
So, I was looking for him. No, I didn't, actually. I mean, maybe they were there, maybe they weren't. I don't know. I wondered that. There were so many people.
There was a lot of Hammer support.
There was.
There were a lot of people doing Hammer chants, rooting for you. Obviously, Anthony in Jersey, was loud and proud there, Yeah, but...
So
I was in the crowd.
It was tough.
Yeah.
You stayed in the dugout, James? Where were you while it was taking place?
So I went back and forth. I was mostly in the dugout when the actual competition was happening, but I was kind of going out down the line a little bit, and then, behind
I specifically went behind home plate because I wanted to be able to judge the ump. I got a chance to meet the ump after we talked to him on the air.
Yep.
Good dude, nice son.
Great guy.
Had a really good conversation with him ahead of time, but I'm sorry, I was going to judge him. And I told him after the fact, I said, you missed the second pitch.
That's what I said in the moment. The second pitch was high. There's no question it was high. I think there were two pitches he missed. There were two high pitches that I thought.
No, he was not perfect.
But I will say, he said he did a pretty good job.
You know what?
Yeah, he said to me afterwards, he goes,
"Oh,
I was almost perfect." I said, "Yeah, you were. He was damn good behind the plate.
You know what
he
was?
just missed one early."
Mac, man.
What's that?
He was better than I was.
That's true. That's very true.
All right, so look, I'll field your phone calls and questions and comments, and if you were there, it was fun. It was. And so obviously, and I'll give you a lot more details as we move, but hit us up, 215-592-9494. You can consider this 4-hour show a 4-hour press conference. I ain't ducking, I ain't running. I'll stand here and answer the tough questions. Fire away at me, bring it.
Did you have a meltdown?
No, I didn't have a meltdown. I had a skill down.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. So let's get to the Phils obviously did a great job yesterday. 2 stars, Bryce and Luzardo. Credit to both of them. Important because they're two guys we know the Phillies are going to want to lean on in October. So really good to see them do what they did. And obviously you can weigh in on the Phils, who, by the way, Mets did not play yesterday, postponed. So the Phils currently a half game up as we sit here on July 10th. So weigh in on the Phils, 215-592-9494. All right, let's get to the Eagles. Jody, I got to tell you, so you've been here this week. You've been here a couple shows in recent weeks when John's been out. I don't think that we have led a show with the Eagles, but maybe 3 or 4 times in the last month and a half, which may be a mistake as a show and a radio station. Look, the bottom line is that the Phillies are giving us a compelling year. I mean, they're very good. They don't play great all the time. They aggravate us. And so people keep yo-yoing back and forth between this, I feel pretty damn good and I feel really bad. And then we go back and forth. And we do all these shows about that. And that's fine. That's good and it's compelling. And they likely should make October, but we don't know that they will. Here's what we do know. The Eagles won the Super Bowl a couple months ago. They're the best team in Philadelphia sports. They may be, and I'll use the word may again, they may be the best team in the NFL this upcoming season. They certainly project to be amongst the best. And, hopes and hype couldn't be higher for a coming season. But what's been interesting is having such a good outlook from a certain standpoint has made off-season conversation a little bit more difficult. I mean, there's not the consternation about, coach that there normally is. In many ways, there's not for quarterback. There is to an extent. But, I mean, even when they were losing all the players on defense, a lot of people in March were like, I don't care. My team just won the Super Bowl. I'm in a good mood. So, all right, here's where I'm at, and here's where I want to get to at 215-592-9494. Everybody's in a good Eagles mood, as you should be. Here's what I'm going to ask you out of the gate today. Because, Jody, you know how many days we are to training camp?
The exact number?
Yeah, I got it written down. What do you think it is?
About 12?
12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well
not about 12. Actually,
Okay.
Actually 12. Like
I remember when it was exactly 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks to go, 2 days ago.
Right.
So I did the math, came up with 12. Got to give me props for that.
I do. I would guess many people listening are not really, we're not aware that it's 12 days. So with all this hype, hoopla, excitement, but also it's been a little dormant. Let's make it less dormant. Let's bring it back today. And I'll ask everyone at 215-592-9494 what you're looking forward to with this football team this season. There's so many parts. There's games. There's the first game. There's the KC game. There's parts of the team. Jody, when I ask you what you're looking forward to with this Eagles season, because let's just lean into the fun. What do you got?
Vic Fangio. Because nothing short of genius work out of him last year. And yours truly included said, I'm going to take a wait-and-see attitude.
Yep.
Because the Dolphins weren't great. He was infighting with several of the players. I thought it was more likely obnoxious players like Jalen Ramsey that it wasn't Fangio's fault. But if you're not there every single day, we're not down in Miami, you don't know. But we know their defense came up real small the year before. And I said, he's got a great track record in history, but it's been a while since he's been one of the best defense coordinators. I kind of need to see it for myself. And he came in here and was the best defensive coordinator in the National Football League. Bar none, not close. He buried the rest of the competition in that vein. Can he do it again with?
It's going to be harder, Jody. It's going to be harder.
Lesser talent.
There's almost no question. I mean, until you see him, you don't know like 1,000%. But I would put it at 999.9% that it's an almost guaranteed lesser. I mean, look who they lost. They lost Milton Williams. They lost Sweat. They lost Slay. They don't have N'Kobe, at least for some stretch. I mean, it could be a long, long, long stretch.
BG,
CJ, GJ. I mean, they lost a lot. They lost their fourth corner. They lost a lot. So, yeah, I agree with you. The Vic Fangio thing's going to be fascinating. 215-592-9494. Seltzer, what are you looking forward to this year?
The Jalen Hurts MVP year. I really think Jalen is going to take a massive step forward this year. You know how much I believe in him already.
Yep.
I think this is the year that Jalen shuts everyone up. I really do. I think they're going to throw more. I think it's going to be a point of the offense. I think they're going to try and save Saquon throughout the season. They're going to use him, but I think they want Saquon ready to go in January and February, and I think Jalen's going to shine. I think Jalen's going to be awesome this year.
Rhea, what do you got? What are you looking forward to this year?
It's a little bit off of what James just said, but I think, we make such a big deal about, he's got a new offensive coordinator. This guy's been here. Kevin Patullo has been here 5 years. So it's not like he has to learn.
That's the whole Sirianni time?
Yeah. What's that?
The whole Sirianni time.
Sure.
Yeah, he's been here. He's been the passing game coordinator, assistant, head coach. So it's not like Jalen has to learn new terminology.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He knows what Jalen can do. He knows what he's good at. He knows what he's weak at. And I think with the addition of Scott Loeffler, I think there's going to be a little bit more in the pass game. The offense should revolve around Saquon as long as he's healthy. But I think they're going to try to push that a little bit. And I think the fact that Kevin Patullo has been here so long, that can help with Jalen.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of ways to go, and I'm curious where you stand at 215-592-9494 for what you're really looking for. And there's, I'm sure we all got 100 or 1,000 answers. I'll give you two off the top of my head, what I'm certainly cranked up about. One is the Saquon Barkley experience. To see it again. Few athletes in Philadelphia sports have ever grabbed our attention the way he did last year. Allen Iverson did. Exciting, electrifying, entertaining. Ryan Howard in that 06 season when he matched 58 homers it was nuts. I mean, there's a couple athletes that have come through where it's just must-see TV or in person. And Saquon Barkley certainly last year represented that. My guess is will again. You know, you never know what's going to happen on the injury front. But just to see this guy play football, to me, is a thrill. So to see it again is, and I agree with James, I think they will lean on him slightly less. Maybe even more than slightly less, we'll see. But the Saquon Barkley experience is for me, number one. I'll give you number two because we just haven't had a ton of this kind of for a while in Philly sports. And that's the, and I mean this is no disrespect to the Phils, who we day by day cover, follow, and kind of live and die with. But the intensity of an NFL Eagles game day, it's just a different thing. It just is. You guys know. I mean, the bottom line is every NFL game, every Eagles game feels, I mean, it has a different feeling. When you wake up, it has a different feeling. When you're watching it for those 3 hours, it has a different feeling. What you feel afterwards, win or lose, is a different feeling. And I was thinking about it before the show. When's the last time with the other three teams we had it to the level that a regular Sunday Eagles regular season game represents? Well, for the Phillies, it would be Game 4 last year versus the Mets. That it's at that type of intensity. October baseball. I mean, it's just, okay. For the Sixers, it would be Game 6 versus the Knicks. So Phillies, Mets, Game 4. Sixers, Knicks, Game 6. So the Sixers, Jody, we're now over 1 year since that feeling. You know how long it's been on the Flyers?
And by the way, leading into the game, good feeling?
Well, they had just stolen the Game 5 versus the Knicks, but you still knew they had to win 2, and, you know.
Yeah.
And for the Flyers, the last time you had that feeling of, like, massive excitement, anticipation, and drama to that level, 5 years ago. It was when they played a Game 7 in the second round versus the Islanders in the pandemic year in a
pandemic,
bubble. Yep. I mean, the Flyers haven't had a game in 5 years that has the kind of juice that any Eagles regular season game has. So I'm looking forward to that week after week after week. Because you know the deal. You know what a Sunday in the fall feels like. So just getting that feeling back and having it every week, that's an awesome thing for us as sports fans. Look, a lot of ways to go. Hit us up, 215-592-9494. What are you looking forward to with this Eagles season? Also, the me and Fritz thing, question and comments. If you were there, talk to us. If you weren't, talk to us. What do you got? We'll get into the Phillies more as well. Joe DeCamara, Jody Mack, just off and rolling on a Thursday morning, 94 WIP.
We had some crazy weather here the past couple of days with all the rain and the storms and, of course, the heat. So if you've got your AC blasted, you got the fans going, shades pulled all the way down, but you still feel that heat seeping in, or maybe with all that rain, you notice some of that coming into your windows, then it might be time to call Window Nation. I'm so happy I replaced my old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient ones years ago. And for everyone else who's feeling that heat or maybe some water coming in, now is the time. You can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years, no interest until 2030. Window Nation, they can install your windows in just 1 day, which makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with a busy schedule. Window Nation has 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can really feel safe trusting them with your home like I've done with mine. It is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the DeCamera broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from DeCamera Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Stars and Stripes Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harleys. Stars and Stripes Harley needs to make room for more buyers. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Stars and Stripes Harley.
See dealer for details. Save amounts differ by 2023 models available.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Regular trash collection in Philadelphia will resume on Monday now that the DC 33 strike is ending. The man recently convicted of shooting 6 Philly police officers in 2019 is being sentenced today. And flood warnings are still in effect for Chester and Delaware counties from last night's storms.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree, what's the squawk?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Brian from Springfield. You're on the air.
Any great deals on a new Ford F-150?
You bet your tail feathers here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home a new 2025 F-150 for only $339 a month. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, humid with a few showers and a storm possible, high 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster Savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Phillies off after blowing out the Giants 13-0 to avoid a sweep by San Francisco. Much needed after that brutal loss the night before. Bryce Harper joined Tom McCarthy postgame on NBC Sports Philly to talk about his huge day. Went 4 for 5, 3 doubles, a solo homer, 3 runs scored.
You have done something today that you've never done before, and that's 4 extra base hits in a ball game.
How about that? I'll take it.
Yeah, you will. Well, you said the other day that you felt really good before Game 1. Has that carried over as the series has gone on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously today was great for our whole lineup. Obviously a crappy situation ending yesterday. So for us to come out and put it on Verlander a little bit, one of the best to ever do it, Hall of Famer.
Phils blew it open in the 8th with 7 runs. Jesus Luzardo, terrific. No runs in 7 innings, 3 hits. He struck out 7. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at aa.com. Shower or thunderstorm possible, high 83. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, tough day for me yesterday. Fun day, but tough day. Great days. For a great day, that is, for Bryce Harper, Jesus Luzardo, and Mr. Jack Fritz. You can weigh in. I'll answer any question you got. I ain't going to duck it. Well, maybe I will. Maybe I'll go back and take another shower and be that guy, Jody, who lets my teammates. No, I'm here. Let's do it. Eagles also, what are you looking forward to? New season. Season starts in, believe it or not, the regular season less than 2 months. Training camp in 12 days. Let's rock and roll. What are you fired up about? What are you excited about? To the phones we go. 215-592-9494. Ed in Phoenixville kicks us off. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Got to admit, I'm happy for Fritz that he came out and just did his thing yesterday. It was kind of the expectation before the golf meltdown anyway, but we have a competition now.
We do.
Let's go.
We definitely do. I feel good having stolen home court advantage in the first 2, so to speak. If you asked me before, would I be happy with a split after 2? The answer is absolutely. And to me, I always viewed the path as I had to win one of those first 2, win tennis, win basketball. So to me, I'm on track. Now, I'm not saying that to excuse my performance yesterday, but I do feel like I'm still in a pretty good spot. He's obviously in a much better spot than he had been going into yesterday. And let's rock and roll and see what happens.
Yeah, and I think what Jack needs to be careful of is not getting the mindset of, well, I should be up 2-0 and this thing should be over. Take it from week to week.
Well, Ed, yeah, so I will tell you, because obviously I've been playing some psychological games. I think that's very obvious, both with my social media and on-air presence the last month or so. I will adjust as needed moving forward, but I will tell you this. I will dwell often on the radio, at least I expect to over the next month and a half or so, however long this goes, to hopefully have Jack feel the burn of that meltdown from Goff, because I think when all is said and done, that will cost him the overall competition. And he can quote me on the show today by pulling this audio.
Oh, look at you, coming in confident today, huh?
He can quote me on that.
We're shook by yesterday?
When he, I'm not shook at all. At all.
Look at that.
James, when he loses basketball in front of what will probably be over 1,000 people to lose this thing 3-2 overall, he will walk off that court thinking about Goff.
So you have to win tennis to start, because no offense, I saw you run yesterday.
Yes.
I am positive you're losing sprinting.
How bad was it?
I would bet my life that Jack will, and I've never even seen Jack sprint. Like, I don't need to. Like, that was, the molasses is putting it lightly.
Jody, is it that bad? Because I've heard that from a few people since yesterday.
Usually when a guy goes out of the box, you use a stopwatch to see if he can get there.
Yes.
Someone had an egg timer yesterday on Joe. It was not pretty, him going down the line.
Oh, man. All right, Ed, what are you looking forward to at the Eagles season?
couple of things really, and surprise, surprise. One of them's regarding Jordan Davis. Just really want to see him continue the progress that he made in the conference championship and Super Bowl, and see how his fitness is doing. I mean, I think the fact that the Eagles picked up his option is kind of a vote of confidence in that regard. I mean, and they really didn't, outside of a draft pick and developing a Jamo, like they didn't really bring in somebody to push him.
And I thought they made a mistake on that. I'm not pounding the table and going crazy like it's an all-time mistake, but if you ask me, whatever that number came out to, 10 to 12 million for Jordan Davis for 1 year, I would have said thumbs down. So the Eagles, stuck their neck out. Now, part of that is I think they probably believe in him somewhat for the future, so they want to try to keep him in the fold to keep him for years to come. But, I mean, do I think he's a $10 million player? I do not. And I wasn't shocked they made the decision. I was a little surprised. But teams often do that, with a first-round pick. They want to hang on to that guy and then try to play it out another year and help him hopefully turn the corner. Because let's be real, he has not turned the corner. Now, I don't act like he's bum, nothing like that. He's a contributor, but he's not much more than what I'd call a contributor. Yes, he did play well at the very end of the season, but for the bulk of the year, did not. It was okay. It wasn't bad. But, I mean, Mac, man, were you surprised they went in on 10-plus mil for him?
No.
He only plays about 15, 20 plays a game.
As the caller pointed out, they know his role. We might not think his role is enough to merit 10. They do, because he is very good at stopping the run. He does one thing very well. Now, he's got a superstar playing next to him, which makes him look bad because he never gets at the quarterback, and his teammate gets by guys like this standing still on the line.
Yep.
So I think that makes him look lesser than he actually is. But they have what his role needs to be in the Fangio defense, and they believe he's a perfect fit. So, yeah, I wasn't surprised at all that they picked up the
they don't
option.
do that if Fangio doesn't sign off on it.
I tend to agree.
So
I tend to,
I'm
but
more
I'll
of a
say,
Jordan
but
Davis
while I
fan
love
than
Vic
you.
Fangio, it doesn't mean he's going to bat 1,000 every time. I mean, he's going to make his mistakes, and look, they let go of better players. And I'm not saying you could have kept Milton Williams for the Jordan Davis money, but you could have probably kept Slay, right? Probably. So 215-592-94.
Well, that's the way you look at it? They made a financial decision? Because I think those were all separate decisions.
Well, but a cap's a cap. I mean, there's a certain amount of money to spend. And if I give you $1, it means it's one less dollar to Rhea. I mean, it's like it's the cap. Our team's got a cap. So, it is what it is.
I think they look at them individually. You're right. There's an eventual number that you can't go over. But I don't think if they had decided to not pick up the option, which, by the way, the option isn't for 2 years. So the effect on it, Sweat got a multi-year deal. CJ got 1 year. And Slay, they decided to move on from. I don't think those two things tie together at all. I think they made individual decisions on all of them.
215-592-9494. What you're looking forward to with the coming Eagles season. Phil's from yesterday, me and Jack. A lot to say. I'll get into more, including also what Jack said and Spike and Ike after the outing yesterday. That's up ahead. Your chance to win a cool prize. Bryce with the big day. We'll celebrate his big day yesterday as well with some cool audio coming up. Joe DeCamara and Jody Mack in for John on 94 WIP.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. Hey, it's John Ritchie, and guys, I'm speaking to you right now. You can buy things like TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It just has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? deserves. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/hammer to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Phillies off before starting a series with San Diego. Avoided a sweep in San Francisco in a big way. 13-0 victory as Bryce Harper had himself quite a day. Went 4 for 5, 3 doubles, a solo homer, and 3 runs scored.
My swing feels fine. It's nothing physical or anything like that, or anything swing-wise. It's just getting ahead in the count and hitting in good situations. And I haven't really put myself in great situations the last 9 or 10 games. So if I can keep doing that and hit balls that are over the plate and not miss them, I'll be right in the driver's seat, ready to go.
Harper, a guest post-game on NBC Sports Philly. Phils broke the game open in the 8th with 7 runs, highlighted by a Kyle Schwarber 3-run home run. Also a great start out of Jesus Luzardo, allowing only 3 hits and 7 scoreless, striking out 7. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS, PDQPOS.com. Cloudy, chance of a shower, high 83. It's currently 72. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Fun that I wasn't really bothered, but I just I was disappointed. I was disappointed that I did. I can honestly tell you I was more disappointed to not give the crowd a better show than I was disappointed having lost. I mean that. I expected to do better. I expected him to do worse. I expected me to do better. And the fact that he did so well and I did so poorly is, certainly a mark against me. So we got a competition, to say the least. We're 1-1. Credit to Jack, and congrats to him on the victory yesterday. Let's listen to how they started their show yesterday. We'll play 2 pieces of audio. We're going to get to a lot as we move through the show, but let's give you 2 big ones off the top, how they started their show, and then eventually we'll get here to Jack's first main commentary on it. But Ike, he brought it out yesterday, deservedly so. Here's how they started yesterday.
He left it all out there. 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes, 5 strikeouts. It's 1-1 because Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion. There he is.
There we go.
Ike Fritz. Ike Reese, rather. How you feeling, brother? Sorry. It's
victory! Now, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Had to be a special day today to bring that out.
Yeah.
I don't bring that out for anyone but the Midnight Green. And for my boy, Jackie Baseball, to go out there and do what he did today under these conditions, under these circumstances, got to tip my cap to you, my brother. Listen, shout out to Joe DeCamara. He put up a valiant effort, but it wasn't good enough. This is Jack's element. He was in his wheelhouse, and it showed today.
You know, it did. I mean, it showed in a big way. Jody, were you surprised? Because we actually have two different Twitter poll questions of the day today, one of which is about the competition. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. By the way, I did chuckle because I listened to that live when Ike brought out the victory. That was
pretty
right.
Awesome.
That's some good showmanship right there. But Jody, Twitter poll question. Did Jack Fritz throwing such a high percentage of strikes surprise you?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But I will say this. I got there early. Did you make good time on the Schuylkill going out?
I can't even remember how I went. I don't know.
Okay.
I got out there. I went. First I ate. So what do you think my routine was? And I admitted this on the air. Pre-match routine. Eat,
yeah.
Then?
I don't know.
Go to McDonald's, go to the bathroom. I did not eat at McDonald's. I did my typical. You go to one spot.
Of course.
You drive about 10 more minutes. You find a Mickey D's. You unload. And then you gear up at the facility.
And silly me, I was thinking bidet. That there would be a.
Well, I was thinking, are we going to have porta potties? Are we going to have concessions? I knew, but how many? It was unbelievable. Anyway, Jody, I'm sorry to break your stride. Go ahead.
Not a problem. I did get there early because I made great time going out there. Because anytime you got to take the Schuylkill all the way to the Blue Route, you're banking on an hour because traffic every hour of the day in this town is difficult on the Schuylkill. I made it out there in like 35 minutes. I couldn't believe how fast. So I was there before 11 o'clock for a 12 o'clock outing. So I sat around and listened to the radio WIP in the car. And I went out, and I was out on the field before you were, and Fritz was there early.
Yeah.
And I was watching him warm up. He was long tossing in the outfield. I said, he's looking free and easy. It really looked like he was just in his natural element.
Yeah,
I said, now it can get different when it gets on the mound.
Yeah.
Just the warming up is one thing. Doing it in the heat of competition or quasi-competition.
Jody, he had a couple of practice warm-up pitches right before the competition began. Like a typical pitcher on the mound, not like side mound, not bullpen.
Right.
But like he's right in front of the crowd. It's about to start in about 1 minute. He threw, 5 or 6 pitches in that sequence before it started. He bounced a couple, and I thought maybe this process of unraveling is beginning because the crowd got on him. And I thought, okay, this is good. And then as soon as the competition started, he pumped in strikes.
Yeah,
it was
did,
a lot of strikes. Here's Jack's first main statement yesterday talking about what went down.
It was a good day.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to feel my elbow tomorrow. We left it all on the line. But, man, we had to do what we had to do. Could tell early it was going to go a certain way. As long as I threw strikes,
Yep.
I felt pretty confident. But, man, 8-0. I'm glad it was 8-0. I'm glad I didn't mess around and hit him.
Yep.
I wanted straight domination, and I got straight domination.
He sure did. He called straight domination. Look, credit to him. By the way, the other poll question we have today is who's most likely to start a playoff game this year for the Phillies? We got 3 choices that I think are all vying for the 4th spot, I think. And that's A, Jesus Luzardo, who had a big bounce back yesterday. B, Aaron Nola, who's obviously been one of their main 2 pitchers for the last 5 years, 10 years really. And C, Andrew Painter, who of course we all hope becomes the replacement of Zach Wheeler in future years as the ace. I think he's lagging in getting there this year as one of these guys for the postseason to start. But we'll ask you, Luzardo, Nola, Painter, because you certainly can make a case for all 3 for October. Who do you think's most likely to start an October game? Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Jeff in Phoenixville right now. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, everybody. Joe, I commend you for what you did yesterday. Even though you lost, to go out there in front of a very large crowd, because I was there. I was behind the home plate, or right by your guys' dugout, and there was some vitriol in your way, and you went out there and you have stones to do what you did, because there was a lot of people, and it was hot. It was really hot out there. So don't dwell on it too much, buddy. I give you all the credit for what you did. So just, think about it today, talk about it today, and then just move on. And
I'll use it as some fuel. But look, I appreciate that. And honestly, I had a blast, Jeff. I wanted to win, but it was fun. It was also gratifying to see so many people and to know how ridiculous it is that this silly competition has turned into something that many, many, many people care about.
When I pulled in and I saw the small amount of people, I'm like, oh my God, this is bigger than I thought. And then everybody just start filing in from the parking lot. And then where I was at, we had a small group of people that were rooting for you. Some guy named Tony was there, and a couple other older people were there. They were just all rooting for you and tired because that second pitch was a bit high. But just to go out there and do that in front of all those people, because I hate going. When I used to go golfing a ton, I hated just going off the first tee. And
First tee, First tee is,
yeah,
I know.
But you got like 400 people there, so God bless you, buddy. That was really
Thank
good.
you.
So just, worry about the tennis now. What you need for tennis, because I played, now we've talked about this before in the past. You need reps. You need constant.
Nope. Jeff,
Okay.
what I need to win tennis is a tennis racket. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess a ball as well. That's all I need.
The one thing with Fritz, I've learned from playing a lot of people that don't play it, but they play golf, they play tennis. They can't. They think they overswing, and then they can't keep the ball on the court. So I think you should have tennis easily.
Look, here's the deal. If he's decent, then he could beat me. It sounds, the way he has expressed it on the air, it sounds like he's not much of it. I'm not saying I'm great. I'm not great. But, do I think I'm better than the average bear? Yeah. And so if he stinks, I guarantee I'll win. If he stinks, I'll totally win. If he can hang, then that could go either way. I don't know anything about his game other than he has not expressed much positivity about his tennis game. So I generally feel confident, but that's knowing that there's things I don't know, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't see him using topspin and backspin and stuff like that. I just figure he might just try to dink it around the court. So just, play heady, and, you should just be able to take him pretty quickly there. So, and real quick on the Eagles, if I could.
Yeah, please do.
I'm looking forward to Mitchell and DeGene second year.
Yeah.
I want to see what they learned. Breakout years for both of them, and I just want to see how much better they're going to be, because I just think it's going to be even more so than what we got last year, which was an amazing,
incredible.
surprise.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Hey, Jeff, great phone call. Thanks for being there yesterday, man. It was a lot of fun. It was great seeing you. I appreciate it. So 5 questions for the Mac Man. Whenever Jody's here, we do 5 questions on a daily basis. Jody, question number 1 today, because we could do a poll on this one and it might come out 50-50. Forget even right now. Let's go career. Who's going to have a better career, Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean?
Good question.
Tough question.
I would say and again, I have no idea what they're going to do, but just judging by what they've done so far, I would say Quinyon, because he's going to stay outside.
I agree with you. Maybe not for that reason. I think he's just slightly better. But I mean, Cooper DeJean's amazing. But we discussed this on the show a few weeks ago, and we were saying who's currently better, not 10 years, future. But we all gave it as a slight lean to Quinyon. I think Cooper gets more pub. He's the rookie. I mean, not the rookie. He was the touchdown in the Super Bowl as a rookie. On his birthday, that whole thing. But, if you ask me, and again, it's very close. But if I had to say who do I think is better and who do I think will have a better career, I would give a slight lean to Quinyon Mitchell.
And DeJean has had a nice offseason. His dunking quality was out there, viral, and got a lot of attention. And then he goes to Smitty's softball game and wins the home run derby and the MVP. Now, that's got nothing to do with how he's going to play week 3 in the NFL this upcoming season, but it does get the fan base excited.
Let me give you a full disclosure. I don't even know if I said this on the air from 2 weeks ago when I was at Kelsey's event. So, Jody, I was emceeing, so me, Jason Kelsey, and Kylie Kelsey, we all had microphones sort of co-emceeing this charity thing that they had, the Kelsey Games, whatever the whole thing's called, raising a lot of money, Eagles Autism Foundation, and a lot of drinking games involved, and some athletic elements to drinking games involved. Until the very end, Cooper DeJean was dominating this thing along with Sidney Brown. I mean, I can't describe to you the level of domination, because it's literally like people like you and me. It was like regular Joes, and then you would have NFL players mixed in, current or past. Connor Barwin was there, Bo Allen was there, Landon Dickerson was there, and as I said, Cooper DeJean and Sidney Brown. When Cooper DeJean first stepped up for this one competition, I had just gotten there. Because I did the show, they started this thing in the 11 o'clock hour. I got there a little bit into it, because finished the show here at 10, got to Seattle around, 11:30 or whatever. when Cooper DeJean came up for this first competition, and he was like the fourth or fifth person I'd seen after a few Joes, I had no idea it was Cooper DeJean. I just thought it was some jacked, regular, random 20-something-year-old. And then I see him scoot on this thing, this athletic thing he did. I'm like, holy hell, that guy's... And I still didn't know it was Cooper. And then when he came back around, I saw people the way that they reacted to him. I'm like, oh, I think this is Cooper. Because I'd never seen... So anyway, the guy was very impressive. I will say that. All right. By the way, when you call in, it was a little embarrassing. Like, thankfully, because I did this with others, like the randos. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. What's your name? I almost...
If you'd done that with Cooper DeJean, you're right. That would have been a little embarrassing on your part.
I almost did the what's your name? So thank God I did not. Anyway,
are you serious?
I had no idea it was him.
One of the most recognizable people.
Had no idea.
It's been like the summer of Coop. You know,
Really?
like he's everywhere.
I just thought he was this above average.
That was early.
regular
The
guy.
Kelsey thing was before his winning of the MVP in Smitty's
Yeah, it was the day before, I think, a day or two before.
Yeah.
All right, so when you call in today, your chance to win a pair of tickets. This is for tonight. So, like, this last call to win these tickets. Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul tonight at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. Tickets are still available for $30. You can visit Ticketmaster.com. You can also call us at 215-592-9494 and answer this question in honor of yesterday and this overall me versus Jack thing, which is obviously silly, but it's been a lot of fun and people seem very engaged in it. I mean, Jody, we get more calls on the me and Jack thing than the Phillies or Eagles these days, which is ridiculous. But in honor of that, and we ask you, what is or who is silly but fun? Jody Mack, when you think silly but fun, best answer, whoever threads that needle of silly and fun, good combination, is going to win the tickets for the concert tonight. Mac, man, what do you got?
3 words. Pee-wee Herman.
That's a really good one. Yeah.
It's a great answer.
That is listen, Pee-wee Herman is a great answer. Potentially could have been a winning answer.
Sorry if I took it from somebody.
I think there are hundreds of potential winning answers. Seltzer, silly but fun. What do you got?
A conversation with a child.
Oh, you are not kidding.
I know, right?
I miss those.
They're the best.
That's
it's so silly. It's fun. No idea where it's going to go. They'll say the craziest things. It's hilarious.
That's pretty good. I like that. That's offbeat. Rhea, it's silly but fun.
So it's a song I heard. I was in a store the other day and hadn't heard it, and it makes me laugh. It's Raining Men.
Yeah.
It's the funniest song. I mean, it's completely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So there are songs, there are movies, there are actions in life. Let me give you an action in life. Jody, you did 3 words. I shall give you 3 words.
Nice.
Conga, line.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the whole idea of let me put my hands on your shoulders and you put your hands on someone else's shoulders and that person puts their hands on someone else's shoulders and you form a line and you just start moving through the room like at a wedding is...
Did that at the last wedding I was at.
Did you?
It was really funny.
I mean, of course it's fun.
Completely ridiculous.
And
but
it's as silly as it gets, a conga line.
Had a couple cocktails. You're at a wedding, so you're like, who cares?
Exactly. All right, give us a great answer for silly but fun. Best answer by the end of the show. And there are many, 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 many big answers available. So put those thinking caps on and let us know what you think is the biggest and best answer. 215-592-9494. Jack Fritz certainly answered the bell yesterday. So did Bryce Harper, who had clearly been struggling since coming back from his injury. Let's listen to the sequence because Bryce had, after an out early in the game, Bryce had 4 hits and all of them extra base hits. Let's listen to this sequence as he really cranked it up yesterday.
Harper swings, drills it, deep left field. Going back is Ramos. He looks up and it's gone. And Bryce Harper with an opposite field laser to left off Verlander. It's his 10th home run of the season, his first since his return from the injured list. 1-0. And a swing and a line drive, left center field. That's going to be up the gap and go all the way to the wall. And Harper's around first, on his way to second, cruising in with a double. Beck delivers, and Harper swinging a drive, center field and deep. Lee back into his right. He looks up at the wall, and it's off the fence. And Harper is headed for second. He'll be there with another double, and that was so close to his second homer of the day. And a 3-2 again. Swung on, line to left center field. On the run, Ramos. This ball is going to bang off the wall as well. And Harper is into second again with his second double of the inning. His third of the day, and it's his first 4-hit game this season.
Yeah, that was a big deal yesterday by Bryce. I mean, he was clobbering the ball and going opposite field, Jody. I mean, a ton. And I'll say this, I feel like given the lag in their lineup, and it is a legitimate lag, and I don't think it's just temporary. I think they're not a great hitting team. They're a great pitching team with the starting pitching. They're not a great hitting team. They really, really, really could use Bryce to get back into that zone, because the other guys, like Cassie's not going to get back to 330 and 100. It's done. Those days are done. Stott may never get to 300. You know, Bo may never get to 25 homers a year. Like, they just have limitations that are irrefutable, I think, at this point. But one thing we know can happen, Bryce can play like an MVP. And if he can get back to that level consistently, Jody, it can make a tremendous difference for this team.
We had Ruben on with us Tuesday morning from San Francisco. Got up really early to jump here on the morning show. Give him credit for that. And he specifically went out of his way to say, and I watched Harper's batting practice the day before, and man, was he ripping the ball. He was putting on a show. And I'm going, it'd be nice if he put on a show during one of the games. I'm glad he's having a nice batting practice, Ruben, but are we making too much of this? It's batting practice.
Right.
And he basically was predicting the breakout's coming. The breakout came yesterday.
It sure did, man. In a big way. Look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on all this. Bryce's big day yesterday, Luzardo as well, Fritz's big day, and the Eagles. What are you pumped up about? What are you looking forward to with this coming Eagles season? Joe DeCamara, the Mac Man, Jody Mac in for John. Also coming up, more of what Fritz said after the competition yesterday. You'll hear that next on 94 WIP.
Is your home keeping up with the summer weather? Summer, of course, means everything from the storms we've had, heat waves, and it can lead to increased energy demand in your home. So get ahead of potential electrical problems before it's too late. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day service, so you won't be waiting around worrying in the sweltering heat or stuck without power after a big storm. If it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, Horizon is giving you $1,500 off installation plus 0% financing. As always, thanks to Horizon's expert teams, you know the job will be done right the first time. Keep your family cool and comfortable and your electric bills down this summer with Horizon. Click or call day or night. Horizon's available 24/7 to help with all of your home needs. Schedule a visit right now at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You left
You teared up. Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
Excellent. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The NBA Summer League matchup you can't wait to see is here. Later today, Cooper Flagg will make his NBA debut, yes, Summer League, against Bronny James and the Lakers. Courtside seats are close to $3,000. Yeah, I get the curiosity, but is this Magic versus Bird? What am I missing here? I guess people need their basketball fix. The Big Three isn't good enough? I guess not. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
But it's not called California Girls.
No, California Girls. I just looked it up. David Lee Roth, California Girls.
That would be like the retort to It's Raining Men.
Not as
the
good.
East Coast Girls. There's this.
Yes. Isn't
that the Beach Boys?
Oh, I think he
well,
did.
They both did it.
He
okay,
did
but
a
it was the
cover
Beach
of
Boys
it.
originally.
Yeah,
he
for sure.
covered
yeah.
it.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's California Girls.
Yeah. Right. Beach Boys and David Lee.
And David Lee's, sorry to all Beach Boy fans, his version was better.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, I thought his version was phenomenal. Yeah, exactly. All right, so good morning to you. Not such a no, I feel fine, but I'm disappointed I didn't do better. I'm disappointed I didn't give you a better show yesterday for those that showed up to the competition.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Please. And by the way, this is a press conference. You can Jody,
good.
James, Rhea, and the audience. You can ask any question you want from yesterday.
I am glad to hear that.
Yes.
So I told you I sat in the dugout, stayed out of the sun because it was a little hot.
Sure.
Don't know if I could actually see the heat coming off the turf like Jack said was the overstatement, but that's all right because he was very good yesterday. I went behind home plate to be able to watch. That's what I've done my entire life. My father's a scout.
Sure.
He's got to be able to see the pitches, and I didn't think Jack was going to be throwing up breaking stuff that was going to break a foot and a half, but I just wanted to more or less second-guess the ump.
Yep.
And, oh, by the way, he missed the second pitch. But you did a good job. You put the ball in play. You didn't just go up there looking for a walk.
Right.
You hit 3 soft grounders to third base, but you put the ball in play, and I was proud of you for that. But you're down 6-0.
Yep.
So you figure you're going to play a little mind games, and you jump in left-handed.
Yep.
Now, you hadn't exactly mashed the ball right-handed.
Yep.
So I had my doubts about you going left-handed, but I even understood it for just psychological sake.
So it was three different things. I'll address it. There were 3 different reasons why I went lefty. So one was righty wasn't working. I mean, let's just start with that. I mean, so it was let's try something different. Okay, let's start with that. I mean, look, you can say I was equally bad with both. I don't know if that's true. You can say I was worse with righty, I was 0 for 6. Lefty, I was 0 for 2.
Yeah, you were worse lefty, though.
So, okay,
I think you were worse lefty.
So I know I can hit lefty. Like I'm telling you, this wasn't like a fluke, like I'll just give this a shot. Like I feel confident I can hit lefty like I can hit righty. Less power, but put the ball in play is how I feel with me lefty. So number 1 was try something different. Number 2 is I do believe I can hit lefty. Number 3, and this was the part no one would think about, but me and my coach were on this. We knew when he was off the plate in the first 6 at-bats, he was generally off away. When I was batting right, he was going outside.
Mm-hmm.
And so we thought we might be able to buy 1 or 2 hit batsmen if his ball was tailing.
You almost did, but you got out of the way.
Correct.
You had a chance
It's because the ball was coming at my ribs.
Yeah.
So, but that was the theory. The theory was so Jody, like this wasn't some like, I'll just try some fluky thing. Like I actually think I can hit lefty, and I thought I could buy 1 or 2 hit batsmen. So that was why I did it.
Fair enough. Not evidenced by your 2 at-bats that you can hit left-handed, but
Jack said that's when he knew you were done.
I know, and James, I knew they would give him confidence, but I was okay with that. I knew it would make him more confident. That didn't bother me at all. By the way,
here's where it did bother me.
Yeah.
All right, now you're telling us you actually believed you could hit left-handed. I didn't know that going in. I'll take it with a grain of salt. Sure. After you go down on strikes, you got to jump back over to the right-hand side.
I thought about it.
Now, you're down 7-0, so you got to get 3 straight reaches just to get a tie. So I'll grant that it was a long shot at best, but you got to take your best shot, and your best shot was getting back in there right-handed.
I don't know about that. Let's listen to how it ended yesterday. Not like play-by-play, but what Jack and Ike and Spike were saying. Overall reaction at the end, what went down.
Strikes out swinging the third one. Fritzy pumps the fist. Tiger style. Yeah. 8-0, 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes in front of hundreds of admirers. Everybody goes home happy knowing that we are even. And Jackie Baseball, I believe this competition is once again in you are in the driver's seat in this competition. And you must feel that way.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that way. And it was probably the biggest crowd I've ever thrown in front of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it was. That was a lot of people there today. But I was glad it was 8-0. I didn't want to leave any doubt. he put a couple balls in play. I was happy that he put a couple of balls in play.
Yep.
But I think everyone there today knew that it was only going to go one way if I didn't have a fastball I could throw for a strike and that bore it out. So I'm very happy, but again, it's only one. It's only one.
Well, it is only one.
Job's not finished.
Job's not finished. That's what Kobe said.
It's not even close to finish.
Not even close. I channeled my inner Jalen, you know? I really did. I really did.
Well done by Fritz. Look, he brought it. He played well. He played great. He pitched great, and he pumped a lot of strikes in there. Let's go to the phones. Corey in Pottstown right now. Good morning, Corey.
Joe, it was so good to see you, all you guys out there yesterday. I was the man that Ike and Spike thought was going to be doing some shenanigans with my speaker out there yesterday.
Oh, I appreciate that, Corey. I didn't know who it was. I heard it. I appreciate you, Corey.
I was just out there to have fun with everybody, bro. That's all it was. I don't want nobody to take that the wrong way.
No, it's all good. Everybody was so well behaved and cool, man. It was great.
Yeah, I actually thought, hey, John, I actually thought that you kind of taken the going left-handed a little bit earlier. I thought after that, first of all, after the umpire kind of gave him that second strike, which you would have been 2-0.
No, it would have been 1-1. Oh, you mean
would have been 1-1?
No, honey, you're talking about on the lefty at bat.
No. I mean, when you were the second at bat, he gave you the ball,
okay,
and then the second pitch, the umpire called that outside pitch a strike.
Okay,
that made it 1-1. If you were 2-0, I think you might have taken a couple more pitches before you needed to swing. But
well, I would have. I can tell you this: if it was 2-0, and I don't believe we had a 2-0 count. We had some 1-0s, not many. If it was 2-0, I definitely would not have swung. I mean, that was
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I will say this: it was a great environment, and I'm going to tell you about the environment that gives you my silly but fun answer.
Sure.
It's not to the limit, but I think from the beginning of Wing Bowl, that felt like Wing Bowl to me yesterday.
Sure.
And anything in the history of Philadelphia was silly but fun. It was Wing Bowl.
That's a big. That's
true.
That's a really big answer, Corey. Wing Bowl is a huge answer.
And you had way more people than I believe the first iteration of Wing Bowl.
Well, that's cool. That's nice to know.
I think the first Wing
I doubt this has the same potential for the annual. I think Jack versus Joe round 20 probably wouldn't be as
but you never
big
know.
as
But you
Wing
never
Bowl,
know what it can turn into. You never know. Now, Corey, that's good stuff, man. Wing Bowl's a big answer, and it was wonderful to have your support out there yesterday, man. I appreciate it. 215-592-9494. It wasn't just Bryce, and it wasn't just Jack Fritz, but also Luzardo with a big day yesterday. We'll get to his day, which was important for the Phillies as they move, second half of the season. We'll get to that. More of what Fritz and Spike and Ike said after the competition yesterday. All of this on the table today, and also, what are you looking forward to at the Birds? Let us know. Season starts in less than 2 months. Training camp in exactly 12 days. Joe DeCamara, MacMan in for John today on 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, you are always giving 100% of your focus to your pet, which, of course, is never good enough for them. It's never good enough for Cheney. At the Dogs and Cats Rules store, they have all the solutions that can help fit your solutions for any of your pet's needs. Cheney deals with allergies. We got to make a trip there because all of a sudden he has decided he does not like his food, which he has loved since I've got him. So now we got to head out there, which I know we're going to find something he likes because at Dogs and Cats Rule, their selection is second to none. They've got a huge selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned that you will not find anywhere else. Also, it's time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They have 7 convenient neighborhood locations. Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, you can go online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The Phillies fly to San Diego for a 3-game series against the Padres. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 8:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Right field, and it's going to go. Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the
Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree, what's the squawk?
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Joe from Broomall. You're on the air.
Can I buy with no money down at Robin Ford?
You bet your tail feathers. Here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for $399 with no money down. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025. See dealer for more.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on route metrics. Route score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamara. If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Ticket to a baseball game? Well, United Tire wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and experts to keep your car running right. This month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Regular trash collection in Philadelphia will resume on Monday now that the DC 33 strike is ending. The man recently convicted of shooting 6 Philly police officers in 2019 is being sentenced today. And flood warnings are still in effect for Chester and Delaware counties from last night's storms.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb.
Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. All right, fortunately for me yesterday versus Fritz, my teeth were not knocked out as there was no pitch up and in that drilled me. Had it, I can tell you this, I know I would have gone to PI Dental Center. They're the best in the business with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, helping people that get hit by pitches, they get in car crashes, or maybe just have lifelong issues with teeth that are, not really properly aligned and cause problems, whether it's pain or self-esteem issues because you don't like the way you look. Well, the reality is this, PI Dental Center, they specialize in this kind of stuff. They really do. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. They're also the originators of the teeth in a day. That means they can do it fast. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you got a big old problem that requires a significant and important solution, we'll know that PI Dental Center can provide it. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies open a series San Diego tomorrow after pounding the Giants 13-0 to avoid a sweep. Bills are 54-39, one game behind the Dodgers for the best record in the NL in the loss column. Dodgers losing skid is at 6. They got walked off by the Brewers. LA swept in back-to-back series. Bryce Harper, 4 extra base hits. First time he's ever done that in his career, including a solo shot.
Harper swings, drills it deep left field. Going back is Ramos. He looks up and it's gone. And Bryce Harper with an opposite field laser to left off Verlander. It's his 10th home run of the season, his first since his return from the injured list. And man, did he hammer that one. It's 2-0 Phillies.
Scott Fransky, the call. Jesus Luzardo gave the Phillies exactly what they needed. 7 shutout innings, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly cloudy, chance of some showers or storms, a high of 83. It is currently 73. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Starting your day with the... This is the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, I didn't think it was crazy talk when I said California Girls. I was surprised you three didn't.
Well, I think the Beatles. The Beach Boys. I didn't even know David Lee Roth did it.
But the
really,
Beach
you
Boys
didn't
is
know
called
David
California.
Lee did a cover?
But
You
their
threw me off
song
with
is...
David Lee Roth. So the Katy Perry one's really famous too. It's a Snoop Dogg.
Right.
Yeah, it's really famous.
Yeah.
That's
and
not...
way more recent and relevant than the Beach Boys one.
Yeah, I guess.
I just didn't know David Lee Roth did it. So when you were saying the David Lee Roth thing, it just totally threw me in the wrong direction.
So you couldn't find a David Lee Roth cover to play here?
This is it, Joe.
Playing it right now.
Really?
Come on,
This sounds like the Beach
dude.
Boys.
Come on, Jody. What are you pulling at me yet from yesterday? Get it
Does not
together.
sound like the Beach Boys.
That was a typical Joe DeCamera response.
Yeah, I'm going to get back on track, Rhea. I'm yelling at him because he's doing nonsense. I do nonsense. We all do nonsense. Which, by the way, is why we have life advice. The key with life advice is there's some nonsensical situation going on, and you gotta climb your way out of it. You gotta figure it out. Well, I'm going to help you figure it out. Life advice with the Hammer coming up later in the show. What are you dealing with in life that you need some help with? Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can interact with the show. There's another way. YouTube. You can watch our show on YouTube. You can see me with my head hung. Head is hanging in shame from yesterday. So those on YouTube saw my head literally hanging. Check out our show on YouTube. If you get a chance, live or later in the day, you can go back and watch it. And you can also comment questions and comments we enjoy from YouTube. So get them in. And
Joe, I have a comment from your Twitter poll. Very first comment.
Yes.
Who is most likely to start a playoff game this year for the Phillies? You gave them 3 choices.
Yes.
Luzardo, Nola, Painter. The very first reply was Jack Fritz.
I knew that was coming.
I kind of did too.
Yeah.
I kind of did too. All right. Well, I certainly hope it's Luzardo instead of Fritz. But hey, Fritz has put he's thrown his hat in the ring, to use, I think, a Teddy Roosevelt phrase, if I remember right. Let's listen to Luzardo. Luzardo pitched great yesterday. And I heard a stat, Jody, before the game. Luzardo gave up more runs in the 3 games in which he got hit really hard than the other, I think it was 13 games combined.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Well,
More run in 3 games than 13 games.
It was 12 and 8 were the back-to-back games. So that's 20 runs in 2 games, which was a grand total of, well, see, the first game they left him in too long. Second game they got him out pretty quickly, but not before he gave up 8 runs. So giving up 20 runs in 2 games is going to run your ERA real fast.
And then in the other one, I forget exactly, but maybe it was 5 runs or something like that. And then otherwise, he's been great. So Luzardo did a really nice job yesterday, and let's give him some credit on it.
The windup and the 1-2. Swung on, popped in the air, shallow right. Stott is going out. He'll make the catch. And 7 really strong innings today for Jesus Luzardo. Phillies staring at the possibility of a sweep, but the left-hander was terrific all afternoon.
2 things really important from yesterday's Phillies game. 1, getting Luzardo, you hope, on track. 2, getting Bryce, you hope, on track. I mean, let's be real. I mean, they're supposed to be 2 of the better players on the team. Bryce is supposed to be the best player on the team. So, big day by both of them. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Seltzer, what's the answer to it? Who is most likely to start a playoff game this year for the Phils? If Wheeler, Ranger, and Sanchez get 1, 2, 3 in whatever order, who's most likely to get 4? Luzardo, Nola, Painter?
Nola.
And is that because of veteran or because Luzardo will be better out of the pen or what?
Both.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We'll see where it goes. The second poll question, did Fritz throwing such a high percentage of strikes yesterday surprise you? Yes or no, 215-592-9494. Jody Mack, what were you about to say there, my man?
I was going to say what's impressed me about Luzardo. The whole game kind of hung in the balance in the second inning. Phillies got a run. He got the first out, and then they got 2 straight guys on base. Flores singled, and Schmidt walked. And I'm like, uh-oh, this is the last 2 nights all over again. Yeah. Here it comes. He's going to throw a wild pitch or something's going to happen. The ball's going to bounce off the wall. It just felt like a bad karma series in San Francisco. He whiffs the next 2 guys badly, and then just got on a roll. I think he retired 11 out of the next 12, something like that. I was worried in the second inning. But, man, he showed out yesterday. He had a really good outing. There's one thing to be not as bad as he was, and then there was one to be dominating. He was Wheeler-like yesterday.
Yeah, he did a great job. He really did. Not as well as Jack Fritz did, but he did a great job. All right, 215-592-9494. If you're just waking up and tuning into our show, I got my butt kicked by Fritz yesterday. Congrats to Jack. He did a wonderful job. It could have gone as many as 10 at-bats. It was as short as 8. Because he was mowing me down. 3 ground outs, 5 strikeouts. He pitched great. He was filling up the zone with a lot of strikes. Umpire was fair. A couple of pitches could have gone a different way, but not in a way that would have substantially changed the outing. Umpire was fair. Crowd was amazing. I appreciate so many people being out there. I think we were all struck by how many people were there. That was very, very gratifying. And Fritz did great, and congrats to him. We obviously have a 1-1 competition now. I am surprised by 2 things yesterday. Well, 3. Crowd being that big. Fritz throwing that many strikes and me not hitting better. I thought I would do better. I didn't. I feel bad about it. I feel bad I didn't give you a better show. I'm sorry about that. I got to eat it. I got to own it. And I got to move on and be better with the next competition. And I intend to be. But, look, this is Jack Fritz's day because yesterday was Jack Fritz's day. Congrats to him.
I do not like Humble Joe. At all.
There's nothing else to do here.
He
got whooped yesterday.
He
would sound ridiculous doing anything else.
There's today.
Okay.
And then there's tomorrow.
Well, thank God.
Okay.
Just saying.
Because listen.
You would sound ridiculous.
Listen, you
today.
guys know I said from the outset, and James, you know I said this goes back 2 months ago.
2-2 for basketball.
2-2 for basketball, and I also said I'm a legit underdog in golf and baseball, but I need to steal one, win tennis, and a 2-2 win basketball. I am dead on track for that.
I will say I am. I'm back to thinking Jack's going to win it all.
You think whatever you want.
I'm just
You
know.
think
So you are a flip flopper.
Well, I told Joe he had to take baseball. I think Joe will win tennis. I think Jack is the all-time lock to win sprinting. I think that of the three competitions, like don't even do it. Like he's going to murder you in sprinting, and I think you're going to lose basketball. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Okay.
But I do think you're right. It's going to be 2-2, which I didn't see coming.
Let me ask you on your handicapping. What makes you think Jack is going to win basketball handily?
Because he is bigger, younger, and stronger.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what he's not, James?
He can play basketball,
James,
too. It's not like he's never played basketball.
James, you know what he's not?
Yeah, but he didn't play basketball
hammer?
on a collegiate level.
He's not.
This guy played past 6th grade, Jody.
What he's
Jody,
not. What he's
past
not.
6th grade was when he stopped playing basketball.
When did Jack stop playing
That's
basketball?
not accurate, James. What he's not in basketball is better. Let's go to the phones.
We'll see.
215
I would bet on him.
592-9494. But congrats to him on yesterday. He did a great job. By the way, there was a lot of stuff going on. Spike was trying to mess with me a little bit. Now, I only know this because I heard their show yesterday. Let's listen to Spike yesterday as, there was a lot going on out there. And here's one of the many things that was part of the drama.
So at bat number 2, and at this point I'm already yelling at DeCamera. I'm yelling, he doesn't want to swing. He doesn't want to swing. I'm trying to get into DeCamera's head. Be a real jerk on the sidelines. Real good team player.
It was hard to tell, honestly. There was a lot of chatter.
A lot of people, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chatter.
I heard you, though.
I can honestly say I did not hear him. Because, Jody, if you got that many people, sometimes you can't hear the one.
I didn't hear him either, and I
hear-
was buying home plate. Where
Yeah.
was Spike at that time? Second batter.
No, it was
first
like
batter,
the dugout. Like he was around the dugout. Yeah, I heard
There
him.
was only
I
one
didn't.
time I heard Spike, and I was looking for the umpire to give a ruling toward him to explain to him. So I took a timeout at one point. I was allowed one timeout per at bat.
And Spike was freaking out. He's like, what's going on here?
There was a second one in which Spike was freaking out. It wasn't what you'd call a classic timeout. I was getting ready to hit, and the catcher was too far up, and my bat hit the glove of the catcher. So I turned to the ump and like, hold on a second here, and the ump's like, hey, step out for a second, readjust, let the catcher move back. Spike thought I was trying to break the rules with a second step out, which was not mine. So then so James, to your point, Spike's then freaking out, and I'm telling the ump, yo, ump, tell that clown over there, this isn't on me. Catcher's got his glove too close. All right? Set the record straight.
Now, wow, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
If Joe had swung and he hit the catcher's
catcher
glove,
interference.
that's catcher's interference.
I know, but I also
would that have been a reach base safely?
Well, it could have been, but I don't want to break the wrist of a high school kid.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a good guy. Good guy
Look
Hammer.
at you.
Good guy Hammer. Good guy Hammer. Then again, I was trying to get on base any way possible, but it just didn't work out.
You weren't willing to take one in the ribs. I mean, let's be honest.
Get out of the way.
You said any way
the one who was
possible.
close. He
You
did a
had a
nice
chance
job
to
getting out
take
of the way.
it in the ribs. It would have been a
Terrible.
clear hit batsman.
I
There
know.
would have been no issue, and you got out of the way.
Anywhere but the head and the ribs. Seltzer, give me something else in the Eagles you're excited for. We got 12 days to training camp. Talk to me.
Something else on the Eagles, you said?
Yeah, what else are you excited for?
What else am I excited for the Eagles? I'm excited to see how they handle the Super Bowl thing because we've
Are
only
you
had,
more excited or intrigued?
I'm excited because we've seen 2 times and it hasn't gone well either time. I think this group's ready for it. They have had the unique experience compared to the last group where they actually went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They know what it takes to play into February, to have to turn it back around. I'm excited to see how they handle it, how they go about the business, because I do think they're going to handle it much, much better.
All right, Jody Mac, trivia question for you.
Yeah.
We got a lot of trivia tomorrow at 7:45 with Beat the Hammer, but I got a trivia question for you right now. Prior to a couple months ago, the Eagles had reached the Super Bowl 4 times before. How many playoff games did they win the years after advancing to the Super Bowl? The 1 year after. 4 years combined. How many playoff games did they win?
Off the top of my head, I'm trying to add it up, and I'm coming up with a 0.
It's one.
2018, they won the 1 playoff game with
Double
Foles
doink.
and the Bears. 80 Eagles came back, 81 lost to a LT rookie. 04 Eagles got smoked that season. A lot of injuries in 05. The T.O. fiasco, they go 6-10.
Right.
2017 Eagles go 9-7. In 2018, they go 9-7, but they do win that one playoff game with Foles. And 22 Eagles leading into 23. They get smoked by Tampa Bay. So 3 of the 4 made the playoffs. Only one of them even won one game. My point is, don't just assume because they were the best last year that, they just cruise right on back through it. It don't work that way.
But I will say this, because maybe it was over-optimism on my part.
Yep.
After the Eagles went to the Super Bowl and lost to Kansas City, everyone the next year was saying, you just can't. The losers of the Super Bowl never do anything the year after. And I really didn't believe that. I thought they were going to be okay. I wasn't guaranteeing they were going back to the bowl. But I said, no, that's happenstance. That happened. It was right. Yeah, they went to Tampa, got their rear end kicked. Now, the way that it happened, nobody saw coming.
Collapse, yeah.
And that's part of what made last year such a redemption story, which I think has almost been forgotten. But for both Sirianni and Hurts and the whole team at large, with the way 23 ended, I mean, last year was an all-time redemption situation because of 23. I mean, 23 was akin to the freaking 64 Phils.
Yeah.
It'd be like if the 65 Phils came back and won the World Series and were one of the great teams ever. It was
Foldo.
which, of course, did not happen with the 65 Phils. All right, Fritz was dominant. He was the 10-1 Eagles. He was the Super Bowl champion Eagles. He was not the El Foldo Eagles. Fritz delivered yesterday. Let's go to the phones on all these issues, including the Phils, Bryce Lazardo. A lot going on here. Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Patrick, good seeing you yesterday, man. Thanks for being there.
Yeah. Listen, it was nuts, man. It got so crowded there. No part, but I was there in spirit, and the guys were totally going nuts doing the roof job on the school, man. They were into it. It was funny.
It reminded me of Wrigley and that left field thing beyond Wrigley over Waverly Avenue. I mean, for those that don't know what we're talking about.
Rooftop seats.
Yeah, there was.
Best seats ever.
I haven't been there, but I'd love to.
You would love it, Joe.
There was a group on a roof yesterday, on a roof, watching our competition.
Pretty funny.
That made me feel good, Patrick.
Yeah, hey, a quick question for the Hammer. How about what Hall of Famer's grandson pitched for the Giants last night?
What?
I know who he's talking about.
Famers.
Yeah, my favorite player.
Who is it?
Kabasa Kid, Joe.
Ninth inning.
Yeah, the game was 37-0 at that point, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Ninth inning, so it wasn't a pitcher. Hall of Famer, grandson of
Yeah,
he's not a
he went in
pitcher,
and
though.
pitched the ninth.
He pitched the ninth.
He pitched the ninth.
Yeah.
There you go. So listen, this competition, first of all, I got Eagles real quick. I'm super excited to see how they respond to winning the Super Bowl, obvious. And Seltzer, I think, said it. I want to see what kind of ammo Hurts is, bringing to the season this year.
It's going to be fascinating.
I think he's locked and loaded, to be honest with you. So that's how I'm going to watch that. But this competition, Joe, and everybody, man, I'm so into it. And I'm thinking, I even told Seltzer, I feel like such a loser for being so into this. But I guess when you listen to sports radio and do sports your whole life, you might be classified as competitive. But Joe, I think you have this. I think you're exactly where you thought you would be. Not where you needed. Listen, you got one out of the first two.
No, I'm where I thought I'd be. I thought I'd be 1 out of 2 in the first 2. So I am where I thought I'd be.
And listen, you just got to take it to him. And you got your little mind tricks, and you're hunting for bear, and he's not. You know what I mean?
I think he is too. Look, I think he is too. We got to give him a lot of credit. He answered the bell yesterday. He had a bit of a sore arm. He expressed it on the show yesterday. He felt even sore in the pen. Warming up, but he answered the bell and he threw. Listen, Patrick, I was shocked by how many strikes he threw. And I think he de-throttled, if I had to guess, he could answer this. I don't know if he addressed it yesterday. I would guess he de-throttled about 5 to 10 miles an hour. I think he threw a lot of pitches that were probably 70 to 75, maybe even some high 60s, because I think he was trying to prioritize throwing strikes, which is smart. And it worked, and I didn't do a good enough job hitting the ball. I mean, it's bottom line. So listen, all credit to him.
This is his game, though. I mean, listen, he did. He obviously he pitched well.
Yeah, he pitched well,
but he's a mental. He just mentally he's not there. And I need you to kick his ass more for another reason too. Is shut Spike Eskin up. Again, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again, man. He's on my nerve. And listen, nothing personal. But in this competitive environment, man, he's a guy I just want to go to all day
All right.
long.
Well, you yap at him if I win this thing. We'll see. Who? All right, give me an answer, my man, for tickets to tonight's concert. Who or what is silly but fun?
Oh, you know what? How about a wave when you're at the ball game?
The wave is a good answer, unless
Is it fun?
unless you don't like
no.
it.
Is it fun?
No,
It's fun for
it's
some.
not fun.
Yeah, not a fan.
It's
love
foolish.
it.
That's
It's just
fun.
foolish.
Kids do like it. You're right, but
They do.
I, as an adult, do not.
It's fun for some. It's not fun for others.
It doesn't offend me like it does others.
No, I get
I
it.
don't care.
Jack,
Offended.
Jack
Yeah, I hate
Jack yesterday really answered the bell. We got to give him credit for the way he performed. Let's listen to something that went down on their show yesterday.
And I walked over to Fritz, and I was like, "You got this?" And he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, "I'm good."
I mean, he was. And by the way, Jack talked about how his confidence grew pretty early in this competition yesterday. Let's listen to Fritz.
So how did you didn't throw anything but a fastball?
No.
So how did you feel after that first at bat? You strike him out on 4 pitches. How are you feeling at that point, Jack?
I knew it was going to be a long day for Joe DeCamara.
There you go.
I could tell even in the bullpen, like, it was fine. The first couple of warm-up pitches were like, you know.
Yeah.
And then I threw the last couple, and it got to the right spot. And then after that first at bat, I was like, this feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
I felt the same way for what it's worth watching.
What?
I 2 at bats in, I thought you were going to lose. I text Elliot Shore Parks in Europe right now has asked me to text him updates.
Yep.
And he texted me what's going on, and I said, Jack got the first 2 at bats. Jack's going to win, is what I said.
Yeah.
I thought he just had you.
Well, so I didn't feel that to that extent, but I knew that I had some trouble because he was throwing strikes. I mean, that was a basic reality, and I wasn't doing a good enough job hitting it. I mean, three ground outs to the third baseman and 5 strikeouts, not good enough. I really wasn't trying to muck with him with stuff, but people accuse me of that type of thing, gamesmanship and the sort. Let's listen to something Spike Ike and Jack were talking about yesterday.
We didn't come up with a rule with this, but I was yelling it out. In between at bats, DeCamara is conferring with his coach.
I know. What should have counted as a timeout?
Well, I was yelling.
He took the one time where he walked almost up the third baseline
Yeah.
to stall, and then came back and talked to the coach, and then got back in the box.
And that's where I thought the grounders hurt him because he had a run.
Yeah.
At a tire amount. Him going to the coach was outrageous. And then I saw DeCamera yelling at me, pointing at me, because I was yelling about the coach.
Yeah.
Look, if
But
we
it was much harder for him to pull his tactics today.
Yes, it was.
It was harder for him.
And look,
couldn't do it.
You lost the golf, but what gets lost in the golf is DeCamera was playing mind games during the golf. There was 7 practice swings, squatting. He was being, he was being DeCamera during the golf.
All right, let me just address this about the end of an at-bat. So, Jody,
And then I have a question, too, for you.
So, Jody, when an at-bat would end yesterday, I can honestly say after the first at-bat, I'm being honest, I didn't know what to do. Am I supposed to just stand there for all right, at-bat 2, or do you leave the batter's box? Because, normally when an at-bat begins, a guy walks...
You have to step out of the box.
Guy walks from the on-deck circle to the batter's box.
Yeah.
So my thought was I will leave the batter's box. I will go to the on-deck circle. I will reemerge back to the batter's box.
Yeah, I don't know that you needed to go to the on-deck circle.
Maybe a little much.
You definitely needed to step out of the box.
Agree.
Step out of the box, you take a practice swing or 2, you take a deep breath, you get back in the box and you dig in.
I mean, the fact that my coach happened to be over there, it was a nice little added potential bonus.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Because your coach was awesome.
Yeah, he
you
was
could tell.
great.
He was locked. He was great.
Yeah.
Do you think you were overthinking it a bit much? Because it felt like you were on the stance.
Not at all.
Okay, just checking.
Not at all. If anything, I needed to get my mechanics down more. And it just wasn't, it's just not been routine enough for me to be in a rhythm. So I was trying to think it. And the problem was...
I was worried you were thinking too much.
No, I wasn't. My mechanics weren't good. The reason I was hitting those balls to the third baseman the way I was over lunging, and I wasn't naturally... I needed to honestly think more. I mean, I was trying to think my best, but I just wasn't in a good hitting rhythm, and that was a bummer. But look, I enjoyed it. I mean, I was obviously very disappointed to lose. I was much, much, much more disappointed to not give the audience a better show. But Jack did great. He really did. Let's go to Coach Harris in Havertown. Coach Harris, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It was great meeting you yesterday.
A lot of fun, man. I was glad you were there. That was good stuff, man.
It was great, and I don't want you to be embarrassed. You did all you could do. You got your bat on the ball against the college pitcher in front of the crowd. I think it took a lot of guts. You did all
thanks.
you could do.
I'm gonna retort.
I'm
going to retort on one thing, and this isn't to sound like a sore loser at all. I didn't do all that I can do, but I did what I did, and I lost fair and square. So I lost. I got to own it. I could have done better. I didn't do better.
I think that Fritz did what he had to do. He threw strikes early. He set
Fritz
the
did
tone.
great.
He wasn't rattled. Joe, I think it's more that Fritz did great. Honestly, I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. And I think that everyone there appreciated what you did. And I listened to Spike and Ike's show for a little bit, and I can tell you that I thought they're impressed, and I think they're scared. And my point today is I'm a little bit embarrassed for you, Joe, because I'm tired of your lack of support on your team here. You have Seltzer doing your intro, who flip-flops again. And as annoying as I find Spike, he's all in on Fritz. Ike is all in on Fritz. Picked him up when he melted down. And every great individual player in sports has a team around them. And your supporting cast, I think, really needs
all right,
to
so
wake
we're
up
kind
and
of
stand
here.
I
behind you.
haven't flip-flopped at any point, Coach Harris. I've been firmly in the middle the entire time.
All right, so here's what I'd say. Obviously, Rhea and MacMan are all in on me. Not to say necessarily they think I will win, but they're all supportive of me. I appreciate it.
I
would
believed
say
you would win yesterday.
No, I know, but
apologize,
but Coach
yeah.
Harris, listen, what you're saying, you got to take to tomorrow with Devin here and Monday when Richie's back, and just ask them directly who are they rooting for. I mean, I can't make them root; they get to root for whoever they want to root for. So take
That's
it,
true,
take
Joe,
it to
but
them.
they're not-
Would I
Look
listen?
at the support that Fritz is getting.
Would
I mean, it's every day.
Would I appreciate John Ritchie indicating that he's truly rooting for me? Yes, I would. That's up to him. That's up to him.
I'm embarrassed for you. I really am. It's you guys are a team. You have a team behind you, and I got to tell you, I mean, even when you're on a team, you know, you're in a job, and you don't necessarily love your coworkers. You still got to back your coworkers, and I'm disappointed. I'm embarrassed for you. Just how I feel about it.
I will say this in John and Devin's defense. I do kind of play it up and beat the hammer, so I think they have a natural tendency to be rebuffed by that approach, which I can understand. But, you know, I'm also
so different.
And Coach Harris, I do a podcast with Jack Fritz. I got multiple teammates here, buddy.
All right, my man, give me an answer. Like this competition, what is silly but fun?
The Tooth Fairy.
The Tooth Fairy.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Interesting answer right there. All right, let's get to something else that happened on yesterday's afternoon show, because while I maybe have not gotten proper support from this show, there was quite a number of people out there specifically to root me on yesterday, which I appreciated. Many others rooting Jack on, many others just kind of fans of the station there to see the absurdity of it all. And Spike acknowledged one of those realities.
Not only was there a crowd, there was a contingent of DeCamera lovers.
There was a shocking amount.
One of them brought his own speaker, and with a mic and a speaker, and I think he was planning on a little hijinks out there from the crowd.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Shout out to Corey.
I will say this. So I got there at about 11:30 because my plan was drive over to the area, get food, go to the bathroom at McDonald's, which is, go to, and then get there to see Jack warm up.
That was the plan.
That was literally the plan. It was the plan.
You go to 2 McDonald's.
No, this case, it wasn't McDonald's for the food. It was somewhere else for the food, McDonald's for the bathroom. You go in, take the right-hand turn, bang, right in the stall.
That's just wrong.
It's just what it is. I was thinking yesterday, how many billions, or millions, but probably billions, has McDonald's made? They didn't get a buck out of me yesterday, but think how much money they've probably made through the years where people stop to go to the bathroom, like, you know what, I'm here. I'll grab Big Mac. I mean, I'm sure I've done it myself. Anyway, so I got there about 11:30. Want to see?
I just don't think people use the McDonald's bathroom as religiously as you do.
I think you underrate, James. Those that know. You're always within, unless you're in the boondocks, you're always within 10 to 12 minutes of McDonald's. It's the one thing that you can always go to. All you got to do is put in your phone, McDonald's. There's always one within 10 minutes. I'm telling you.
I guess it's an IBS thing. I never am like, I need to be 10 minutes from a bathroom.
James,
it's very
okay,
rare
let me
for
put it this way. Those that need to know.
There you go.
No. Okay?
That's better.
Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Great job by Fritz yesterday. Great job by Bryce Harper yesterday.
and obviously Luzardo as well, all of whom did fantastic.
Can't believe we're doing Bryce Harper, Jesus Luzardo, and Jack Fritz as the trio of great days yesterday. Who saw that coming?
He deserves it. He did it. Let's go to Mike right now. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Joe, guess what? This is me. This is a golf clap for Fritz, okay? A golf clap. Big deal. I mean, it's not for anything. Look, let's be honest. He faced Ogilvy from the Bad News Bears yesterday, okay? It's not, he didn't face Wade Boggs. So, even though we were
I'm pretty sure Ogilvy walked in that big spot that he was up in.
He got hit by a pitch. And Mike, I'm a little disappointed by the comparison. I'm a little disappointed.
Ogilvy was man enough to take one on the hip. That's all I know.
Yeah. I never thought about the Ogilvy DeCamera comparisons, though. I could see that,
This is
stat keeper.
This is kind of hurting me a little bit.
But anyway, Joe, it's tied up. You pushed on the first two. You're still in the driver's seat here, buddy. All right?
Well, I stole home court advantage, which is what you want to do, when the other guys got home court as the favorite. So I got one of the first two, and I've told you the whole time. I had to steal one of the first two. I did. Win tennis, win basketball, and that's it. I mean, that's
steady as she goes.
And Mike, it's exactly what I intend to do. I mean, I'm just being straight up with you. Like, I'll give all credit to Fritz today. He deserves it. And I'll always give credit to him on the baseball. But I said from the beginning a few things. One, I'm a better athlete. I believe it. Two, steal one of the first two, win tennis, win basketball, be crowned champ. We're on track.
Yep, we are on track. Steady as she goes. All right, so listen, the birds.
Yeah.
The birds. Now that we're getting close, I start gravitating to the phone a little bit more because this is that lovely time of the year. And you know what, man? Look, there's so many compelling things to think about for this team and how they're going to respond. And Jalen, you know what? I got to say, I can't stop thinking about, what's Saquon's season going to be? Because, listen, I'll go to the day I die feeling that he was a little robbed down the stretch, that he should have gone for the record. They should have let him go for the record. But I really think that they should lean on him again. The guy should be getting 1,800 yards minimum on the ground next year. So I'm really interested in seeing how Saquon does back to back.
Look, Mike, it's going to be fascinating to see their approach. I don't know. I tend to think they should dial him back, and I tend to think they will. But
I agree.
But I'll say this: I thought they were going to dial him back as last year went along, and they never did. I mean, other than when obviously they didn't play in Week 18, and pulled him out of Week 17 when he got to the 2,000 yards. So there's a case Sirianni just says let's go all in on leaning on him again as often as possible, and they may not care about Saquon, and I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. They may not care about Saquon 3 years from now, next year.
Saquon might not care about Saquon 3 years from now.
No, Jody, you're right about that because he was so hamstrung in New York. He may just say, balls to the wall now while I can.
I'm just referring to the comment that he made this offseason
Exactly.
I might just quit at some point and walk away. So who the hell knows if he meant what he said? I thought it was kind of tongue-in-cheek. Some people took it very seriously.
Yeah.
We don't really know, but
That's
if he
interesting.
doesn't care about 3 years from now, why should Sirianni in deciding how much he's going to get the football?
It's something to consider.
And then one last point with the Saquon, if let's just say he goes back-to-back similar seasons, right? Now, you know what? He's bona fide Hall of Famer. Because right now he's he got himself back to the
No, he needs more. He needs more than one. If he goes 2,000 yards again, he's in the conversation, but I think he needs more. I think you're underestimating, Mike, how much those 6 years in New York hurt him.
They killed him.
He missed a ton.
He missed
a ton of time. He didn't have that many 1,000-yard seasons. He's kind of trying to come out of a hole, honestly. And we know he's got the talent, but I'm telling you, he needs to do more than just one more superb year. He does.
Which is why I want another 2,000 yards this year, buddy.
You could get it. Mike, give me an answer. What is silly but fun?
So I got to give credit to Rhea for this one, to giving me this idea, because It's Raining Men, Rhea, is the favorite song for my daughter and I when we go sing karaoke.
Dude, karaoke is a great answer.
Karaoke is a really good answer.
That is an awesome answer.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a big
Emily
answer.
and I have been talking about getting a karaoke machine just at home to have with Zoe. It's just like
Zoe
karaoke.
would love that.
She would lose her mind with
mind,
excitement.
Karaoke is amazing. Yeah, potential winning answer for silly but fun. All this, of course, in honor of the absurdity of the silly but fun competition we've been having here this summer with me and Fritz. All right, so let me give you, Jody, I'm going to give you silly but fun by way of two confident athletes. One, Jack Fritz. The other, Bryce Harper. Let's play the audio. Silly but fun. Two victorious athletes yesterday. Let's play the audio.
This really is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I love it.
The audio back to back. Let's start with that Fritzy guy. He knew he was dealing.
I got to be honest. I started throwing again, and I was like, I got it. Like, I've done this a million times. So, like, it didn't matter.
Just say you were locked in.
I was locked in.
Give a damn who was there.
It didn't matter.
That's what I want to hear.
It didn't matter.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
So felt like he was in a zone.
No, he was.
He told me on the pod, we did a pod last night,
Yep.
and he said, I honestly, because I was talking about how amazing how many people showed up.
Yep.
And he's like, honestly, I swear to you, he's like, when I was on the mound, I didn't hear any of them, is what he said. I was like, wow, you were locked in,
That's
man.
good. No, it showed the way he pitched. So that's Fritz confident. Let me play a piece of audio from Bryce Harper. This is post-game. I will tell you this. Matter of fact, let's listen first to Bryce's big day, because Bryce had a really big day, and let's listen to the sequence of his 4 big hits.
Harper swings, drills it deep left field. Going back is Ramos. He looks up, and it's gone. And Bryce Harper with an opposite field laser to left off Verlander. It's his 10th home run of the season, his first since his return from the injured list. 1-0. And a swing and a line drive left center field. That's going to be up the gap and go all the way to the wall. And Harper's around first, on his way to second, cruising in with a double. Beck delivers, and Harper a swing and a drive, center field and deep. Lee back into his right. He looks up at the wall, and it's off the fence. And Harper is headed for second. He'll be there with another double, and that was oh so close to his second homer of the day. And a 3-2 again. Swung on, line to left center field. On the run, Ramos. This ball is going to bang off the wall as well. And Harper is into second again with his second double of the inning. His third of the day, and it's his first 4-hit game this season.
All right, so big
Real
time.
quick, were you as shocked as I was to find out that was his first career 4 extra base hit game?
Not shocked, because that's a lot.
But 14 years into his
I know.
career for Bryce Harper, I was shocked
I mean,
personally.
2 homers and 2 doubles can get you there. A homer
That's what I
and 3.
mean.
No.
I'm just shocked he hasn't.
No.
I was surprised.
I'm not. That's a tough standard, man. I mean, 4 extra base hits is rare. Anyway, so it was great to see him do it. I will tell you this audio we're about to play encouraged me more for Bryce Harper's second half of the season than what we saw in those 4 hits. The 4 hits were great. Jody, the fact that he was going opposite field is often a very good sign for a baseball player. Very good sign. You know, it shows something about the approach when you go the other way, and he was banging those balls off the left center field wall and over the left center field wall. Seeing him do it was great and encouraging. I'm telling you, what you're about to hear, in my opinion, was more encouraging, because while we played confident Fritz audio, listen to confident Bryce audio and what this could represent for a guy that we know, when right, when healthy, certainly can play like an MVP, and you can tell he still thinks it's there.
I'm really good. I mean, I really am. I don't want to, put that out there and everybody go, what's he talking about? But I know when I'm going well, and I'm one of the best in baseball. And, like I said, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I feel great. It's just putting myself into plus counts. I haven't done that. I mean, you guys have seen that, and I haven't done that. So I feel stronger than ever. I feel like today I think that was being able to kind of go oppo and do those things. Anywhere else, I might have 3 homers, right? So it's like those are the things you think about. And I hate talking about individual and all that kind of stuff, but you guys know that. But today, like, it kind of just, if I get into good counts and don't swing it crap away or in or anything else, then, I'll be right where I need to be.
So, Jody, we've heard a lot from athletes through the years. Bravado. Sometimes we sense it's false bravado. Like, for instance, Ben Simmons putting out a video of him shooting jump shots felt like false bravado.
No kidding.
Right? It's spliced and diced, and it was never 10 straight jump shots without editing. His videos were false bravado. We also know when we sense that the bravado is born out of true belief in himself or herself, real confidence. That's how I interpreted what Bryce said yesterday. Do you get that?
As do I.
Same impression?
Yes.
Like, I thought that, like, again, the 4 hits were great, and the way he did it, opposite field was awesome. But hearing him say that afterwards yesterday, that encouraged me, honestly, more. Because I don't think he would say that and say it the way he did if he didn't believe it.
The reason why I'm with you on this is Bryce is a straight shooter.
He is a straight shooter.
Some guys aren't, and you know the ones who are, and you know the ones who aren't. There are some that you kind of try to get a read on, and you never do. Bryce is an easy read. I could beat Bryce at poker. I can read his face. I can read what he says. He meant what he said,
and he doesn't. Right. And he doesn't pump himself up. To his credit, he said, like, you can tell, he's like, I'm sort of saying something nice about myself, but I don't really want to. It's not my style to. Because I agree. He's been here 7 years. We don't have this long track record of him making braggadocious. Is that the word? Braggadocious comments.
Very well done.
Like, that's not his style. And so for him to go there and say it with the conviction that he said it, that tells me he feels it. And that tells me, as a Phillies fan, he can still get grooved in a big-time way. Look,
he also said that his wrist feels great. That was the other thing, too. He said that the struggles that he's had were just timing and issues, that his wrist is not bothering him at all. I thought that was huge.
Huge. So I thought that was good stuff. All right, more of the audio of me and Fritz. We'll get to that as not of me and Fritz and Spike and Ike and things that they said on their show. There's a lot to digest from yesterday's show. 215-592-9494. I will remind you, I said earlier in the show, I view this 4-hour program today sort of like a press conference. All right, if you want to ask any question to me related to what happened yesterday or this overall best-of-5 competition, I'm here. So I'm here to field your questions. What do you got? 215-592-9494. Fire the questions away, and I will go into answer mode at this press conference. Let's go to Chris in Northeast Philadelphia. Christopher, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chris, can you hang on 1 second? I'm going to put you on hold for about 5 to 10 seconds. So let me just say this. James, I often encourage people to watch our show on YouTube.
You do.
What in the last 5 seconds would people watching our show on YouTube have just noticed?
Did Jody do something? I wasn't looking that way.
I was getting ready to go. I thought he was throwing a break.
Was Jody about to leave the studio?
Jody took off the headphones, got out of the chair, was ready to smoke up. Cigarette style.
Gotta get it while you can, brother.
You could just tell Mac Man was ready to hit the road.
I absolutely was. I still don't know. You don't go to break the same time every hour.
Yes, we do. You have a sheet in front of you that has them on there.
We never break at 7:58.
That's why I give you that sheet, Jody. Look at the sheet. It says the break time. Do you see?
Oh, shoot. This is the wrong sheet.
And Jody, what I just did, and Jody, you should know this in radio world. What I did was called a reset. I'm resetting. Hey, we got the little Eagles. What are you excited about the upcoming season? Bryce's big day. Fritz's big day. Hey, by the way, we'll play more audio of what Fritz said. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. And while we do, Jody, get your butt back here. Anyway,
at least I didn't get out of the studio like last week.
Like last week.
but all jokes aside, this is why you should watch our show on YouTube. There's stuff that, if I didn't stop the show to point it out, you wouldn't know by just listening. By the way, get the questions and comments in on YouTube. We'll try to get to some of them in the 8 o'clock hour. All right, Chris in Northeast Philly, a good sport during this call. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, respect, Jody. You got to get one in where you can fit one in, so no worries. and respect to you, too, Joe, because I employ a similar strategy to McDonald's one, except I usually look for a target. Because even though they're, less common, I feel like the bathrooms are usually cleaner in my experience. So.
Well, yeah, and a big store has to have a bathroom. The superstores have to have a bathroom, so that's a go-to as well.
So,
you got your list. Your Costco's, your Targets.
I can tell you guys know.
Your Walmarts.
It's like bathroom hunters.
You can't have a Walmart and not have a bathroom. I mean, if you got to go, you got to go. I mean, it is what it is.
All right, so I was in attendance yesterday at Plymouth Whitemarsh, and it was a blast. It was a fun time. You guys did a great job, but the reason I was able to be in attendance, I got off work because I had a doctor's appointment around 10 o'clock, and it was an eye doctor. So I came right from the eye doctor to the field, and I'm telling you, I got good news back on my eyes, and I'm telling you, without a doubt, there were some high strikes that were called yesterday, and I did not like it.
So I sensed there were a couple. I will tell you this, Chris. It was a little hard for me in the moment to fully read it, meaning like, is it or not? So here's what I knew going in. The ump had said, both on the air and off the air to us, that he'd be about 2 to 3 inches above the belly button as the highest part of the zone. And I can respect the fact that, like, we know Major League Baseball, it's going to be like right around the belt. And I've always considered that a little low, but it's, what it is. Look, when you're at a lower level of baseball, I think it's important to give the pitcher some leeway because otherwise you're just going to have too many walks. So I'm not saying some of them maybe shouldn't have been balls, but I did know it was more of an expanded zone than you're used to with Major League Baseball. I accepted that going in. And, whether the ump called it exactly to the tee or not, I'm not sure, but I knew it was a bigger zone than you might have known.
No, in all seriousness, you guys both impressed me. Like, I thought Jack did a great job. Joe, I thought you acquitted yourself well. You put some balls in play. You swung the bat.
Not really. I appreciate that, but not really.
I mean, you weren't great, but I mean, most people. Look, did you hear what Spike said? He said you were infinitely better than he thought you were going to be.
Yeah, but I will tell you this: I was infinitely worse than I expected to be. Like, I'm not saying this to have sour grapes. I don't want anyone to interpret it this way because people could have this as the headline. I know I could have been better, and I know I should have been better. I just wasn't.
Well, I will say, what surprised me was your swing from the left-handed side. I thought it looked smoother and more natural than the right-handed.
I have
swing.
always felt more. I have more power from the right, and I feel I have more a more level, smooth, natural swing from the left.
Yeah. The left-handed swing looked good. You put one in the air. I mean, it was fail, but you put one in the air from the left side.
Yep. All right, Chris, give me this competition. What else is silly but fun?
All right, I think I got one that might win, but I'm already going to a different concert tonight, so don't give it to me. But I'm going to best fanatic in sports, the Philly best mascot in sports, the Philly Fanatic.
Philly Fanatic's good answer, man. So he says he doesn't want to win because he can't use the tickets.
Doesn't want to win.
Yeah, but Philly Fanatic's a big answer for sure. Speaking of answers, let's get to the answer of how the afternoon show started yesterday. When they kicked off their show, short time after Jack had won, and Ike really leaned into it, and good for him and good for Fritz. And here's how it went down.
He left it all out there. 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes, 5 strikeouts. It's 1-1 because Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion. There he is.
There we go.
Ike Fritz. Ike Reese, rather. How you feeling, brother? Sorry. It's
victory! Now, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Had to be a special day today to bring that out. I don't bring that out for anyone but the Midnight Green. And for my boy, Jackie Baseball, to go out there and do what he did today under these conditions, under these circumstances, got to tip my cap to you, my brother. Listen, shout out to Joe DeCamara. He put up a valiant effort, but it wasn't good enough. This is Jack's element. He was in his wheelhouse, and it showed today.
Jack did great. It did show. And Ike, that was the first time Ike had pulled out the victory since
Super Bowl, yeah.
February 10th, 2025.
Doesn't do that for regular Philly games on the nightly?
No,
man.
Maybe a playoff game, Maybe a playoff game he'd do it. So great job by Fritz yesterday. He certainly earned it, to say the least. He really bounced back. He showed guts because, it does take some guts to get out there, especially being down 0-1. And with a lot of people thinking he's just flat out soft and a choker. And he answered the bell. Good for him. Let's listen to Fritz as he kind of began to talk about it in greater detail, what he said yesterday.
It was a good day. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to feel my elbow tomorrow. We left it all on the line. But, man, we had to do what we had to do. Could tell early it was going to go a certain way. If as long as I threw strikes, I felt pretty confident. But, man, 8-0. I'm glad it was 8-0. I'm glad I didn't mess around and hit him.
Yep.
I wanted straight domination, and I got straight domination.
Sure did. All credit to Fritz. He got the job done. Look, you can weigh in whether you were there or not, and many, many, many hundreds were, and we appreciate that. It was very gratifying to see so many listeners. I was trying both before and especially after to talk to as many people as possible. I'm sorry I couldn't get to everybody, but try to interact with as many people as possible. We appreciate you being there. And look, this thing rolls on. We're just 1-1. And in my opinion, I'm on track. Would have loved to have won yesterday. Would have felt incredibly confident. with my likelihood to win this thing if I had won yesterday. I lost fair and square. I knew I had to steal one of the first two, in which he'd be a favorite in golf and baseball. I did steal one of the first two. Win tennis, win basketball, win this thing's 2-2, and be crowned champ. And that's what I intend to do. But look, credit to Fritz. Thank you to Plymouth White Marsh High School, both for hosting us, their beautiful field, and their team for being in the field. By the way, their third baseman, I don't know his name, but shout out to that dude who played some really nice third base. Two of them were fairly routine. One of them was not. Now, I couldn't see the one because the third one I hit the third base. I got to run down the first base line. I can't see it. I sensed off the bat it was going to be a harder play. Yeah. People told me it was. What did that one look like? And by the way, first baseman, a nice dig also. So tell people that missed it what that one looked like.
That's where I was going. The first baseman actually saved the day. We would have had to make a decision on hit or error.
Not, yeah.
It kind of hung in the balance, and the first baseman scooped it. I was actually a little surprised because I said this to the people that I talked to before the game started. That field was pristine.
That was great.
Not only is it artificial, but the dirt all the way around was like perfection. And I said, well, that's not good because Joe's not going to get a bad hot base hit. I was kind of hoping for that being a potential somewhere along the line.
It's also part of why I didn't bunt.
Yeah.
I felt bunting on turf would not be wise.
And the third baseman was playing relatively in.
I showed it at one point to try to bring him more in. I on a pitch I knew I was going to take, I showed bunt just to show it. And I might have bunted if we were on grass, but being on turf, I knew it wouldn't be wise.
It was a smart move by you not to. It seemed to have taken a slight bit of a bad bounce, which I didn't think was possible on that field as good as it looked. And I did a nice play, knocked it down, picked it up, fired the first, and the first baseman had to make a really nice scoop.
Yeah.
Of the three ground outs you had, that was the only one that was relatively close at first base.
Yeah.
And if the first baseman doesn't come up with it, you would have been safe. So that was, you got to give a nod to both the third baseman and first baseman from the high school.
Yeah, that was
team.
a big sequence because that was the fourth at bat. And when I didn't get that one, it's like, all right, the numbers are really starting to work against me. I'm starting to run out of time, so to speak. Well, look, great job by Fritz. Congrats to him. Also, thanks, like I said, to Plymouth White Marsh's high school baseball team and their school for housing us. The umpire was great. WIP staff as well. There's a lot of people that work here that you don't necessarily know of, but people, behind the scenes, as you often hear the phrase, that were out there doing a ton of stuff, and we appreciate that. And, of course, everyone that showed up. It was, while it was a bummer for me to lose, it was remarkably gratifying to see so many people out there interacting with our show and station, and we truly appreciate it. 215-592-9494. Coming up, more of what Fritz said after yesterday. Also, a check-in with Andrew Painter's reality in the minor leagues. It's not going as well as we hoped it would and thought it would. Maybe some of us had too high of expectations too early, but it doesn't feel like he's going to get caught up in the next week or two because we'll give you the stats of what he's putting out down there. And it's not been like, let's get him up here this week worthy. So we'll get to that reality and more. Phone calls on all of this on 94 WIP.
If you're noticing that you're just not getting enough cool air in your house despite having the AC on full blast, you got the fans running despite having the shades pulled down, maybe it is time to check out your old windows. I replaced my old windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient ones. I did it years ago. For everyone that's feeling that heat seep in, now is the best time to replace them. You can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. No interest until 2030. And Window Nation, they can install your windows in just 1 day. So it makes upgrading your home so much easier, despite any kind of busy schedule you might have. They'll get in, get out. You'll have beautiful windows. Window Nation has 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can feel safe trusting with your home. I've done it with my home. It is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. So don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient window replacement windows today.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton and Newtown Square.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Major League Baseball announced that we'll see the automated ball strike challenge at the All-Star Game next week in Atlanta. Each team will get 2. But it's an all-star game. Will it even be close enough of a game for us to see the challenge used? I mean, the American League has won 9 out of the last 10 games. You know, baseball is hoping it gets used on its biggest stage either way. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz and Watson. Bryce Harper broke out in a big way as the Phillies clobbered the Giants 13-0. Harper 4 for 5, 3 doubles and a home run. First time he's had 4 extra base hits in a game. Rob Thompson says he could see it coming with Harper.
It looked like in the last couple of days that he's staying balanced. He's letting the ball travel. Bat speed's there. That was a big day for him. A big day for us, really. I really liked his at-bats. I really liked the at-bats up and down the lineup, too. I thought we were really good.
2 of Harper's doubles coming in the 8th inning as part of a 7-run inning by the Phils. Kyle Schwarber hit his 29th home run of the season. Jesus Luzardo pitching 7 scoreless. Phillies are off today. We'll open a series with San Diego tomorrow. Dietz and Watson meats, cheeses, and condiments are the perfect addition to your barbecue. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Partly cloudy today, chance of some storms. High of 83. It is currently 74. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94.
Here, Fritz.
Here's why I have to give some credit to James. I appreciated your effort yesterday. I didn't know. I thought there was a chance when Jack came out and started throwing strikes. Let me put it this way. Mm-hmm. When you went down on strikes, first at bat.
Yep.
And he really didn't look like he was having any control problems.
No, he didn't.
I thought you were in trouble. Mm-hmm. And it proved right. You went down 0-8.
By the way, which is why third at bat I swung on the first pitch. Like I knew early, because my plan early was to take a lot of pitches and make him throw strikes. But I knew by the third at bat, I better be prepared to swing first pitch if this keeps happening. And that's why I swung first pitch, third at bat. But
from the takes one to no one column, I can't run anymore. And watching you go down the first base line was not awe-inspiring. So you're not winning running.
Okay.
Jack might not be fast either, but Jack is going to beat you in a race.
Like no 31-year-old is that slow. Honestly, I don't think there's a 31-year-old alive who's that slow.
No. So
Todd Pratt was, but that's okay.
You need to win tennis.
Yep.
You have to win, otherwise it's over.
I will win.
And if you do win tennis, then yeah, I think you can win at basketball because Jack didn't. We knew Jack was a baseball player. He played on the collegiate level, and he looked like a collegiate level baseball pitcher yesterday. You look like a guy who hadn't played since the 6th grade. It turned out to what it should be. Nobody's got any idea what kind of basketball player Jack is.
No, we really don't.
None.
No.
So I'm absolutely giving you a shot at basketball. No shot whatsoever at running, but a shot at basketball. So if you are being honest and you're as good in tennis as you kind of are saying you are, then yeah, I think you got a chance to win.
Thank you. I'm not saying I'm great at tennis. I'm saying I'm decent at tennis, and if he stinks at tennis, I'll win. That's like if he's decent at tennis, then it could go either way. I just don't know. I know this. I'm decent at tennis.
Okay.
Decent. So because it sounds like he's not good the way he has presented
it sounds like he just doesn't play much.
Yeah, I mean, much. Like he said he hadn't played since he's 8.
Yeah,
So,
that's a long time.
So
if
he
you-
doesn't play.
Yeah, I mean, that would be he doesn't play. So that's what's giving
Now,
me.
outside of serving, I think you can, if you're athletic and, see ball, hit ball,
Yep.
I think you can get by in tennis if as long as he can get serving down, I think he can have a chance without
he
being a
could.
tennis player.
Look,
but
in
it's the
next
serving part. Yeah.
Next 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks, he could I
How's your
guess learn
serve?
it. I mean, I'm decent. I'd say everything in tennis for me is decent. I'm not great. I'm decent.
No, I could return. I always struggle with the serve.
Yeah.
It all comes down to the serve. Yeah.
All right. And I disagree with that, by the way.
Really?
So the approach I had yesterday, a lot of people thought I would take a lot of pitches, and early especially I did. Let's listen to Spike and Ike and Fritz's show from yesterday and something that they discussed with my approach.
It's noon. Jack steps up to the mound, and I think we had all theorized that Joe DeCamara was not going to take his bat off his shoulder if he didn't have to. He was going to make Jack throw strikes. You knew that, right, Fritz?
Yeah, I can tell.
And quite honestly, that would have been my game plan too.
Yep.
Make him throw strikes first.
Well, and, DeCamara rather had a hitting coach.
He did.
And I asked the hitting coach afterwards. I was like, did you tell him not to take the bat off his shoulder? He's like, we were going to take a patient approach the entire time.
Say what, he's hiring some high-level people.
He is.
I mean, that guy seems like a local legend. Everyone talks to is like, that guy's the best hitting coach in the area.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he got DeCamara to put the bat on the ball.
He did.
That did happen.
It did happen.
So-
Shockingly.
All right, so I want to say something here, and it's a big old shout out to Mr. Tim Johnson. Let me say this before I go forward. So Tim Johnson's my hitting coach. Now, I know people are going to say, well, you didn't get on base. I beg people, please do not hold this against Tim Johnson. Awesome guy, awesome hitting coach. I really did learn a lot from him in about the last 2 weeks. Unfortunately, it was on me that I didn't put it in play. I really didn't. But I want to give him a shout out because I want to encourage parents to get your kids to him. He's a legit hitting coach in the area. He works out of Ambler. The name of his spot is L1 Ambler Sports Academy. Once again, L1 Ambler Sports Academy. He played AA ball for the Houston Astros. He was drafted out of the area in the 7th round back in 2005. Played 8 years minor leagues. 4 years Astros minor league, 4 years independent league, including with Camden for a couple years there. Great guy, knows baseball. By the way, teaches softball as well. So he can and teaches a ton of kids in the area.
Well, what Jack said was true. I talked to, I'm not kidding, like 10 different people yesterday. It was like, this is the best hitting coach you will ever find. Like, it was overwhelming.
That's
how
not,
much
I'm glad to hear
support-
that.
Yeah, it was wild. Like people on the other team, people in the stands who knew he was.
Yeah.
Like it was wild. He has an amazing reputation.
Yeah, I'm really, really glad. It doesn't surprise me, but I'm glad people in the area knew of him as much as they did. So if you got a son or daughter that loves to play baseball, get to Tim Johnson because he can really help you out. And the website, let me tell you, is L1sports.com. L1sports.com. Phone number to reach him is 215-628-2100. 215-628-2100. And he can, so someone from our sales department, head of sales actually, knows him very well, connected me with him. And I want to give him a shout out. L1sports.com, 215-628-2100. Final thing I want to say, because he did a great job with me. I did not put it in play. But I asked him to just shoot me a text with a little information. And Jody, this is cool because parents will dig hearing this. This is what he wrote to me. He said, I've been teaching in Ambler for 15 years now. I love what I do and being able to give back to my community and help young boys and girls. I teach baseball and softball, hitting, pitching, and fielding. So he's legit. He's a quality person and will be excellent if you have a son or daughter that wants to do more in baseball or softball. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. So gratifying to see so many yesterday. Not gratifying for me to lose, especially in the horrendous form and fashion that I did, but all credit to Fritz. He flat out got the job done. Let's get to Chuck in Mount Airy. Chuck, good morning.
What up, Joe? How you doing, bud? Good morning, team. Good morning. Whoever's in the studio today.
Good morning, Chuck.
Let me say this, Joe. I was very impressed.
Oh, Chuck, hold on 1 second. Let me put you on hold for 1 second because your phone's breaking up. I'm going to come right back to you. I want to get you and give you a good time. We'll get right back to you. Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, team. How is everybody today?
Fantastic, buddy.
All right, good job, Joe, getting that one victory. I think that's going to mean everything, and I do believe in you. I think that with tennis and basketball coming up, you have a great shot.
Nick,
man.
here's my prediction. I win tennis, I win basketball, but here's the next and very important prediction because I want Fritz to dwell on this. When he walks off the basketball court a loser overall, he will be kicking himself for having lost Goff the way he did. Goff will be. Joe, do you remember when the Flyers lost the Stanley Cup in 2010? And we kind of knew they lost the Cup because they lost Game 1. Remember in Game 1 of the 2010 Cup, the Flyers had two goal leads. And they lost that Game 1 of the Blackhawks 6-5. Same night Halladay pitched the perfect game. And the whole series, it's like if the Flyers lose this series, it's going to be because of Game 1. That's, to me, what this Fritz thing is. He's going to lose overall, and he's going to lose overall because of Game 1.
I remember that game, and you're right. It was a major downer.
Because if you lose a Game 1 when you have two different two-goal leads, that hurts, man.
But the one thing is, and I know this is going to annoy every single Flyer fan on the planet who likes me. No. I didn't think they were going to beat the Blackhawks anyway.
Well, they weren't
and
supposed
the same
to.
Thing
they weren't supposed to.
When they played the Red Wings in the Stanley, everybody was pumped up. We're going to beat the Red Wings.
Yeah, that was different.
We did Mac now and I were doing the show together at the time. We did a show from City Hall, the courtyard.
I was there.
And the Flyer fans were there, and they were going, and Eddie Hospodar was sitting next to me. We had him on as guest. And his leg is going the whole time. He's banging his leg, and he's so into it. I'm going, oh, my God, and I'm going to pick the Red Wings at the end of this. I might not make it home alive. And I did, and I picked the Red Wings, and they didn't beat the Red Wings. I didn't think they were going to beat the Blackhawks either. I wanted them to. Yeah. I was rooting them to, but when you're on the air, you got to give your honest opinion.
You do. Blackhawks
I'm not a homer wave the pom-poms kind of guy.
I get
I'm more of a pom-pom waver for you than anything else.
Thank you.
And I didn't think they were going to beat the Blackhawks. So I see the comparison you're trying to make.
Yeah.
It's different because I do actually believe you got a chance to win this. So, yeah, Fritz is going to look back and go, oh, my God, what the hell did I do?
I'm telling you, he's going to kick himself on Goff. All right, Nick, what do you got on the Eagles, my man? 12 days from the start of training camp. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think Ed from Phoenixville was dead on with Jordan Davis needing to take that next leap and feeling confident in him. I feel the same about Nolan Smith, and that's my guy to watch this year. I think he's going to have a monster season. But I'm really I think a little progression from the Eagles offense and a slight regression from the Eagles defense is my expectation. I'm concerned a little bit about special teams, and should they bring in a kicker just to compete with Elliott, not necessarily to replace him.
I forgot about that. You're right. That was really
It was a thing
bizarre.
during part of the year.
So, Nick,
I think
Nick, hang on. Nick, here's what I know from 2021, I believe it was. You might remember Jake Elliott struggled that year by his usual standard. And I was told privately by someone that they didn't like the holder, who was the punter, and that's why they switched punters, who's the holder. And then Jake Elliott came back the next year, I think next 2 or 3 years, and was banging him through normal rate. I don't know what last year was, man.
Well, they got rid of the long snapper. They did the same thing this year.
Maybe
Elliott
it's
has been on the record saying that he thinks they moved on from Rick Lovato because that hurt Jake Elliott last year, and Jake wanted to move on.
Well,
that is what Elliott believes happened.
Then that could be dead on because that would follow suit when they got rid of the punter.
Literally with what you just talked about, same thing with the longs. I mean, they moved on from Rick Lovato. It was a two-time champion long snapper, been here forever. Like, that was weird, right? That they just moved on from him and got this other guy.
And Nick, let me give you a little backstory. Evolution of the kicking game, as David Akers told me. Me and David Akers were together about 4 or 5 years ago doing an event, and I said to him, like, how in the world has field goal kicking gone up such a huge percentage from 20, 30, 40? Like, how? What the heck? And he gave me like 5 or 6 reasons, and it all made such sense. And one of them, because if you remember, the holder used to be a backup quarterback, typically.
Sure.
And the long snapper used to be just a guy like a tight end, an offensive lineman. And so one of the main things he said is they started having these specialty guys, and it let the kicker get in such a better rhythm. When the rest of the team is practicing, you just got these 3 other guys that just go over on side field themselves and can work on the mechanics. And that was one of a couple of different things he said that, obviously training and all that. And but the point is that stuff is so critical. And so them getting rid of Lovato, maybe it is that. Let's put it this way. Let's hope it's that simple.
And here was an interesting, because I saw it posted on Bleeding Green Nation, that Bo Allen had mentioned on Chris Long's podcast.
Yep.
He does, the I can't think of the name of it right now, but
Green Light.
Green Light, that's it. that Elliott was playing through an injury in 2024. We never heard. I don't recall us hearing anything about it, but it's just what Bo Allen
And that
said.
would make a lot of sense because he was too young to just fade that dramatically. Nick, give me an answer. Who or what is silly but fun?
You may not come across it too often, but if you do, I guarantee you it's just as fun and silly as when you were a kid, Joe. Getting your hands on a whoopee cushion, man.
That's a pretty good answer.
That is a very good answer.
That's pretty solid right there. I got no issue with that answer. All right, Jody, I do got issue with the fact that we might have gotten a little too excited too early with Mr. Zach Painter.
Andrew.
Excuse me, Andrew. Who's Zach Painter?
Zach Wheeler.
Yeah.
You just
I guess I
combined
just,
the two.
yeah, just
We'd like to combine them.
big time Freudian slip
Could
right
be,
there.
yes.
Holy mackerel. So, Mac, man, I'm going to ask you this question, but I'm going to give you some stats before you answer the question. So the question is going to be, are we going to see Andrew Painter with the Phillies big league club this year other than a September call-up when, they bring up 5 to 7 guys to say, all right, we get to expand the roster. And okay, other than September call-up, what I'm framing this is are we going to see Painter in July or August or October? Okay, that's the question. Now, let me just, before you answer that, give some basic facts here. So in Andrew Painter's last outing.
You determined to make it a second.
I did.
Second coming of Zach Wheeler, yes.
Well, I think we all have been. So in his last outing, he pitched 5 1/3 innings, which is the most he's pitched. He gave up 5 earned runs. The prior outing was 5 innings. He gave up 4 earned runs. The prior outing was 4 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs. Not bad, not great, but not bad. The prior outing, he pitched 5 innings, gave up 4 earned runs. And I could keep going back, and he was a little better prior to that. They're trying to stretch him out here a little bit as he gets, deeper into the season and further away from the Tommy John surgery. And obviously, the purpose has been to try to get him up here this year. And it's been incredibly interesting listening to Rob Thompson, kind of like spokesman for the organization, answering questions almost on a weekly basis about Andrew Painter's last start. And he gives you a detailed answer, and he talks about they could bring him up. So, Jody, as we sit here on July 10th, I'm starting to wonder whether they will. I'll ask the question. Question 3 to MacMan in our 5 questions today. Do we see Painter in July, August, or October this year?
I don't know, but you want me to speculate, I will, not a problem.
Gut feeling.
And, oh, by the way, needs to be reiterated. When we had Ben in here yesterday, and he said, well, you don't know that they're not having him work on stuff.
Yep, he said that.
That he's just on the bad innings. Maybe they want him to double down on his fastballs, and they're figuring him out. We should be past that stage by now. That's okay.
I agree with that.
He comes back in April. You do it all April, into May, maybe part of June. We're now sneaking up on midway through July.
We're where he was supposed to be, right around now.
July-ish is what
All-Star
they say.
break.
Feel like Citizens Bank Park.
We're 4 days away from the All-Star break, and he's still working through some things. That's not a good time. First of all, if it's right, I don't know. Maybe Ben has inside information. I don't know. I think that was Ben just trying to defend him a little bit. Either way, whether it is actually happening or they think he needs it, that's not a good sign. So I don't think there's any chance we see him in July. I think that horse is already out of the barn. August is the first possibility. And, yeah, I think he's got to have a show-me game down in AAA for it to happen. He's got to go 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 or 7 Ks, no walks. He's got to put up a Luzardo-like yesterday game in AAA before they even think about calling him
I think more than one. Look, I'm struck by the fact Rojas came up here and stunk. Abel came up here, was really good, and then kind of stunk, and they had to send him back. He's the best Phillies prospect they've had in a long time, probably since Cole and Chase and Ryan Howard. And
Don Brown.
Yeah, but better than Don Brown.
No, Don Brown was a top 3 prospect in the sport. He was. It didn't turn out, but I'm talking just pure rankings. Like, Don Brown was right up there with Mike Trout and Bryce Harper and all that stuff. Like, Don Brown was a legit prospect.
You
didn't
are
work out, but I'm
correct.
just telling you.
James,
I know I'm correct. I know I'm right.
Do we see Painter in August?
I don't know. Honestly,
Which, by the way, is when Nola's supposed to
he's
come back
only
also.
22 years old. Let's remember that. Like, I mean, Abel's young at 23 coming up. 22 is really young for a pitcher. I mean, Jody did that stat earlier this year when I was talking, was it 4 guys who are 21 or younger in the sport right now, or everyday players?
Right.
So it's young. He's 2 years removed.
We might have gotten a little carried away.
Yeah, he's 2 years
bit.
removed from Tommy John surgery. It usually takes about 2 years in full for them to get back, not just the velocity, but the control, the ability. He's 22. Like, I wouldn't expect him to be fully back to where he's going to be 2 years after Tommy John. Like, I really wouldn't. So,
would you trade him?
I don't know. I would lean towards not trading him.
I'm with James,
but if
like,
there's a massive deal
right.
out there where you can really fill holes that your outfielder and a reliever type move,
Well,
I would have to
Passan,
consider it.
But it's got to be like a star.
Well, so this is what he posted this morning for all the contenders.
Who's this?
Jeff Passan, ESPN. And for the Phillies, obviously bullpen and outfield. He said the best match, both from Cleveland, would be Emmanuel Clase and
Stephen Kwan.
So, your bullpen, your outfielder. And here's what he wrote in here. He said, so maybe it would take Painter, maybe Aiden Miller, maybe Justin Crawford. And
what about Fritz? Can we trade Fritz
Yeah,
instead?
we can't trade Fritz.
I think
Fritz
it would take Painter to do something like this.
Yeah, he said, obviously here's what he says. Phillies window's closing. Bullpen is not suited to win a playoff series, let alone the World Series.
Yeah, see, I
don't agree with
shame
that.
on Jeff Passan.
Too strong.
Where do you come off with the Phillies window is closing?
I agree with that.
That means
you're
to
right.
me this year or done.
Yeah, not true.
If you say that this is the only year, and then you more than 50% have to consider a rebuild during this offseason to go forward. No,
Not
that's
true.
just not accurate.
It's not accurate.
But this group's window is closing.
Well,
With
but-
Schwarber, it might be. We don't know, but it might be.
Yeah, but you know what? John Middleton's pocketbook isn't closing.
His pocketbook was closed this year.
He'll crank it back up. He's going to lose
He's
JT's
as much
salary.
at fault for this season as anybody else.
I think JT's going to be back, buddy.
Well, if he is, it's a 1-year deal. I don't think he gets 2 years.
Might get 2.
I'm not giving it to him.
I wouldn't either.
No,
I'm just
not giving it to
if
him.
I had to predict right now what happens, I would guess JT gets.
All right, so we got 2 different Twitter poll
And you know why you
questions.
could be right, James? Catching in baseball, Marshawn aside, who Joe took a shot at yesterday. Catching in baseball is nothing special. You other than Cal Raleigh, you have to look to find all-star level type. They're not there.
Agree.
So while JT is coming back to the pack and doing so pretty quickly, he's not the worst catcher in baseball.
No, he's not.
He used to be, the announcers used to say it once every 5 days, the best catcher in baseball. He's not that anymore, but he's still top half.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe even top 12. So if he wants to come back and he's reasonable on an ask, he very well could be back here next year.
All right, 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Make sure you check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. ArminChevy.com. Together, let's try. Poll question: who's most likely to start a playoff game this year for the Phils? Lizardo, Nola, or Painter? I expect Painter at this point to be in third place for that poll, but we'll see. Second poll question: were you, like me, surprised that Jack threw such a high percentage of strikes yesterday? Jack was great yesterday. Congrats to him on an outstanding outing. Yes or no for Fritz pumping in those strikes? Let's go back to the phones. Chuck from Mount Airy's phone was breaking up the first time. Good morning, Chuck.
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
What's up, Chuck?
Hey, listen, and ladies in the studio too. Hey, listen, Joe. I want to say first of all, I was very impressed with you yesterday. Listen, I got a few things I want to get to, right? But when WIP does something, they do it big. Yesterday, I couldn't even get out the parking lot when I left. So
that was amazing. You got caught in that too? It took me 20 minutes to get to the blue route, which coming there, it took me 3. To get back to the blue route is 20, 25 minutes. Couldn't get out of the school.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Jody, I couldn't get out to school to save my life. I'm making U-turns, going. I felt like I was in a real Phillies game. You know what I mean? So the crowd was really out there, man. And I tell you, listen, Jack did an awesome job. Joe, I was impressed by you, Joe. But I don't know why you switched hit. You should have stayed.
Because I can. I just didn't. I didn't play well. I mean, listen, Chuck. I appreciate your kind words. I didn't play well, and I know I can play better, and I know I can hit right and left, and I just didn't. I mean, it's not an excuse making. It's a factual reality. Jack was superb yesterday, much better than me, but I know I can be better. I just wasn't.
Well, we got a series now. I mean, the Empire didn't help you now. I mean, he was far from impartial. That's just
he was
fine.
He did good.
he didn't do bad, but he was far from impartial. But I mean, listen, we got a series now, and 1-1, and we go from there. All right, and I tell you, the basketball, I'm going to be out there too. If you guys have something for that, I want to see the basketball.
Well, that's going to be nuts.
That'll be a thing.
Because if we're 2-2, and I think we will be going into basketball. That is going to be...
Yeah, that'll be for all the marbles. But listen, I want to say a few things real quick. I mean, training camp's coming up. I just want to say this, right? I'm looking forward to Jalen this year. And I know it sounds odd because he's a Super Bowl MVP and he won a Super Bowl, but I'm looking forward to him taking that next step. I don't want no questions next year about our quarterback. And I think the world of the guy. I think he's a top 3 quarterback in this league. I'm looking for about 4,500 yards passing this year. 27 to 28 touchdowns throwing. And I just think he's going to take that next step, man. He's shown us time and time again since he's been here from college on up that he's always improved and he always gets better and he's never satisfied. And he has that gene in him where I just think
he's got a great attribute with that, Chuck. He's really well wired in that way.
I'm looking forward to this offense, taking the next step. I think the defense is going to take a step back because we lost a lot of players. But I don't think it's going to be bad because I think a Vic Fangio defense is going to always be, at least a top 10 defense. But I think the offense is going to be so dynamic this year. I can't wait. And I say a repeat. I think we're going for a repeat. But I just want to say one thing about the Phillies.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper, and you're going to hear it right now, he's going to go nuclear, crazy in the next few weeks, okay? This is on Dave. Dave, if you got to go all in this year. I don't want you sitting on your hands. When you got the possibility of Bryce getting healthier and healthier, and I got all the confidence in the world of the guy, especially in the postseason. You got to go all in, man, with this pitching staff and with a superstar like Bryce. He's not getting no younger. Give it a try, man. You know what I mean? It's nobody in the NL that I fear, that we can't beat in a playoff series when you got Bryce playing, who's going to be playing the way he's playing, and you got the possibility of Trey Turner following his lead and Schwarber and those guys. Add a back to this lineup, man. A confident back to this lineup and add something to the bullpen, man.
They need, both would really help.
Dave.
Yep.
Put your imprint on this team, man. I'm telling you. Because if you don't, it's on Dave this year.
All right, Chuck, I hear you loud and clear, my man. Silly but fun. What do you got? Like this competition with me and Fritz?
Did anybody say a trampoline?
No. Pretty good answer. It is an absurd concept. Not bad. I don't think it's going to be the winning answer, but it's pretty solid. A lot of people think I have no shot in the running competition. And I can honestly tell you, I didn't know how bad my running apparently is until I heard Spike talk about it yesterday. That's honest truth. Like John talked about years ago, he didn't know how bad he became as far as moving at the end of his football career compared to other NFL players. Still, his dad told him. He's like, his dad told him, like, dude, you don't move anymore the way you used to. I had no idea that my running apparently is so bad. Listen to something that Spike discussed yesterday on the afternoon show.
So at bat number 2, first pitch, swinging strike.
Yep.
Second pitch, Joe DeCamara, easy ground ball to third base. Third baseman takes his time, throws him out. And here's where I noticed that Joe DeCamara was in real trouble because I had to watch him run. Now, you get, as you said, I give Joe DeCamara credit. He stepped up there against a guy who had, pitched in college. We all say Joe's not an athlete. He's not an athlete. But, man, you can tell the guy's not an athlete by the way that he runs. He runs like somebody is holding his shoulders back.
Yeah. He runs legs and stomach first.
Yeah, like crotch first.
Crotch first?
Yeah, like he's got a force field in front of his crotch or something.
Wow.
That
That's dead on.
was not a compliment.
That's dead on.
No.
Is it dead on?
It is every Friday.
It is a perfect description of you running. Honestly, that was my biggest takeaway, too, when you ran at first. I was like, he's got no... My very first thought was, he's going to lose the sprint by a mile. Like, I was shocked. No offense.
That's
I
okay.
thought you did a good job otherwise.
You can say anything you want to say.
You were slower than I expected you to be.
Jody, was that slower than you would have expected me to be?
Yes.
Wow.
You're much
But
slower.
I won't be as, here's the word I want to use, nasty, about your style.
Yeah.
You didn't look terrible.
It was just slow.
You were just slow.
I agree with Jody because you have had the run with the belly out thing in the past. We brought that up to you before with videos. I didn't feel like it was the belly out as much as it was just like laboring to get to first base.
Laboring is a very good word, James.
Yeah.
Crotch first,
crotch
leading out, or whatever. I have never heard that.
Someone holding your shoulders back is a pretty funny way
If somebody
to
ever
describe
watched you run, it's an apt description.
Okay, don't make a guy feel good, but I'm doing the best I can.
Start looking for the best running coach in the, area.
Start looking for some twin I don't know about to fill in for me. Seltzer, YouTube. We get a lot of questions and comments.
Yes.
Normally more of the comment variety. They come in on YouTube watchers. What are they saying today?
Let's start out with Squid Cycles. Squid says, there is no shot Joe wins anything else. Not a believer in Joe after yesterday.
That's fine. I mean, I'll take my medicine today, but I will tell you that I don't think you're speaking accurately.
Let's see what you think of Greg's comment. Greg says, who's a better pitcher, Jack Fritz or Jordan Romano? Tough beat for Jordan Romano right there, I'll tell you. Jack Fritz, an ERA of 0.00. DDS points out. It's true. WP, thank you for saying this. WP33 says the competition is a fantastic idea for the summer slow period. So that's good.
It's been fun.
Honestly,
people have been really engaged.
To your point, the amount of calls we get about the amount of people there yesterday, very cool. I'm happy that people are into the spirit of this whole. You know what I mean?
It's been
yesterday, because like there have been moments where it's felt a little, adversarial or whatever. Yesterday was pure fun.
It was great.
It was a blast, and it felt like everyone coming together to have a good time.
I could not believe how hard it was to find a parking spot.
It was unbelievable.
It was
I
absurd.
had to park. They have a parking area by the field. I had to park half a mile away in front of the school.
I was there
couldn't find
before
a
11
spot.
o'clock, and I was in the second parking lot. The first one was full.
They
I had to
all
go to
got
the
full. I
second
got there
one.
at 11:30. They were all full by 11:30. All of them.
It was
crazy.
It was, and again, I keep using this word, but look, guys, I started a radio station where, if the time of the day I was on, if you had, 100 listeners, you and you didn't know, but I don't know if I have 100 listeners. So to know that that many people were there, it's for me personally, and I'm sure by extension for our radio station, it's a gratifying reality to know that many people care. That was really cool.
One more comment from WP33 who says, the ump wasn't that good. Late calls and some questionable calls. I personally witnessed the late calls.
Did you notice that? I did not.
No.
I didn't notice the lateness. Again, I noticed 2 pitches that I thought were high that were called balls. Otherwise, I thought he did a pretty
Jody, should
solid.
I have had that one that could have drilled me? I mean, it was going for the ribs, man. Is it worth the ribs?
How bad do you want to win?
Huh?
Yeah.
I said, how bad do you want to win?
I'd probably rather not have broken ribs.
I think so too. I agree.
Because Ben Davis said yesterday the 2 things you don't want
Ben
to hit.
really psyched you out with that.
Your head and your ribs.
Really psyched you out with the ribs thing. You're getting a little support though on a certain topic. Mike Hand says, as a UPS driver, I'm with you, Joe. We know where, and he goes all caps for this. He knows where all the good bathrooms are.
Yeah. Yeah. Trust me.
We got another
He's a
one.
UPS driver.
There's another one. Frank P says, cleanest men's rooms are always TJ Maxx, Kohl's, or Nordstrom's.
Yeah.
If you need to stop there.
Yeah. Trust me, it's not about UPS. It's about IBS.
Yes.
All
All right, one last comment from
Yes.
Joseph. Joseph agrees with me. He says, if you can serve in tennis, you win.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's more than that, but obviously that gives you an advantage. All right, let's get to Mike calling from Delran. Michael, good morning.
What you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, I commend you, Joe, for doing this thing. But
Thank you.
if you watch Forrest Gump, the scene when he runs out of the house on super slow mo,
Yeah.
yeah, you're in trouble with running, boss.
Yeah, I probably am.
am.
But
all right, I mean, if you're as good at tennis, maybe it'll be 2-2. But I don't know if you have a shot at basketball, bud. What do you got? Take it back to the line? Like,
so
what's the rule?
we haven't said. The only thing we've said is that it'll be 1-on-1 up to 11. Now, what we got to determine is it win by 2? Are are we counting threes as twos? The nature of fouls and a ref. The nature of, are you taking it back to the free throw line or the 3-point line? Like, these are all things we still got to determine. But the basic thing we know is 101 to 11. And make it take. It's another thing we got to determine.
Good luck, man. I'm definitely going to try to make it to the basketball. I think I want to go watch that.
Good.
Yeah, so I called on Monday. We were talking about the Phillies, and James, we were talking about Bryce Harper, right? Like, that was a big night for him last night. It was good to see. It was good to come back that way after such a devastating loss the night before. They could have easily got swept. So, I mean, kudos to them for at least getting the bats going yesterday. And as far as the Eagles go, dude, 12 days, man. I can't wait. I am so pumped. Like, I'm so excited because for some, like, I feel like, I guess Chuck said it earlier, it is a repeat. Like I don't see anybody else in the NFC that can even hold a candle to this team. I think we're the best team in football, and I cannot wait.
Look, Mike, I don't say this to throw cold water on you. I'm just saying I encourage you to brace yourself for this likelihood. It'll be harder than you think.
So I understand that, but like you said earlier, we only won, one game after one playoff game? Right?
Yeah, after the 4 prior times being in the Super Bowl, yeah.
And it's also said that a lot of teams don't even make it to the playoffs after a Super Bowl run, right? And we made it 3
I don't know about that. The losing team in the Super Bowl often doesn't. The winning team, I think, often does.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to get back, but I'm just excited. And something that's goofy but fun,
sure.
It's probably not the winner, but it's still funny to me, is how pissed off little kids get when you do got your nose.
Yeah, it is funny.
All right, Mike, good phone call, man. 215-592-9494. Some life advice with the Hammer and a ton of calls coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. All that next on 94 WIP.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is, of course, a tasty cake treat. So whether you need a quick snack for the kids or maybe a tasty little moment for yourself, Tasty Cake, well, they've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes, they are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all of your family's favorites in stores now because nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Bunker Buster deals at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. DellChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. but you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Robot umps are coming to Major League Baseball at least for one night. During the All-Star Game, each team will get 2 challenges where they can review the umpire's decision of balls and strikes against the automated ball strike system. Could be coming next year to regular season games. I'm having a hard time with this one. For 150 years, the one constant in baseball was no arguing balls and strikes. And now we just can do that? I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Off day for the Phillies following their 13-0 beatdown of the Giants. Heck of a way to rebound after that brutal Tuesday night walk-off loss.
I've said all along, these guys have short memories. They've got a lot of experience on this club, and they know who they are, and it doesn't surprise me. I'm happy that, we've bounced back, but it really doesn't surprise me.
Rob Thompson, as his club broke the game open in the 8th with 7 runs, including a 3-run Kyle Schwarber home run. Bryce Harper doubled twice in the inning as the Phils sent 12 to the plate. Harper recorded his first career 4 extra base hit game, 3 doubles, and a home run. Phils will open a series with the Padres tomorrow. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Partly cloudy, chance of showers, high 83. It's currently 75. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Good morning to you. Had a lot of rain so far this week.
And it's scheduled. If you look at the weather app, it's every day.
Yeah. Fortunately, it did not affect our baseball competition. What affected our baseball competition was my non-competitiveness. Holy mackerel.
Quickie quiz.
Yes,
Who
sir.
sings this song?
LPP, come on, man. Don't naughty by nature, man.
Very good.
Come on, Mac, man.
Love this song.
It's an
Such a
all-timer.
great all-timer.
Just another way to call a cat a kitty, Journey Man. Never forget that.
Yes, sir.
Never forget that Fritz won in baseball yesterday in convincing style. Let's listen to Spike, Ike, and Jack discuss one sequence. I believe this was the fourth at bat, and this was this was an out where I know they were gaining confidence by the outs.
The at bat number 4. I think this is the most crucial at bat of the entire thing.
This is when I came. This is after the break.
The first break.
Yeah.
Yep. Jack starts him off with a ball, then throws a strike. Then DeCamera hits a bouncer to third.
Yeah.
That takes a weird little hop for the third baseman. He has to sort of like forehand it, and he knew he had to whip it over there, even with as slow as DeCamera runs. Throws it in the dirt. The first baseman digs it out.
Nice.
It was a bang play, but he was out.
Nice.
Jack up 4 down, and that's when I knew it was over.
Yeah, the odds were starting to move dramatically against me. I mean, I was just, I wasn't quite running out of at bats, but it was getting close. So, and then eventually I switched lefty, and it just, it was 0 for 8. I mean, my God. Let's go to the phones. Tasty Cake Dom. Dominic, how are you, pal?
I'm okay, Joe. How are you?
I feel great. In the word of why can't I remember her name? Maya Angelou. In the word of Maya Angelou, I feel splendid. I do.
Awesome.
And Dom, you know what's the weird thing? I swear to God, I felt good in the dish yesterday. I felt good. I didn't do good, but I felt good. Odd.
Well, Joe, I wanted to call you for I needed to tell you and the station and Jack and everything. So I'm recovering from a kind of a difficult surgery right now. I've been in rehab since Memorial Day. And what I wanted to tell you is when I go to the gym to do my rehab exercises, there are some folks in there dealing with some stuff, Joe.
Yeah, serious stuff. Sure.
Patients.
Yeah.
And this thing, everybody's talking about it.
Wow.
And everybody's got their guy. And, we're talking about some guys on dialysis that aren't talking about their issues. They're talking about, Joe needs to go to right field and go the other way and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So what you guys do for me in here is so cool, and I just wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate that. So
you the station, all you guys are taking people's minds off of stuff that are on machines that are helping them get healthy and stuff like that. So that's just an awesome thing.
Well, a
So I
couple
wanted to
things,
thank
Dom. Yeah,
everybody.
thank you for sharing that. Look, perspective is important, and you're lending perspective to us, and I appreciate that. And also, of course, we wish you the best in your recovery, because want to see you be good and strong and healthy and all that good stuff, man.
Joe, I'm getting on. So I had surgery on both of my legs, and they're finally allowing me to put weight on my legs. So I'm at the parallel bars now.
Good.
Attempting to walk back and forth because I am determined to get out of here. I got to be at that basketball game.
Good.
That's where I.
All right, Tom, can I make a joke that's sort of about your ailment, but I think you'll understand is meant with good humor? 90% of people listening probably think that in 2 to 3 or 4 weeks you would have a better chance to beat me in a race.
Okay, that was
wow.
You know what I'm saying, man? It's a shot at myself. You understand what I'm saying? It's that self-deprecating thing.
Well, Joe, the difference between me and you is about equal age-wise as to you and Jack.
Yeah.
So I'm the old guy on the station. That Ray, I've been listening to you for 30 years.
Not quite, almost.
You're about the fourth person that said that this week alone.
Your 30 year?
I said I'm almost as long as Broads has been alive. It's actually next month is 28.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
that's great.
One of the coolest, because I think Rhea is awesome.
Oh, thank
you. And I was a little disappointed in you, Rhea, that you were hammering Jack because Jack is my man.
Just having fun.
But of course. And also, Joe, whether you win, Jack wins, whoever, he's soft. he's weak-minded stuff. All the pressure was his thing yesterday.
The
right?
only thing I'll
And
say,
he
look,
came out-
no, he did, but I will say this: people thought Karl Anthony Towns saved his reputation with Game 5 of the Knicks series, and then Game 6 he went running back down the tubes, which is the same thing that happened with Tobias Harris when he played a huge Game 5 when the Sixers beat the Knicks in that one, and then went right back down the tubes in Game 6. So the soft thing can still live with Jack if he returns to form. Just going to put that out there. Hey, Dom, we want nothing but the best for you. Give me an answer for who or what is silly but fun.
I always thought the celebrity boxing stuff was pretty fun.
It is fun. Yeah. It is silly, and it is fun.
That's a good answer.
Not bad. Jody, do you remember that with you remember Tobias Harris? Like, Maxey saved Game 5 versus the Knicks. But Tobias Harris played a terrific Game 5.
Yeah, he did.
And then, am I right that it was 0 points?
Zero.
Game 6, he's
Came back
0.
with a goose egg, yep.
0.
Zip.
Zero.
It's so hard to say, even like a year later.
It was astounding. And then he made the playoffs and the Sixers didn't. Him with the freaking Pistons.
I mean, a starting player scoring 0 points in a season on the line playoff game. It's unbelievable.
well, James-
Forgetting that he's making $100 million. Like, it's insane.
James, here's what makes it worse. His thing was supposed to be scoring.
Yeah, no doubt.
His thing wasn't rebounding, defending, diving on the floor for loose balls, setting picks, taking a charge. Like, his thing was he can get you buckets. I mean, 0 in his last game. Unbelievable. Life advice with the Hammer coming up shortly. Let's also get to more of what Spike, Ike, and Jack said, because they discussed, James, this is number 12. They discussed the switch hitting reality that I brought to the table. Here we go.
So for at that number 7, and this is where DeCamera pulls out something that I don't think anybody saw coming.
Didn't see it coming.
3 inches of, no.
Oh, hold
DeCamera pulls out. He steps up to the plate left-handed.
So I think if he got in there right-handed, I would have felt a little bit more nervous. When he got in there left-handed,
You knew he was.
I was saying it's over.
He was reaching.
Yeah. He was
I'm
just
like,
trying-
what is he doing?
I knew they would interpret it that way. It wasn't about
I
reaching.
think everyone
It's okay.
Like when
It's
I
okay.
saw you go in the left-hand box, the words that came in my mind, Hail Mary.
And I knew people would interpret it that way. It didn't bother me. It wasn't a concern. I honestly thought at that point it gave me a better shot. Look, turns out I was 0 for both sides. So, I mean, neither was better than the other. Let's put it that way. Anthony, New Jersey. Anthony, you are the man. Good morning, buddy.
Joe, good morning, man. How you doing?
I feel all right, Anthony. I feel all right in part because of the support of people like you and the many hundreds that were there and hundreds of thousands that listen, Anthony.
Hey, Joe, man, I'm very impressed that you stepped up there like a man. You faced everything coming your way. You got to do better, though, Joe.
I do. You're right.
You got to do better, Joe.
I intend to. I really do.
You got to do better, man. Hey, you live to fight another day. You went down yesterday swinging, literally.
Well, literally. So that last pitch, it's too bad. That last pitch is the one that made the rounds the most on social media.
And that was definitely,
And it was
high
probably
heat.
the most out of the strike zone I swung.
Not probably, by
Definitely,
far.
yeah,
I think you
yeah.
were really good with your choice of swings.
I
Like
thought
I don't
so.
think you swung at balls.
Yeah.
But that pitch
That one was high.
It was high heat.
Yeah, it was high. But Anthony, there was 2 strikes, and I just was of the mindset to
Go down swinging, as they say.
Try to whack it. I mean, you don't want to chase too much, but Look, Anthony, Anthony, we're gonna be up 2-1 in this thing, and we're gonna win this thing 3-2.
Of course. Hey, Joe, it's all good, man. We live to fight another day.
Yes,
man.
we
It's
do.
Not over. This is not over. This is not over at all.
Not at
My
all.
home
Yeah.
side is not over. Hey, I'm gonna call the afternoon show again today, 1:55. I'm gonna give Jack Fritz his congratulations.
You should. That's a good call.
On the
Yep.
air. Like the man yesterday, he won. The better man won. But Joe, pick your head up, man. Keep going, man.
So,
It's
Anthony,
not
the
over.
only thing about picking the head up, the reason I can't, my head's not down.
Oh, look at you.
Yes, sir.
We're in a good spot.
Good
Anthony, I
answer.
told you from the beginning.
Good answer.
I had to steal one of the first 2. I did. We're good.
I think something tells me they're going to take Anthony's call today on the afternoon show.
Yeah. Anthony, did you have fun yesterday?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Good.
sir. I had fun meeting everybody. Oh man, the callers is great. I didn't know everybody listened or know who I am or they wanted to meet Anthony from Jersey. Man,
That's great.
I had a phenomenal.
You gotta get business cards, man.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, I spent a couple minutes
you
talking
hear his
to Anthony.
voice. You don't even need him. You
Yes.
should hear him
Right.
talk.
That
and you're
was
like,
it.
yeah,
I heard his
right?
voice.
Exactly.
That's when I knew it was Anthony.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Hey.
my man, Jody Mack, how you doing, man? I see
Good,
you yesterday.
Anthony.
How you doing, Jody?
It was nice meeting you yesterday, brother. You're a good man.
Hey, I try to be, man. I try to be, man.
You bring a lot of energy. All right, Anthony, you can win this prize, and this is a concert tonight. Do you still not want the concert tickets, or now do you want to give it a shot? All week you've been deferring.
Yeah, I give it a shot.
All right,
man.
who
My
or
answer
what is silly but fun?
Charades.
That's a great answer.
What answer?
Charades.
Charades.
Interesting. All right, Anthony, appreciate
That's
that.
a really
man.
good answer.
Or charades.
Yeah, that is a good answer. Charades is great. All right, Mac, man, we're doing 5 questions with Jody Mack, as we do every time he's in here for John. John will be back on Monday, by the way. Mac, man, question 4. This one's kind of flown mostly under the radar, but I think people know that there's been no update on Joel Embiid. And the whatever it was more than 6 weeks ago, and they said, there'll be some reevaluation after 6 weeks. They didn't say we'll give you an announcement after 6 weeks, but they said there'll be a reevaluation, which a lot of times people interpret as, we'll tell you something in 6 weeks, and I think that was about 9 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, something like
don't
that.
tell us something.
So, Jody, here's my question to you, sir. Question 4 of 5. It's July 10th. We've heard nothing on the Joel Embiid front since that month and a half ago, 2 months ago, whatever that was. What does that mean to you?
It means that you need to continue to be patient if you're a Sixer fan. It stinks. They're pushing you to a limit, and I'll tell you the limit's going to get longer. You want me to make a prediction?
Yeah.
Day 1 training camp. I don't think we'll know anything of significance until they show up over in Camden for day 1 of training camp. Hope I'm wrong. Hopefully, and it could go the other way. They could say, Joel's had a setback. He's not going to be able to start the season. That is possibility, but good news or bad news, I don't think we're getting any of it till they show up in Camden.
Man, I don't like that at all.
Nor do I, but I'm just, knowing the Sixers, knowing Joel, I think it's a safe bet that they will keep all information under wraps.
I'd be interested to know where season tickets stand and individual game tickets. I mean, they got to be down. Now, it is possible. Like tickets have become less important the longer time has gone on for a team. It used to be a bigger part of the percentage of the pie finances. Now
the television contracts
it's the TV
have gone
contract.
through
I mean,
the
if you have a $71 billion TV contract, and the NBA does, I mean, what difference in the grand scheme of things if you sell the extra 4,000 seats or not? It doesn't really matter.
Here's the only reason
Really
why
doesn't.
it does still matter. You're right. It doesn't matter nearly as
compared
much
to
as it used to.
$71 billion. I mean, come on.
Correct. But overnight, Devin Booker signed a 2-year, $145 million contract.
Yep.
That's $72 million a year.
We
He
are close
became
to 100 million players.
the highest paid singular season athlete on the planet. And he's a very good player. Not the best player in the NBA.
Yeah, he's not a top 5.
No.
He's probably not a top 7. He might be somewhere between 8 to 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$72 million per. So when you're shelling that kind of money out for one guy, every dollar kind of counts. So I'm not going to completely dismiss attendance. Isn't what it used to be. You are right.
Yeah.
But you can't say it's nothing because you're paying the players $72 million per.
It's wild, man. Really is. Joe in Mayfair right now. Joseph, how are you, pal?
I'm doing fantastic. And before I get into the sports, Joe, you better have endurance if it's 2-2. You better work on your cardio playing one-on-one.
I am working on that. And I've been doing that
Okay.
for about 2.5 months.
Running or walking?
Both.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Do more running.
I know.
Because if you're mostly a jump shooter, you better have endurance and have your legs for that, or it's going to be a hard battle for you. Just like it is for the Phillies window. I don't understand why people think the window's still at least half open.
Oh.
Jody, I love you to death. Been calling you for years and years and years. Both of you guys are my 2 favorites of all time. Name me a player in the Phillies where their ceiling is going to go higher or much higher right now. We're going to go position. Harper, injury-prone, on the decline, has moments. Bryson Stott is what he is. Trey Turner's on the other side of 30.
Hold on, Joe. Let me ask you. Are we talking about the Phillies the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or are you just talking about 2025?
This year and next year.
Okay.
Schwarber might be out of here, who's your clubhouse leader. You don't have a center fielder. You have a GM and ownership not willing to put the chips in so far this year, especially when Alvarado went out. So you're taxing your bullpen, who's probably got nothing left in the tank for a September-October run. If your starting pitching wasn't over-pitching and pitching over their head, they'd be nowhere near the Mets right now. They're the only reason they're in it. Their hitting and scoring position has always been bad. Tell me why you guys think the window is at least half open.
Starting pitching. That's why the next 2 to 3 years, I think they project as a playoff team. Zach Wheeler,
Ranger gone.
Well, we'll see about that. I mean, Sanchez not. I mean, Nola, I don't think is going to be a zero moving forward. I think we'll see. I'm not predicting he's going to be the old Nola, but I don't think he's a bum. I think the answer is starting. To me, the reason the window is still open is starting pitching, and I think Middleton will spend money.
Wild card contenders, possibly. World Series or World Series champions, no shot.
Well,
they don't even have the chutzpah for this anymore.
Joe pointed it out the other day. Ooh, you realize they're only 3.5 games from being out of the playoffs. Well, they won yesterday. It dropped to 4. You realize they're only a game and a half from having the best record in baseball.
Yeah, Joe,
they're closer to having the best record in baseball than being out of the playoffs, and you're talking like they've got no shot.
Yeah, Joe, here, let me just say this about the 94, 5, and 6 Phillies as it relates to the 93 Phillies. Thank God the 94, who there was no playoffs because of the strike, 95 and 96 Phillies didn't make the playoffs. Thank God. Because had they made the playoffs, they could have tarnished the legacy of the 93 Phillies, who then people would say, oh, they're a bunch of bumps because they made the playoffs every year but never won the World Series. Like, I think you're being too hard on them. And look, I'm frustrated too, Joe, that they have taken some steps back in certain areas. You're right. Stott's lack of development is a freaking concern. But, you act like they're bums.
I'm not saying they're bums. I'm not saying bums. I say wild card contenders, pretenders, but not World Series. When you have an owner and a GM and a manager, does the clubhouse trust ownership, management, and this manager? Who runs the clubhouse? I don't see things on a daily basis with this team. I don't. That shows me they are a professional World Series contender.
All right, one more question for you, Joe.
Yep.
Give me the legitimate World Series contenders, the group that the Phillies are not one of.
I don't think they're better than the Dodgers. I don't think they're better than the Cubs. I don't think they're better than the
Cubs.
Padres.
What have the Cubs ever won?
I'm telling you, I don't think they're better than them. I didn't say nothing about what they won.
They're one game behind them in the standings right now. The Cubs have not won anything in the postseason for the last 3 or 4 years. But you're saying the Cubs are and the Phillies aren't.
And Joe, I'll broaden this out to 2 years ago. Don't tell me in mid-July 2 years ago you thought the freaking Texas Rangers and the Diamondbacks were going to play in the World Series. I mean,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. But with the way their swing rate's going backwards, it was in the top third. It's now near the bottom again. You're seeing a lot of bad habits. The bullpen.
Well, I agree with that.
You're seeing a ton of bad habits again where they try to play hero ball, and look how many runs they've scored over the last 15 games. It's less than 2 per game.
Their hitting is going backwards by year. It's a concern. Joe, I need an answer from you. Silly but fun.
Just real quick, on Jalen Hurts, I'm looking forward to seeing him relax now where he doesn't feel like he has to do anything. I want to see how he plays without this big cloud on his entire back to where he can play more relaxed and see if he actually can put up top 4 quarterback numbers this year. What's really fun, absolutely, and we do it once in a blue moon, is a freaking great food fight.
Oh, food fight is a good answer.
Yeah, rarely happens. So
Rarely
once in a blue moon
happens.
is being nice. Like, I don't know if I've ever been in a food fight, but
high school.
Maybe.
It's a long time ago.
I don't even remember. It was more of a cliche that there was a
I don't know if I ever have.
I've never been in a real food fight ever.
No, it's more of a TV
Yeah,
thing.
it was. I was in one in high
Exactly.
school.
TV shows.
Did you
through
start
the
it, Jody?
Yeah.
Good man.
That's awesome.
Good man.
I started it. No, I should say I started it verbally. And got hit first. But I readily admit, I instigated it.
And
yes.
fun variety, like not mean, but fun?
It started fun, but it got a little mean at the end, and we all got in trouble for it.
Shocking.
All right, let's do a little life advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe DeCamara?
The Hammer.
I'm an idiot.
All right, life advice with the Hammer. If you're looking brought to us by MHS Lifts. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, or any type of material handling equipment, get yourself to the best in the business, and that, of course, would be MHS Lift. If your equipment needs repairs, go to MHSLift.com. Seltzer, what are we looking at?
All right. Hey, Hammer, life advice. I recently retired. I've done all the normal stuff, golf, home projects, walking, and drinking beer. Any suggestions for different things I could do? That's from North Wildwood Joe.
Well, clearly, if...
You got that one?
No, I don't get it.
Oh, my God. Joe.
Wechter?
That's Wechter.
Is
North
that-
Wildwood Joe.
As soon as I was saying all those things, and I went, wow, that sounds like somebody I know.
That
and
is
then I
so
heard
Pal
funny.
Joe is checked in to ask the Hammer for some advice.
That's
Shout
great.
out to Joe Wechter.
Well, so first thought I was going to say is if you have, some extra money to spend, I think travel's a really nice thing. Gives you perspective and gives you fun. So I would recommend to the Wechters and to all the retired people of the world, travel's good. If you enjoy it. Different ways you can do land, sea, the whole deal. I like the cruise thing. I would also say important, I think, to find something you do with some consistency.
A hobby?
Yeah.
As it were?
Or even like mini job. Like maybe you want to write a book that's like kind of a hobby but can sort of be viewed as a job.
Joe can't spell.
Well,
it's a problem for anyone.
Wechter, talk into a microphone, record it, and then have someone type it up for you. Like, you want to find purpose. I don't think you want to just drift. Because here's what has been proven true, is that if you don't have purpose in retirement, you don't live as long. Like, if you're not doing things actively, the mind gets dull, the heart can be not as effective, and you can have some bad years in retirement. So I would say, try to be active. Try to find that thing or things that gives you some extra juice. Find those things. That's
Did I
important.
miss something? Did they shut down Disney? Because he's already got a hobby.
Yes, he does.
Going to Disney on a regular basis.
that's
Leah
a
told me
little
that yesterday. I'm going, Wechter?
I know.
No, but that's a little
Wechter is an
expensive
adult
to
who
go as
goes
a
to
hobby.
Disney?
Yeah, I don't think you can go to Disney all the time.
That's like a one-off, two-off.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going traveling. He's going hobby. Travel to Disney is a hobby.
Travel's nice though. If you have the ability to do that, and the time to do that, it's something I would certainly recommend. And also, it doesn't have to be the super expensive variety. I mean, you can just do the car trip. I mean, I think
Yeah, see America. That sounds
Totally.
awesome. I am definitely planning someday.
Seltzer, I'm going to do it before I die.
Yeah, I wanted you
And
to.
by the way,
That out.
I'm going to do it long before I die. Like, get ready for the year where I take off 2.5 weeks, and it's just like I'm going to see America.
I don't know if that's enough time.
No, well, you can do it in 2.5
So when I was
weeks.
in my 20s, Joe, I took a train from here
Yep.
to Chicago.
Yep.
Got off, went around, then to Kansas City, then to Flagstaff, went to see the Grand Canyon,
That's
LA,
great.
San Francisco, and then flew home.
That's great.
It was pretty cool.
And you've carried that perspective with you the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'll never go between Kansas City and LA again. Colorado's a really long and desolate for spots.
There you go. All right, little life advice for a Thursday morning. Wechter, we love you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. All right, time's yours up ahead. A lot more calls as well on a busy Thursday morning. Joe DeCamara, the Mac Man. Jody Mac in for John on WIP. All right, let me tell you about United Tire and Service. United Tire, that's right, a lot of tires, but also service, all sorts of service, every make, every model of every car. And I could say I handed you $100. Say I handed you $100 today. What would you do with it? Well, a lot of things you could do, including all sorts of fun summer stuff, like that trip. Getting the car ready for the trip, car detail, groceries, baseball game, whatever it might be. Well, here's the key. United Tire wants to actually give you that cash to do with it what you want. You already know they've got unbeatable service. I tell you that all the time. Best rebates and true experts to get your car or keep your car running right. Well, this month when you buy tires, you can also take the cash. That's right. In the month of July, buy the tires and take the cash. Simple as that. 10 different United Tire locations throughout the Delaware Valley. So obviously chances are one is, within 10 to 15 minutes of you. So go to UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. I'm telling you guys, they're awesome. Great people, true experts. That's why I tell you all the time, don't drive alone. Drive United.
The Phillies fly to San Diego for a 3-game series against the Padres. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 8:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Right field, and it's gonna go! Kyle Schwarber!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. 43 days before the college football season kicks off, and the Arch Manning era is going to take a stranglehold on the SEC. Texas is plus 225 to win the conference, and I'm all over it. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick. Anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
'94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies on to San Diego after avoiding a sweep in San Francisco, courtesy of their blowout 13-0 win over the Giants. Bryce Harper, first ever for him, 4 extra base hits. Jesus Luzardo pitched all 7 scoreless. He struck out 7. So the Phillies pitching rotation for the weekend looks like this. They'll start with Ranger Suarez, Friday, Zach Wheeler, Saturday, and then wrapping with Christopher Sanchez. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly cloudy, chance of showers, high of 83, is currently 75. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So for what it's worth, jersey numbers are like my worst sports. I'm so bad. 32 maybe was
Rhea Will Chamberlain's jersey number.
It's my worst thing. I'm so bad at jersey numbers.
I mean, Mac, man, come on, clean this up.
That would be unlucky 13.
I said 13.
Oh, you didn't hear you.
I said it like 3 times.
Oh, I honestly didn't hear you.
I said, I guessed, but I was guessing just remember.
13's my favorite number, so there you go.
Really?
Yeah. My wife and I got married on the 13th. We started dating on the 13th. Like, 13 is my number.
But I'm like James. I don't really pay attention.
It's the only thing, like, I can remember batting averages, home runs, this, that. For some reason, like, jersey numbers
I'm not good
slide by me.
Current Phillies, I'm not good.
Like,
so Schwarber. I don't have it.
12? Schwarber's 12.
But like off the top of my head, Trey, 7?
It's a single digit. I think 7, maybe something like that.
Now you're looking at me. You got no shot.
What is it?
I've completely forgotten every number.
See, that's what I'm saying.
When I was a kid, no. When I was a kid, I can tell you, Wilt, no problem.
Those are the ones when I was
Ask
a kid.
me about
I wasn't
Walt
a kid for
Frazier and
Will.
Willis Reed and the guys who were great when I was a kid. But current numbers? I forget him 20 minutes later. I see a guy at bat. I watch the back of his jersey. What was his number again? I can't remember current numbers. Those of historical nature, that's deep ingrained. I'll never forget those. But today's numbers? Whoosh.
Yeah, a lot over the head. Yesterday it was questioned in the afternoon show how much I won it. Let's listen to an exchange here.
So, first pitch was a strike. The second pitch, you almost hit him.
Yeah, he should have worn it.
You know?
and people thought that was a cutter or something. That was the arm
falling apart.
Dying. Yeah. It was just dying.
That was his opportunity to step in front of one, though.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do it.
He didn't want to do it. Didn't want to wear one.
No, he didn't.
It's not like that was not a hard pitch. I wasn't throwing that hard by that point.
But still, even in Little League, I was scared to get hit.
Are you kidding me?
It sucks. This is still a 70-mile-an-hour
50 miles per hour, and I still wouldn't want to get hit.
No.
You don't want to, but maybe I should have.
I think it could have changed the whole competition. I mean, if we're being honest, like, it was you at that point in the competition, you needed an opening, and that could have been your opening. If he hits you, who knows if it gets in his head, he stops throwing strikes. Like, I think, and I get it. Look, I'm not saying that I would have just stood there and taken it to the ribs.
Right.
I get it. It's instinct. It's whatever.
There's a lot of instinct.
It's instinct. You don't want to get hit.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you had taken it there, like, it could have changed things.
All right, one more
It's
piece.
what made Chase Utley a psychopath.
Well, it's also part of what made him a fan favorite. That
Yes, I know.
he would just deal with it, and everyone's
But it's
like,
to be able to turn your brain off to go, I'm just going to take it.
it's incredible.
I'm going to lean in.
Him and Dave Hollins are the two best I ever seen from
Yeah.
the Phillies with that. One more from the guys in the afternoon yesterday as they sort of wrapped up all of it yesterday. Here's something they said.
Strikes out swinging the third one. Fritzy pumps the fist, Tiger style.
Yep.
8-0, 8 up, 8 down, 30 pitches, 22 strikes in front of hundreds of admirers. Everybody goes home happy knowing that we are even. And Jackie Baseball, I believe this competition is once again in your, you are in the driver's seat in this competition. And you must feel that way.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that way. And it was probably the biggest crowd I've ever thrown in front of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was. That was a lot of people there today. But I was glad it was 8-0. I didn't want to leave any doubt. He put a couple balls in play. I was happy to put a couple of balls in play.
Yep.
But I think everyone there today knew that it was only going to go one way if I didn't have a fastball I could throw for a strike and that board out. So I'm very happy. But again, it's only one. It's only one.
Well, it is
Job's
only one.
not finished.
Job's not finished. That's what Kobe said.
It's not even close to finish.
Not even close. I channeled my inner Jalen,
All right, so
Really
there's a lot
Really
in there,
did.
including some humor and some humility near the end. But there's also Spike saying very clearly he thinks Shaq's in the driver's seat. I will say this. I saw a tweet from someone a few hours ago on Twitter. A guy said, talking to Fritz, said, sounds like you are in his head now. This is what some random guy said on Twitter, a guy named Kyle. I can assure the world of this. He ain't in my head at all.
No.
I don't. 0%.
At all.
Zero.
I just want to make sure that's at all.
I don't think there's any chance.
So,
I agree with that.
look, I'm not saying it's a sure bet I'll win this overall thing. Obviously, I think it could go either way. I do believe I will win. I believe I will win 3-2. And Rhea, you've been calling for something that may reemerge tomorrow. A more bravado hammer.
Yeah, I don't like humble hammer.
I know you don't.
It doesn't work for me.
But just know this. It was strategic in two events that I knew I was rightfully an underdog for.
Okay.
I've been playing possum.
All right.
All right.
Please, because this is
Just know I got more up my arsenal of tricks. Let's go.
I don't like you being nice.
Don't expect it much longer. I was happy for him that he won. I mean, the kid needed one. I mean, let's be real.
Well, I think we can definitely say that yesterday was a must-win for Fritz. It was not for you.
Yeah.
That. I think that is a clear. He had to win yesterday. Would have been really nice if you won yesterday. You didn't have to win.
Right. Plus, I'll say this: me attaching my name to his name with this competition has lent credibility.
You've upped, you've upped his notoriety.
I'm looking out for the kid. Let's go to the phones. Seltzer.
I got you.
All right.
I got you.
All right. Let's go to the phones. Brahim, go ahead, buddy. How are you, dude?
Joe, what's going on?
It's all
brother?
good, Brahim. It really is. It's all good.
So my nephew was your hitting coach. Okay?
Oh man, I love him. What a guy Tim is, right?
Tim is my nephew. Yeah, we all graduated from Wissahickon. So him, me, his mom, and my older brother, we all graduated from Wissahickon. So when I heard you say his name this morning, I called him up. I'm like, yo, Tim, were you DeCamera's hitting coach? He was like, yeah, man. And he told me that you guys were going to try to keep that bat on your shoulder for a minute. But as soon as Fritz was throwing strikes, he said, hey, I told Joe, hey, Joe, you got to be ready to swing, bro.
Yep. No, we knew that. We knew that pretty early. It was obvious by, I'd say, the end of the second at bat that I had to start moving earlier. I wasn't going to swing at too many first pitches, but once it was obvious he was pumping him in there, then you don't want to be down 0-1 every count. So it was a fine line to. I'll say this: I was looking to swing hardcore at 0-1 because 0-1 you knew you just don't want to go 0-2. So I had to accelerate the get to the swing more.
Well, I just wanted to tell the Delaware Valley that it was definitely a you problem and not a Tim problem.
I co-sign that. Co-sign.
Agreed.
One last thing about Tim, right? So Tim was a beast in high school. He hit 500 all through high school. I moved to Jacksonville his senior year, so I didn't. And I was running the streets while he was in high school, so I didn't get to see him play. But when he got drafted, man, it was a really exciting time for our family, man. So he is a good dude. Just the next time you see him, though, I'm gonna need you to fire him up, because somewhere something went wrong, and he's a Cowboys fan.
Oh no.
So I'm gonna need you to fire him up. And his little sister, my niece, she's a Celtics fan. They're all twisted up.
Holy mackerel! That's all over the place.
I rescind all the nice things I said about Tim.
Yeah, he might not like. I'm trying to get him some business. He might not like you putting that out there to the world.
hey, man, Tim, his work speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Just fire him up when you see him, man. Try to get him on the right side of things.
You got it, Raheem. Give me a great answer. Like this competition, what is silly but fun?
Silly but fun. Now, if I win tickets, give it to Tim, but I probably won't win. Silly but fun. Let me think, man. Probably silly but fun.
3?
I don't know.
2?
Bumper cars.
Oh,
that's a good answer.
Pulled that one out of his ear.
Good stuff, Raheem.
Very good.
Bumper cars is a good answer.
I like that.
I like that answer a lot. All right, speaking of answers, MacMan, we do 5 questions with you when you're in here. Question number 5, Eagles related. What is on your Eagles' mind that we have not discussed yet today?
Today, the guy that I'm probably rooting for the hardest this year for the Philadelphia Eagles is Dallas Goedert.
Why?
Because I think they put him on a griddle this offseason that he didn't deserve. He plays hard. If a guy gets hurt all the time, he gets hurt all the time, and I'm down Dallas gets hurt. When you play as hard as Dallas does, and he sacrifices his body as part of the Eagle run game.
Yeah, he does.
And part of the reason why Saquon went for 2,000 yards last year is he's one of the best blocking tight ends in the NFL. And the Eagles made him take a haircut financially this year. And I just thought that was wrong. I get it. It's a capped world, and how he manages it, as well as anybody in the NFL. But Goddard had to be the guy to take a haircut to keep your cap in order, and he did. So now I really want him to go out and kill it this year.
Okay.
Play all 17, 900 yards, 7 or 8 or 9 touchdowns. Because he had to do what he had to do this offseason, I'm probably rooting for him harder than anybody else this year.
Interesting point. Hadn't heard anyone else say that. And I'm a big
me
Goddard
neither.
fan.
I've heard no one say that. It's interesting.
Very, very interesting point. With that said, let's do what we do. And this should be something after yesterday's baseball event. Let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, of course, is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Well, after an intense training cycle of bubble baths and strip club linguini, Joe DeCamara gets completely obliterated in baseball. Good try, Hammer. A few more push-ups and you'll be there.
Well, yeah, I don't think push-ups are going to make the difference in baseball. I mean, it could help you with your power, but I don't think that was the basic issue. But, okay, I'll take the hit.
Ladies and gentlemen of the WIP jury, hosts, callers, listeners, we have ourselves a competition.
Yeah.
It is a best of 3. Let the real mind games begin.
Yeah. Jody, do you endorse this idea of me amping up the bravado?
Only you know for sure. Because here's what I don't know. Rhea wants to see Haughty Hammer go away or return. Excuse me.
Was that haughty or horny?
Haughty. H-U-G-T.
Just the way you say it with
I don't
that
want
accent.
Between you and Rhea, I'm not looking there.
No,
I don't know how good a tennis player you are. You're talking a pretty good game.
I don't mean
Jack's
to.
talked a pretty good game both times. You rightfully stayed in the middle and said, he's the favorite, but I got a shot. This is the first time you're coming out and saying, oh, I should win.
Well, it's based on what he has said. Like it's only based on the fact that he speaks so unhighly of his tennis capabilities. So
that to me would dictate to you how you should play your hand going forward. If you really believe that he doesn't think he can play and he can't play, let's bring out Haughty Hammer.
Okay.
0 for 8 with 5 Ks? Oh my God, he owned you. He freaking owned you, and he is in the driver's seat again. Bang!
I mean, look, I gotta wear it. There's no question. It's on me. I'll tell you the irony of this is I actually would feel more confident next time in baseball than golf, but it was the inverse with the results here.
I don't know what's more embarrassing. Harper saying I'm great after 55 days not getting an extra base hit, or Jack Fritz being so excited beating you in baseball. The dude played college ball. He's 20 years younger than you. Joe, I'm proud of you. You're not an athlete. You know that. Him being this excited, he should be embarrassed.
No, because he didn't just beat me, he stomped me. You got to give him that. And you got to remember, there were hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people in the Delaware Valley questioning his fortitude, his testicular fortitude. And he did answer the bell. And so there's got to be a relief there for a guy like that. And I'll give that to him. With that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, Mac Man, 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question. Did Fritz throwing such a high percentage of strikes surprise you? Yes or no? Jody, how would you, what's your guess on how people voted on this?
72% yes.
Believe it or not, 54% say no. I think they had too high of expectations for him. I mean, he delivered, don't get me wrong, but I mean, he was really throwing a lot of
I think if we did this poll prior, I think there was, do you expect him to throw a high percentage of strikes? I think it would be lower than that.
Because it was really high. I mean, he threw a ton of strikes.
Yeah, he did.
And 22 out of 30 pitches.
And here's the other thing you got to give him credit for, like with 22 out of 30, it's smart at 0-2 normally to not throw a strike.
Sure. There's a couple built-in balls in there.
Like when you hear 22 out of 30, like it could have been higher if he didn't maybe waste one or two.
Yep.
So he was great. Second poll question. Who is most likely to start a playoff game this year for the Phils? Jody Luzardo, Nola, Painter. How do people come in?
All right, I'll follow James' lead and say most recent stats available could swing it. So I'll say Luzardo is the top guy after yesterday's performance.
58% Luzardo, Nola 39, and Andrew Painter down to 3%.
3%? Oof, that's low. Really low. That's low.
Wow. It's been a bad last couple of weeks for Andrew Painter's. Like, let's get him up here as soon as possible and get ready for October campaign. Let's go to Jeremy right now. Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How we doing?
Good.
So I was in attendance Tuesday for Painter's last start in the minors.
Oh, interesting.
And based on what I saw, and I thought different of this yesterday, and I've changed my opinion since. I think that the only thing that makes sense as far as bringing him up is bringing him up at the end of the season to fill in the bullpen. I don't think he's ready to contribute as a starter based on what I saw. I'm no coach or expert or anything, but you can see it when you can see it. And
what did you see, Jeremy? So just give us a sense, because obviously most of us didn't see it. What did you say?
I mean, his velocity is there, but he let up 5 runs in 4 innings, and he's not pitching against Aaron Judge and Shohei and all these guys that are big bats. He's in the minors. So I don't know if that's what we want right now with the race for first place being so close.
It's a very fair point. All right, Jeremy, we got to move fast here, so I want to turn to and get a lot of people on for Who or What is Silly But Fun. This is for Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul tickets to a concert tonight. Silly But Fun. What do you got, Jeremy?
I can't make the concert tonight, so don't pick me to win, but building a blanket fort.
Pretty good answer. All right, we're moving fast. Jordan, I need an answer fast. Silly but fun.
Just, Joe, I learned something about you and I today. We both lead life crotch first. So
Jordan!
Wow.
That's funny.
What's
don't we kind of enter life crotch first? But go ahead.
We enter, we leave, and we forge ahead. Crotch leading the way.
All right.
What's silly but fun?
Pretty sure the head comes out first. I'm not. I could be wrong.
I wasn't talking about.
Yeah, he was talking
that
about
body.
the prelim 9 months in advance, James. That one went over your head. I got you.
Seltzer.
I saw you. I saw you, Joe.
Come on.
All right, Jordan, I need an answer. Silly but fun.
Taking a baby and tickling them or holding them up above your head and playing airplane.
Not bad. Not
Good
bad.
answer.
Baby talk and baby stuff. All right. We need a win and ansr.
Karaoke.
Yeah, I think it's karaoke. We got great answers, but I think it's karaoke.
Got a legit shot. See if anything else. Wing bowl, the wave, whoopee cushions. I got karaoke too.
I just think it's a perfect answer. Like
as
a perfect
long as it's
answer.
not the wave. Karaoke's perfectly fine with me.
Hey, Mike, congratulations with the answer of karaoke, which is a great answer. Silly but fun. Mike, you'll be attending the concert tonight, Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. Once again, everyone, thanks for listening to our show. Once again, congrats to Fritz. Give him a lot of love today on the afternoon show. Thank you to Plymouth White Marsh High School, their field, their people, and also just the umpire. Everyone did a wonderful job. Everyone but me.
And Horty Hammer will be with me tomorrow at Borgata? It's a Friday. Come on.
I will say this. As we move toward round 3, I'll be entirely ready for what needs to be done.
Okay, because I'm out. Tomorrow's my last show, and then Richie's coming home.
You and I tomorrow.
So I need, for Rhea's sake, I need to see Horty Hammer.
I gotcha.
Okay, good.
Give love to Fritz today. Could be his last win. Probably won't be, but he's not going to win 2 more. Talk to you tomorrow. Joe and Hugh are up next.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speed limits exist for a reason, to save lives. Ignoring them puts everyone in danger. Don't take the risk. Obey the limits and help keep our roads safe. We're all counting on you to drive responsibly.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly Post-Game Concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at phillies.com/theme nights. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at phillies.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. 4 MLB afternoon games were played on Wednesday, which is normal. The WNBA actually had 3 matinees as well. This is a strategy for them dating back to the origin of the league, as it allows school-age children, specifically those at summer camps, to attend games. Some in the league want to move away from the strategy, which is a mistake. Leagues can try all the social media tricks they want, but the best way to reach young fans is to play in front of young fans. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swings, drills it deep left field. Going back is Ramos. He looks up and it's gone. And Bryce Harper with an opposite field laser to left off Verlander. It's his 10th home run of the season, his first since his return from the injured list. And man, did he hammer that one. It's 2-0 Phillies.
Well, there it was yesterday in San Francisco. Scott Fransky on the call as Bryce Harper goes deep. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today once again. This is the Midday Show alongside Hugh Douglas. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, TK. Good morning, Philly. And I want to give a shout-out to all the people that gave me wine suggestions yesterday. But it's funny because a couple of them have some expensive-ass taste. I don't know who they think they're dealing with. Give me these $100 bottles that they drinking. I'm not about to do all that. And like but I shout out to them, man. And some of them, I have this list. I have this, it's a wine app that kind of tells, the kind of wines you've been drinking and what you kind of like.
Yeah, sure.
We got some hoity-toity ass listeners, man.
What are you a $10, $12 rack guy?
Well, that's what I started out on because somebody told me, like, when you're drinking wine, you got to figure out what you like first, your palate. But like with some of these wines that some of the Pinot Noir, somebody gave me a Meiomi. Is it Meiomi?
Meiomi?
Meiomi.
Never heard of that
one. It's a Pinot Noir, 2018. Okay. It was like it's poor match for me. Like I guess because of the taste. I guess. The best way I can describe it with the wines that I like, I've been drinking more of a robust, like a couple bourbon barrel wines and stuff like that.
Okay.
But so I've been drinking a little bit of the robust wines. But I think I'm going to try to move to the white wines a little bit because I don't really like them that sweet. But I heard the white wines might be what I'm kind of looking for, too, so I'm going to do that.
It's a little easier on you the next day, too.
Yeah, because
those reds can be a little heavy, man.
I had one last night, man, and I drank it too late. And, I drink it like I'm drinking Kool-Aid. So I was a little banged up this morning.
Said last night or yesterday, you'll take a bottle of the head.
I take it to the head,
there
kid.
You go.
Took it to the head.
There you go.
Not banged up, but I was a little groggy.
You look good today. You look great today.
Well, thank you.
But we have a lot to get to throughout the course of the show today, and where we'll start is obviously the Phillies. Good day for the Phillies
what
yesterday.
about that Bryce?
Man, two tough losses, but man, Bryce looked great yesterday. 4 extra base hits for the first time in his career. I couldn't believe that.
You know what? This is like, I love working with you, CK. I don't want you to think that I don't love working with you. But I sent out a text last night. I couldn't, because Joe.
Get started here.
No, because Joe, Joe, he kind of jumped all over me last week when I said Bryce had to work his way through this and that small ball Bryce. I mean, I know he hit an oppo, but still.
That was not small ball Bryce.
No, it wasn't, but.
Yeah, 4 extra base hits
But what I'm saying is this. He had to work his way through that. So I sent Joe a text, and I was like, I'm not crazy. He ain't responded yet, though.
Oh, wow.
Because he probably in vacation mode. Now, he's sending out no list.
He's sending out quarterback lists.
Well, that was a couple of days ago. His wife probably got on him. He probably got mad at him about that.
You think he sent out the list and his wife said,
you know what,
confiscated
let that be,
his phone?
She's like, let that be your last time.
Man.
Sending out these lists.
Can't text his best friend back, though. Come on.
No, he can't do that. He couldn't text me back, so.
Well, Bryce had a huge day yesterday. Home run, 3 doubles, as I said, 4 extra base hits for the first time in his career. I know that's hard to do, but I kind of can't believe that's the first time that's happened for Bryce. Luzardo bounced back on the mound, so that was nice to see as well. But the question I have for you to start, Hugh, and, obviously, as the Bryce Harper expert, I'd like you to start
I don't know
here.
about that.
How much better do you feel about the team after yesterday because of what Bryce did?
I feel great. Because for me personally, I tried to tell y'all this, and this is not I told you so, Hugh, but it felt to me the whole time when Nebraska was coming out and he said something to the effect that, Bryce is fine. He has to work his way through this. Bryce said in his press conference early on, hey, I guess this is as good as it's going to get. He had to work his way through this. And yesterday, it looks like he found his sweet spot. So, yes, I'm excited. I am excited. And you know what else is funny? We talk about the trade deadline and what we could potentially get. Having Bryce do what he did yesterday, hit a milestone for himself. Yeah, I'm encouraged behind that.
We're
bipolar as baseball fans.
Now, as far as the overall team here, because obviously we were really down. I was certainly really down on them after Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Does it make you feel better about the team as a whole?
It makes me feel better going into the weekend because, for me personally, I saw the first night them trying to move runners over. I saw them trying to play small ball. And if you get the small ball going and you get Bryce doing what he's able to do and Kyle Schwarber doing what he's able to do, you can't ask for much more. Now, that's not me saying that everything is fine and we're fixed. Still might want to add some pieces at the trade deadline. But, no, it's encouraging because that's what it feels like they got the memo a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and the offense got going. Bryce got going. If you want to get in, 215-592-9494. Did Bryce Harper's performance yesterday make you feel better about the lineup and the team as a whole? And let me be clear here. I feel good about Bryce Harper. That was a huge step in the right direction for him yesterday. But if I'm being honest, it did very little to make me feel better about the team.
Don't be afraid to love, TK.
The bottom line is, Hugh.
Don't be afraid to love, dog.
Bryce doesn't play left. Bryce doesn't play center.
Bryce
doesn't play second. Bryce doesn't catch. Bryce doesn't pitch in the bullpen.
Everybody has warts, TK, but it's about how you can hide your warts. Okay, perfect example, because we like to talk about, the Eagles a lot. So, Eagles championship team, they had a lot of warts during the course of the season, and there was a lot of concern about the quarterback play. That was probably the only concern that you had was what the quarterback was going to do. Came up big in big moments. A lot of baseball left to be played. I know most baseball fans don't want to hear that. I always got to say that. But there was a concerted effort this week to try to move runners over, and now the power's back. So, yeah, I feel real good about it.
I hear you. And if you want to get in 215-592-9494, and again, I feel much better about Bryce Harper, but it doesn't really change the way I view the team. Because honestly, I was never all that worried about Bryce. Like, I always thought at some point Bryce would get back to being himself. Early in the season, he struggled before either he had the injury, probably more before we knew he was dealing with the injury. I was confident he was going to get it together. Even after coming off the IL, struggled the last couple weeks, I was confident that Bryce would produce when you need him to produce. And I still am here. But again, like, we have seen Bryce Harper produce the last couple years. We've seen Bryce Harper in the playoffs come up big, and it wasn't enough. Like, it hasn't been enough to overcome these flaws. And that's why, Hugh, like, I would love to just look at this game yesterday and say 13-0 win. Bryce is back to potentially being MVP Bryce. This team's headed in the right direction. But I look at all the other issues. I look at the holes in the outfield. I look at the holes in the bullpen. I look at some of the other areas in the lineup where guys aren't coming through. And while I'm confident about Bryce Harper, it didn't make me overall more confident in the team.
I think the team goes as he goes. And like I said, I feel like going into this week, the effort was to try to manufacture runs the best way you can and do what you can to win these games. Unfortunately for us, you know, when you talk about that meltdown in the ninth inning the other night, that kind of killed it for us. But I think there's some cause for some optimism. You know, because, like, when we get in the playoffs, you're not going to win too many games 13-0. Yeah, that's not going to happen, man. It's going to be a little bit closer than that. And if this team understands that and starts to work towards that, I think that's a reason to be optimistic. I really do.
215-592-9494. Did Bryce Harper's performance specifically yesterday make you feel better about the team as a whole? For Hugh, it did. For me, it really didn't, because Bryce was never really the issue for me. Bryce was never really the worry for me. But it was obviously really nice to see him get going, see him have the kind of game that he had yesterday. Here was Rob Thompson after the game talking about Bryce Harper and the day that he had.
It looked like in the last couple of days that he's staying balanced. He's letting the ball travel. Bat speed's there. That was a big day for him. A big day for us, really. I really liked his at-bats. And I really liked the at-bats up and down the lineup, too. I thought we were really good.
Bat speed was there, he said. Guess who didn't have bat speed
Who
yesterday?
didn't?
Joe DeCamara.
Oh, Joe DeCamara. We'll get to that. I mean, that was a rough one. As a DeCamara backer,
shout out to Jack Fritz.
Weak performance.
His bounce back game was strong yesterday.
Weak performance from Joe yesterday, unfortunately. But here was more. Here was Bryce talking about his swing and what it felt like yesterday.
My swing feels fine. It's nothing physical or anything like that, or anything swing wise. It's just getting ahead in the count and hitting in good situations. And I haven't really put myself in great situations the last 9 or 10 games. So. If I can keep doing that and hit balls that are over the plate and not miss them, I'll be right in the driver's seat ready to go.
And there's no question about it. The Phillies need Bryce Harper to be what he was yesterday.
Yeah.
If you want any chance, you need him to be that. But I still look around, even if you get that version of Bryce Harper, even if you get the guy that's going to hit homers, that's going to come through in big moments, like, I look at the rest of the team, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. You still, in my mind, have half a lineup. I mean, you're missing 2 outfielders. You're missing an offensive threat from the catching position. You're missing an offensive threat from second base. Your third baseman is up and down, both from a play on the field perspective and an emotional perspective. So I look at this lineup, and while I feel better about Bryce, I can't say it made me feel better about their prospects as a team as a whole.
I feel like this team goes as Bryce goes. And especially this week, I felt like they were trying to do as much as they can until Bryce got to where he needed to be. And that's what it kind of felt like yesterday. Now, here's the thing. It's like a golf swing. One day you have it, and the next day you don't. You try to do everything that you possibly can to keep that swing going, to keep that momentum going. And I think that's what they need to try to do. You've going out there and hitting some of the milestones that you hit. You talk about Schwarber knocking one into McCovey Cove. That was only the 3rd time it's been done by a Philly. You talk about the day that Bryce Harper had 4
extra base hits.
Extra base hits. I just wanted to say back to back, but yeah, 4 extra base hits. That's something that's never been done. There's reason right there to believe that this team is potentially going to turn the corner. Now, that's not to say that they're going to run the table. Let's be realistic. But I think that, building that confidence out there the way that they did, there's a good chance that they can go on a nice little run. And if I'm not mistaken, aren't the Mets still metting? They're starting to met now a little bit.
The
they
Mets
were off
met.
last night.
Okay. They were off
Okay.
last night.
Oh, yeah, okay. But they're potentially metting.
Well,
right
they've
now.
been metting themselves
Yeah.
lately, for sure. But hopefully we won't
that
need to
rain was
rely
bad.
on
Listen,
that.
everybody had power last night. Everybody was good.
I kept my power last night. There was a storm for a little bit, but overall was all right. But want to know how you feel about the Phillies. How do you feel after that Bryce Harper performance yesterday? Obviously, it was important. Obviously, the Phillies need Bryce Harper to be that guy. But did it make you feel better about the overall prospects of the team? It didn't for me. 215-592-9494. Kyle, where do you fall on this? Bryce, obviously, we all feel a lot better about him, but did it make you feel better about the team?
I'm all the way back in. I mean, I was
one game, and you're all the way back in?
No. It's not about just one game. My biggest concern with the team, when it came to how far they were going to be able to go in this postseason, was how Bryce Harper looked. And not like I never thought that version of Bryce that we saw in those few games back after the IL stint, I thought it was going to get better than that. I didn't ever expect or talk myself into us seeing that version that we saw of Bryce Harper last night again this season. Like that type of power going the opposite way. Like I thought maybe we were going to get, like Hugh was calling him slap hitter Bryce, maybe a guy that was going to be able to hit for average. I thought that the contact was going to be there. He wasn't just going to be a strikeout guy and just a total like black hole at the 3 spot. But like I didn't expect to see like that was, and now I know it was just one performance, but like that version of Bryce Harper is the MVP version of Bryce Harper. And that's the biggest addition that this team, like, because we hadn't seen that all season long. That's bigger than any trade deadline addition that they're going to be able to make in a few weeks. Like they're going to get some bullpen guys. Yeah, that's great. But like that, what I saw yesterday was so freaking massive in terms of what this offense is going to be capable of, like going down the line. The small ball stuff, yeah, it was cute. It was great. I like the fact that they're trying to manufacture runs in that kind of way. But, man, that boost of power that you got from Bryce Harper yesterday, the fact that I know now that that's there, that that's in there, and we may be able to see it for long stretches this season, like that was the most encouraging thing that I've seen from this Phillies team all season long. So, like, I'm with you, man. Don't be afraid to love, TK.
Don't be afraid to love, TK.
All the way back in. I'm not falling back in love after
man.
one game. I mean, come
Don't
on.
Be afraid to love,
like
man.
it was a great performance from Bryce. That is one of the things that the Phillies need. But that's just one of the things they need. I mean, they still need 2 outfielders. They still need half a lineup. I mean, they've had MVP Bryce the last 3 years in the playoffs, and it hasn't been enough.
You have to figure out a way to hide your warts as much as you possibly can. But if this pitching is doing what it's doing and this offense gives you half of that, they're in a good spot.
Now, you say hide the warts. I want to remove the warts.
Well,
I want to go, get the laser done, remove them.
Sometimes you're
remove those warts.
In a situation
laser
where
them off.
That's not possible.
Well,
and you have to go, like we talked about this yesterday.
We can't take a laser to Max Kepler and just get rid of him?
We talked about this yesterday and the position that Dombrowski's have us in as a team. And a lot of people called in yesterday talking about, well, they're mad at him because they didn't give Topper the pieces, or they're mad at Topper because he's mismanaged the pieces. I beg to differ. I think with what Topper has been given, the fact that you ran this lineup back the way that you did, they're competing. They're competing. They need to figure out how to push it over the top, because they obviously the organization feels like you have enough. to
you get thrown off so
easily. I don't even know what happened.
No,
you pop a gummy in the middle of the sentence there.
You didn't hear me mess up organization. I messed it up, and I thought it was funny. Yeah, I messed it up.
Kyle's so deep in your head.
No, I'm so self-conscious about some of the stuff that I say and the way I say things that when I messed it up, I automatically laugh because I blew it up.
Nobody even noticed.
No, I noticed. But yeah. and they feel like this team is good enough. They just have to figure it out, man. They have to figure it out.
Yeah, want to know how much better it made you feel, Bryce Harper having that game yesterday? Not about Bryce. We all feel good about Bryce today, but how did it make you feel about the team as a whole? Hugh, Kyle, they're back in love. They're back in love.
Ain't afraid of love.
The engagement is back on. Send out those save the dates. For me, I'm not there yet. I need a little more counseling. I need a little more.
I just got invited to a wedding
when it comes to this team. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
I ain't going.
Oh, okay.
Ain't got no date.
Oh. Well, you can go by yourself. It's a great place to pick up chicks, you.
How lame is that?
Come on,
I'm going to a wedding where everybody else is going to probably have a date now.
Be one of the, like a wedding crasher. Go in there and
I might go
search
crash.
out for your prospects.
Yeah, I might go crash.
You got it. 215-592-9494. I'm not feeling better about the team as a whole. I think they need a whole lot. Bryce being back helps, but it is not a cure-all for this team. Let's get it started with Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Chris!
Happy Harper's back day, man.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, listen. Guys, can I take a little digression, or do you want me to talk to Harper first, or can I address
do what makes you feel good, Chris. Do what makes you feel good.
I got to address two things here. One, the elephant in the room. You, the sellout Douglas.
What I do?
Your price tag is so known. You have everybody. You got big light flashing on your forehead that says for sale. Like, you got all kinds of people now buying you off of booze. Like, I can't imagine how many favors now you got to be doing for people.
Who bought me? What did I do?
I heard you're talking about people giving you wine.
Oh, no, they gave me wine suggestions. They were suggestions.
Oh, I misunderstood.
They were suggestions.
Calm down there, Chris. Jeez.
No, they were suggestions. I asked on Twitter last night to give me wine suggestions.
TK, listen.
You're in such a hurry to jump on you.
He's for sale. I mean, College Girl Jim bought him out. I mean, we all know Hugh's got a price, and Hugh lets it be known. You know what I mean? So, like,
no, I'm trying to, like, Chris, I'm trying to up my wine game, man, because I heard, women like to drink wine. I'm trying to up my wine game.
Well, in Hugh's defense, though, Chris, he has never hid the fact that he's all about the money.
No, that's what I said. He wears it proudly. And Hugh, I'm glad to see, man. You're expanding your horizons, man. Don't be discriminating against the whites. You know, they're good white wines there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm just, you know what it is? It's some of the whites that I've had. They've been a little bit sweeter than I care to drink.
Good, but the whites are good too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I've heard.
So guys, let's also talk about the biggest embarrassment of a human being, which happened yesterday with Joe DeCamara. First of all, I want this listening audience to know and hear and understand he is not a representation of what a 48-year-old man's physical capabilities and physique looks like. Like, I am ashamed that man is the same age as me. Like, he should be just embarrassed of himself. He is a total fraud loser that, like,
wow,
I mean, my God. I mean, Joe, come on, find a gym, Joe. Like, find a gym. You can't look that bad. So, guys, let's get the positives. The positive here is Bryce is back, baby. I mean, Bryce did something Bryce never did. And the thing I like about this is if he would have hit a home run and maybe he had even a double, you would say, oh, hey, is he back? But the fact that the guy smoked 4 of those pitches yesterday, 4 balls, and, did something he's never did in his career, lets you know that he's learning how to adjust with the wrist injury. We know it's going to take a toll on him and it's going to affect him, but how can he adjust and perform? So it looks great. The other major thing with him is you see how, and TK, I think you mentioned this, you hit it a little bit in your tirade of how you're still frustrated with him. His effect, though, on the lineup. Like, when he gets locked in, everybody hits better. Everybody looks better. Like, he is definitely, sorry, Jalen, steal your analogy, he's a straw that stirs the drink. I mean, guys, it's unbelievable.
Well, he's a catalyst, Chris. There's no question that when he gets going, it does impact other guys. I'd agree with that.
It does. Now, we still need moves, though, TK. Stephen Kwan, keep hearing a lot of rumors about Stephen Kwan. Did you bring Kwan and put him at the top of this lineup, and then you go get us a bullpen arm? It's over. It's lights out over. The Dodgers that everybody feared in the beginning of the year, they're not looking like that giant anymore because they just lost 6 straight. Starting pitching, starting to do its usual thing over there. Guys, all I know is this. There is one new certainty in life, and that is that the Philadelphia Phillies are going to the World Series. So you know what? Get ready, Philadelphia, for a P-A-R-A-D-E parade!
Thanks for the call,
like
Chris.
that.
Appreciate it. What did he spell there?
Parade.
Okay.
You couldn't pick that up?
No, it was hard for me to pick up. Because at first I thought he was going Phillies. And then I was
with the P?
Sometimes it's a little hard to distinguish exactly what he's saying.
He keeps you on your toes with what he's going to chant. I mean,
he's yelling so loud that it's not always easy to distinguish, you know. It kind of sounds all similar. But parade, there you go. That would be great. I think we'd all enjoy a parade in the beginning
That would be
of
nice.
November.
That would definitely be nice.
Yeah, that would definitely be awesome. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Now, he mentioned DeCamera and Fritz. We will talk about that in a little bit here because we do need to give our pay. We especially this week, I think we're pretty hard on Jack and him mentally holding up to the challenge. Jack deserves credit today. We will give him that due credit. And obviously, we'll continue talking about the Phils. Huge day for Bryce Harper yesterday. If you were a doubter of this offense, like I have been, and like I continue to be, was that enough to make you a believer again? We'll take calls on that. Plus, more from Bryce Harper yesterday after the game. Some really encouraging comments on how he feels right now, both his wrist and how he feels as far as his stature in Major League Baseball. So we'll get to that coming up as well. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio, alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations in Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Regular trash collection in Philadelphia will resume on Monday now that the DC 33 strike is ending. The man recently convicted of shooting 6 Philly police officers in 2019 is being sentenced today. And flood warnings are still in effect for Chester and Delaware counties from last night's storms.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, a robust new website, and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a good song, man. They're about to start picking the trash back up. This is a great day.
Yep, the strike's
no
ending.
stopping us now.
Yep, it started. The trash getting picked up.
They ain't gonna pick it up till Monday though. So y'all got the whole tight over the weekend.
Getting that nice little extra break here. But the Phillies back. You guys are all the way back in. It took one game, 13-run outburst to get back in. And this is the way I look at it, guys. I mean, do we not forget what happened a couple weeks ago? I mean, the Phillies went not to you know, I ruin everybody's parade here, but I mean, a few weeks ago, do we not remember what happened? They get swept in Houston. They don't score any runs. They go to Atlanta. They score 13 runs in one game. And then the offense kind of went back to being the offense, guys. I can't let one game change my whole perception. It was a great performance from Bryce, but this offense is still very, very flawed as I view it.
You know, I'm gonna give you an analogy that I had yesterday that probably applies to this situation. You know, I was driving home from McGurk's yesterday. Shout out to McGurk's, got my T-shirt on.
McGurk's was awesome yesterday.
And, you know, I'm trying to merge right onto the highway. And the guy, he was in a white truck. He wouldn't let me get over, right?
Oh, no.
So I kind of yelled like, yo, bro, what's going on? Because, you know, like most of the time, common courtesy is to allow somebody to, you know, move over in the lane and let them go. So I was like, yo, dude. And he proceeded to look at me and gave me the finger.
Oh,
right?
boy.
So I looked, right, and I was appalled and I was shocked and I was angry. But as I started to drive away, I said, Hugh, you can't worry about what's behind you, bro. You got to just keep pushing forward.
Wow.
You got to just keep pushing. You know,
I don't
and that's
believe
what,
this actually happened.
That did happen.
You said this to yourself?
Yes. I promise you.
I'll take it your word.
I wanted, you know, everything that you believe me to be, I wanted to be that person. But I said, you know what, Hugh? He's in your rearview mirror.
Yep.
Don't even worry about that.
Literally in your rearview mirror.
Literally in my rearview mirror. Like, you know, normally in a situation like that, you slow down and you want to see, you know, you want to match energy. But you know what? I said, this is a moment that I could take to grow. So, sir, in the car that gave me the middle finger because I was trying to get on, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to grow in that moment. And I'm going to use that moment, TK, to try to help you grow and not live in the past.
Wow, Hugh, I give you a lot of credit. I mean, that was honestly the most inspiring thing I've heard in some time.
Growth.
I mean, the fact that a guy could flip you off.
Yeah,
and you
normally
just
I just let it go.
You just thanked him for it.
I went through so many emotions like everybody does when you get flipped off in a moment like that.
Yeah.
But I just let it go.
Well, hey,
can't worry about what's in the past. TK can't do that.
You're a bigger man than I am. Both
I mean, you just gotta let it go. You just gotta let it go, man. And then, I kind of thought about that dude that got beat up at the golf course.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know what I'm walking into, because he wasn't no little dude.
Okay.
So you know what I mean.
I was about to say he's got some.
He got some. He's a big dude. So it's like, hey,
That
I
takes
like my
some-
chances, but it's like, hey, just don't worry about it, man. Just move forward.
That takes some stones to flip you off. I mean,
it
doesn't matter how mad I was.
It was one of
off.
those ones where he didn't look and see. He just kind of, just flipped the bird and kept it moving. You know how, like some people, like when they cut you off in traffic, they don't like to look at you.
Right.
It was kind of one of those.
Oh, you sideswiped you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Just get the, don't look at him. Don't look at him, and just keep driving straight ahead.
There you go.
Man, growth, man. That's the point of that. This story was growth.
Well, you are
and
growing.
Moving forward. And don't worry about the past.
That's
Move
a step in the right direction. 215-592-9494.
I don't like that, Hugh.
Bryce Harper, you don't like growing Hugh. You don't like emotionally evolved Hugh.
I'm trying,
agree.
man.
I'm trying.
I want the Hugh who's gonna, throw fisticuffs with
No,
T.O.
because
That's the
got
guy
in trouble
we know.
for that. Got in trouble for that before.
Well, that's why we
I'm
love you.
trying yeah, but they can't do that.
You got 5 minutes, I'm gonna break your face.
We got these bills that need to be paid, and children at the house, so we got to make sure we
stay in line.
We set positive examples for our children.
Nicely done. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But Bryce Harper, 4 extra base hits yesterday, a homer, 3 doubles. Does that make you feel better about the team as a whole? Does for Hugh, does for Kyle. I'm not there. I need to see more from the rest of the pieces. I still think this lineup is flawed. The bullpen is flawed, and there's still a long way to go before I feel really good about where the team is at as a whole. But there were some encouraging things said about Bryce Harper. And first, here was Dave Dombrowski talking about Bryce when he came back from the injury a couple days ago. Dombrowski talking about Bryce and where he is with the wrist right now. Dave Dombrowski talking about Bryce.
Well, he is making progress. He is getting closer. We kept him back last road trip. It was just a short trip, so he was able to do the work that he needed to. He's starting to progress now, where he's doing some tee work and throwing. It comes down, this is an unusual one in that the doctors have cleared him as far as progress is concerned. So now it's more a matter of pain tolerance once he builds up and how he feels. So really nobody knows that answer. The feeling is that he should be fine as he progresses. I don't know the exact number of days we're talking about. That's where the unusual part is too, because if he continues to progress and doesn't have a great deal of pain, then he can move forward and just get his timing back. Of course, if he does have pain, which we're not anticipating, then you have to take it slower at that time. So I don't really have an exact time frame, but everything is progressing in a positive fashion.
And it feels like it's a pain tolerance thing. Obviously, this would be an indication that Bryce is dealing with that pain a little better. And I would say the most encouraging thing, more than anything that happened in the game yesterday, is this next comment from Bryce. Here was Bryce after the game talking about how well he felt at the plate.
I'm really good. I mean, I really am. I don't want to, put that out there and everybody go, what's he talking about? But I know when I'm going well, and I'm one of the best in baseball. And
you heard him.
Like I said, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I feel great. It's just putting myself into plus counts. I haven't done that. I mean, you guys have seen that, and I haven't done that. So I feel stronger than ever. I feel like today I think that was being able to kind of go oppo and do those things. Anywhere else, I might have 3 homers, right? So it's like those are things you think about. And I hate talking about individual and all that kind of stuff, but you guys know that. But today, it kind of just, if I get into good counts and don't swing it crap away or in or anything else, then I'll be right where I need to be.
Hey, Kyle, I'm sorry, because I was going to ask Kyle to do me a favor. Kyle, I know we're not going to do it right now, but could you pull up the last time when he talked about his wrist and how he felt and things like that? Because I just want to make a comparison, TK. He talked his trash yesterday.
Yeah.
He talked about the fact that he was one of the best in the game. He is in a great place. That's what happens. Sometimes when you listen to these press conferences, and I know it's kind of hard for a lot of us to do, but you got to listen to what's being said. Like when Dombrowski talked about Bryce, he talked about, hey, he's healthy. It's on him to feel comfortable in where he is. And then Bryce came back after that press conference and said, hey, this is good as it's going to get. because he wasn't confident in where he was. And yesterday, he was talking trash.
Well, I think it's a great point because with Bryce, like, I don't think he's capable of really faking it. Like, Bryce tells you
he's transparent.
Right. He tells you how he feels. Like, if Bryce Harper wasn't feeling great, he wouldn't be able to go out and say, oh, the wrist feels great. I'm one of the best in baseball. Here's how Bryce talked about the wrist just a short time ago.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to take any other steps forward of feeling better or anything like that. I thought we were kind of at a standstill of it feeling the same the last couple of days, and from BP to live and things like that, kind of gave us the same results each day. So I thought today was a good one.
Is it something you're going to have to manage though, in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. I'm not sure yet what that's going to feel like. So we're going to, as I go, I think, and as I know you guys will, and Tomper as well. So we'll see, how I feel tonight, tomorrow.
It's a massive difference, and that does show you his wrist must be feeling a lot better now.
Well, it's something to be said about being an athlete of his caliber and being centered in tune with your body. And the first cut that we played, it was obvious that he wasn't centered. He didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't know how he felt. And that's what he was trying to relay, because you wake up in the morning sometimes, like I remember telling the story about when I knew I was done, because my body didn't respond the way that it normally would in other circumstances. And I was like, oh, I can't do this because I don't feel like I felt before. And that's kind of where he was. And they kept telling him, like, hey, well, technically you're healthy. You have to mentally work through that. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time, because when you get hurt, initially when you get hurt, if you have a major injury or something's not right, the first thing you have to do is learn how to trust your body again. And that might take a little bit of time. You're out there, you're trying to hit or whatever. You don't trust your body, so you're not doing the things that you would normally do to allow you to be successful. It feels like yesterday he was in a good space and he trusts his body and he just let it go. And that's exactly what he did. And now he sits in that press conference. And the thing that jumped out to me is like, I'm one of the best in the game. That's the Bryce Harper that we need. That's what got me excited, because that's the Bryce Harper that's going to carry the rest of these cats to where they need to be.
Come on, Kelly.
You don't be afraid to love again, man.
Not buy back in.
But this is the thing, guys. I've never been worried about Bryce. I've always thought Bryce was going to be fine.
You thought we'd get that.
Great to
we thought
hear
we'd get
him.
that version of Bryce again this year.
I thought you would. Wow. I don't know to that degree, but I thought we'd get a Bryce Harper
Can't be afraid
who
to love
is
again.
one of the most productive hitters in baseball. But the rest of the lineup, guys, I can't let that just overshadow the fact that you got Max freaking Kepler out in left field, who, by the way, I know they ended up scoring 13 runs. When there was a guy on third base with less than 2 outs early in the game, and he had a ground ball to shortstop, I was about to break my TV.
Wow.
I can't watch this guy anymore, okay? I can't watch Kepler anymore. Like you said, cover up the warts. I want to remove that wart. I want a laser removal of Max Kepler from my baseball team and from my life.
TK seemed like the type of cat, if he won the lottery and he won half of the jackpot, he'd be mad because he didn't win the whole jackpot.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
why I got to share it with somebody?
Where's this other guy with his ticket? I want to see proof that he's got that ticket.
TK want the whole shebang.
It's great, man. But you still got Kepler, still got Marsh, still got Rojas, still got Bryson Stott, JT Realmuto. Come on, this didn't solve all their issues.
Well, it didn't, but I think it puts him in a good place. I think it does. And if this pitching, did you expect to get that from Luzilla last night? Did you expect to get that?
What'd you just call him?
Luzilla.
He didn't look like he was on purpose.
He didn't look like a monster out there yesterday?
I like it.
I do like it. Okay.
He looked like a monster yesterday. So, yeah, you didn't like that?
I mean, his nickname is Zeus, which is strong enough. Luzilla.
Luzilla.
Okay.
I kind of like him.
What do we think of the glasses? I don't love the glasses.
I kind of like him.
I've warmed up to him.
Really?
They kind of look like gazelles back in the day.
I think it's a soft look.
It was
Get
like
some contact. Yeah. It's like
I don't know, man. Rex specs?
That's not imposing to me if I'm a hitter.
You know who he
I
reminds
look at a
me
guy,
of?
I'm like, oh, look at this four eyes on the
Von
mound.
Miller wore Rex specs.
They did. He kind of reminds me of Rodney and Joe Cooley. Y'all probably don't know who that is. Like, I remember it was an album cover that I remember buying this album. It was Rodney and Joe Cooley. And they had on the stone-washed, like, jean outfit, like the whole thing. and I think it was Rodney O or Joe Cooley. One of them had those big old glasses on, the gazelles.
Gazelles.
Yeah.
All right.
And it was like, that's kind of what it reminds me of.
Okay. I don't love it, but I do like Luzilla. I think that's a great nickname for him. 215-592-9494. Did Bryce Harper's performance yesterday make you feel way more confident about the Phillies as a whole? That's what we're asking today to start the show. Let's go to Steve in Egg Harbor. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, what's going on? No, it doesn't make me more confident in the team. It makes me more confident about Harper because if you really watch this guy over his career, when he goes to left field, that is when he's at his best. He can hit the ball out of any, left field, right field, center field, and then that's when you know he's at his best. He could have had 3 home runs if he was out of the park yesterday. He had 2 of them basically hit the wall, and the other one went over to left field. I mean, that just goes to show you how much power he has. But when you got Castillo,
Steve,
about time to get a new phone, ain't it?
Steve, I think Steve dropped off there.
You got to get a new phone. Got that cricket.
Come on, Steve. Yeah, Steve's usually more reliable than that. Disappointing effort. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
So here, just a quick reminder. Just remember, in every state except for maybe Illinois, the person on the highway has a right to that lane, so you have to adjust.
Seriously? Even when you're merging?
Yes.
I always thought they had to get over.
No. Now, here's the thing. As a truck driver, if I can get over to let you in, I will, but that's for my own safety, not being courteous.
Okay, see, because I always assume that, because when I see people merging, I tend to get over.
Yeah, you should if you can safely. That's the whole thing. If you can't, you can't.
Okay,
that's the biggest. Being on the highway every day, dude, that's the biggest concern. Every time, I go through a lot of areas where there's merge lanes, and it's tough sometimes. You got to make a decision. You either hold your lane, speed up, slow down. That's a big decision.
Okay, well, cool. Well, I guess the finger was deserved.
Well, I'm still with you, Hugh. Jeff, there are unwritten rules of the road that you should abide by.
Not when you're getting paid to drive, dude.
Okay, fair enough.
That's it. All right, so I don't understand how someone can feel good about Bryce but not feel good about the team in general. Because as he goes, the team goes. It's kind of been that way since he's been here. So that was a get-right game for him because Verlander really doesn't have it anymore. So throwing those hard, straight fastballs, that was good for Bryce to get a feel for what it takes to get back into it.
But, Jeff, where I disagree with that is that hasn't been the case in the playoffs. Like last year in the Mets series, I thought Bryce was fine in that series. The rest of the offense didn't come to play. I thought in the Arizona series, Bryce was largely fine in that series, and the rest of the offense didn't do it. So I think, Schwarber and Harper, they're the guys who obviously are the catalyst, but it doesn't necessarily mean everybody else is going to follow along.
Well, if everybody else doesn't pick up the pace and Bryce doesn't, then we have zero chance. So I still feel good about him being on his game and giving this team a chance to win. We still need a left fielder, dude. I'm with you on the Kepler thing. I can't have that guy out there anymore. I need a bigger bat. I need a more consistent bat.
Yeah, it's hard to watch at this point, Jeff. And like yesterday, and I get they end up winning the game big, and it didn't matter in the grand scope of things. But it's just like, how many times do we need to see him come up? And, dude, just hit a fly ball. We're not asking you to get a hit. Just get the ball to the outfield, and he hits a weak grounder to shortstop. It's just like, I can't keep watching this.
The approach has to be, I need to get the ball to the outfield when I got a man on third with less than 2 outs. Just get to the outfield. Don't try to ground that. Don't try to roll over on a ball. That's ridiculous. It's a bad approach.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Jeff, and appreciate the call. And that's the thing.
I appreciate the clarity too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, how about Jeff giving us the rules?
No, I always thought you had to get over, but I guess now that I know, I don't expect anybody to move over anymore.
But still, though, where do you stand on that?
He could have moved. He could have moved over.
Where do you stand on that, Kyle? If somebody's merging and they're clearly trying to merge, if they're running out of room, you just let them over.
Oh yeah, no, you're supposed to. Not everybody does. Maybe that guy was right to flip you off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I deserve the finger.
Okay.
That didn't sound right.
You deserve the middle finger from that guy. Man, Hugh. This is, we're at 10:45, and we've already had 3 or 4 childish moments from you. Man, your mind's in the gutter today. Even
make sure
more
you
than
get
usual.
your prostate checked, fellas, because you don't want to have no issues. Seriously, that's you just don't. You don't.
Okay. So
how old are you, TK?
I'm 38.
Oh, yeah, you got time.
All right.
I'm just saying.
So this conversation, in the last minute, went from Bryce Harper being back to merging over to the other lane.
It can spiral out of control in an
real
instant.
quick.
To Hugh giving an impromptu PSA to get your prostate checked.
And I'm just saying, it just we like to cover all bases here.
Yeah,
we're all inclusive.
Well, hey, you can't tell. Nobody can tell us that you're not looking out for.
I'm trying to look out for
health.
everybody, man. Men's health, because a lot of times because you and Kyle haven't experienced this yet. It's a little. It could be a little humbling. It could be a humbling experience.
It's an important issue. I'm glad.
But you got to get it done, man. And I remember the first time it happened to me. I asked the doc, did he want to go for a drink? Because it felt like we were friends now. We were cool. Like we're super cool.
All right.
So yeah, I'm just saying. Get that. Don't be afraid. You got to get it done. Man. Got to get it done.
All right. Let's go to Bill of Fishtown. What's up, Bill?
Hey, TKU. What's going on, guys?
What's going on, man?
Do I love to see Bryce do what he did? Yes. It honestly looked a bit like a rehab assignment to me. I don't understand why Bryce just always comes right into the majors. I don't understand why
he can.
Confidence a little bit. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Bill.
Because he can. I mean, he does what he can do that. He's Bryce Harper.
With Bryce. With Brandon Marsh, if they want him to go on a rehab assignment, he's going on a rehab assignment. If Bryce doesn't want to do it, Bryce isn't going to Lehigh Valley. Yeah.
No, I totally understand that. Bryce does what Bryce wants. But why not build your confidence, head to AAA, go to Lehigh, mash a couple people, and, who doesn't want their confidence built? But either way.
Because he's Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I don't think Bryce is dying to spend, 3-4 days in an Airbnb in Lehigh Valley, to be honest with you.
No, I hear you. But, seeing what he was doing all week, and then for that to happen yesterday, does it make me happy? Yeah. Does it change anything with our team? Not really, no. I mean, we still did strike out 7 times yesterday to Verlander. I'm not going to put that aside. I'm also not going to ignore the 2 games before that. I think the real test, though, is this Padres series. We're heading down there, and, they're a pretty good team. And, it's good to see Bryce heat up, and I just really think it matters what happens there. We don't perform well in Oracle Park, so, let's go down there and see. But my biggest question is, we're still having these issues in the lineup. Kepler's hurt, so not to wish an injury on everyone, but at least now there's no excuse for him to get in. Because, like you said, TK, get rid of this guy. I mean, he's absolutely horrible. Why he still keeps getting opportunities, I don't know. But what is the reason we're not bringing Crawford up? I'm a little curious here.
Yeah, Bill, I think it's that they don't think he can hit for power at the major league level right now. Yeah. But I would bring him up. I'm with you, Bill. And I don't know. Maybe part of it has to do with preserving his trade value because we saw what happened to Mick Abel. Maybe that's a fear. I don't know. I would prefer for Crawford to be up.
Yeah, we don't know until he's up here. When we're going up against some good teams, too, don't you want to see how he performs at least? I mean, I get the trade value thing, but at the same time, how much are you really going to get for the guy? Bring him up. See what he can do. I mean, right now, we need a guy like that. But, I want to see, these guys get opportunities. And I go back to it, but I don't understand why Edmundo Sosa is not an everyday player. People keep saying they think he's going to get exposed. How do we even know? Every time he comes up in big moments, he performs. Meanwhile, guys like Bryson Stott keep getting opportunities over him. I'm sorry, but Bryson Stott is just not that guy. So I think Sosa should see the field. But, again, Bryce performing, I still don't think it does anything. Bats go weak. Bryce performed last year in the playoffs, and no one else did anything. So
Gotcha, Bill, and I appreciate the call, man. Thanks. And yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at. It's just it doesn't mean the rest of the lineup is just fixed. It's definitely a step in the right direction. I don't want to diminish what Bryce did yesterday because we all know, Hugh, if the Phillies want any chance of winning the World Series,
it starts with him.
It starts with him.
Yeah, and I think it's good for Bryce's psyche. And see, I guess I don't just look at it as last night. I look at it in the last 3 days. Because there were opportunities there, even in the first game, that you had that you kind of squandered away because you didn't have any power and you didn't move runners over. I can't remember how many runners were stranded, but I would say at least 10+ in the last 2 days that they didn't win. So I saw them trying to change their approach. And now you add the fact that it looks like Bryce Harper is Bryce Harper of old. It just feels like they're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, and there's no question about the fact.
Can't be afraid of love, TK.
Well, I am still. I'm not ready to jump back in love yet. But I will say, there is something to this lineup when Bryce is hitting that is contagious. And it does kind of, I think, give everybody else a little more confidence. Now, I don't think that's enough. I think this team is going to need to make significant improvements. None of that really changed for me. But I do think, there is a jolt of energy they get when Bryce
is on. And when he's talking that trash, man, did you hear that trash that he was talking?
That was great.
He said, I'm the best there is.
That's the Bryce I won.
I'm the best in the business.
But yeah, Max Kepler, I forgot about that part of it. He did leave the game with an injury yesterday, a shin injury.
It's a bruised shin.
A shin contusion.
He'll be all right, man.
Well,
Somebody said
it's a fancy word for a bruise.
Weston Wilson got scratched last night from Lehigh Valley, so... Well, I guess Weston Wilson's coming back. Well, let's get fired up. But maybe this smells to me, gentlemen, like a phantom IL for Kepler here. You send him down to Lehigh Valley. You get him some at-bats. I don't know. My hope would be he never returns.
And the fact that, you was chirping a couple weeks ago about your playing time.
Yeah.
Chirping.
I can't stand that guy.
Would you fight him? Would you fight him like the dude fought him on the golf course?
Oh, TK would get
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, would I fight him?
I suggest if y'all on the golf course like Buddy was that took that L yesterday.
TK's going in the pond.
Put your hands up.
What, you don't think I'm a fighter, Kyle?
I mean, look, Max Kepler's, I think he's a pretty big dude.
Yeah. No.
What is he about, what, 6 what? He about 6'1"?
He looks pretty tall.
Yeah, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight Max Kepler. I don't want to fight him.
Tall.
But
he's 6'4".
Ooh, TK, you might be in trouble.
He's got like 10 inches on me.
You might. Whoa.
10 inches in height. 10 inches in height,
baby.
Come on.
We have spotted him out of control.
I can't say anything on this show.
I mean, I didn't say.
I just look. Kyle's face just lit up like it was a 5-year-old on Christmas morning when I said that.
This is Hugh's fault.
I feel good that I'm not the only one, though.
Hugh's brought my maturity level down 10 notches.
You're both in each other's head to the degree that it's just
Did
crazy.
you see what I tweeted last night when the Phillies won?
No.
It said, what did the headline say? And it wasn't mine. I just thought it was funny. It said the Phillies pound the Giants and Bryce bust out. I just thought that was funny.
I mean, come on.
Come on.
You can't make this stuff up, man.
No, you can't.
What you talking about?
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Did Bryce Harper's performance yesterday make you feel better about the Phillies as a whole? Would love to get your takes on that. We'll get more calls on that coming up. Also, Devin Caney will join us coming up. Devin will talk to us about the Phils, and maybe we'll get a little
she's not going to talk to us about Montana?
Montana, yeah.
I want to know about Montana.
Well, I know that's what you're ready for. So we'll get Devin's take on all that coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the DeCamara broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from DeCamara Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open. Come celebrate during our grand opening block party, July 18th and 19th. We'll have free food and fun for the whole family. Plus, take advantage of huge grand opening discounts on the top Forest River floor plans. Tour hundreds of new RVs along with a large selection of quality pre-owned RVs. Don't miss the grand opening block party at the all-new Forest River RV dealership in Berlin, July 18th and 19th. Get all the details at forestrivernewjersey.com/grand opening.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped, fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Colorado coach Deion Sanders is calling for a salary cap in college football. Speaking at Big 12 Media Days, Sanders warned that big money programs are dominating by throwing millions at recruits, and it's hurting the game. He wants transparency, fairness, and rules, just like the NFL. But the big question, would coaches and boosters looking for an edge actually follow these rules? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free.
Yesterday, man. Wawa has their own like soundtrack for summer. The Hoagie Fest.
man. Yeah. You never heard the Hoagie Fest song before? Where you been?
No,
you living under a rock?
It's like because I guess yesterday was the first day that it registered. It's kind of banging though.
Oh, it's
they got a nice little playlist.
Yeah, they do.
I was like, it was one song that I was playing, and I was like, hold up, this is a little bit of a banger.
And I'll tell you what, you go in there, Kyle Schwarber's picture is just everywhere.
Yeah.
All over the place in Wawa. But the Phils win yesterday, 13-0. They bounce back. And now we are joined by our Phillies beat reporter, back from Montana, back in the Philadelphia area.
Back to Montana.
Devin Caney. What's up, Devin?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good. So, Deb, I'm curious. How was it being in Montana?
Montana was amazing. I heard you guys talking about it on, when was that? Monday, Tuesday, I think. No, it was a blast. I was there for a wedding, and it was beautiful. Went to Yellowstone. I know you were asking, like, what's there to do in Montana? There's actually a lot. It's very, like, outdoorsy, naturey stuff, but it was fun.
Did you get, like, a 10-gallon hat or something? Did you bring back, like, a Montana souvenir?
So I did have a cowboy hat, and I felt gross wearing it because, like, I don't want any association with the Dallas Cowboys whatsoever. And I sadly left it in Montana. I forgot it. So RIP to my 10-gallon hat. I guess I'll have to get another someday if I ever need one.
Okay, so Dad, we've been kind of chopping up the Phillies a little bit the last couple of days, and I kind of feel like the Phillies are back, with the Bryce Harper showing power last night. How do you feel about this team?
So this team is just like, I think last night's win and just the series of events that led up to it kind of sums up what this team has been so far this season. And that's a team that's pretty inconsistent, especially offensively. The thing that's been the most consistent has been their elite starting rotation. I know Jesus Luzardo has been kind of up and down. I'm really glad that he had a great start last night. I'm really, really relieved at Bryce Harper's performance last night. Having a 4-hit day, and the best part is that they were all opposite field, and that's a sign that Bryce Harper is really, finding his groove again, and hitting like the Bryce Harper that we've been kind of waiting to see even before his injury, even before he missed time. Like, I feel like Bryce Harper wasn't totally, the Harper that we're used to seeing. I hope he can keep that up. That being said, TK, I heard you say something a little bit earlier on the show, and I totally agree. Like, there's still something missing with this Phillies team, right? And I know that the trade deadline's coming up, and they're probably going to get at least one more bullpen arm. I think they need more than that, maybe 2 bullpen arms while you're at it. But with the lineup and the offense, it just still leaves something to be desired for me. And I think even when Bryce Harper, who hopefully, continues hitting the way he did last night, I'm not saying he's going to get, 4 hits and hit a home run every single day, but I mean, something would be nice, some sort of consistency. You still have Bryson Stott, who since May 1st is batting like 206. You still have Alec Bohm, who's hit or miss, literally. You still have, 2 platoon positions in the outfield. So I still am I need to see a little bit more from this offense and a little bit more consistency.
Sound like she with you,
all the way
TK.
back.
Sound like she with
I mean,
with you.
Devin knows ball.
But she says it nicer than you do.
Yeah, that's
she says
that's
a little bit nicer.
Yeah, she says it in
I
a
can
nicer,
say it meaner if you want.
in a nicer tone than I do. But Devin, obviously, I mean, we talk about the bats, the outfield, the bullpen, as you said, and Jordan Romano the other night blows that save. If the Phillies can only pick one position to really address and say one of them's a minor move, one of them's a major move, which area do you think a major move is needed more?
I mean, so I've changed my answer. Starting the season, I would say like 80% of the season so far, I've been bullpen. You need to get a back end reliever in there, maybe even two at this point. I'd say like when they were slumping, a couple weeks ago, I totally changed my mind and was like, sell everything to bring in like a big outfield bat. You need an outfield bat. You need help in this lineup. Now I'm kind of trending more towards the bullpen help, just because I think that that's more doable also with what I would assume they're willing to give up. I think you need at least like 2 new arms in the bullpen because remember, Alvarado's going to come back. I'm not even putting any stock in that because he can't pitch in the postseason regardless. Right. Even if he comes back and is able to pitch somewhat close to how he was pitching, before he was suspended, which odds of that, of course, are not really great. He's not going to be with the team in the fall, assuming they make the postseason. So I think you need at least 2 more reliable arms in the bullpen. That should be priority number 1. What I don't want to do, what my biggest fear is, and I heard someone kind of allude to this, is, if Bryce Harper's hitting well, if Jesus Luzardo in the starting rotation is pitching well, which they have been for the most part, I don't want Dombrowski and this Phillies front office to say like, okay, well that's our trade deadline move. Is Bryce Harper finally getting fully back, or even saying like, well, Aaron Nola is going to be healthy soon, and that's a trade deadline move. I want them to make actual legitimate moves and bring in some new fresh arms, especially in the bullpen.
Yeah, I agree, Devin. And the other area that you look at and has been a big topic of conversation lately, fifth starter spot. Obviously, Taijuan Walker. Yeah, I got a little tongue-tied there. But Taijuan Walker back in there. Mick Abel down in the minors. Andrew Painter the other night, 5 1/3, gives up 5 runs. 3 of those runs, though, given up in the 6th inning when things kind of unraveled for him. After the All-Star break, what do you think the chances are that Painter's up here in the near future?
So I'm not sure. I think earlier in the season, I would have said he'll be up for sure and in the starting rotation. Rob Thompson actually, he speaks on Andrew Painter a lot. I feel like he has like obligatory Andrew Painter and Justin Crawford updates for media, whenever he speaks to us before games. And before their last home series, he said, because they had this timeline, right? We all know the phrase July-ish that's been thrown around by Dombrowski, by Middleton, by Rob Thompson since, before the season even began for Andrew Painter to come up. And Rob Thompson had said earlier in the season, okay, July-ish, he's going to continue in AAA, and then he's going to take a break during All-Star break, and then he'll probably be brought up. Well, Rob Thompson kind of changed his tune the last time he spoke to us before their last homestand. He said, well, maybe if he comes up, it will be after the All-Star break, but that's not a guarantee. He might not come up. So Rob Thompson kind of setting up for, they're not in a dire need for another starting arm in the rotation right now, at least. And I don't think you want to bring Andrew Painter up until he's 100% ready, right? He's still coming, not fresh off an injury at this point, but he's still ramping up. He's still, like you mentioned, not having his best outings in AAA. And I don't want to put too much stock into that because he could be working on something specific. You never know. It's a totally different ballgame, literally, than it is, in the majors. But I just don't think they want to bring Andrew Painter up until it's, 100%. He's ready to go. We believe he can succeed up here. Because last thing you want to do is bring him up and he re-injures himself or he flounders and he doesn't pitch well.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, Devin. And one more for you here. The All-Stars announced the other night for the Phillies. Zach Wheeler, Kyle Schwarber get in. Trey Turner, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez among those who do not. Number 1, did that surprise you? And number 2, do you think it was fair for only 2 of those guys to get in?
Does it surprise me? A little bit, but also not at all, just given it's hard to put into words. The overall, like, I hate to say vibes, but this team just hasn't had the same hype and energy around them this season, if that makes sense. I know that, we've talked about how fun we are having as fans, as media, watching, covering this team this season. I personally haven't been having that much fun. This team is kind of frustrating to watch. It's hard to figure out what exactly their identity is. They're not this loose and goofy team that we've seen in seasons past. And I think fans are getting a little bit tired of that. And, that's a lot of all-star voting is, fans. Like last season, you look at compared to this season, Philly's record is actually somewhat similar to where it was at all-star voting time last year. And last year, fans were voting for all the Phillies players to get in, and it worked. So for that reason, I'm not too surprised. Obviously, I think guys like Ranger Sports, I think that Trey Turner, I think that they deserve to be in the All-Star game, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it. And I'm happy for Kyle Schwarber and Zach Wheeler because they absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, and hopefully Wheeler gets that nod to start in the game next Tuesday night. That would be really cool. But Devin, glad you made it back. All right, thanks for hopping on today.
Thanks a lot, Dev.
Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate it. Devin Caney, Phillies beat reporter, and back from Montana. She was able to get back. You get all your Montana questions in that you needed.
Well, not really, but I just kept
there was
it.
one that was
I kept it
very
grown.
pressing,
I kept it grown.
Well,
I thought coming off of the childish stuff that we did earlier, I was like,
you put a cap on the childish nonsense.
Yeah, well, I was trying to.
Okay,
that's why I didn't ask.
But we were amused by the childish nonsense.
Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta pick and choose the moments where you want to be child. I'm growth, TK. I let the dude flip me the bird, and I kept going. I'm trying to grow in this situation.
Well, I'm still reeling from the Kepler thing in the last segment. That was a poor choice of words on my part.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
You've had a few of those.
We're gonna talk bad about you though when you leave.
Oh, I know that. I mean, that's just a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, we're gonna bring it back up when Joe get back. But right now, we're going to
listen to all the things TK said last week. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But obviously talking a lot about Bryce Harper today, as Bryce had a huge game. Probably, his best game of the season, I'd imagine.
He had a banner day.
No
he had a banner day.
It was the best version of Bryce we've seen all season.
Yes, definitely. 4 extra base hits.
I like the trash talk, though.
First time in his career. Oh, yeah. The trash talk was awesome, as Bryce had 3 doubles, 1 home run yesterday. And, I think we got to hear that cut again, because this is what really gives you more confidence than anything, is the way Bryce spoke after the game. Here's what Bryce had to say in terms of his performance.
I'm really good. I really am. I don't want to put that out there and everybody go, what's he talking about? But I know when I'm going well, and I'm one of the best in baseball.
You heard it.
Like I said, I'm healthy, I'm strong, I feel great. It's just putting myself in the plus counts. I haven't done that. You guys have seen that, and I haven't done that. So I feel stronger than ever. I feel like today I think that was being able to kind of go oppo and do those things. Anywhere else, I might have 3 homers, right? So it's like those are the things you think about. And I hate talking about individual and all that kind of stuff, but you guys know that. But today, we kind of just, if I get into good counts and don't swing it crap away or in or anything else, then I'll be right where I need to be.
And hey, that does.
I love to hear it.
That sounds good, man.
Yeah, I love to hear it because he's in a good place. And when you say you're one of the best, it's not a lie. Nobody's sitting there talking about I don't know what you're talking about. So that lets me know that he feels good, and when he feels good, man, I think he has the ability to carry this team along with him.
And that's the way you need Bryce to feel. And the question we've had to start out here, does Bryce's performance yesterday, does it make you feel better about the team as a whole? It's made me feel better about Bryce. It does not make me feel better about the team as a whole, though, unlike you two.
Well, I just feel like you're understating how big of an impact that version of Bryce Harper is to this team. And we talked a lot this week, and Devin mentioned it too, that it has been very fun watching this team play baseball this season. Seeing Bryce do what he did yesterday,
it was fun.
That's fun. Yeah. The small ball stuff is good, and I like the fact they're able to do it. Gets a little boring after a while. Put some balls in the freaking seats. Send it the opposite way. Seeing Schwarber and Harper be able to do that in this lineup, the addition of that in the lineup, it just makes it so much more fun to watch.
It's encouraging.
But you know what my counter to that would be? It's not fun watching 5 through 9 in this lineup. It's not fun watching the bullpen on this team. Those are the things that are not fun. And yeah, Bryce gave us a great moment yesterday, but it didn't solve the Phillies' problems overnight. That's where I'm at.
But do you expect the five, like maybe five, but like the bottom of the lineup
6, 7, and 8
isn't supposed to. Yeah, they're not supposed to be the guys that are.
But they got to give you something. But they got to give you something.
They're giving you a little bit. Marsh is giving you something.
Yeah, I mean,
he's giving you what you need him to give you.
We know what Brandon Marsh is, Kyle. We know he's not going to come through in the playoffs when you need him.
Maybe. I don't know. I think so far I think we're seeing his best season as a Philly, all things considered.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that's saying a ton here. 215-592-9494 if you
try,
want.
Kyle.
I love the sheepish. It's not from Kyle there. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Sean in Newark. What's up, Sean?
Sean.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Sean?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little better today. I was riding my white pickup yesterday, and some guy that looked like a black Santa Claus was trying to cut in front of me, and I gave him the finger. But
is that who it was? Hey,
that would have been amazing.
I deserved the finger, though. I deserved
it. Teasing, man. But anyway, I appreciated listening to you today. I was actually, you could have been talking about me some days, so I got to do the same thing. Take some of Hugh's advice and grow a little bit.
Yeah, man, because road rage is not hot. What's hot, and people got stuff going on, and it was just like whatever,
Well, and the other thing is too, you like you said, you be real, you act fake crazy, and next thing you know, you're meeting somebody that's real crazy.
Yeah. You don't want to do that. Definitely don't want to do that.
But anyway, as far as the Phillies, I mean, it's nice that Bryce is doing good, and hopefully he does good the rest of the year. But would that change anything for the last couple of years? It still have all the same problems. You still have an offense that goes hot and cold, where it gets hot for a few weeks, then it gets cold, and then you have all the same problems. I mean, to me, there's a lot of things they could do to fix it. Like, for instance, if it was me, Trey Turner would not be playing shortstop, but Mendo Sosa would, because he's clearly the better player at that position. Turner would go into the outfield because clearly you have a weakness in the outfield and you don't have anybody who can hit out there. So there you go. You just solved two problems right there. But you don't want to hurt Trey's feelings, so we're going to make the team worse. And that's the thing that a lot of people, like, when you go back, I'm old. The 1980 Phillies, everybody gives credit to Pete Rose, saying, like, when he joined the team, it changed the chemistry and all that. And yeah, that's true to a large extent, especially with Schmidt. But the thing is, they didn't even make the playoffs the first year Pete Rose joined. The thing that got the Phillies going was when they fired the manager and hired Dallas Green, and he was a no-nonsense, tough SOB. Didn't take no nonsense from nobody, and that's it. He just started putting a foot up everybody's butt, and we're going to do what's best for the team, and that would kick the team into gear, and then they won the World Series after they had won the division 3 different times, winning 100 games every year and not being able to finish it out.
Well, Sean, is that what you think the problem is for this team? Do you think they'd get a jolt from doing something like that with the manager?
I think the manager's got to make the tough decisions. Like, for instance, like I just said, it's obvious if you put Sosa at shortstop, you're better defensively, and your team is geared around pitching, which needs to have a good defense behind it. So that fixes that problem. And then you're saying, well, we don't have anything in center field. We don't have anybody that can hit. Okay, we'll stick Trey Turner out there. He played center field before. And I tell him that's going to be his position for the next 8 years because he's getting worse every year at shortstop. So let's accept reality now and let's go get a chip. There you just fix two problems just by a little bit of tough love and making the smart decision for the team rather than worrying about coddling all these superstars' feelings. And that's what Dallas Green didn't care about. He didn't care about nobody's feelings, and that's what changed the Phillies.
Well, Sean, and appreciate the call, man. I don't disagree with that's what the Phillies should do eventually. I mean, they're not going to do it in the middle of the season. That would be a discussion for after the season. But let me be very clear about this here. Like, to me, that's not a Rob Thompson decision. Like, and you can say, oh, that makes Rob Thompson weak. I would disagree. There are some decisions that are over Rob Thompson's head that are the decisions of John Middleton and Dave Dombrowski. Mm-hmm. And when you're talking about a $300 million player,
if he's playing where he wants to play.
Yeah, I think that's not Rob's decision to make.
I think that a lot of times especially guys our age, we get stuck in how things used to be in the past. Remember, Bill Parcells was my coach at the Jets when he got there, and he coached that style. You can't coach kids that way nowadays.
No,
you can't do that. It's changed. You have to adapt with the times. You mess around and try to coach them kids like that with that tough love, you get hands put on you.
Yeah, Right. And it's one of those things where if the Phillies were going to do that, and I wouldn't say, that's something that eventually will not happen. I think it could, certainly. If Turner's defense hurts them again this year, it could happen. But the point of the matter is, it's not Rob Thompson's decision to make. That is a Dave Dombrowski, John Middleton decision that they would sit down with Trey Turner and have that talk. It's not like Rob Thompson could just go in and say, you know what? I want to play Sosa at shortstop today. Trey, I'm going to try you out at center. Rob Thompson does not, in my opinion, have the authority to do that.
You can't do all that.
Yeah. Let's go to Chris in Delaware. What's up, Chris?
Hey, thanks for on. I kind of agree with some of what's being said, and the fact that Bryce Harper playing so well only made me look at the 5 through 9 and be like, alrighty, guys, let's wake up a little. You're kind of poking them with the stick, like, hey, what are we doing down there? I'm glad that Schwarber and Harper had a great day yesterday. And the thing with Harper that we've seen in past seasons is once you wake up the beast, he can get really hot. He can get really hot really quick, and it's good that he's woken up right now. I am hoping that the All-Star break doesn't put a stop to his streak if he continues it, right? So if yesterday started it, we go through the Padres, he's hitting like a maniac. I hope that the All-Star break doesn't cool him down. I only hope that it gives him more energy to come out and keep destroying pitchers, because we know this is who Harper is. We know he is MV3, and we know he is the guy that we can rely on as fans. But overall, it was quite funny to me, at least, that Harper does well, Schwarber does well, Turner goes 0 for 5. I was like, all right, well, that's quite interesting. But Turner has done well this season. Some people have said it, some people haven't, but I do think that he was an all-star snub because I do definitely think he deserved that opportunity. And also Jesus Luzardo coming out yesterday and really showing us that, he has his ups and downs, but when he has his ups, he is a very good pitcher. And he has those moments where he isn't. So definitely looking towards seeing how Nola comes back and affects this pitching staff, and seeing if he can, as a healthier player, produce great outings for us. Yes, we have to hit. If you don't hit, a pitcher can't really do much because they aren't hitting anymore. But I'm really looking forward to the rest of this, second half of the season. And, with games like this, games like 13-0, and even if we could have won this series, it makes what they call the dog days of summer not the dog days of summer, because you get to enjoy a team winning. You get to enjoy a team having fun. You get to enjoy Bryce Harper saying that he is the best of the best. I just hope that this energy that he has not only affects him, but it affects the entire team.
Well, that's the hope, Chris, and appreciate the call. And it was nice to see what Bryce did yesterday. I will say I was a little annoyed with Trey Turner because Philly scored 13 runs. He doesn't get a hit. Mm-hmm. I need that hit for my parlay yesterday. I mean, come on.
So it was personal.
I mean, come on.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes, there is.
He gets a hit every day.
I didn't even do the parlay yesterday.
No one cares about your parlay.
Well, I care about my parlay, Kyle.
I don't give a shit.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, how much you would have hit for?
I just had to go. It was a $10 parlay. It was like plus 200.
That's a
lot. It would have won me $20.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. So
$10.
Trey's on my bad side. I'm okay with him not making the All-Star game today because he messed up my parlay.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm just like you. I can be bought very easily. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Did Bryce Harper's performance yesterday make you a believer in the Phillies again? One game, Bryce goes off. Come on, they still have a lot of issues. But your thoughts on that, your phone calls if you want to get in on that. A lot of new trade deadline rumors emerged this morning for the Phillies. We'll get to that. Plus, we'll let you hear from yesterday's biggest winner, Jack Fritz, obviously in the pitching competition versus DeCamera. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Black Friday in July at the Mattress Warehouse. And right now you can save up to 60% store-wide, including top-selling mattresses from Sealy, Serta, Beauty Rest, and more. And you can score a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Now listen, I know when you go into the store and you have a mattress that you might want to get, but I suggest, it's just a suggestion, that you go out and you look at one of the mattresses that you get the adjustable base for. One of the perks of the adjustable base is it vibrates. You can elevate it. You can kick your feet up. You can kick the head up and all this other stuff. But the vibrating aspect is really, really cool. Plus, you can enjoy free next day delivery and 0% interest financing. Don't wait. These Black Friday deals in July end real soon. Do what I did. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow. Make sure you to tell them that your guy, Hugh, told you to come out there and buy yourself a mattress and get some pillows while you're at it, too. Shop the entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's the mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies fly to San Diego for a 3-game series against the Padres. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 8:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Right field, and it's going to go. Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here. Oh, Hoagie Fest. Here I come. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest. Here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speeding isn't just dangerous, it's deadly. The faster you drive, the less time you have to react, and the greater the impact of a crash. Slow down, stay alert, and protect lives. Drive safely, New Jersey.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same-as-cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. A few showers and a storm chance through the afternoon, high 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. Just, hanging out here.
Just
What's
waiting
up,
for
guy?
Hugh to get back.
Yeah, I was wondering where he was. There he is. There's Hugh. He's back, ready to go.
That was Moshe's fault.
Oh, well, it's
it was Moshe's fault because I had to record some spots, right, and I did it. And then Moshe said, well, you got one more to record. and I was like,
come
all
on,
right, man.
Moshe.
Yeah, that's Moshe's fault.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
I have no problem throwing anybody else under the bus. It's not my fault.
And if you're
It's
gonna
not my fault.
if you're gonna blame anybody here for anything, I mean Moshe's the easy person to blame
Yeah,
because you
he's
blame
easy.
Moshe, everybody they don't even question it. It's just like, oh,
Yeah, it was
okay,
Moshe's fault.
okay, that's fine. It's Moshe's
Moshe
fault.
had me cutting all them damn spots, man. No,
Yeah.
I got a job to do.
Yeah, come on, Moshe.
Damn it.
Oh, come on,
Moshe.
Leave Hugh alone. I mean, leave him alone.
Ava walks in and says, hey, hate to do this. You got to go back.
So you got to go back and finish up.
I got to
next
go
segment?
back. I got to go back and finish the spot.
Now you're gonna have Moshe waiting for the next
He'll
20
be all right.
minutes. Yeah, he'll be
It's his fault I was late to work.
Yeah, come on, Moshe.
He's got nothing better to do.
Time it out
Nothing
better.
to do.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in today. Obviously talking a lot about the Phillies and a lot about Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper, a massive day yesterday. A home run, 3 doubles.
Massive.
All to the opposite field. And that's the best part of it is when Bryce is going, and you heard him in the cut we played earlier, refer to it as oppo. When he's going oppo, that means he's locked in, he's seeing the ball well, hitting it all over the field, and encouraging. I will say encouraging, but Kyle and Hugh, you two are on the side of the Phillies are back.
Yeah.
The lineup's fixed, a problem solved, we can all calm down now.
I'm
not there, boys.
it's still a journey to be had, but to me, what got me excited was when he said, I'm one of the best there is. I mean, he's not lying, but
he is.
When you hear him say it to me, that tells me that he's in a good space. You know, because he wasn't there before. He wasn't there when he came back initially from the wrist injury. So he's in a good space right now.
I don't know how you can't think that was the single most positive development we've seen from this team all season long.
He's afraid to
Single
love.
most positive development all season long?
Give me a better one.
He's afraid to love.
The starting pitching, over the last month.
So I initially
been
thought
incredible.
But hold on.
Kyle Schwarber's got like 30 bombs.
Wait a minute. We know what Schwarber was. We knew what Zach Wheeler was. I think we knew to an extent what Christopher Sanchez was. The Ranger thing I think I'll give you because we didn't know if he was more first half of last season Ranger or second half. I thought up to yesterday that the single most positive development was seeing that Ranger had what he had at the beginning of last season in him now again. But we hadn't seen this version of Bryce Harper all season. I think a lot of people were just resigned to the fact that we weren't going to ever get that version of Bryce.
It felt like he was trending like it was just going to be a rough season.
Yeah, and he is the best player on the team. Besides maybe Zach Wheeler.
Well, no, he is the best.
He's the best offensive player on the team.
Besides Wheeler,
right.
yes.
But the impact that has at the 3 spot in the lineup is so big.
But this is the thing. I always thought we were going to get something like this Bryce. I don't know. I didn't know if we were going to get, quote, MVP Bryce. I thought we were going to get a difference-making Bryce Harper. I never really doubted that part of it. In the playoffs, I've always thought, okay, when you're in those moments, Bryce Harper's going to be there, and Bryce Harper's going to produce, because he always does. He's shown us that the last 3 years. In the biggest moments, he's ready, he's there, he's going to come through. But the bottom line, man, is Bryce doesn't play left, he doesn't play center. You still have all these spots in your lineup that are holes offensively. You still have a bullpen. Well, let's face it, the bullpen's kind of a disaster. You have Kerkering. Aside from that, there's nobody that I feel overwhelmingly confident in. I mean, Strom's up and down. You have holes there, so Bryce, it's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't solve all the Phillies' problems.
No, it doesn't, and I think that there's still things that you can do, but to have Bryce having the day that he had and giving his team a little bit of juice, it makes you feel comfortable knowing that if they do make moves and they do bring in another bat, that he could potentially contribute to what they're trying to accomplish right now. That's what you look at. I mean, the bullpen is, they're going to have to that's probably where they're going to have to pool all their resources, try to fix that bullpen.
I think you need to pour your resources in all the areas. I mean, if you
Can't
just
fix
go to the
everything,
bullpen, you got to. Got a lot of things you need to fix.
You can try.
I'm not going to drive
you can
around.
attempt.
I'm not going to drive around in a car that's close to breaking down every second. I'm going to go and I'm going to get that thing serviced.
But don't you think, if I had to give you 3 areas of a baseball team, starting pitching, the offense, and the bullpen, and you had to say there's one area of the team, if you had to pick one that's not quite up to par, that you are capable of fixing at the trade deadline, which would you pick? I think the bullpen is the one thing that they can easily fix.
It's probably
the easiest.
easier to fix the bullpen than it is to find a bat.
Yeah, the offense as a whole might just be what it is. The starting pitching, you're not really going to find one. Like if the starting pitching's bad, you're not going to find one guy who's going to change the entire starting pitching. You find like one shutdown closer. You change this bullpen in a massive way.
You do, but that's the thing, man, is even with Bryce playing like this, I do not believe that this offense is good enough without addressing it. Like, even if Bryce does what he does, and, I mean, he's not going to have 4 extra base hits every game, but this offense, even with Bryce playing as one of the best players in baseball, I still don't think it's good enough.
But look, I don't expect them to put up 13 runs. Now that Bryce Harper looks like, look, we don't even know if we're going to keep seeing this version of Bryce. I'm assuming that we will, just based on what we saw yesterday. But you brought it up. Trey Turner didn't get a hit yesterday. Like, if you get a little bit less from Bryce than yesterday, and Trey Turner's hitting like he normally does, and other guys are hitting like they've been, then you have reason to believe that the offense can be a lot better than what it's shown over the last month.
Well, and that's what they're going to need. They're going to need it to be. And Bryce hitting like he did yesterday is a step in the right direction for sure. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Did Bryce Harper's performance yesterday make you feel better about the Phillies as a team? That's what we're asking today so far on the show. Coming up in a few minutes, we will get to Fritz versus DeCamera yesterday. We haven't really addressed that in detail. We'll get to that coming up. We'll hear from Jack after his big victory yesterday. First, though, let's go back to the phones. Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Kyle's back on the board.
Hugh, you know the relationship that I have with Kyle.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make a statement here. In all seriousness,
choked up there, Aaron.
Kyle, I was not trying to tell you how to do your job. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you.
I don't give a
and the
shit.
hard work that you put in to get to the position that you're in. Okay?
What you talking about?
All I was doing is making an observation that yesterday I feel the ball was dropped.
I don't care. Get to the Phillies.
There was monster potential for yesterday.
Goodness.
So that's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Awesome.
And then as for Chris from Middletown, I couldn't disagree with you more about Joe DeCamara. I actually gained some respect for Joe DeCamara yesterday because I think he's actually playing Jedi mind tricks with Fritz, and he set up that baseball event as a scheduled loss. And and the reason why I have respect for him, he lost gracefully. He took the loss. He looked Fritz in the eye. He shook his hand. Unlike Fritz on the golf course, throwing his hat, shoulder slouch, throwing his clubs, couldn't look DeCamara in the eye after DeCamara beat him. So I think DeCamara is smarter than we all think. And Chris, for a 48-year-old man to go out there in front of all those people yesterday and get beat like he did, that takes some stones, my friend. So again, to DeCamara, and I think
so. You're lauding DeCamara for going out and getting his ass kicked,
dude. I think his training it involved him soaking in the bathtub and reading "Ring the Bell." I think he put it as a scheduled loss. I think he knew. I don't think he expected to win the golf match. He won the golf match. He's playing with house money, and I think he took the scheduled L. And now you've got Fritz that all of a sudden wants to be the sportsman of the year and be the gracious winner, but he can't be a gracious loser. And I think that's Joe's plan, is to get him to become overconfident, so when they go into the next match, Joe mentally is going to have the upper hand again.
I mean, I don't know, Aaron, and I appreciate the call. I mean, I think Joe certainly likes to play mind games.
Oh, he definitely does.
That's a little too deep, though. I don't think this was
You don't think Joe is that deep?
No, I don't think Joe had a scheduled loss here. I think Joe honestly thought he had a real chance yesterday, and I did too. I thought that Jack was going to struggle.
I don't know about that. I don't know if Joe really thought that he had a good chance. I think he was going to go out there and be a good sport. I think he was more counting on a meltdown from Jack. Because let's be honest, Jack has more of a baseball background than Joe DeCamara.
Of course.
Like, and Jack, my biggest thing was going into this, bat speed's an issue. Like, if Jack could get it over the plate, I didn't think if Joe did make contact that he would knock it out of the park or hit it hard enough. But it come to find out, that his feeble attempt to run was his biggest failure.
Well, and we'll get to that. We'll get to the running part of it. But I'll just say,
oh my bad, I was
no, you're good. I gotta give Jack a little bit of credit here. I do.
Yeah, Jack did his thing.
I was heavily on the DeCamera side going into this competition. I thought Jack was going to struggle to throw strikes. Jack performed well yesterday, and I think even more important for Jack than winning the competition and beating DeCamera, from all indications, Jack actually looked good throwing the baseball, and I think that was more important. We talked about it, Kyle. This was a style points game for Jack, and he was able to do it in a style points fashion. Yep. I mean, the fact that the velo apparently looked good, Jack preserved his reputation as a baseball guy. Yeah. I think that's the most important thing for him coming out of this.
Definitely style points for Jack. No moral victory for Joe for making some contact?
No. I mean, he went 0 for 8. Like, he didn't reach base. There's no moral victory in that.
Okay.
Did you really think he was going to reach base, though?
Honestly, no. I thought his best path to victory was going to be just sort of letting Jack miss the strike zone. Doesn't seem like he did. Joe was actually taking swings. I got to give him credit for that, for trying to make contact with the ball. Apparently he was. I mean, apparently he was putting the ball in play a fair bit. I think there's a little bit of a moral victory there for Joe.
And I'll say this, for all the talk about Jack being mentally weak, there was a lot of pressure on him yesterday. He went out there and got the job done. I mean, 22 out of 30 pitches being for strikes. That's a good ratio there. So he deserves credit.
You know, I like Jack. I do. But I think that still kind of applies a little bit.
Oh, you do? You're not convinced that mentally he's good?
Well, I mean, I think it kind of still applies, because if it would have went the other way, then Jack probably would have melted down. I probably wouldn't have came to work today, because it would probably been a little scary if he'd have.
You're scared of Jack?
No, I'm saying I'm scared of him going postal.
Yeah,
going postal. Yeah, I'm scared of that.
Well, Jack was obviously very excited after the victory yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
It was a good day. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to feel my elbow tomorrow. We left it all on the line. But, man, we had to do what we had to do. Could tell early it was going to go a certain way. As long as I threw strikes.
Yep.
I felt pretty confident. But, man, 8-0. I'm glad it was 8-0. I'm glad I didn't mess around and hit him.
Yep.
You know, I wanted straight domination, and I got straight domination.
So Jack got the job done. He was able to dominate the
I like the bravado.
Yeah.
Like the bravado. What's the next event that they got coming up?
They got tennis up next.
Yeah, that was going to be pretty interesting. I think that this was good for Jack because it helped boost his confidence.
Right. Now, I do think there are things maybe from this event that we can apply to future events here, because one of the big stories to come out of this was Joe when he did have to run to first base. Here was yesterday on the afternoon show, them talking about Joe and how he looked out there athletically running after he did put the ball in play.
So at bat number 2, first pitch, swinging strike.
Yep.
Second pitch, Joe DeCamara, easy ground ball to third base. Third baseman takes his time, throws him out. And here's where I noticed that Joe DeCamara was in real trouble, because I had to watch him run. Now, you get, as you said, I give Joe DeCamara credit. He stepped up there against a guy who had, pitched in college. We all say Joe's not an athlete. He's not an athlete. But, man, you can tell the guy's not an athlete by the way that he runs. He runs like somebody is holding his shoulders back.
Yeah.
He runs legs and stomach first.
Yeah, like crotch first.
Crotch first?
Yeah, like he's got a force field in front of his crotch or something.
Wow.
Now, I've not seen the footage of Joe running.
I need to see that, because I can't imagine.
I can picture it.
Well, we saw a still photo. We saw a still photo of this yesterday.
Wait a minute. He said legs and stomach first. I'm trying to imagine that. I can't imagine that. Somebody needs to give me a visual.
I mean, I thought the description was pretty good. Like he said,
you mean like
it's like someone's pulling his shoulders back, and he's running.
I can see it now, Kyle. You mean like he's like...
Well, it's a weird way to run. Like most people, when you're running,
wait a minute.
You're leaning forward.
Now I have to ask: are the arms flapping? It like side like this? Like I'm doing it for the YouTube people.
Yeah.
Are the arms flapping like this? Because if the belly's out and the arms flapping, that's a bad look.
It doesn't sound like a very aerodynamic
or athletic
run.
Now, is there any chance Joe was playing possum with the running?
Well, that is an event.
To maybe,
playing possum? No.
Have a different running style for the running event.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's. I think he has zero chance at the running.
Now,
his path to victory is tennis and basketball.
Well,
he
now
needs to win those both.
I don't know, because if I don't know what Jack's lateral movement is like, but now I'm kind of questioning whether or not DeCamera has lateral movement. Does he play tennis? Is he a tennis guy?
I think he does.
Okay, so he might be in his wheelhouse then.
Well, this is the thing, and I think now Jack has swung back to being a massive favorite in this thing. And I was on DeCamera. I thought DeCamera was going to win this, and I thought maybe win tennis, and that was his path to victory. But we all can agree Joe is the, I think, favorite in tennis. Jack is almost a dead ringer to win the running. It's going to come down to basketball.
Wait a minute, they're running?
Yeah, they're running. They're running a sprint against each other. That's the fourth event.
Oh, wow.
And then
yeah, that's a wrap. That's a wrap.
And then it comes down to basketball. And, hey, I mean, unless Joe just shoots the lights out, Jack is just bigger, he's stronger, and he's more athletic than Joe. So I think Jack now has the inside track pretty significantly.
From what I hear, though, DeCamera he's like a sharpshooter out there.
Yeah, he can shoot the free throw.
Well, he's going to have to make shots from the outside.
Are they
That's
playing like
come
horse?
down to.
They're
playing like, it's like horse, right?
No, one-on-one.
Yeah, I think it's a one-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one. And
you mean DM up?
It's supposed to be an athletic competition. I mean,
yeah. I mean, Joe's going to need to get some stops defensively, and he's going to need to shoot the lights out. I think this is probably going 5. I think that's going to basketball. Yeah. And let's face it, that in itself, not great for Jack. I mean, he should have wrapped this thing up in less than 5. But I think tennis and running, each of them are prohibitive favorites in each event.
You mean for Jack?
Yeah, I think Joe is the favorite in
tennis.
I think Jack is the favorite in running.
Gotcha.
So that's the way I view it. Would you guys disagree with that?
No, Jack. I think Jack got him in running, because especially if he running like he, with his stomach out first and his arms flailing.
I don't think massive favorite though. I think I'll say minus 200
for the rest
for Jack
of the event.
to win.
Okay, I would take Jack at those odds. I think actually. I think he looks pretty good at this stage. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Zoe and Bluebell. What's up, Zoe?
Zoe.
Morning, gentlemen. All right, I'm going to say Bryce did his thing last night, man. He you know what? I don't doubt him at all at any time, but at the end of the day, same team. Listen, it's a front-running squad that doesn't work well under pressure. The only person on our team that does well under pressure is Bryce. And if we're seriously considering doing anything, end of the story is this. If we continue to do the same things over and over and over again, it's a true definition of insanity. We won't get into we won't get past the first round of the playoffs. So if we bring in another bat, hopefully somebody who doesn't shrink in the moment. Because if you think about it, all the people that we left on base prior to last night's game were those pressure situations. We could get hits. We could load the bases. We could put 2 people on. The amount of people we leave on base is just insane to me. But it's like we'll have somebody at bat who wants to swing for the fences or just not play smart. It's like, hey, just get the ball and play, and let's do the right thing. So basically, I don't feel like we're going to go anywhere. 2 nights ago, I mean, the ref stole a game from us. We just flat out gave a game away the night before last. I just see the same things happening over and over and over again. And to be honest, the bat that we need is not even somebody who hits 300. Just somebody who has that mindset that, hey, I'm a dog. I'm going to do what it takes to win. I'm going to get on base. Someone mentioned earlier, Pete Rose. We need a Pete Rose, Big Poppy, somebody that's, can voice their opinion in the locker room. Basically, somebody who can do what our man can, and that's have a set of stones and just get the team pumped up.
Well, why do we keep? I don't understand why we keep coming back and blaming the manager when it's the players. Like the players just aren't good enough, man. Like you really think this is a Rob Thompson motivational issue?
All right, hear me out. Now, I was with Rob for a hot minute, and then 2 days ago, when the afternoon show had him on and had a conversation with him, and he said something when he talked about Kirkering. He was like, yeah, Kirky wasn't getting any calls, and, I thought he was going to say something. I'm like, man, it's your job to say something. That's a thought that came to me in my mind. It's like, at some point, you need to be the one to stand up and take that hit, even if you're not that kind of guy. You can't command respect. Like, if I was a hitter, I don't care how much money I'm making, and I'm a hitter and I'm on the team, and I keep doing same dumb stuff over and over again when I got a runner in scoring position, if the hitting coach is not going to do anything about it and the manager's not going to do anything about it, because you know what? There's no repercussions. I got nothing to worry about. I can still do what I can do, whatever I feel like doing, and still make the same money because there's nothing's going to happen.
But Zoe, I don't know. Like, this is the thing, though. I don't
agree with that.
What do you want him to do? Like, who does he have to replace these guys with? Like, if somebody makes a mistake, what is his recourse when he doesn't have anybody on the bench who's any good?
I think it's not even about making a mistake because mistakes happen. You know what I mean? An error in the field happens, but when they continuously happen, you got to be willing to set somebody down. You have to, even if you don't have a better replacement. You have to show that you're willing to do something.
Well,
my point.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say when Castellanos got sat down for that one game for mouthing off to doing whatever he wasn't supposed to be doing, that sent a message to him and got a little fire under him. I mean, it's like, hey, he actually did something. I respect it. And that, yeah, we lost the next game, and could he have made a difference? Probably, but you have to be willing to take some of those hits in order to get your team in line. And I don't blame him for the things that are out of his control. I don't blame him for that. I don't blame him for the loss the night before last. I don't blame him for that. But I do blame him when he's not holding the team accountable for poor decisions.
Well,
That's it. The poor decisions is the issue.
I got you, Zoe, and I appreciate the call. But this is the thing. Like, you got to pick your spots. Like, you can't be the guy who's just, okay, sat Castellanos down a few weeks ago. If you start doing that every night and just changing your full personality to, oh, now I'm going to be this hard manager, that's not something that people are going to respond well to. I mean, Hugh, as a former player, like, you knew your coaches. You kind of got to be authentic to yourself a little bit, right?
Yeah, you can't just be out there yelling and screaming just to be yelling and screaming. I just find it funny when people say that, and they always invoke something that somebody did in the past. That's the past. These kids don't respond to that now. Perfect example is Coach Sirianni. I was talking to a friend of mine the other night, and he was asking me, what did I think about Coach Sirianni when he first got here? He said he was a bubblehead. And now he's a Super Bowl winning bubblehead, but he found a way to connect with those kids in that locker room. And as we've seen, a lot of times he's emotional. He could be overly emotional, but it resonates with them. And sometimes he has to pull it back. I'm telling you, because the dynamic has changed, and I don't think people realize that. That back in the day when they used to do all that, that's when the coaches had they could do whatever they wanted to do. They could cut players, they could move players, whatever. These cats make too much money for you to be talking about what used to be done in the back in the day. It's not happening anymore because the dynamic has changed. Managers nowadays make a fraction of what the players make. Basketball coaches, same thing. The coach going to get fired before you get ready to $300 million player.
Right.
So I think we need to stop saying that way. He needs to do this or he needs to light a fire up on him. No, you need to connect to that person on the level which they understand, kind of like Nick Sirianni did, and then try to get the best out of them from there. To go in there and start flipping chairs and acting all crazy, a lot of people don't respond to that nowadays.
Yeah, and it just it bothers me, this perception that a lot of people seem to have recently. Oh, the players don't respect Rob Thompson.
And they do respect it.
Right, he doesn't light a fire under. Where is that coming from? This is like the new thing, and it is, I get it in baseball. Like, it's easy to just blame the manager. But this is not the manager's fault. Like, the manager does not have quality players at a number of positions. And you can rip Rob Thompson for what he does from a pitching move here or there. Bottom line is he doesn't have great options in the bullpen. Like, he's trying to cobble it together on a nightly basis. You can get mad at him for how he's structuring the lineup. But when his options in left field are, am I going to start, Max Kepler or Otto Kemp or Johan Rojas or Brandon Marsh or Bryson Stott or Sosa, like, he doesn't have great options. Yeah. So the idea that Rob Thompson is at fault, it just drives me nuts. And it's a guy who's been a good manager here. So I don't understand.
He's playing the hand that he's dealt.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's turned on him this year, where people all of a sudden just want to blame him for a lot of the things. And I just don't agree with it. 215-592-9494.
No, I wasn't about to say it.
Oh, all right, I thought you were. Sorry about that.
That's
It
good.
looked like you were about to cook. 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. When we get back, Bryce Harper showed signs he might be back yesterday. We'll continue to talk whether that help turn you back into a believer. And after the break, trade deadline rumor roundup for the Phillies. A lot of stuff coming out this morning. What players may they be targeting? Which Phillies could be available? And Dave Dombrowski's approach as the deadline gets closer, now just a few weeks away. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open. Come celebrate during our grand opening block party, July 18th and 19th. We'll have free food and fun for the whole family. Plus, take advantage of huge grand opening discounts on the top Forest River floor plans. Tour hundreds of new RVs along with a large selection of quality pre-owned RVs. Don't miss the grand opening block party at the all-new Forest River RV dealership in Berlin, July 18th and 19th. Get all the details at forestrivernewjersey.com/grand opening.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome.
And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for loving.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Okay, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Travis Kelce turns 36 this season, and the signs of decline are real. Chiefs GM Brett Veach admits Kelce can't deliver every week, but believes he still shows up when it matters. He did it in the playoffs against Houston, but versus Buffalo and Philly in the Super Bowl, he barely made the box score. So here's the question. Can the Chiefs win it all if Kelce fades when it matters most? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP Midday Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today on this Thursday. Hugh, are you going to go to the Phillies game in a few weeks where Nelly is doing the post-game concert down at CBP?
Nope.
No?
I mean, I'm a Nelly fan, too. Back in the day, he was, I remember he had
Country Grammar?
Tip Drill.
Okay.
Shot that at Ray Buchanan's house. Because I used to live in Atlanta, right? And
Yeah.
I remember when they were shooting that video, everybody was talking about, coming through. And I was like, that probably ain't a good look.
Wait, they were shooting a video at Ray Buchanan's house?
Tip Drill was shot at Ray Buchanan's house.
I did not know that.
In the pool.
Why didn't you go, man? That would have been awesome.
Have you ever seen the video, Tom Kelly?
I have not.
Okay. Well, go look at the video.
Okay.
And just know that the video, it was like a party. And back in the day, because that's what you used to do. You used to go to people's pool parties and stuff like that. So
Still a thing.
Well, it's different in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
All right, I'll have to take a look at I'll take a look
you go
at
look
the
at it.
video.
Yeah, it's a little different. And it's a little different. It was a different time.
I feel
So
like, am I wrong? But I feel like Nelly's a pretty big get for a post-game concert.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's going to be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure people are going to have fun. It's going to be great. That's probably not.
Maybe a little past his prime, but
Yeah.
Nelly's still pretty
He just joined the old ass daddy club too. He just had a baby with Ashanti.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just joined the old ass daddy club.
Oh, he's with Ashanti now?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Damn, Tom, where you been?
I've lived
running that failing ass restaurant, huh?
Hey, I've evolved now. Now I'm an owner of a Planet Fitness. I just don't go in there, right? That's what the guy said?
Yep.
That was mean, too.
Whoever did that was a gym. That was probably the gym of the week.
215-592-9494. Please, you people, let me know what I look like today. What profession I look like. That could be a fun bit.
Yeah, we're lacking in that.
Okay.
We need some more.
We need people to suggest what
We're
is
shots at TK.
a sad profession that I look like I partake in. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Talking a lot about Bryce Harper today. His impact yesterday, 4 extra base hits, 3 doubles, 1 home run. Does that make you feel better about the team as a whole? Yes. Man, that yes would have been so much more effective, man. It was so close to being a great yes.
But no, because I didn't want to cough on the air, so that's okay.
That's good.
So Hugh and Kyle say yes. I say no. I still need to see more from the rest of the guys on this team. And coming up in a few minutes, we will get to a few very, I'd say juicy trade deadline reports. One from a national writer, one from a local writer, but really, I think, sheds light into what the Phillies' thinking is, what Dave Dombrowski's thinking is as we head toward this deadline. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Mark in Folsom. What's up, Mark?
I just wanted to call and talk about the Thompson's availability to, change things up a little. I think from a position player perspective, he's got a lot of options. I think the Phillies' problem was they spent a real lot of money on Kepler, and he's certainly no Marsh. They could have Marsh in left, and they could have spent all that money on a lights-out closer. Or if they were going to spend money on a left fielder, they should have got a right-handed left fielder. Their lineup is deficient from a right-handed power hitting perspective, and I can't blame the manager for that.
Yeah, and that's where I am, Mark. I just look at the issues that you have, and I feel like, especially in recent weeks, people put a lot on Rob Thompson, this decision here, this decision there, but the bottom line is the pieces that he has to work with just aren't all that good.
Well, I think Stott and Sosa are both excellent. I mean, you're not going to find a lot of second basemen on any team in the league that are better than either of those guys. And I think Marsh is thrown under the bus by the fan base a lot, but I mean, he's a 265, 270 hitter that, they say is one of the best defensive left fielders in the game. I know he has a little bit of problems sometimes in center, but, I mean, there's not a lot of teams with better guys than them. I think Stott is going to be really good.
Well, I mean,
that sounds like perspective to me, TK.
Yeah, well, I'm not feeling too positive about the perspective here. But, Mark, I mean, we've been waiting for Stott for a few years, though. I thought Stott was going to have a bounce-back year. He was dealing with the elbow thing last season. But, I mean, this year he just has not been very good offensively.
Oh, he's a 250, 260 hitter. He plays his position well, and he's got a little bit of pop when you need him. I mean, how many second basemen are more than that?
Yeah, but
we're not talking about a corner outfielder.
But Mark, Stott,
corner infielder.
But Stott hasn't been that this year, though. Like, he's not hitting 260 this year.
No, but he will by the end of the year, and he'll have his 10 or 12 home runs. I mean, come on.
You
what's
sure?
He batting?
Well, yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, what's he batting? 245, 250?
Right now, he's hitting 240. He's hitting 240 with 6 homers.
All right. Well,
and a .311 on base percentage.
Yeah, well, they yanked him around a little bit in the lineup, which kind of probably discombobulated him a bit. I feel, I mean, you go to bat and lead off in the beginning of the year, and then they put him down the bottom. He'll be fine.
Well, I hear you, Mark. I appreciate the call. Thanks for checking in.
He's being optimistic.
Like, moving guys in the order is going to mess him up. I think we put way too much stock into that. Like, okay, some days you're going to hit at the top, some days you're going to hit in the middle, hit at the bottom. When you go up to the plate, hit. I mean, that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, and I think that for the most part, when we were moving guys around, they did a pretty good job of that when they were asked to do certain things. It wasn't like, some guys pushed back a little bit, but, for the most part, I think they did the job when they were asked to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, the players do need to perform, and I just think when it comes to Thompson, I just think he takes way too much heat for where this team is at. I mean, it's not like he's dealing with an all-star team. It's not like this team is like, I would say, underperforming necessarily, according to the talent that they have. Like, with the talent that they have, I think he's kind of getting the most out of the talent
I think he's done a tremendous job, but the unfortunate thing for him is that for us fans, we kind of know the outcome, or we think we know what the outcome is going to be, because the last couple of seasons, these bats went cold at the wrong time. So that's where the concern lies.
Yeah. So if you want to get in on Rob Thompson, the job he's done, you're welcome to. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But did want to get to the trade deadline because a couple interesting reports came out this morning. First, Jeff Passan of ESPN did a little piece where for all the teams in contention, he put out their best kind of match in the trade deadline market and the weaknesses that they have. And a couple guys that he suggested for the Phillies, Emmanuel Clase, closer in Cleveland, been one of the best closers the last couple of years, and Steven Kwan, the outfielder from Cleveland. We talked about Kwan a little bit the other day, didn't really mention Clase, but he says maybe it would take Andrew Painter, maybe Aiden Miller, maybe Justin Crawford, but thinks Clase is the best match for the Phillies. What do you think of those
3
two
for
guys?
1?
Well, I don't think, no, it wouldn't be a 3 for 1.
You mean one of those guys?
Yeah, one of those guys were, I mean, if you could put together a package and get both, that would probably take all 3.
I don't know. I'm still Painter. I think he's the future. And I know you want the future to be now. But when you talk about, for me, the potential of losing as many pitchers as you can possibly lose in the offseason, when you talk about Ranger and everything, and, you don't know what you get with Nola. Bottom line is, no, I don't want to trade Painter. That to me is, no, I don't want to trade Painter. At all.
And I mean, Quan and Class A, they're obviously guys who could help this team, but it does come down to the Painter part of it. And Matt Gelb also released a piece this morning, which is pretty interesting, of The Athletic, where he talks about the Phillies have kind of come to the determination that they are more in a win-now mode. They're willing to part with some of these top prospects. Now, according to Matt Gelb, and this infuriates me, that they're only essentially focused on the bullpen at this point. They're not really looking to add a bat. I mean, to me, you need to add both. You need to add bullpen pieces. You need to add a bat to this lineup. But that really is the question. Would you trade Andrew Painter in the right deal? If the Phillies are more in a win-now mode, would you trade a guy like Painter to win this season? And if we want to get into 215-592-9494, you're slamming the buzzer, Kyle. I would in the right deal. I'm not going to give him away. But if you can get a difference-making bat for Andrew Painter, I'm absolutely entertaining it.
What, in your opinion, is a difference-making bat? Like, all the names that we know of that are available at the deadline, I'm not even considering moving Andrew Painter forth. Like, there's no Juan Soto caliber player that's available. Obviously, if that's out there, then yeah, I think you pull the trigger and deal Andrew Painter. But I don't know, with the future of Ranger Suarez not very certain here. Also, like, I don't know if I want them to sign him necessarily. Like, he does have a little bit of an injury history. Jesus Sardo's got 1 year left. They need Andrew Painter on this roster at least next season. Whether it's this year or not, I don't know. But Andrew Painter's like the best pitching prospect that the Phillies have had, I think, in my lifetime. There's nobody that I know of that's out there right now that I'm dealing Andrew Painter for. And I know Matt Gelb mentioned Joan Duran, who I'd be all over, just not for Andrew Painter. If they can find another way to get him, I'd be all over that. I would love to get Duran. I'm not giving away Andrew Painter. He's not even on the table for me.
Well, I don't know if you could say he's the best pitching prospect they've had in your lifetime. I mean, Cole Hamels was a pretty heralded pitching prospect.
Yeah, I think
when the Phillies had him.
I think he's a better prospect than Cole.
You think so? I mean, what are the odds, though, that Andrew Painter has anywhere close to the career Cole Hamels has? Well, I don't think very good.
Oh, really?
No, I mean,
I think there's a pretty damn good chance that he does. I mean, like, if
Cole
you're talking
Hamels
about
was an unbelievable pitcher for like a decade.
Sure, if you're talking about accomplishments in terms of winning a World Series, I can't predict whether the Phillies will win a World Series with Andrew Painter, but I think he could come up and be just as good, if not better, than Cole Hamels.
And we'll see, but if I want to get people's takes on that. 215-592-9494. Would you be willing to have Andrew Painter on the table at the trade deadline? I wouldn't. Again, I'm not giving him away. I'm not trading him for Byron Buxton or anybody like that. But if a scenario comes about where there's a real legitimate right-handed bat that can help you and can be controllable. But that's another thing that in the Matt Gelb piece was a part of this, is the Phillies aren't necessarily looking for rentals. They're looking for guys who are under club control long term. I think it would be wrong of the Phillies not to entertain every option. And some of that may have to do with dealing Andrew Painter, because it's about this year, man. I can't sacrifice this year for what Andrew Painter's career could be. I'm not willing to do that.
You don't think there's better ways to like middle that out? Like, I'd be more willing to trade Aiden Miller or like Justin Crawford.
Sure,
you're
more willing,
right?
But I'm not going into it saying there's no chance I'm trading him. He's completely off the table.
So I'm not necessarily either, but I don't. There's no. Kyle Tucker's not available. The Cubs are a World Series contending team. If you were talking to me about Kyle Tucker and he had a lot more control than he does right now, like if he'd been signed, then yeah, I'd consider it. But like, there's no. I don't think there's a perfect player that's both young, controllable, and good enough for me to be willing to trade Andrew Painter right now. I'm not doing it for like a Brian Reynolds or like.
Oh, no way.
That's what I'm saying. But like, we're talking about a contributing right-handed bat. Like, I'm not looking for somebody who's going to fill in this year and maybe give you a chance to win the World Series. Like, I would need somebody that's going to be a centerpiece. Like, Andrew Painter is going to be a centerpiece for this team. I would need somebody back like that in this kind of deal.
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like to me. When I first got here and he was about to come up and unfortunately got hurt, it felt to me similar to when Strasburg was coming up. Now, he had more hoopla, but it felt the same to me. And I was always told, like, you can't have enough good pitching. And he feels like he's going to be a really good pitcher. So, yeah, It's a no for me. I'm not giving that guy up.
Part of it, though, I don't think we know all the guys that are going to be available yet. I think it's going
to unknown.
Yeah, I think it's going to shake out more in the next couple weeks. And trust me, I'm not saying I'm giving Andrew Painter away, and I'm not gonna, just look to trade him. I'm not gonna dangle him out there. But if a piece becomes available, if I'm convicted, this guy can be a legitimate difference-making player, and he's a guy who could be under control for years moving forward. I think it would be a mistake for the Phillies not to entertain every option because you are in a win-now position. You are a team that's built to win this year.
I mean, you listen, but I think it would have to be something that absolutely blows you away.
No question.
Because you got some really good pitching going on right now, and you're talking about trading one of your biggest prospects. I'm knowing that Ranger might leave. You don't know what Nola's going to be. I don't think that's a piece that I would entertain. I would listen to what people have to say, but realistically, I don't think I would trade him.
Yeah, and I think it's doubtful he does get traded. And let me be clear again, I don't want to trade Andrew Painter, but I do absolutely want to maximize this season. And if trading Andrew Painter is the way I maximize this season, because, hey, man, I don't know if we're ever going to be in a position where we have a pitching rotation this good again.
That's true.
I mean, there's a chance that might never be the case.
That's true.
Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez, three guys that all certainly could have been in the All-Star game this year. Your fourth spot, whether that's Luzardo, Nola, whatever, you have a team that is built to win now. And I think we all kind of agree this is the last year where this core is going to make a run at it. This is the last year that this core has a real chance.
It kind of feels like it.
I just think you got to at least consider it. And I think Painter's going to be great. We don't know that Andrew Painter is going to be great. And I'm not necessarily, comparing him to this guy. But you remember Kyle Drabeck, the guy the Phillies traded for Roy Halladay? I mean, Kyle Drabeck at the time, it was like, this is a big deal. This is a huge deal for the Phillies to move on from this guy. And I'll be clear, Painter, I believe, is a much better prospect than Kyle Drabeck. But they're prospects. We don't know. He's coming off Tommy John. Who knows if he has health concerns moving forward? I think it's something you at least need to consider.
Yeah,
for Dave
I was like just as much as an unknown as Andrew Painter is as a prospect are the guys who are available that can help you right now. Well, who's to say the guy that we trade Andrew Painter for doesn't end up not being a contributor at all? Like, that's a risk, too, that I think is a big part of this. I am almost more confident in what Andrew Painter is going to be able to provide to this team in the future than I am any of these people that I know of that are available right now.
Right, and I'd agree right now, but right now I think is the key thing. Because the other day, we brought up the name Austin Riley. I don't know if he's going to get traded or not. I don't know if the Braves are going to be sellers or not. But say a guy like that becomes available, I mean, I'd be really tempted to part with Andrew Painter for a player like that.
Because you're antsy. You're a little antsy.
Perfect fit in the lineup. I mean, come on, man. I'm antsy.
You're a little antsy.
I'm not going to disagree.
But pitching's at a premium, man. You got it. Like, I just feel like Ruben Amaro said this years ago, like, you can't have enough good pitching. And it feels like Painter potentially could be that guy.
Tell him, Douglas.
But we've had years where we've had great pitching. It hasn't mattered because they can't score any runs.
Yeah, we got great pitching right now.
2011 and 2024.
Look like it's starting to turn the corner, though. It look like it's going to turn the corner.
The pitching was unreal. 2011 was an unbelievable rotation. And they lost game 5-1-0.
You saw Bryce yesterday. Come on.
Yeah, well, we had
back.
great offensive players that year.
Wonderful look.
So you think you don't even need a bat at the deadline? Are you good?
I didn't say that. But I don't think you need as big of an impact bat as some people are making it out.
No, I think we need an impact bat. Impact bat.
Well, like somebody with some pop. Yeah, you can slide in there.
Pop is cool. Pop is cool.
Well, we'll see what Kyle has coming up at 12:30 in the Finish the Phillies segment. What prospect? Taylor Ward only got the other day, I think, from us.
Oh, he got. I wouldn't mind it.
Hughes successfully guessed Taylor Ward, though.
He did. That was really impressive. I mean, that was the first day too. So literally everybody was on the board.
Oh yeah, it was like it's going to probably fall off a little bit after that.
You're a baseball guy, Hugh. Let's go to Kevin in Philly. What's up, Kevin?
Kev.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, Kev? How you doing?
I'm good. Couple of things that I would like to. First of all, we need a bullpen. We need a bullpen stopper. If we have any sense of trying to compete at the highest level, we definitely need a bullpen stopper. Secondarily, we need a right-handed power hitter. We need a right-handed hitter. I mean, too often we've seen our folks come up there in situations where we can't get a runner home with nobody out, man on second, third. How many times do we have to see that before we decide we need a good hitter in our lineup? So those are the two things. The other thing I would say, if you think about the Phillies team, which is a good team, I'm not denying that, but think about the only players from my perspective who would be considered at the top of the chain in MLB are probably Schwarber, other than the pitchers, are Schwarber and Bryce. Nobody else would be in the top in their position. That's a problem for us. That's a serious problem for us. So my thing would be, everybody's on the table. We need a bullpen stopper first and foremost, and secondarily, we need a power right-handed hitter. Because while I think Castellanos is up and down, he's adequate. He's not consistent. I don't know what happened to Baum. I thought 2023, when he made the All-Star team last year, I thought he was coming out of his malaise, but doesn't seem to be. He's up and down too often. And then finally, before I let you go, I'm concerned about our defense, particularly our infield. When we have close games, which are going to be close when we play in the playoffs, we can't afford Trey to drop easy ground ball double plays or as many good plays as he makes, those routine plays in the tough situations scare me about our infield as we get down to the end of as we get to the playoffs. Because you're going to have defense. I'm an old-time baseball guy, and I still believe wholeheartedly pitching and defense wins championships. Pitching and defense.
Yeah, I hear you, Kevin. I appreciate the call, but I don't know. I think we've gotten to the point where we talk about pitching so much that we diminish a little bit the fact that you need to score runs, man. You need a potent offense. Like, that's what's shown me. Like, why have the Phillies not advanced in the playoffs the last 2 years?
Bats went cold.
Right, mainly because they couldn't hit in the biggest games.
Yeah, but most of that had to do with the fact that, to me, that we faced really good pitching, and, you know, we couldn't move runners over because we were trying to swing out of the shoes. So if you correct that, I think you have a better chance. Because we've had some pretty decent pitching at times. It's just those games when you lose by one run. I think that's what's really annoying with it when you see it like that. So, yeah, I think that's what it is.
And that's the thing that frustrated me the most from the Mets series last year, though, is I didn't think their pitching was great. I mean, they went out and they went with Kodai Senga, who hadn't started a game, all season, essentially, in game one. Phillies, couldn't take advantage of that early, couldn't push any runs across. They go with, Jose Quintana in game 4. That guy's not a great pitcher. They couldn't score. So I think pitching obviously matters a hell of a lot, but you need to be able to score as well. And that's why I think the Phillies need to address both here. You need to address the bullpen, and you need to address the lineup. But your thoughts on that, some of the rumors we threw out there, Manuel Clase, Steven Kwan, but really, would you be willing to have Andrew Painter on the table in a deal if it's the right deal? Again, I'm not giving him away, but I think you need to consider everything because you're going for it this year. That's at least the way I view it. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Get some calls in on this next. Is Andrew Painter on the table for you at all this deadline? And reacting to Bryce Harper's big day yesterday, what it means for this team moving forward. Plus, we'll see if we can find a match for the Phillies when Kyle gives us an unnamed player that could potentially be a fit for the Phillies at the trade deadline. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, Hatfield just dropped something real special. A marinated carnitas. It's boneless, and it's a pork roast. It's tender, juicy flavor for days, people. This isn't your average pork roast. This is the next level pork roast. It's really, really good, too. Had it the other day. Put it on some, what do you call them? Taco, the bread, the tortillas. Put it on some tortillas, and it was really good.
Nailed
it. The new Hatfield marinated carnitas pork roast. It's perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. That's why I put them on the tortillas. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield. Better care, better pork. Tortillas.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit fact, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Breaking news coming in from area Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings all Saratoga summer, no matter where you are. With NYRA Horse Racing, betting with the app is fast, easy, and secure. Get your $200 deposit match bonus for new members at NYRABets.com/Philly200.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
City services are slowly resuming now that the DC-33 strike is over, but curbside trash collection won't return until Monday. Last night's storms caused severe flooding. Some people in Chester and Delaware counties had to be rescued from their cars and homes. And measles cases across the country are at a 30-year high.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Bunker Buster deals at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. DellChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell it for less.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the Midday Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. You want to get in 215-592-9494. How you doing the show? Talking a lot about the Phillies today. Bryce Harper, massive day yesterday. But did it make you feel better about the team as a whole? I think we all feel better about Bryce. Bryce goes 4 for 5. A homer, 3 doubles, but does it make you feel better about the Phillies as a whole? Talking about that. And also in the last segment, trade deadline reports. A few interesting pieces of news coming out this morning. Jeff Passan of ESPN, not necessarily a piece of news, more of a speculative thing, that Emmanuel Clase, Stephen Kwan could be available with the Guardians. I like Kwan a lot. I think he'd be a guy that would fit well into the Phillies lineup. Not a guy that will provide a lot of power, but I think you could slot in as your leadoff guy. You can move Trey Turner to 2. Would lengthen things out a lot. Bryce could hit third as he likes to do. Then he could have Schwarber cleanup. That would be an interesting name. But Matt Gelb's report I found especially interesting.
What's that?
That the Phillies are going to be willing to do more at this deadline, that they're going to be willing to sacrifice more of the high-end prospects. And the way he phrased it exactly is the Phillies are willing to buy at more of the higher end of the market this year than they've been in the past couple of years, where it's been more, lower level, bargain bin type guys, that they're more willing to go for a big name this year. And I'll tell you what, Hugh, I'm expecting them to. I think they need to go out and get make a couple big splashes. And the question we're asking, should Andrew Painter be on the table? Would Andrew Painter be on the table for you? He would be for me. Now, I'm not giving him away again, but if a name comes out there, if there's somebody you think could be a difference maker, be here for a few years of team control, I would do it for a player like that.
You know what's funny when you said like that, TK? And he's saying that it feels like they're more willing to go in to get that guy. It sounds like they might be entertaining the fact that Painter might not be here. And the fact that there's a lot to do or a lot being said about him coming up early in the season and they've been holding him back. Maybe they don't want people to see him so that he is still a hot commodity. There's a lot to parse when you think about this story and now that this has come out. So maybe that is the case. To me personally, I still wouldn't want to do it, but if you feel strongly that this team has a chance to make it to the World Series, then why not?
Yeah, man, and I don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to trade Andrew Painter because he could be the ace of the staff for the next 5 to 10 years. But number one, we don't know that. I think with prospects, even one as good as Andrew Painter, we sometimes act like it's a certainty. It is not a certainty.
No, nothing's guaranteed.
That he's going to end up being great. I think the odds would be on his side, but you got to go for it now, man. You got to go for it now. Instant gratification. Go get me a bat. Go get me a bullpen arm. Let's do it.
Go for it now. Then he said,
I want to be gratified, guys. I want to be gratified here.
The problem with that is we talk about the uncertainty with Andrew Painter as a prospect. Totally agree. I understand that. But even if there was a guy on the table, say like a Juan Soto caliber player, which there isn't, by the way, or a Kyle Tucker caliber player, even if you did get that guy, you're not guaranteed a World Series anyway.
No, nothing's guaranteed.
You're not
you could
guaranteed
lose
anything.
your future, get this guy, and still not win the World Series.
I'm totally aware of that. Totally aware of that.
Are you?
Yes.
He's okay
I
with that.
need to give myself the best chance.
He wants to make a move.
I mean, if you made a move 2 years ago, I think you definitely would have won the World Series. If you made a move at the 2023 deadline, you would have won the World Series. And again, I'm not saying I'm giving Painter up, but if somebody becomes available that you think could be that guy, you got to at least consider it. I mean, we're not talking about do it or not do it. We're talking about even consider it. You got to consider it.
I think you do take the phone call. And if it's something that you honestly feel is going to make your team better, then yeah, why not? Why not?
And I just got to, real quick before we get back to the phones here, I need to express how disappointed I am in Kyle this week. I really am. Like, this perspective vacation Kyle has not been the person that I've come to know.
I don't give a shit.
I thought Kyle would be the guy.
He's recharged his battery and he's come back a new person.
Go get me a guy at the deadline, Kyle. Bryce has one good day. I'm all the way back. It's sunshine and rainbows. Like, what happened to the Kyle Quinn that I knew?
Been hanging out with
I
me
think
too
this
long.
is coming from a place of
practical Kyle.
No, I believe in this team more than you. So, if you're willing to give up a player like Andrew Painter, you're looking at a bigger swing than I think that they need to potentially win the World Series.
Well, I would disagree. I do believe in the team. That's why I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it because I do believe. If I didn't think they had a chance, then no, I'm not trading Painter. But I think they have a chance to win it all this year.
I got my eye on you.
All right. Well, you
he didn't take the pledge.
now I'm just uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
The way Kyle said that.
He said, but he said,
I got my eye on
you ain't take the pledge.
All right.
That's what that is.
Yeah, I didn't take the pledge. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Ryan in Somerset. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey guys, what's going on? Really quick, I agree. Kyle's right on this one, fellas. You do not trade Andrew Painter. I know. I do think a bat is what we need, but Painter's one of those guys. I'm telling you. When he made the comment before about Cole Hamels, I love Cole Hamels. Cole's a legend in the city, but Painter is actually a better prospect than Hamels, and I actually do not even give up Aiden Miller either. Painter and Miller are both off the table because, yes, this team can win the whole thing. I do believe in it. I do think a bat is what we actually need. However, those two guys are off the table. You're going to regret it in 5 years to let this kid go. And Miller the same way. They're legit. The two of them are legit, Utley and Hamels, for the next generation. I think smart organizations don't move guys like that.
Well, Ryan, I hear you on Painter. Like, I get the disagreement on Painter. I will say I think we massively overrate Aiden Miller because he's in the Phillies farm system. Like, I mean, to compare him to Chase Utley, I think is crazy.
I'm telling you, if you look at their scout, and this isn't just being a fanboy. If you look at outside scouting sources, they're saying Miller's one of the most legit prospects we've ever had. And I've seen the kid play. I know he's in the minors, I get it. I know he's up to a little bit of a struggling start this year, but there's both of them, Painter and Miller. We have not had prospects like this probably since Utley and Hamels. That's how good these two guys are. Unless, like I said, like Kyle was saying, unless Soto's out there, which he's not. Unless a guy like that's coming back, I'm not giving up either one of those two guys, so we will regret it. We, as smart organizations, I want to keep this thing going for 5-6 years. I'm afraid. I guess 2013 through 2017 scarred me a little bit. I don't want to go through that again, and I just think it wouldn't be very smart to get rid of either one of those two guys.
I hear you, Ryan, and I appreciate the call. But the thing is, like, because a lot of people bring up what Ryan just brought up there, 2013, 2017. The biggest misconception is that era happened because of the Phillies trading their top prospects in 07 to 11.
That's the bad era of baseball in Philly for a while.
But that wasn't because of the trades Ruben made. I mean, the trades the Phillies made in those years, really none of those prospects turned out to be much. The best guy he ended up trading was Carlos Carrasco, who was like a middle-of-the-rotation guy. The bigger issue is that they didn't replenish the farm system. The way I look at it, if you're confident in your scouts and you're confident in your organization, you're confident that you can replenish those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you also don't want to have those, 2012, 2013, in those years. You don't want to have those lean years, man, because, a lot of people credit Bryce Harper when he came here for basically bringing baseball back to Citizens Bank Park. And when you have these young guys that are in your farm system that people are excited about, these guys are starting to show signs of age. And you want to try to win a World Series, but you don't want to leverage your future. And that's basically what we're talking about. How comfortable are you pushing all in for a World Series victory and having those lean years like you had before? Because I wasn't here, but I heard it was pretty bad around these parts. I heard people weren't going to the games like that. It wasn't a fun place to be.
It was a bad era.
Yeah. I call it myself because I was in Atlanta, and I call it a Odubel Herrera era.
Oh yeah, it was the Odubel era.
I mean, he's kind of the face of that era.
No, I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to bring back bad memories for anybody, but when I was down there, that's kind of how I remember it. Because he was supposed to be that guy.
Those 5 years, was Odubel Herrera the best player, like the best position player on the team?
Oh, my gosh, it's awful.
I mean, you had Ryan Howard here, but he was not good anymore.
Yeah, because that was on the heels. Because Ryan came, after he left here, I think he came to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out there.
That wasn't awful. I mean, Cameron Rupp, Cody Ashe, it was a lean.
Yeah, that's what I remember, man. And I was just like, wow. Because I remember how great it was, baseball is here, and how many, great baseball fans there are. But I just that's what I remember about that era.
I feel like I've totally blocked that era out of my mind.
I think everybody else did too. I think I just gave everybody PTSD.
Like I totally forget about it.
I brought it up.
But okay, Painter, I understand disagreements on that, but I'm trying to find middle ground here, guys. Can we all agree that for the right deal, you trade Aiden Miller, right? Like Aiden Miller's on the table here.
Yeah, I mean, he's more on the table for me than Painter is. When I'm looking at how the pitching staff projects in the future, I think they're going to need Painter more than they're going to need Aiden Miller.
Yeah. What about you, Hugh?
I'm kind of with that. I'm pitching. For me, you can't have enough pitching, and you're getting some really good pitching. Ranger might be gone, so yeah, you need that. You need that.
Think about this. In 2 years, after 2 years, you could be looking at Zach Wheeler, retired. Aaron Nola, maybe sucks, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
With the way
he's Aaron Nola. Okay.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Ranger Suarez, gone. Luzardo has 1 year left on his deal.
He's going to get extended.
Maybe. We're talking about just Christopher Sanchez and maybe Luzardo, really? And a worn-down version of Aaron Nola? You need Andrew Painter badly.
Sanchez is an ace. There's your ace.
Okay, but then you're talking about you have Sanchez, who you know is for sure going to be here in 2 years, and then Aaron Nola, who you do also know is going to be here for sure in 2 years. You don't know that about Luzardo. You don't know that about Ranger, and you don't know what version of Aaron Nola that is. The pitching staff could look barren very quickly.
But, I mean, we're talking about 2 years down the line. We still got 2 good years left to Wheeler. Develop other pitchers.
Oh, okay.
You can develop other
it's
guys.
It's just that easy.
You can. I mean, it
doesn't
should
feel
be.
like
It is for other organizations.
It doesn't,
dude. He stinks.
It doesn't feel like it's as easy as you making it out to be, TK.
All right. Well, so be it. My God,
I'm just saying.
I'm
it
so
don't feel
frustrated with you guys.
It just don't feel like it's that easy.
Have some fun. Make a trade. Come on, man. Don't you want some excitement?
I'm excited.
Bring in a big name. Bring in a big stick.
Yeah.
All right. You got me there, I guess.
Let's go to Joey in South Jersey. What's up, Joey?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Good. I just wanted to talk about the whole trade deadline situation. And unfortunately, I agree with Tom in this aspect.
Unfortunately.
If for the right move, I would trade Painter. He already had his surgery. He's already had Tommy John. So he hasn't even been up to the majors yet. He's already struggling this year, as we can see. He was talked about getting called up after the All-Star break. And now you see all these reports out. He's letting up 5 runs a game. So that's not guaranteed in an aspect there. And then if you talk about Aiden Miller, you don't really know what you're going to do with Stott yet. Has Stott proven enough to sign a long-term deal? Like he doesn't hit on the offensive end. So it's like, I mean, if you get someone like I heard you guys talking about earlier, like Stephen Kwan and Clase are both potentially available. If you can find a nice trade package for that, Stephen Kwan's been an all-star before. He's proven he can hit. He is a left-handed hitter, which, I mean, that's where we'd be really, really heavy left-handed hitters, but I don't really know any other big right-handed bats that are available via trade. So,
yeah, and I think, Joey, and I appreciate the call, I think it's going to come down to what happens in the next couple of weeks. Like, again, I don't think we know everybody that's on the table yet. I think more bats are going to become available as the trade deadline approaches here. But what do you guys think of Kwan? Because he's not a guy who necessarily fits the profile of what the Phillies would need. I mean, we're looking for a right-handed power bat. He's more of a left-handed leadoff type guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he would really work well in this lineup. What do you think of a guy like Stephen Kwan, Hugh?
I mean, he fits the age criteria. You are getting a little younger because I think he's 27 years old. Mm-hmm. How long is he under contract?
He's under contract for another few years. I mean, you'd have some time with him.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that would be somebody. So, what you moving Trey Turner? Where would you put? Where we batting Trey if we got Kwan leading off?
I think you'd go Kwan 1, Trey 2, Harper, Schwarber.
Okay.
And then, I mean, you have a pretty long lineup at that point. And then Bohm, Castellanos is your 6-hole hitter. That makes it look a whole lot better than it does right now.
Yeah, but what are we giving up? So you were talking about giving up Painter to get him, right?
Well, if you're just going for Quan, I don't think you need.
Okay.
I think Miller would probably highlight that package. Now, if you're going for Clase and Quan, you're probably giving up a ton. Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
Clase, not Painter. Painter's a no-brainer.
The other thing about it is like a reliever is not enough for me. They're so up and down year to year that like a reliever's not enticing me to give away my best starting pitching prospect.
And especially Clase, he has had some miserable postseason moments. Like the Yankees really got after him in the postseason last year. So that would concern me as well. But now it is time, before we get back to the phones here, to finish the Phillies roster. Kyle will set the table for us and we'll pick a prospect. So who do we got here?
Make a deal. All right, fellas. Day 2. Yesterday we did a bat. Today, we're doing a reliever, a closer, actually, a guy who has a closing role on a team already. This guy is 30 years old, in the final year of his deal, so he's going to be a free agent after this season. Now, not 100% sure if this team's going to be willing to sell because they are in the hunt for the playoffs, but if they don't believe that they're a true World Series contender, like I don't believe they are, then they still might be willing to make a deal and send this guy away. This season, he's got a 3.19 ERA as a closer. 18 saves, but last season led all of the majors in saves. All the majors. He had 49.
Okay.
This guy has pretty powerful stuff. He regularly hits 100 miles an hour plus with his fastball. So he can blow you away. Gets a lot of strikeouts. Not too many walks. We as Philly fans are pretty familiar with this guy. We've seen him in a playoff situation before.
Okay.
And I don't believe he's going to cost that much because of one, his age, the contract situation, and Jim Bowden recently speculated that this may only take a package of potentially the 6th and 9th best prospects in the Phillies system to go and get this guy.
Okay.
Are you interested, fellas? Yes or no for this type of player for that type of cost?
So you rent a player.
I am interested in this player. I'm interested.
To rent. So wait a minute. You said
this is his final year. Yep.
Final year. Not giving up any of our major prospects.
Nope.
I mean, that sounds doable.
Yeah, and he's a closer. I think this guy's better than what we have at the back end of our bullpen right now.
Okay.
Yep.
I think I know who it is.
You're in, TK?
Yes.
You're in, Hugh?
Yeah, I'm in with that.
All right. TK, would you want to guess who it is?
Is it Raisel Iglesias?
It's not Raisel
Iglesias.
Iglesias.
No.
No.
Oh, wow. I was barking up the wrong tree here.
Yep, you were. So this actually was a guy that we saw in the 2022 postseason.
Oh, I know who it is.
Did not go well for him, but I think he was dealing with a little bit of I think he had something going on with his finger or something in the playoffs. Now you know who it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Ryan Helsley.
It is Ryan Helsley.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, maybe not his best season this year, but definitely a guy that I think could contribute in this bullpen in a big way.
Hasn't he been pitching better lately? He got off to an awful start,
Yes.
I think.
Yep. And I think he's picked it up a little bit since then, so that could have a lot to do with the ERA. But again, powerful arm, big strikeout guy, and probably slides in as the best reliever on the team if you go get him, and to not cost that much.
That's pretty dope.
I think I'd be into.
I like it. The one thing, and you know, you mentioned that they're in it now. The Cardinals only a game and a half out of the wild card. So for them to sell, I think they need to have a few bad weeks. If they have a couple good weeks, they might be in the buyer's market.
Yeah, but again, like, even if they are going to make the playoffs, do they view themselves as a team that can win the World Series? Like, and if they don't, maybe they're like, you know, I'm going to be willing to part ways with this guy.
Right. There's so many teams that are in that area. It's just so weird.
You mean the sweet spot of, like, we still might have a chance type deal? Yeah, that's what's going to make it hard.
So it depends on if they're fooling themselves or not.
Yeah.
That's always what's tough about the deadline.
It is, and it's even more complicated now with the extra playoffs. And, I mean, last week, Preston Mattingly was on the pregame show with Murph and was kind of saying that exact same thing. He's like, our jobs are a lot harder now because you don't even know who's really available until like 5 or 6 days before the deadline. So I think that's going to be one to monitor, though. But if the Cardinals fall out of it, yeah, I'd like a Helsley, Hugh. I think he'd fit.
No, I
nicely
think he
into
would
this
too.
bullpen.
And you're not going to have to give up a whole lot to get him. Rent a player. Give up some of your later prospects. So yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I like that one. So Ryan Helsley, a guy who could be an option for the Phillies, guy the Phillies got to a few years ago. Let's go to Trust. What's up, Trust?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? How are you?
Hey, how you doing today, man?
I'm chilling, man. I just wanted to ask a quick question two quick questions to Hugh. Who is tough? I wanted to ask the Phillies point, but I wanted to ask you real quick. Who is tougher for you, Eric Williams or Walter Jones?
Oh, I've never really played against Big E.
Okay.
I played against him in college, and he was my nightmare. But Walter Jones was legit, man. You talking about Big Walter from Seattle?
No doubt. I'm a Florida State fan, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, Walt was nice, man. Walt was nice. He was nice.
Okay. And what's your opinion of Aaron Glenn this upcoming season with the Jets?
I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, even though we don't really talk Jets football on this station, I mean, he is a teammate of mine. Yeah. And I think he's going to do a good job, man. Plan on going up there. Since Auntie got her nephew up there, I'm probably gonna go up there to a couple practices and check him out.
Leave that woman alone, man. And as far as the Phillies, nothing's really going to change. Nothing has changed as far as 22, 23, and 24. It's been the bullpen. It's been the bats going cold. It's said on this station every time we talk about the shortcomings of this team. So I don't see what's going to change. I would like them to get Mullins from Baltimore or Batista, the reliever. But I don't know what you guys. I know you guys think that they're going to make it. I don't.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does depend on what they do in the next few weeks here. I mean, I think they need to add a bat, and I think they need to add at least one reliever.
Yeah. I would also like them to get, I forget the bat out in Arizona. I forget the name.
Suarez, yeah.
Okay, Suarez. I would like to see him too. But if they don't get a bat, it's just going to be the same thing, and we're going to be sitting here in October, during the Eagle season saying, what happened? Oh, it's the same old thing. Bullpen and the bats.
Yeah, I hear you, Trust. And appreciate the call, man. Thanks. And yeah, I mean, Eugenio Suarez, the guy that he's talking about there, third baseman from the Diamondbacks. But again, little position overlap there with Bone.
So I was about to say you're getting rid of Bone then, right?
Well, the problem is if you play Suarez at third, then you need to probably move Bone back to first and move Bryce to the outfield. I don't want to do that. Or you play Suarez at third and you DH Bohm or Harper.
That's a lot. It sounds like a lot of movement.
Right. And then you're putting Schwarber back in the outfield. You don't want to do that either.
That's a lot of movement.
That's the problem. Defensively, I think Suarez wouldn't make a ton of sense, unfortunately, because offensively, he'd work out pretty well. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get to all your calls on all this Philly stuff in the final hour of the show, reacting to Bryce Harper's huge day, and if Andrew Painter is on the table for you at all in a trade by the deadline. That's all coming up. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio alongside Hugh Douglas, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a DeCamara specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddebora.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If you want to see Cooper Flagg's NBA Summer League debut live in Vegas, hopefully you already have tickets because it costs over $200 to get in now. That's a little bit less than Victor Wembanyama's debut, but the hype for Flagg is close. He's been famous in basketball circles since high school, and he was a legit star at Duke. Luka Doncic is gone. Dallas is leaning on Flagg. Whether you can afford a ticket or not, a new era begins tonight for the Mavs. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
215-592-9494. How you doing the show? As I said, we're talking about Bryce Harper. Did that I want a real chance to win a World Series, and I think to do that, you're going to probably need to dip into the higher end pool of your farm system. You need bats, you need bullpen arms. I'm ready to commit if the right guy is out there. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's up,
How are
Tyler?
y'all this Thursday?
How are you, Tyler?
Hey, Hugh, seeing you and meeting Kyle and Tom for the first time yesterday, it made my whole week. We had such a nice time. Tom, you had asked what you look like today. My dad and I were talking about this. You look like one of my high school history teachers who was so awesome that after class I'd stay late and talk sports. Like, Tom,
Okay.
you
I
are
can't
one
see
of the
TK
nicest-
teaching history.
Yeah, I don't
Sorry.
know. I don't know if I have the memory retention for that.
He's got that button-up shirt, and he had the little messy hair a few days ago. But I mean, Tom is one of one. So Tom has a unique sports background and all. So Tom, you are awesome.
Well, thank you,
Kyle,
Tyler. Great meeting you
that
yesterday,
unique
man.
Story of
You are definitely awesome.
having a chance to meet. Kyle and I met in the bathroom.
Oh, what was that interaction like?
Yeah, that was probably
It
didn't
was
need
definitely interesting.
know that.
Because I'm there. I guess Kyle had to go. I had to go, and then I'm washing my hands, and I'm like, I can't miss that buzz cut and stash anywhere. I'm like, yo, it's Kyle.
Wait a minute, you
Oh,
spoke
wow.
you spoke in the bathroom, Tyler? You spoke to Kyle in the
Yeah.
bathroom?
Yep.
That's a no-no, Tyler.
Well,
I mean, Tyler, that's a
Depends
no-no.
on what stage of the bathroom. I was about to walk out the door, and Tyler was washing his hands.
Okay.
So there was, it wasn't urinal talk.
Yeah, good.
Which
Good.
is very
I
different.
mean, but
I'm
it's,
not a
it's
fan of
I mean,
urinal
you're
talk.
right. It is,
There's
but
a
I
big
feel
distinction.
Yeah, it is. But I just feel like in the bathroom, it's a sacred place.
Yeah.
I don't need to have a
I
whole
think,
lot of conversation in the bathroom.
While you're doing your business, I think
Yeah.
it's very sacred. But once that's done with for both parties, I think,
acceptable.
I just had a flashback.
Hey,
That's not
Kyle held the door for me. He said, just make sure you dry your hands off, and then I'll give you a handshake, and he did.
That sounds
So,
like Kyle.
All y'all were off.
Sounds like Kyle.
There you go.
I'm not about to shake your wet hand.
Yeah.
No. Hey, neither would I. You have to dry them hands first. What you mean?
Tyler, is Painter on the table for you or not?
So, Tom, I told Kyle, Andrew Painter is 22 years old right now. He's going to be 25 years old once Zach Wheeler retires at the start of the 2028 season. Andrew Painter is not on the table for me unless you're getting Paul Skeens back. He has been viewed as one that you can pass the torch to as a top-end starter in your starting five as an anchor with the potential of becoming your ace. And I just feel if you're going to trade a guy like that, the haul that you have to get back, I don't know about you, Tom, but Austin Riley is a great player, but I am not giving up Andrew Painter to the Braves. We are not helping the Braves, who have been our biggest rival even though they're having a down year this year, even though we need a bat, unless you're getting top-end talent to match for those kinds of years. And the one name I want to throw out there to you all, and I want to get your thoughts on it, is the closer that's known as the Renegade, David Bednar on Pittsburgh. Through the end of the season, last year, he had a down year, but 2 seasons ago, he went 39-42. He's only had 12 save opportunities, but he's locked down all 12 this season. And you know Pittsburgh's going to be sellers coming up here. They're 38-56. And his contract is through the end of the year. He's making only $5.9 million. So you're not going to have to give up a whole lot to get him. And I get Emmanuel Clase and Helsley. They're cream of the crop. The Cardinals are in the wild card hunt. And as much as I love Clase, the Guardians use him because they don't have a lot of bullpen arms like us. So by the time he got to the postseason last year, I watched some of the ALDS last year when he just folded like a pitch tent. And that's not what we want. We don't want a guy who's going to have a .64 ERA during the guts of the regular season and then have a 9 ERA through 7 appearances in the postseason.
Yeah.
You got to get something that's more consistent.
I hear you, Tyler.
Have a good show.
Yeah, and I appreciate the call. I mean, Bednar would be interesting. I mean, that's cool. I didn't know that was his nickname, the Renegade. That's a cool.
I didn't know
nickname.
that either.
I'd be interested in Bednar, but I don't know. I feel like he'd be more of like the second bullpen arm I'd want to bring in than like the top guy I'd bring in. Like he doesn't like excite me.
Yeah, you want to be excited. You want to be wild at the trade.
I want to be wild. Yeah.
I think they need a lockdown closer and a guy that slides in.
Would you agree?
Few spots down.
Bednar's more like a secondary guy.
Yeah, he's not like the gem of the deadline. I think for the Phillies, like I would prefer if you can get him and Helsley. I think that would be pretty solid.
Yeah,
you know,
like if Bednar's like the Tanner Banks of this year, I'd be cool with that. That would work out.
You are a big Tanner Banks guy.
Well, I'm becoming more. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm becoming a Banksman. Wow. I am
a Banksman,
a banker. We should. You know what we got to bring back, by the way? We need to bring back those fan groups.
Banks Bankers?
Yeah, Banks Bankers, something like that. Yep. When we had the Padilla Flotilla.
Yeah.
All those are great. That was a great era.
I don't know if Banks Bankers is going to take off.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like that one's going to, hit.
Yeah, he's pitching well. It could take off a little bit. I did want to pass this along, an angry tweet I saw from Christopher Sanchez's agent. This guy, Gene Motto.
Oh, yeah.
He tweeted out, he said, Christopher Sanchez being left off the All-Star team is a travesty. The numbers cannot be ignored. Even if he is scheduled to start on Sunday, something has to change, MLB. I like a feisty agent fighting for his guy. What do you guys think?
I'm thinking. No, because I'm thinking.
You don't really have time.
No, well, it's like when you he could potentially be messing up your money too. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I do like an agent that says what he has, speaks his mind. Though I do like that. So yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
No, I was just thinking, sometimes I like to, before I answer questions, I just like to kind of mill it over a little bit.
I'm fine with it.
Chew the fat a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Think about it for a
Even
second.
though we're doing a radio show, I know and that pregnant pause kind of, throws people off.
You don't
want
to
think about it a little bit.
You don't want to give the wrong answer.
No, I just want to think. I want to think. I want to give a thoughtful answer before I answer. Yeah, sometimes I slow it down because if I answer too fast, I might sound like
Kyle's
that.
just ready to jump on you at every.
I might sound like that, so I got to slow it down.
The ambiguity.
Ambiguity. I like that one.
I don't think you've had any of those moments this week.
Well, we'll get to one a little later.
Yeah, I had one today when I messed up. Yeah. I forgot what I messed up, but I thought it was
fun. We'll run it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle's ready to go. Cowboy Jim. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Q, TK, Kyle. I'd like to thank the station for giving non-Eagle fans a platform like myself and San Diego Charger Aaron. So I'd like to
what
get
have
that
I
out of the way
done
for
to
it.
deserve this?
4 hours of Andrew Painter talk. Oh, God, football can't come close. Can't get here close
We
enough.
literally brought it up in like the last segment,
Holy
Jim.
mackerels. Listen, Sosa's your right-handed hitter. You need a relief pitcher because the first 2 games in San Francisco, those are going to be the playoffs. You need a relief pitcher because the games are going to be low scoring, close games. That's what you need. Andrew Painter, Hugh Douglas has thrown more pitches at Citizens Bank Park. The guy had surgery. He's getting lit up, and that's all you can talk about?
Well, Jim, what is your point here? We're talking about the trade deadline. What are they going to trade to get guys at the trade deadline?
Why don't you start a podcast?
Yeah.
I don't.
That nobody will listen to.
Jim, do you have anything insightful, or are you just calling to be a jerk?
No, I'm not being a jerk. Listen, I talked about all this stuff with Rob Cherry last night, and you have these callers, people calling in, saying the same exact thing that I said to Rob Cherry. I'm like, come on, this is getting to be ridiculous. I said the same thing. So listen, there's no miracle out there that's right-handed that's going to help you. You need a relief pitcher. That's all it's come down to. But you have no one you can trade. And you sit here and go, oh, Andrew Painter. How many times do you have to say his name? I have to take a drink every time you say his name.
Well, you say they have nobody they can trade. That's a guy they can trade, Jim.
And Devin, listen, wearing a Cowboy hat doesn't make you a Cowboy fan. You can be a Houston Texan fan.
Yeah, being an annoying loser does.
Well, this is your guy, Kyle. You're a Jim.
No, you made me pick between Aaron in San Diego and Cowboy Jim. That's a very hard decision to have to make.
I think I'm back on the Aaron side of things.
Wow.
Devin, you and I are going to be working that Eagle charter together. You better be on the good side of Stewardess Jim, because I can make your day miserable. Okay?
Wait a minute, you threatened Dale?
He's referring to himself as Stewardess Jim.
He doesn't care
That's
at this
right.
point. He doesn't care at this point.
Solid self-awareness, at least.
Yeah.
Cowboy
Aaron in
Jim.
San Diego has no idea. At least Cowboy Jim does.
Oh, yeah, well, Aaron, San Diego Charger Aaron gets a little upset when you say something.
Dale caught a stray.
All right, Jim. Take it easy. I can't take any more of him today. I think I'm more of an Aaron guy now. Like Jim, sometimes Jim is just brutal.
It's the type of thing where your mind changes whenever either of them call.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Kyle's mind kind of stays the same.
Yeah,
he's kind of like he hates it, like with a passion.
I don't move.
And I'm not going to lie. Jim's voice is so irritating.
Tough. Yeah.
Like, it is a tough voice to listen to for more than 2 seconds. And especially when he starts saying something dumb, I'm just done.
He kind of has a routine that he sticks to. You can't really have a back and forth with him because he just goes to the next thing.
Right. He needs to come in. He needs to get his one-liners, his bit done. But it's like, come on, man. Add a little something to repertoire.
At least he started by talking about Andrew Painter. Like Aaron from San Diego rants for 5 minutes about nonsense that nobody cares about. And sometimes never gets to his point.
Yeah, but Jim also didn't contribute anything valid or meaningful to the conversation.
Well,
we're
talking about him now. So.
It's the lesser of two evils. So I don't know which one. They're both very evil. So I don't know which one to go with. Let's go to Joe in the Northeast.
What up, Joe?
Hey, Tommy, you, Kyle. The thing with Painter. Mick Abel, since he's been sent down, he hasn't even pitched a game since they just sent him down the last time. And I wonder why is that? And he's more developed than what Painter is. I've watched all the games that Painter's pitched. Earlier, he had thrown some pitches 100 miles an hour. And in his last start, he topped off at 97, throwing between 95, 97. And his fastball, he's leaving up, and they're hitting it out of the park. There's one guy, Joey Meneses. He plays for the Mets farm team. In the last 2 games he's seen him, he hit a home run in each game off him. So he's far away from being brought up to the major leagues. But they had an ample opportunity with Abel when they send him back down to start pitching him out of the bullpen in AAA.
Yeah, well, they're not going. It doesn't sound like they're going to do that, Joe. The Phillies.
What are they doing?
They're keeping those guys in the starting rotation. They don't want to move anybody.
Yeah, they're not even starting him right now. So I don't know why he should have pitched. Now whether he pitches tonight, he should have pitched. He was ahead of Painter on the turn when they sent him down. And in reference to what you're saying about if you could get Austin Riley, if the Braves would offer him up, you have to go get him. I mean, he's only 28. And so, okay, Tom, if you get him, what are you going to do about you're playing him at third, and then what do you do with the bomb Harper situation?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be the problem, Joe. I think that's something that you need to figure out. Like you'd think Bohm might be in that deal some way if that were to happen, but if you kept Bohm, I think you probably have to move Harper to the outfield, even though that's not something I really would prefer to do.
Everybody, I hear you say that, and other people say it. You have every ground ball that's hit to the infield. Harper is moving. He's moving to the bag. All right. How many times does the runner and the first baseman throughout baseball get involved with contact there? If he's not reckless playing the out left field, say, go crashing into the side wall or whatever, the outfield is a much easier position to play than first base. There's movement all the time, so I can't see where. And he supposedly said that he would move to the outfield. Why putting him out in left field would be a problem. Even with the situation with you had Bohm could play first, and you want Sosa in there. What's wrong with Sosa playing at times at third? And now you got Kemp. If you don't play Kemp most of the time, send him back down to AAA. Because he's going to be wasted. They'll expect him to come off the bench and do something, just like they did with Weston Wilson.
Well, I mean, he's playing every day against lefties.
Yeah, left-handers.
Yeah.
Against left-handed pitching. But against right-handers, he's not playing. Harper's playing first base, and the kid's sitting on the bench.
Yeah, but he's still playing against lefties, so I'm not going to say, and I appreciate the call, Joe, but I'm not going to send him down just because he's not playing every day. If he's playing against lefties, he has a role in the team. So I'd keep him up and keep playing him.
Oh, no, I thought he was talking to Jim. I thought he was talking to my man.
No,
I got you. Yeah,
Joe's
he didn't say nothing. Yeah.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
So,
I'm here.
Yeah, I'd keep Kemp up.
I've liked what
obviously.
I've liked what Kemp's added to the lineup.
Yeah.
I think he has good at bats up here.
I mean, and I think he's brought a little bit of swagger since he's been here as well. I do believe that. I think that he was one of the reasons why. I mean, for a time, they had a little bit of bump in the lineup. I do believe that.
Now, guys, we see this Matt Gelb piece, and I want to know what your feeling is as far as how much you believe it. Because Dave Dombrowski, we've heard this stuff the last couple of years, that they're going to be more aggressive, that they're going to look to do bigger things. I don't know if I really believe it. I'm more of a, I'll buy it when I see it type situation with the Phillies right now. Even though they say they're willing to part with higher prospects, I don't know if that's really true.
I look at it like this. There probably is some validity to it because of the Painter situation. The fact that he hasn't been up here yet. So, and the fact that he hasn't been pitching, I guess saying great. He hasn't been too great. So there might be something to it. They're probably protecting him because he's still such a hot commodity. And the team would probably be willing to take him with a limited knowledge of him pitching in the majors or no knowledge of him pitching in the majors. So, maybe that's the case. I look at it like this. For this piece to come out right before the All-Star break and everything, and the team looking like they looked last night in small sampling size, they might be looking to push all in, and he might be a part of that.
Well, part of the piece did involve Andrew Painter. I don't know if you saw this quote, but Matt Gelb wrote, when the Phillies progressed in trade talks with the White Sox for Garrett Crochet last summer, they were steadfast in deeming Andrew Painter untouchable. They have held firm in that stance this July, but everyone else in the organization, according to league sources, might be available to varying degrees.
Yeah, and that would be my guess. I don't think at the end they're going to trade Andrew Painter. No. But I'm not even convinced that they're going to part with a guy like Miller or that they're going to part with some of these higher level prospects. It's like every year because we've heard this the last couple of years. We've heard the Jim Bowdens of the world and these experts coming out saying, "Oh, Buster Olney, Dave Dombrowski's going to go get the highest end market guys." I don't think that's necessarily true.
But where I think it's a little bit different this season is now I think that sentiment has more come from not inside knowledge, but more of just because we say the same stuff. Dave Dombrowski's known as that guy that's going to go all in and take big swings. And but he hasn't really been here.
He talked about spending a lot of money, too. He had a lot of bravado about spending a lot of money.
Right. Now, this, to me, what Gelb just wrote was that he's looking to fix mistakes from the offseason. Now look, I think you can make the case that while we all had thought in years past that Dombrowski was about to go all in, I feel like he had been more satisfied with the off seasons that he had, and as opposed to this one, right? Like the Trey Turner thing, I think he's like, well, that should be good enough. Him and Middleton are probably saying that should be good enough for us to go make a deep run. Like that lineup, that addition to the lineup should be what it takes. But now it feels like he's looked at the offseason. And I think part of the plan in the offseason was to give themselves flexibility to be able to do something like this at the deadline. I think he wanted to come into the season and let the Phillies sort of show that they're worth going all in for. And I think he does believe now that they're worth going all in for. So wouldn't surprise me if it's a little bit different this season. We do see him trade one of those top prospects.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. Just when I look at it, I don't have a ton of confidence. I mean, you look back at the last few years and really going back to the 2023 offseason, when you really dig into all the moves Dombrowski has made, I mean, it's bad. Like the resume over the last 2.5 years or so is really bad. Like the Trey Turner thing excluded. I think that's more of a John Middleton move than anything else. But, I mean, Taijuan Walker, the 2023 deadline where you got nothing to help you. Last offseason where you really didn't do a ton. Last deadline where you didn't do anything to help you out. And this offseason with Romano and Kepler, been a complete disaster. I mean, literally could not have gone any worse than it has
the
gone.
fact that, there was rumors out there that you were trying to trade Bohm, and nothing came from that. So, yeah, I get that.
Don't you think part of it, though, is, I mean, those other deadlines, they're kind of like middling moves, right? They're lesser prospects for, I mean, look, you almost get what you pay for sometimes at the trade deadline. Maybe it's just a matter of he hasn't been willing to, until now, spend more.
Yeah, and but that's the thing, and we'll see if he is willing to. I don't know if he's really willing to. I hope he is, but I'm not sure. It's going to take some convincing, at least for me. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. Talking about the trade deadline, would Andrew Painter be on the table for you? Also, what we were talking about earlier, Bryce Harper, a massive day yesterday, 4 for 5. I still cannot believe that was the first time in Bryce Harper's career where he had 4 extra base hits in one game. I know it's tough to do, but you'd think that Bryce would have done that at least once in his career to this point.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
A homer and 3 doubles. Unbelievable game as the Phils win 13-0. Jesus Luzardo pitched really well as well yesterday. Phils off tonight before starting a 3-game series in San Diego tomorrow. But want to know, is Painter on the table for you? Also, Bryce Harper, did it make you believe more overall in the team after his performance yesterday to see Bryce get on the right track like that? Final segment of the show coming up. You people in the next segment. Plus, we got to get to this. Joe DeCamara. Well, there was one thing that Joe DeCamara said during his pre-match interview with Buzz yesterday that certainly I know perked you up a little bit. We'll get to Joe explaining this when we get back. He talked about it on the morning show. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies fly to San Diego for a 3-game series against the Padres. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 8:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Right field, and it's gonna go! Kyle Schwarber!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take the over 9 runs scored in the Rays and the Red Sox game. The Red Sox have hit the over in 6 straight while scoring at least 6 runs in every game during that stretch. The Rays sit just out of the top 10 in OPS overall, but have been red hot as of late. Tampa Bay ranks 3rd in baseball over the last month in WRC+. Let's go over 9. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell
definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Calling all July birthdays. Get ready for an epic celebration at Oasis Club Philly on Thursday, July 10th. It's the monthly birthday bash and everyone's invited. Whether it's your special month or you're celebrating a friend. If it's your birthday month, you and up to 9 of your friends get free admission and an open bar from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Don't miss out on this fun party. Oasis Club Philly has the most tempting entertainers performing live on stage from noon until 2 a.m. Find your fantasy at Oasis.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings all Saratoga summer, no matter where you are. With Nyra Betts Horse Racing, betting with the app is fast, easy, and secure. Get your $200 deposit match bonus for new members at nyrabets.com/Philly200.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stings that just will never come out.
Going down in the rinse straight.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94
What is
WIP.
going on?
This is the Midday Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio, and Jack Fritz in for Kyle Quinn as well. Thanks to Jack for stepping in.
Not
for a
true.
minute. What happened there, Kyle? Man.
A little longer in the bathroom than I wanted to.
Oh, you did a Joe DeCamera?
No, not well.
Well,
Just leave it there.
I look back, and sometimes in this view that I have, I just can't see
Mhm.
Kyle if he's in certain portions of the room.
Yeah.
Then I saw Jack just like look in, and Jack stepped in to
The
turn
man,
the bed
the
down.
myth.
Well, so
Jack Fritz.
the thing is,
I'm sorry for blowing up your spot,
yeah,
Kyle.
I mean, look, when Hugh's late, everyone on YouTube
Right.
can see when there's an empty chair. If I'm not here, nobody would know. If it was me or Jack back here,
I could
and
tell.
you blew me up.
I
caught
could
it
tell when
straight.
I said something. I saw Kyle react negatively.
You caught it straight.
Come
Well,
on, Kyle.
I mean, it was unnecessary.
Well,
Listen,
I thought it was necessary.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I'm a senior. I'm allowed to have senior moments.
You're not a senior.
That's
Hugh.
my story, and I'm
You
sticking to
five.
it.
I am adamant. 5 minutes left in the third quarter. For
No,
you.
I'm just saying. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
that groan. That was unnecessary.
That's,
I mean,
how,
come
that's
on.
how it rolls.
You have 5 minutes left in the third, Hugh. You got some time.
I got a little time.
I don't know if you have any timeouts though. That's the problem.
No, I ain't got. I got a couple times. I wanted.
No timeouts.
No timeouts.
I got a little time.
Not
Man
having to
ran
go
out of challenges, timeouts, everything.
Yeah. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Obviously talking a lot about the Phils. We did reference Fritz versus DeCamera earlier. And again, you got to give credit to Jack. I thought he was impressive
He stepped up.
yesterday.
He stepped up.
And
the guys were proud of him. The guys definitely were proud of him.
And the biggest thing is, I mean, he maintained his
Composure?
stature as a
his stature.
baseball guy, I think.
Well,
he didn't
yeah,
lose
I'd
it.
say, yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he definitely didn't do that.
The velocity was better than I expected it to be.
But you know what's
Did we
funny?
get a number?
We didn't get a number, but I could see the final pitch, and it looked like it was coming in.
What did
pretty
it look like to you?
Solid. I mean, it looked. I'll say
Put a number on it.
I'll say 70-ish.
Wow.
And if that's his
70-ish? Okay.
If
That's
that's his
not bad.
30th pitch, probably around 75.
Okay.
Don't doubt it. But
He did say his arm was hurting though. His elbow. He said something about his elbow was cooked.
Yeah, that was to be expected. Though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's good.
because you
Put-
haven't
put
thrown.
effort into
Yeah,
it. Yep.
yeah.
So, good job by Jack. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get to the Joe DeCamara incident that we need to talk about in a few minutes. Something that he mentioned with Buzz yesterday that got Hugh's attention. He followed up on that today on the morning show. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. First, let's go to David in the Northeast. What's up, David?
David.
Nah, well, it wasn't nice to say just my name, David. Like Davy, anything like that.
I agree.
Okay, I apologize.
No problem, guys. It's all fun. Listen, I think Archie, the pitcher for Lehigh, you gotta move him up. I mean, he only had like you said before. He might have been pro. He only played in one pro game. That was that one game. Bring him up. Don't let him.
Wait,
Who are we talking about here, David?
We're talking about different things here.
Yep,
You
that
had
makes
the guy,
sense.
Absolutely.
Mick.
Oh, Abel.
Nick Abel.
He pitched more than once in the pros.
He played one game.
No, that's not accurate.
Two?
No. It was more like 7, I
Just
think.
keep guessing.
He's been up here for a while.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's with the minors.
No. In the
He
majors.
played with no crap. Okay. Well, anyway,
All right.
with Bryce, I had it done to myself. would anybody ever think of acupuncture if he's having a problem with his wrist?
Yeah, I've heard
And they
acupuncture.
don't know. Wait,
My bad. You're right. I apologize.
Finish you.
Yeah, my fault. My
Okay.
fault. My fault. My fault.
So that's you doing that. All right.
Yeah, I apologize.
You. Slow your roll, cuz.
I got you.
All right. Acupuncture. If he's having a problem and it's a mysterious ache or anything, give it a try. I had a trick shoulder, if you know what I mean. You just moved your arm a different way and your arm was popping out of its socket.
Hughes had shoulder issues in his playing career.
Yeah. Well, I got it fixed, but I was always having that achy pain all the time, up and down my arm, till I got acupuncture. Done.
That's good. I don't know if Harper's into
Um,
acupuncture though. I think he doesn't do the needles or the pins.
It's the pins.
Yep.
And the Chinese, they've been doing it for thousands of years.
That's true.
Yes, they have.
And,
So you think that's
they
the
got-
answer, David? That's what's going to fix him?
Give it a try. No harm in trying.
Did it fix you?
Yes.
So no pain whatsoever now.
Stuff that I can endure.
Okay.
Not much. But it just felt like, you know how you sleep on your arm and then when you wake up and you're like,
Feels a
man,
little
your
dead.
arm's
Feel a
funny.
little
You know,
dead. Yeah, I
just
got you.
had that ache that you were sleeping on your arm.
Yes.
Stuff like that. And then you have to sit and try to do rowing position or moving your arm till, everything gets flowing.
Mm-hmm.
Try the acupuncture. I've done it. It's not cheap.
Okay.
But they can work.
Oh, you
something
count me out.
I think we should get Harper in touch with David.
Yeah. Well, David, we appreciate it, buddy. Hopefully we can pass it along to the Phillies.
Tuned out when he
And
said
when-
not cheap.
Okay, and another thing.
What else you got?
You got to do something with Jimbo. Dallas Jimbo. He sounds like a guy that's as big as Texas.
Dallas Jim. Oh,
He talking about Cowboy Jim.
Yeah, obnoxious. I just feel like pounding his face in.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's just
Get
like,
off, man.
Okay.
Hey, listen, since
No violence,
right.
David.
since you guys got a challenge, how about we do a little boxing number on Jim's face?
No,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. I mean,
No,
Jim's
we don't-
okay.
we don't condone
We don't
violence
condone.
there.
We're,
Okay,
we're
I'm
moving
more-
past. We're moving past violence.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
All
It's
right.
just
You good there, David? That everything for you?
You good?
I'm hoping.
Sounds like so.
Bro, what do you think they're going to do? Is get the Flyers are going to get a goal?
The Fly.
I don't want no Swiss cheese in the.
I don't think anybody wants
neither.
any
Nope.
cheese.
Appreciate it, David. Yeah, they signed a goalie, didn't they? They signed a goalie from from Calgary. So yeah, I think that's what they're going to do.
Stanley Cup, here we come.
David, he has some Herb qualities to him, doesn't he?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he's Herbish.
but in his own unique way,
Yeah.
which is good. We haven't heard from David in a while, Hugh.
It's been a long time, right? Yeah.
Now, how'd you feel when he kind of told you to dial it back a little bit?
Well, because he was
I
right.
worry about that when callers speak to you that way.
Well, no, he was right. I had to dial it back a little bit. I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm
you
okay
did.
with being put in my place
You
every now
jumped
and then.
right.
Well, I
You
just
jumped all
never
over.
know
Yeah.
I never know how it's going to go. Because
No,
sometimes you don't like it.
I'm growing. It all depends on the delivery,
Right.
Because you have to gauge the delivery.
Well, that was the thing. I thought his
And
delivery
David-
was a little disrespectful.
Well, no, it wasn't. Dave was trying to make a point, and he was right. I jumped in prematurely, and he corrected me. Now I'm cool with that. Every now and then, you have to be corrected by your elders, so I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave was all right.
This is a day of growth for you. Hugh.
No, I
You're
mean, it all. Like I said, it all depends on who it is. Now, some cats, they mess with the bull, you get the horns, but Dave caught me. He caught me, and I was wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong.
Okay.
Well, not really.
Proud of you. No,
There you go.
you don't.
Time for a read on our Twitter question of the day. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at pidentalcenter.com. Is Andrew Painter on the table for you at all at this upcoming deadline? Wow, 60% say yes. he is on the table. Now, he doesn't seem to be for the Phillies. I mean, Matt Gelb's piece indicated as such. But for the right piece, I think that he should be if you're going to win it all this year. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll have you people coming up at 145. But first, we need to follow up on something from yesterday because Joe DeCamara, we had some good on-site reporting from Buzz before the event. He interviewed Jack, interviewed Joe. And in his interview with Joe, one thing especially really perked you up, Hugh, and got your attention. Here it was how it sounded yesterday in the pre-match interview.
All right, standing by with Joe DeCamara, the Hammer, the second to arrive between you and Jack. Any strategy to that? They were talking about it on the air.
Yeah, I wanted to see him throw, which I did in the bullpen. So I feel pretty good about that. Just kind of getting myself mentally prepared in the car, which I feel great about. Also went to the bathroom and at my typical McDonald's stop, after I ate lunch, which was not a McDonald's, by the way, but McDonald's pit stop, which is always needed. I feel good. I feel great. We got a great crowd here, which is awesome, and ready to rock and roll.
So weird. I mean, a weird thing to throw in. Didn't really seem necessary for Joe to talk about his pit stop at McDonald's.
He was like, it was for him because it's something that some guys like they don't get the day started until they have their morning glory. It's one of those things where it's a part of the routine, especially when you're getting ready to, engage in a sporting event. I knew guys like that, but they would, and they would basically do the same thing that he's doing.
I agree. Don't think it was needed context in that interview, though.
Well, no, it wasn't. But he was just trying to tell you he was prepared.
Right.
I just and I didn't pick this up the first time, that he goes, McDonald's bathroom stop, which is always needed. Yeah. It's not always needed.
No. I mean,
maybe for you.
Yes. And the always needed part is critical to this because I'm driving in this morning. And, I mean, I didn't need any more on this, okay? I think we can all kind of deduce exactly what happened at McDonald's in the bathroom.
Excuse me?
But Joe did decide, of course, to go into further detail. Here's what he had to say and how this is kind of, a regular thing for him.
Because my plan was drive over to the area, get food, go to the bathroom at McDonald's, which is, go to, and then get there to see Jack warm up.
That was the plan.
That was literally the plan. It was the plan.
You go to two McDonald's.
No, this case, it wasn't McDonald's for the food. It was somewhere else for the food, McDonald's for the bathroom. You go in, take the right-hand turn, bang, right in the stall.
That's just wrong.
It's just what it is. I was thinking yesterday, how many billions, or millions, but probably billions, has McDonald's made? They didn't get a buck out of me yesterday, but think how much money they've probably made through the years where people stop to go to the bathroom, like, you know what, I'm here, I'll grab Big Mac. I mean, I'm sure I've done it myself. Anyway, so I got there about 11:30.
I just don't think people use the McDonald's bathroom as religiously as you do.
I think you underrate, James. Those that know. You're always within, unless you're in the boondocks, you're always within 10 to 12 minutes of McDonald's. It's the one thing that you can always go to. All you got to do is put in your phone, McDonald's. There's always one within 10 minutes. I'm telling you.
I guess it's an IBS thing. I never am like, I need to be 10 minutes from a bathroom.
James,
it's very
let me put it this way. Those that need to know.
There you go.
No. Okay?
That's better.
I'll ask you guys, have you ever just stopped into a McDonald's? Is this like a regular thing for anybody else other than Joe?
It's a thing. Like Joe's right, it's a thing. I know people that they know strategically where the clean bathrooms are, I should say. And they tend to go there because it's comfortable for them. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing.
I think everybody's had an emergency situation before where they've needed to go to the nearest bathroom. Sure. And that may be a McDonald's, could be another local fast food establishment, whatever. But to act as though it's a routine for him.
No, it is.
As though he made his daily McDonald's stop.
Right.
That's
a lot.
Let me tell you what I heard when he said that. Because as an older gentleman, if you're in tune with your body, you kind of know, there's a window of when it's time for you to go. Especially if Joe seems a little bit regimented to me, where he eats at a certain time and his body responds at a certain time. And it sounds to me like when he's driving to work, there's a good chance that might be the time that he needs to go.
Well,
no, seriously. I'm with you.
I mean,
seriously, it's one of those things for me personally, when I get up in the morning, especially because I try to eat, I don't try not to eat after 7. So I know everything kind of jumps off about 5:30. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. It all pops off about 5:30. Then you go get the workout in and get ready for work. And then, with the drinking the water, the gallon of water, then, periodically you're going to have to go to the bathroom. But, yeah, you kind of know when it's going to pop off.
So I'm with Kyle here. Like, again, like everybody's been there. But the way he talks about this as it's such a regular thing is bizarre. That's not something I would do regularly.
It makes me wonder if he gets recognized at his local McDonald's. Like, that's the guy that comes in here.
Right.
And drops a deuce.
To just use our bathroom in the morning.
Yeah, like how would you view that guy?
Hoover deuce.
Like, does he?
How would you view that guy?
Does Joe go in? Does he know the cashiers like by name? Like, hey Jim, how's it going today? And he just strolls into the bathroom.
I don't know if they want that kind of relationship with him.
I would even venture to say that he probably has a couple of bathrooms that he probably hits on his way home or on his way to work.
But why can't you just wait till you get home or you get to work? I mean,
because when nature calls, TK, when you get a little, you ain't there yet. When you get a little older, man, you don't want to play with your bladder and your bowel movements. Man.
Are you not a similar age as DeCamera?
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not. No, he's not. But I thought he was talking about me. But that's what I'm saying, man. Hey, listen.
You didn't like that at all.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, no, it don't bother. It's the reality. When you get a little older, man, like they tell you, don't hold when you have to go to the bathroom. Don't hold it. Because you mess around and mess up your bladder.
But this is not, and I'm speculating, I guess, here. This doesn't sound like a number one situation.
No, this is the deuce. He's dropping the deuce.
Yeah.
He's dropping the deuce.
So, I don't know. This whole thing this conversation all felt like it could have been very easily avoidable if Joe hadn't willingly brought it up twice in the last 24 hours.
It was a part of his routine.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that. He's regimented.
But he clearly wanted to share it.
Yeah, because he's regimented. Yeah. He likes to bring people behind the curtain a little bit.
Well, that's certainly behind the curtain. There's no question about that. But now it's time for you people.
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So I didn't catch this instantly. I was on the phone, but Hugh caught himself. You people caught it. We had another instance of tongue-tied Douglas earlier on the show today.
Oh, we did. I missed
because they obviously the organization. That's why I caught it because I laughed. That's why I laughed.
Was it organization?
Organization or whatever I was trying to say. I caught it.
I must have been tuned out because I didn't catch it.
That's why I started laughing.
It happens so often that it's harder to catch nowadays. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, I caught it. That's why I laughed. I was like, because I know those cats caught it because they obviously the organization. That's why I laughed. I was like, damn, I messed that one up. It happens from time to time.
It happens a lot, man. Speaking of things that happened a lot this week, it's now day 4 of somebody thinking that Tom Kelly is Joe Giglio because we got to shut up Giglio in the chat earlier.
I think at this point it's a joke. It's an on-running joke.
These have got to be anti-Giglio bots at this point.
Maybe. Yep. Joe Giglio needs to be arrested. So I don't know if that's for something else, just in general, or if people are again thinking that Tom Kelly is Joe Giglio. Not Joe Giglio. He'll be back Monday. Surprised that Hugh Douglas handled the driving incident as well as he did after his crash out yesterday.
It definitely was.
Quick growth by you.
I was happy that Hugh and Sean in Newark had a cordial conversation today.
That was not a crash out.
I know.
That was a read the room.
I think you were right.
There was a read the room.
Okay.
I just thought there might be some leftover combativeness today. I'm glad there was.
You call it what you want.
Yeah. I wants to call it a crash out.
People, and maybe me, call it a crash out.
I enjoyed it, though. It was fun to watch.
Tom Kelly is obviously just mad about his awful haircut.
Oh, man. I thought the haircut looked good. I'm going to have to go get another haircut now.
Yeah,
make it look better.
There's more where that came from, buddy, because you asked for it today, and you did too. And I thought they came with some good ones. But first, Hugh Douglas looks like a rotting tomato.
That's a good one.
It's kind of messed up, man.
That's a good one.
All right, TK. You got the actor from Rudy, which
Sean
I can see a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
TK looks like a door-to-door solar panel salesman that just won't take no for an answer. Very
I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
I like those.
TK looks like he scalps tickets to an amusement park.
I like the fact that they're real specific.
They're all very specific.
This is Hugh's new favorite thing, man.
It is pretty good, man. TK looks like a recently fired janitor. Very down on your luck in a lot of these, man.
Yeah.
TK looks like he runs the ring toss booth at your local carnival.
Hey, I can see that one.
Oh, my God.
And one more, because this is probably the worst of them all. This is not the first time we've heard this. Wow, TK really does look like a young Paul Jolovitz. Some calling you Baby Jolly.
Where is the young Jolly stuff coming from?
I don't
Not
know.
Baby Jolly, dog.
That's on YouTube and Twitter. Like, it's out there. So
This is a thing.
Yeah, you should be wary of that.
That is
I love
funny.
Jolly, man. Yeah, he's a
Jolly's
good
a good dude,
he's a
man.
good looking man. So what can I say?
That's good spin.
Yeah. But I do enjoy the
They
down
came
on
at you
my
pretty
luck
good today. That was
Yeah,
good.
that's you people.
Yeah.
They're funny.
Phenomenal stuff. Well done by you people as always. Let's get in Mr. Shorehands. What's up, Mr.
Mr. Hands.
Yo, fellas. So about the Joey Deuce situation, right? I can relate a little bit because when you're running all around the tri-state area, laying pipe and dropping hardwood, you got to know where the clean bathrooms is at. And I try not to leave out before I get my engine started. And I drop my deuce and then I go handle my business.
All right, Mr. Shorehands. Jeez.
The metaphors.
Unnecessary.
Yes.
As far as that acupuncture, though, I definitely recommend you try it. I'm having back problems. I was in a couple bad car accidents.
Mhm.
Fortunately, God is wonderful, and I'm still in one piece, but my back be going through it, and I refuse to get surgery. But when I was in doing rehab
Mhm.
one time, they sent me, and I got acupuncture here. That relieves your back for like a month or two. Like, that was the best thing I ever had. And
Oh, so you
I'm
gotta keep
actually
going back.
trying to find that.
Yeah, got you.
But it's like something you don't got to do it that often. Maybe like it depends on how it works for you. But I ain't had to go back. I ain't had to do that for like every 2-3 months. So I would definitely recommend you try it. You fellas have an awesome day. Go
All right.
Phil.
Okay, go Phil.
Thanks, Mr. Shorehands. Appreciate the call. That was a weird cadence from Mr. Shorehands. It sounded like he had more to say.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But then
yeah.
he was just done.
Yeah.
So that's good advice for you.
Acupuncture, yeah. Acupuncture. I don't know, man. The needles, the whole needle things, and I've seen people do it. It's an art to it.
Yeah.
No question about it, but it's still a needle. And the people that usually get it, they say they don't feel it, but it's still a needle.
Yeah. That has never appealed to me. at all. I mean,
Not the needle. The
bad
needle.
injuries or
No,
anything, but
no.
yeah, doesn't seem like it would be great. But that'll do it for us today. Thanks to Kyle Quinn for producing. So the Phillies off tonight. They'll be back in action tomorrow as they take on the Padres in a 3-game series. Who got pitched in that game tomorrow? I think we got Ranger, Wheeler, and then I think it's Christopher Sanchez on Sunday. So that's the matchups for this week. We'll obviously talk a lot about Phils, Padres tomorrow. Final series before the All-Star break. Fun show today. Thanks to Kyle for producing.
You the man.
Stay tuned. Coming up next, the afternoon show right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest,
Here I come. Gotta have a Wawa.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
The working families of La Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Big 12 had an interesting idea for their media week. They decided not to do a preseason poll because they didn't want to create negative perceptions about their teams. Last year, Arizona State came out of nowhere, and this year it feels like the conference is up for grabs. They're worried that a low seed would get no respect from the College Football Playoff Committee. It's a good point. Preseason perception probably plays too big a role in all of their decisions. Now the Big 12 will have to play it out on the field and see where the chips land. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back on a Hertz Day, the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and the champion Fritz, or at least the back on the right track Fritz. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
There we go.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good today, brother Spike. I mean, listen, we are on the winning side of things.
Oh, yeah.
Feels good to be on this side.
Where we're supposed to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks to our brother Jackie Baseball. We'll get to him in a second. But we were off the air yesterday before the Phillies were able to salvage a win out there in San Francisco. The Bats woke up yesterday. Bryce Harper woke up yesterday. I'm feeling good, brother Spike. Jackie Baseball, you still on cloud nine? Holla at your boy.
Feeling good. Definitely feeling better this week than I did last week.
Yeah,
and I think for this show, we needed to restore order.
Yep.
And I was just taking my walk around Westchester, a lot of horns honking.
There you go.
Good job yesterday.
There you go.
And there's only one message. Order was restored.
Yeah.
Order was restored.
Yeah. The job is not finished.
Not even close.
Job's not done.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. We're not going to take 2 weeks celebrating like a different show did.
No, we're going to head down on to the next one.
Yeah. We're
We're
plenty
also 1 day from vacation.
Yes. And in fairness, we might do a little celebrating today. So
we got to.
Have a few things to say about the folks in the morning later on. By the way, if you would like to call about that, since we were only on for like 45 minutes yesterday, 215-592-9494 as Jack Fritz evens the score. So we are a couple weeks away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and we have been trained over the last couple of years to expect a dud. A couple years ago, a dud from the Phillies. Last year, with Austin Hayes and Carlos Estevez, kind of like a dud as well, even though Estevez was having a good year. But this per Matt Gelb at The Athletic today. This July, the Phillies find themselves in a familiar spot. They need bullpen help again. They could use another right-handed bat again. They have used mid-tier prospects to patch holes in previous deadlines, but they have taken a different tone this time. According to officials from rival clubs who have spoken to the Phillies as the trade landscape crystallizes, the Phillies, for now, sound more willing to trade bigger prospect chips for controllable major leaguers, especially a shutdown late-inning reliever. And to that I say, go ahead and do it. Now, we would all like everything, right? We would love a right-handed bat, and we would love a reliever. We'd all love all those things. But I am all in on them using top-level prospects for a shutdown late-inning guy. I think about the playoffs, and I think to myself about the playoffs. I can imagine how they lose a game with the offense. I think we can all imagine that.
Yeah,
but
we've
I can imagine Zach Wheeler going 7 innings of one-run ball, and because we only have one reliable reliever, it blows up in the 8th or the 9th. So if I'm going anywhere, first of all, I love the attitude that they're willing to trade high-level prospects. To get something, you got to give something, and that's how it works. And I am all in on them doing it for a reliever, Ike. All in. If I have to choose, that's where I'm going. I want them to go all in on a reliever.
Yeah, I mean, here's my thing. If you're going to give up one of these top prospects, then I need something that returns more than a year-to-year reliever. We know how relievers can be. You can be good one year, and you may not be as good the following year. Have the Phillies ever had a guy that they chose to have as their direct closer? The guy who's going to know.
Well, just the guy, what's his name? A few years ago, right?
Well, Kimbrel?
Kimbrel, yeah.
Kimbrel got it.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, right. It didn't work out.
How'd
great.
that work out?
It didn't really stay there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been a guy since Babylon.
Yes.
You're a
yes.
guy.
So my only point in saying that is, if I'm going to give up top-level prospects for a guy, then I want an everyday player, right? You talk about you can envision the team blowing a game in the postseason because of this bullpen. No, I can envision us losing a game 2-1, 3-1 because we didn't score enough runs in the postseason. As a matter of fact, that's more likely to happen than blowing a game, which they haven't done very often. And here's another reason why. Listen, I don't know what Rangers are going to be the second half of the year. Nola still has to come back. They still have an opportunity where they can mix and match some guys for the bullpen. They have no options as far as producing runs. They have no options on the team other you got to go out and get somebody. They can manipulate their starting rotation with these guys. Ranger has come out of the bullpen. If you want to put Painter in the bullpen, you could do that. You know, this idea that he's a starting pitcher and that's what he's been groomed to be. Yeah, that all sounded great 2 months ago when we didn't have as much information on Andrew Painter. Now we may just need that arm that gets up to 97, 98, 99 miles per hour. We may need him for an inning or two to get us through this postseason. And come on, man. A bat in the lineup does so much more for you. It just does. You know, you get a closer. I don't know how much that boosts the morale of everybody, but you get somebody that you feel like you got a chance to drive in runs, come up with big hits. Hopefully he's in his 27 to 30-year-old range. We're going to have him for a couple of years, and that guy's going to be here for the future. That gets your juices going. That'll get the fan base excited. That's what I'm looking for, Jackie Baseball. I'm not going to say Mike Trout. I'm just saying, though, that type of acquisition is what I'm talking about.
All right. We can't trade for 2017 Mike Trout. We were aware of this, right?
2 home runs last night.
Yeah, great.
What do you mean great?
Hold on. 215-592-9494. If the Phillies are giving up, we're not trout fishing. If the Phillies are giving up top-level prospects, do you want it to be for a shutdown reliever or an everyday bat? Fritz, where are you on that?
Yeah, so I saw that report this morning from Gelb, and I immediately got nervous. Like, I'm okay. I've gotten to the point of possibly giving up prospects for a player, but to give up prospects of that magnitude for a closer feels insane. I think they need a bullpen arm, 100%, but, like, I don't care they've invested $200 million in the lineup. Just because you invested that money doesn't mean they're great. You know, like just because the Castellanos is making that money,
investment.
They're just it's a sunk cost at this point. So I go get a real bat. Like an everyday player can impact every single game. Closer affects what three games a week max.
That's not how the playoffs work. Like I agree with you from a full season perspective. From a full season perspective, I agree that an everyday player would give you more than a closer would. However, when I'm thinking about the playoffs, the truth is that this lineup is going to be like this no matter who we trade for.
Yeah, but
like unless we're trading
better.
for Juan Soto or trading for one of the best hitters in baseball, this lineup's going to we are living and dying with how this is. They're either going to be hot in the playoffs and they're going to hit, or they're not going to be hot in the playoffs and they're going to be cold. And even all these the bats that we're talking about are not changing the entire complexion of the lineup.
What
a
about
closer,
your boy Stephen Kwan?
Stephen Kwan would be great, but having a guy hitting 292 in addition to this lineup, it's not going to change.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
No, he's a great hitter. I love Stephen Kwan. I would look to be clear. If they get both, I'm happy with both. But I would love an everyday player too. But if you're saying what is going to make a bigger difference in the playoffs, you can double how good the bullpen is by trading for a real arm. You can't do that with an everyday player. And the other thing, this is the last thing I'll say, is you can choose when to put in that bullpen piece. So you can say, hey, here is a high leverage situation that I need a shutdown. You can't do that with an everyday hitter. Like he's got to come up at that time. And I'm thinking, I understand.
But what happens when it's a 3-run game and that closer can't be used and Sosa is up the bat? I mean, not Sosa.
Rojas
is up the bat. right? We got somebody else up there to bat as opposed to having that 290 hitter.
I just think there's
4 times a game.
For sure. I understand a bigger picture, but when I think about the playoffs, I think that a closer helps them more than an everyday hitter does. I think this whole thing that we're scared of the lineup either going hot or cold in the playoffs, get used to it. It's not changing this year. I don't care who they trade for. It's not changing. It's going to be like this. And we just have to cross our fingers that the lineup produces.
Yeah,
I don't want to cross my fingers
But you can get a closer
with friggin' Joe Ross in a crucial playoff
Joe
game.
Ross ain't pitching in a crucial spot.
Then who is?
They're going to go get a bullpen piece. But we're not investing the top prospects in a freaking closer.
Are you getting Mason Miller? Who are we talking about getting?
Well, there's Duran in Minnesota. There's Clase in Cleveland. There's a kid in Baltimore, right?
Felix Bautista.
Bautista in Baltimore, yeah.
And then he also mentioned Griffin Jacks, who I think is sick, but no one cares about Griffin Jacks here.
Yeah, no.
What?
It's just a guy. Just a guy that I care about.
Yeah. All right. 215-592-9494. If you have a choice, you're going to trade top prospects. Is it for a closer or for an everyday bat? And on the table, of course, and we will get to this today, is Fritz versus DeCamera 2 yesterday. It is 1-1 after a dominating performance from one Jack Fritz. I said no-hitter yesterday. It wasn't just a no-hitter. It was a perfect game. Ooh. 8 up, 8 down, no walks, no hits, 5 strikeouts, 30 pitches, 22 of them strikes. Not bad.
Did you even get to 3-ball count? Did he get
No, 3-ball counts.
No, 3-ball count?
2 2-ball counts, I believe.
2-ball counts. Last at bat was a 2-1 count.
Yeah.
Okay.
215-592-9494. Chad in Downingtown. You're on WIP. What's up, Chad?
Down goes Hammer.
Oh, he
Down
does.
goes Hammer.
Yeah, right where he should
goes
be.
Hammer.
Yep.
Son, Jack Fritz, the pride of the Chestnut, the pride of the PSAC. 8 up, 8 down. Miller Lights for Jackie Wheeler wins.
So
Jackie Wheeler, okay.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Chad. What was your, and I appreciate your happiness afterwards. I have to ask you what your confidence was truly, what your confidence in Jack was going into the competition yesterday.
Well, I mean, he was a pitcher in college, so it doesn't matter that Joe goes to fantasy camp and sees some arms from like the 1970s every couple of years. You got to rely on the younger guy there that actually played the sport. So
yep.
I had no worries going into it, and even all the talk with throwing strikes and whatnot, I actually think as long as he got through that first at bat, which he did, Joe was gonna get nervous and start swinging anyway. So
yeah, I mean,
thought, going into it was great, and Jack did awesome.
Yeah, and it was sort of like we expected it was going to go in that Joe did not, the bat didn't come off Joe's shoulder in the first at bat. Mm-hmm. Joe was going to force him to throw strikes, and when he threw the first 2 pitches were called strikes. When Jack dialed in those first 2 pitches and those were called strikes, I was like, all right, this kid is showing up for us today.
A lot of complaints about the second called strike in that at bat this morning from the morning show.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
They said it was high.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's first off, coin flip call. I'm glad it went my way.
Yeah.
Glad it went my way.
Yeah.
But a little too much complaining about
one call.
About one call.
You know, if Joe had gotten on base twice,
right,
and they were looking at that one pitch in that one at bat that maybe cost him the game, he didn't get on base
at all.
At all. He struck out 5 times. Like, you know what I mean? Every contact was weak contact.
Yeah.
He didn't hit the ball hard one time.
No.
Like, what are we talking about? One pitch. Shut up, morning show.
I actually thought he was too aggressive.
Swinging too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, make him work.
Early.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just let you throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially the second and third at bat, we had a 1-pitch at bat and a 2-pitch at bat.
Yeah.
Let Jack off the hook.
Yeah.
Pretty easy in that
Not
first
a good strategy
inning.
there.
Yeah. Thank you for the call, Chad. Appreciate it, brother. 215-592-9494. Mark in Avondale. You're on WIP. What's up, Mark?
Yo, guys. How's it going?
What's up, brother?
What's up, Mark?
Good. Big W for the pitcher yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See,
Yeah.
You see the value of a pitcher.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. So here's my move for the Phils. So, I mean, the A's have 2 players that we should go after. They got the closer Miller and the left fielder / DH Rooker. We got the right-hand power. He's got 19 homers already. Miller's only 26 years old, and you have them both for a couple more years.
Yeah, I mean, Rooker's really a DH, though. I mean, he's a DH.
Let me ask you this. I do hear this, but we won with Lazinski, Pat Burrell, and Schwarber. The guy does play left field some. I mean, you put him in for 7 innings. D him up the last 2 weeks.
And Burrow.
We need some.
Did you say Burrow?
Yeah, he said Burrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I hear you, man, but we've also got another DH on the team, who really can't play the field. If everything was solid around them, I would say defensively, I would say okay. But on the left side, you've got Trey, who I know he's better than he was. He's still a minus, and he still makes me nervous defensively in the playoffs. Bohm, who has gotten better. Bohm, who is
plus defender.
Plus defender. But then
easy in there.
But then center fielder, you're gonna end up having Marsh playing center field, who's not a very good center fielder. You've got Castellanos in right field, who is I don't care what his wife says, and I don't care how many errors he has. He's a disaster out in right field. So I just think you have so many defensive holes. And you're putting Rooker out there. If you didn't already have a DH, I'd be with you. It makes me nervous trading for a guy who's also basically a DH.
So you think that team's worse than having Schwarber left and having Hoskins at first? I do not. We went to the World Series with that 3 years ago.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. And then you're what? You're DHing Bryce?
Yeah, Bryce was DHing.
Is that what you're suggesting they do? Oh, you're not talking about trading for Hoskins now. You're talking about the previous team.
I'm just comparing that because we have way better pitching now, and I think with Rooker batting behind, whether it's probably Harper in this case, I just think the lineup's so much better. I don't think we're going to get better than those two guys from the A's. I really don't.
Thank you for the call, Mark. What do you think of now? I haven't heard any whispers about Mason Miller this year.
It's costing you a lot.
A lot.
Again, I don't think they're going to move those guys. I think the A's, even though they're not playing, they do have a new stadium to open in a couple of years. I think they want to have They do in Las Vegas.
And they do.
And Mason Miller still has 4 years of control left, and he hasn't had a great year. But also, they're pitching Sacramento, which is a horrible pitcher's park.
Sure.
And Rooker, you have Schwarber as a DH, and Rooker can stand in the outfield. But like you mentioned, Castellanos can't move. Rooker can't move. Marsh is not a great, defensive center fielder. So I don't know. In a perfect world where you don't have to worry about this stuff, Rooker's awesome.
Yeah. See, I know you don't like Chapman, but I would go with a guy like Chapman. Still throws hard, right? Still throws hard.
I'm pro Chapman.
Yeah.
I'll go with Chapman and then invest in the bat.
Yeah, hold on. You want Bednar. Bednar and Chapman are essentially have the same last couple of years.
Yeah, but Bednar's not a proven loser in the playoffs like Chapman
he's never
is.
been to the playoffs.
Well, that's fine, but I'd rather take my chances with a guy that I know isn't a proven playoff loser, a bad teammate, and this is just my supposition that he's on PEDs. Again, I did not, just to be clear, I don't want to get in trouble. I did not report that. I just when guys are 36 years old and all of a sudden are throwing like they haven't thrown in 5 years.
Has he tested positive?
Not yet. Well, do you want to wake up 3 weeks after the trade deadline, after you've traded him, and realize that he is also not eligible for the playoffs?
First, you report the Mets are cheating.
Well, look, I specifically say they weren't cheating. Or I don't know that they're cheating. I just wanted somebody to take a look at it.
When do they stop testing?
I actually don't know that. I don't know. I don't know the testing rules. And by the way, I don't know if he is on PEDs. I want to be clear. I don't know if he's on PEDs. I just know that he has flamed out in the playoffs before. I don't think he's a good teammate, and I don't buy a guy in the second half of their 30s all of a sudden finding a new pitch and velocity that they haven't had in years. That's my only thing. That's my only thing there. I want if it's a closer, I don't want this. Let me just say real quick.
You could trade way less for Chapman.
Yeah, but their bullpen is horrible. Mm-hmm. I just want to be clear to everybody here. We're all nervous about their lineup. They've still scored more runs than the Mets. They're 6th in runs scored in the National League. For all of the complaining about their lineup has produced.
But we watched this lineup.
I know.
It can be painful to watch at times.
It can, but they haven't had Harper for most of the. He's been there the whole year. So if you're optimistic that you're going to have a normal Harper, this bullpen.
Our boy is back. You see him yesterday?
I saw. It's one game. It's one game. This bullpen, there is one reliable pitcher in the bullpen. One. And last year we had 3, and that didn't even work out for us. We cannot go into the playoffs with the only reliable reliever being Kerkering. We can't. Strahm has not been good all year. Tanner Banks has been good, but is an accident waiting to happen. Jordan Romano is a disaster.
Yeah.
And then everybody else is just a guy. Joe Ross is just a guy.
Yeah.
Taijuan Walker is clearly just a guy. They have one reliable reliever. You can't win a World Series with one reliable reliever.
I think we agree that they need help in the bullpen, just like I think you would agree.
I would take a bat as well.
They would take a bat.
Yep.
I just think the bat is more important.
Okay.
That's all. You just reminded me how great our guys were last year.
Yes.
Until they got to the playoffs.
Yes, for sure. And by the way, it was a combination of both things last year.
Yeah.
They didn't hit, which is exactly what you're worried about.
Mm-hmm.
And then a bullpen that seemed close to the best in baseball just could not hold up last year. They choked. I mean, Hoffman choked, Strom choked. They all choked in the play. Estevez choked in the playoffs last year. Kirkring choked in the playoffs. And that's the only thing about Kirkring, even though he's the most reliable one, is that he feels like, and again, maybe I'm just guessing, he feels iffy on the is his head in the high leverage sort of thing way.
I think that's fair.
He comes and goes.
Yeah. I mean, you hope that he's a confidence guy. Like when things are going well for him, he's in there, he's good, he's got a little swagger to him.
Yep.
When things aren't going his way, we saw it the other night. With the horrible at bat to Matt Chapman, he unraveled after that.
Yep.
And in his two postings, now one wasn't. I mean, I'm not gonna say it wasn't his fault. Obviously, he made the pitches, but in his rookie year, when he made the 5-level jump, he was a disaster in that Diamondback series.
I think the one thing that I am encouraged by is the report that they are willing to trade something of value to get something of value.
That's good news.
Well, that's encouraging as long as it's for a bat.
No, or a closer.
No.
Or a closer.
No.
Or a closer.
No.
Or a closer. Preferably a closer. Look, we all want both, but preferably a closer.
A bat.
A closer. A real bat. But by the way, hold on.
Yeah.
Byron Buxton got hurt during batting practice yesterday.
Awesome.
So just to let everyone know what my concern was, he got hit on the hand in batting practice.
I didn't even throw the ball hard in batting practice. How did this happen?
He's day-to-day with a hand injury from batting practice. So he's got a no-trade clause anyway. All right, 215-592-9494. If the Phillies are trading top-level prospects, you want it to be for a closer or a bat, and we will continue to talk. And tomorrow, or rather next, we will get deeper into Fritz versus DeCamera, and we will talk to Joe DeCamera's biggest fan, who I had a shouting match with yesterday. I want to make sure we're okay. Anthony, New Jersey.
It was entertaining.
And look, not going to keep him on hold for 4 hours today, Anthony. We're good. You don't have to call your lawyer. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Do you have storm damage at your home or maybe a shore property that needs some repairs? Well, call the home team. I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranty roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal, drive up your home's resale value, and defend your home against the elements. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered, and tell them Ike Reese sent you.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis.
I've played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com.
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at RobinFord.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My boss doesn't know I'm listening to the Phillies on the Odyssey app when I'm nodding at him.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
Ryan Howard, a towering home run, his 40th
Whoops.
of the year.
There you go, Jack.
Wow.
Yeah, back to producing. No more pitching.
Well, I thought DeCamera's on. Didn't seem like the right song. I didn't know there was an edit.
Well, there you go. It was still funny.
Oh, well.
The Twitter question, it's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville, Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who do you believe now will win the competition between DeCamera and Fritz? What do you think the poll is at, Ike?
Oh, we're running away with Fritz right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, we got to be, let's go 78%.
80.2?
80.2, all right.
So, Jack, what does it feel like after the last 2 weeks to now be in what people perceive as controlling this competition between you and DeCamera?
About time.
Okay.
It's about time. Well, so, again, I have no idea how tennis is going to go.
Especially when you don't even try to play tennis beforehand?
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
I'll get out there.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I don't know when we're going to do it, but
Yeah.
I'll get out there.
Okay.
But after that, tennis, I think we'll be fine. I mean, I don't know how it's going to go. Running, after what we saw yesterday,
yeah,
I feel pretty confident in that one.
Crotch first DeCamera.
Have you guys decided how far you're going to run yet?
No.
Still have not decided that.
Well, if it's more than 90 feet, then I would say that Joe is in trouble, as he had a lot of trouble just getting to first base. So, yeah.
So, I mean, it's good. Although last week, wasn't it reverse, or was it that
What?
we put the same Twitter poll out after golf?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And the camera, it was favored pretty much.
But I don't think it was 80%. I think it was like 55%.
Yeah.
if I remember.
But, it was rolling his way, and now he seems a little humbled. How does the arm feel?
Definitely painful. I don't think I
Okay.
tore anything.
All right.
Like when I got off the mound yesterday, I couldn't flex it. Like it was shaking, so that was very nerve-wracking. But I can't really lift much with my right arm right now.
Right.
But I'll survive. Everything else feels fine.
So Jack told me afterwards, I was like, how's the arm? And he said, I had like 5 pitches left. So
And that's probably why I didn't want to throw any curveballs or anything, because that puts more stress on the elbow. Didn't want to do that.
So I don't know how legitimate this is, but I saw on Twitter that somebody said there was a radar gun behind home plate. All he saw was in the first warm-up pitch, you were at 68 in the first warm-up pitch, which means you were probably in the 70s somewhere, mid-70s.
Yeah, I think we ended in the high 60s because I didn't have much left.
Right.
But I think in the middle of it, I was probably in mid-70s. And I learned early, didn't have to throw that hard.
Right.
Like it could just, as long as it's over the plate, it was probably going to be okay. So, but
mid-70s is still good, man.
He put some balls in play.
He did.
His hardest hit ball actually was when he was left-handed.
The foul ball.
Yeah,
that he was late on. Yeah. He was early right-handed. He was late left-handed.
Yeah.
So, and this is me saying this. I want to be clear. I don't want to speak for Ike. I certainly don't want to speak for Jack in this. But I've been hearing a lot, some of the complaints about our show, and I think most specifically, it's probably about me. But a lot of the complaints about our show is how Joe is handling this classy. He's been classy, and he's been taking the high road the whole time.
Yeah.
And somehow we are not taking the high road.
No, it's not what we do.
Okay, so let's be clear about the high road that Joe DeCamara is taking in the morning. And let me be straight with you here. I like Joe DeCamara. I think Joe DeCamara is a good human. I am proud to be on the same team with him. That said, there is nothing high road about what the morning show has done after the Joe DeCamara golf win. We had 2 weeks of questioning the mental toughness of our host on this show, right? Calling him Jack Fritz. What show was that happening on? It was happening on the morning show. And while Joe DeCamara sat there with his hands up in the air saying, well, I can't do anything about what Rhea says, and I can't do anything about that happened during the morning show. When there were songs about Jack Fritz mentally breaking down. What show was that on, Ike?
Morning show.
Oh, it was on the morning show with High Road Hammer. Let me tell you something. There is nothing high road, and if you bought that he was taking the high road, then you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The guy started the entire thing to try to get Fritz to choke, knowing full well that he does not have the physical ability to compete with Jack Fritz in any of these sports. in any of them. The entire object of this thing was not being high road. So what I hope for is that Hammer has to run more so we get to see him running embarrassingly and foolishly like he did yesterday. I hope we have more of James the Drifter Seltzer whining about high strikes. And one final thing, and again, I am speaking for me. I'm not speaking for Ike. I'm not speaking for Jack. Rhea Hughes. Ooh, man, you tied your boat to the wrong captain this time, and you didn't even have the self-respect to show up and watch them lose yesterday. We have had 2 competitions where the biggest cheerleader in the morning has been one Rhea Hughes. The biggest mouth on this entire thing has been one Rhea Hughes. Did you see her at Riverwinds, the golf? I didn't see her.
Did not.
Now, I saw hundreds of people at Plymouth Whitemarsh High School yesterday. I didn't see Rhea Hughes. I saw her very easily talking about how my teammate was choking and quitting and melting down, but I didn't even see her doing the respect of the competition to show up. So, everybody on the morning show, including Joe DeCamara, that has had so much to say, I want you to know this doesn't end here. There are still 3 more competitions. And when your guy gets his ass handed to him over and over and over and over again, that is you getting your ass handed to you as well. James Seltzer, you're getting your ass kicked. Rhea Hughes, you're getting your ass kicked. John Ritchie, you're fine. You wanted Jack to win anyway.
Yeah.
That is
And
my
he's been
statement.
off this week, yeah.
Yeah, that is my statement.
Man.
My statement.
That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, he's not taking the high road. It's a lie.
No, you're right.
If you saw him golf, you could tell he wasn't taking the high road. He was dicking around the entire time they were playing golf. The 7 practice swings and kneeling and measuring. And last thing, I'm sorry, I have so much to say here. I'll shut up in a second. Last thing. There was some complaining from the morning show again about how fair the umpire was because the umpire thought Jack was going to win. There was no whispers of fairness when Joe DeCamara, for his caddy, had the head golf pro for Riverwinds at Riverwinds. Nobody's talking about fairness there.
And Fritz had me.
Yes, and no offense.
You play Riverwinds just as much.
Vince at Riverwinds knows that course better than anybody.
Of course.
And
he knows the rules.
And he knows the rules. And he very, very, didn't happen to mention to us that in that final lie that Jack had, that he could have moved the ball back. So you want to talk about fairness, shove it. You want to talk about high road, shove it. You lost, we won. You hitched yourself to the wrong guy. A loser. Loser in the morning show. All right.
Yeah.
Okay?
I support this message.
All right, thank you. All right. Jack, you can stay neutral. I know you got to compete against a guy.
I support this message.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a high roadsman.
With that, all right, 215-592-9494. Anthony in New Jersey, you are on WIP. What's up, Ant?
Yeah, know what you're walking into, Anthony.
I Spike, what's going on?
What's up?
What's up, man? Good to meet you yesterday, my friend.
Hey, it was nice meeting you guys, man. Hey, Jack, where you at, Jack?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Jack, congrats, man. Good job.
Thank you. It's good meeting you yesterday. Good meeting you.
Hey, Jack, you still got it, huh?
Barely. Yeah, not really. not really.
You got enough.
Yeah, just enough.
You got enough.
Hey, man, this thing not over, man. It's 1-1. It ain't over.
We know. All right.
Now, which events do you think that the Hammer really has a chance of winning?
Tennis.
Okay, but then he still loses.
Yeah, still 2 other events.
He went tennis after yesterday. I'm be honest, ain't much shot. I don't think he got in the running competition.
No, probably not.
Well, we didn't see Jack run.
No, we didn't. But we've seen Jack run an 8-minute mile.
Yep.
You know, I don't.
8-minute mile, yeah.
You know, he's at least done it. So.
And him is still winning this, man. I can't back down now. So him is still winning it.
No, probably not.
Nope.
Yeah, probably not. Were you disappointed in his performance yesterday that he didn't even want to compete, to be quite honest with you? He didn't even want to take the bat off his shoulder.
Yeah, a little bit, man. I thought Hammer would have put up a better fight than that, man.
Boy, you are, listen.
A broken man.
Yeah, you got no bite in you right now.
Yeah.
Man.
You got no bite in you right now. You had bite in you all this other time. Yeah, you got no bite in you right now.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't got no fight in me right now.
No, I'm just saying you got no bite to you, man. You don't sound confident to me.
Nah, man. Hey, everything is still right where it's at. Coming in the door, we knew Jack was going to win this.
Now reality is starting to set in. See, you were one of the ones that got real happy after the golf event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got real happy after the golf
Count
event.
your chickens before they're hatched, Anthony.
Hey, man, it is what it is, man.
Yep.
You know?
All right, it's all good.
You win some, you lose
Yeah,
some, and then you
yeah.
lose some more, and then you lose some more, and then you lose some more. But I give you credit. You said you were going to call and congratulate Jack, which you did.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, man. Be a man of my word, man. I said I was gonna call in, congratulate Jack. You know, Jack, congratulations, man. Spike. I'm sorry, Spike. Everything good between us.
Yes, yeah, we're good. Me and Anthony, we shared some words, loud words, but then we were good afterwards. So.
Everything good with us. Hey, Ike, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate everything you've done for us, man.
No, you know I love it, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate
Go
it.
Birds, man.
Yes, sir. Go Birds, brother.
All right, go Birds. Anthony, you're welcome to call this show anytime you would like. You're still going to have to sit on hold occasionally, but you're welcome to call. 215-592-9494. You know, the folks at Dogs and Cats Rule are never going to keep you on hold. You walk into Dogs and Cats Rule, what a staff there that the lead dog, George Perenni, has put together. And that is in all 7 of the locations. And that is so important when you go into a pet store because there's so much stuff there, especially when we're talking about the pet food. You don't know what to get, right? I mean, and especially when you walk into Dogs and Cats Rule because they have all the best stuff, whether it's kibble or fresh diet or whatever. But they have a staff there that is going to attend to you immediately. They're also going to be patient with you, and they're also informed on all the products that they sell. And I think while having the best products is important, having a staff that can tell you which products to get is more important than all those things. And you can get that at Dogs and Cats Rule. And in the summer, if you need a pop-up puppy pool, they got it. You need toys to play with outside, they got it. You need a life jacket for your dog because you take him on the boat, they got it. 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington, and Princeton, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule, shop small, shop local, shop family. Brahim in Jacksonville. You're on WIA. What's up, Brahim?
What's up, bro?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? Hey, so check it out, man. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to my nephew, Tim Johnson, who was Joe DeCamera's hitting coach.
Yeah,
okay?
Brahim, real quick on Tim, who was a good man, and I actually think did a good job to get the fact that Joe put the bat on the ball as many times as he did.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. A non-athlete, you see what Tim is.
Yeah.
So everybody around y'all, all the Delaware Valley, if your little boy, your little girl, if they playing ball, go to my nephew. You know what I'm saying? He got you.
If he can get Joe DeCamara to put the bat on the ball more than once, then he knows what he's doing. And I'll say this, Brahim, when I met your nephew, I felt like I was meeting royalty, and I was actually I couldn't believe I didn't know him because it seemed like everybody there, they were like, oh, he's the hitting coach in the area. He really knows what he's doing.
Y'all was in Montgomery County. Listen, my whole family, me, Tim, his mom, my older sister, and my brother, his older uncle, we all graduated from Wissahickon, right?
Yep.
So I moved to Jacksonville his senior year. I moved to Jacksonville in 2004, August of 2004, when it was the Eagles Patriots, when they were hosting it here. And that's the year I moved to Jacksonville.
They're really starting to go after Ike Reese now.
Man. But listen, so I never really got to see him in high school. He hit 500 all through high school. You know what I'm saying? But when he was in high school, I'm running the streets. We're all 10 years apart. You know what I'm saying? So I was running the streets. I didn't really get to see him in high school. And then when he got drafted a year after I moved to Jacksonville. And he got drafted right out of high school, unlike my favorite producer, Fritz. He got drafted by the Astros right out of high school. You know what I'm saying? That was a real exciting time for our family, man.
The Cubs sent me one email.
Did they?
Yeah.
What did it say? We're looking. Do you have Tim's email?
Yeah. Hey, looking for another kid's address.
Yeah. No, but you know what's crazy though is that Tim, we got a family chat, right? Like a family text chat.
Yep.
And Tim ain't tell us nothing about him coaching Joe DeCamara, right?
Oh, yeah.
When DeCamara was on the morning show this morning, I'm like, and he's giving Tim's credentials. I'm like, hold on, that sounds like my nephew, right? So I called Tim. I'm like, you Tim, were you DeCamara's hitting coach? He was like, yeah. He hit me like 2 weeks ago. I was like, for real? I was like, I'm about to call him and talk mess to him. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, it was real cool. Just knowing that Tim was his hitting coach and that he actually got him to put the bat in the ball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He did.
Made him at least look respectable up there.
Yeah. Now, if I were part of the negotiations, there's no way DeCamara would have had an aluminum bat. I think that was, whatever. But the other thing that Brahim, that Jack had going for him, is he had a sturdy defense behind him with the Plymouth Whitemarsh Colonials.
Yeah.
That the only guys that got any work were the third baseman and the first baseman, but the third baseman made 3 solid plays, and the first baseman digging that ball out of the dirt. Yeah. That's a big play. That's a big play right there.
Man, I wish I was there to see it, but I'm gonna tell you what, Tim gave Jack some props. I told Tim Jack is my favorite producer on the whip, except for his Jalen Hurts take. It irritates me. YouTube, like that irritates the hell out of me.
Yeah,
but it's all good. I still love y'all. Yep. But Tim gave Jack some props. He said, man, Jack was throwing that heat, and Jack, I'm gonna tell you, Joe's golf win was 0-1, 76ers game 1. That's it. You running it out from here, bro. 2-0 to just win it, and then you're gonna go ahead and win 3-0 just to embarrass him. I mean, I already know, Jack. I got you, bro. I got your back, bro.
Thank you, man. A lot of comps yesterday.
Appreciate you calling, Brahim. What's that?
The 0-1 Sixers comp with the golf loss.
Yeah. For Joe winning the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have to be careful not to get too confident.
Never.
Because you never know.
I'm not a confident guy.
I would say going into the golf, Ike, you and I were incredibly confident in Jack going into the golf. So, eyes on the prize. And the one thing also...
You think Joe goes and finds either Serena, Venus, or John McEnroe?
All of Pete Sampras, all of them.
All of them.
They help him out with this next
all
one.
Of them.
I got Morgenstein.
Yes. And Fran. I heard Fran plays tennis. Yeah.
Although Fran's team DeCamara.
Oh,
is he?
Very disappointing, because that was revealed yesterday through private sources.
Really? Is it because I'm mean to Fran?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, me and you do kind of tag team, Fran. So,
yeah.
So let me ask this. Could we possibly do a doubles match?
Oh, you with Morgenstein versus Fran and DeCamara?
Well, it's a one-on-one tournament. Maybe it could be like the second.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Both guys play tennis, right?
Allegedly.
How about an opening match instead of doubles? Because we're doing one-on-one.
Right.
How about the opener?
Between those
the
two.
undercard.
Ooh,
the undercard,
I
Morgenstein
like
versus Fran.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
See some real tennis and then see you guys.
And then see you guys. Yeah.
No, it's going to be...
That net's going to get a real workout when you and DeCamara are there.
Yeah, and I'm going to be slamming the net. I used to be a big net slammer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with the racket.
Oh, yeah.
We got to let some frustration out.
Guy.
You're a tempersman. You need to see a therapist.
No,
I think. No,
I'm fine.
The
sports just make me mad.
Speaking of the hitting coach, and again, if we want to talk about fairness, Joe was meeting with his hitting coach in between every at-bat when Jack was limited to 2 mound visits from any coaching, yet DeCamara was getting coaching in between every at-bat, which should have been illegal as well. I was trying to point it out. I'm going to be...
He definitely was trying to point
it
out.
Well, he said this morning he didn't know what he was supposed to do when there was an out.
Like step back into the box. The same thing, you stood on the mound and were ready to pitch. Like, let's not act like we knew the way that this was supposed to. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. Get back in the box, you weasel. And when everyone sees the YouTube video is not up yet, right?
Yeah. What is Tucker
I don't think
doing?
so.
Yeah, when
Tucker's still working.
I saw him
on
back there grinding the tape.
Yeah. When you see the video, you will hear I was definitely unhappy with the coaching going
on.
On.
We got your voice. You got
There's no way it's not on there. It's got to be on there. 215-592-9494. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP.
Hey, Spike, Ike, and the winner is still champ, right?
That's right.
That's
Tasty
right.
Cake. What's up, brother?
Well, I got to tell you guys something first. I called the morning show this morning specifically to talk to Rhea, Spike, because I didn't like that stuff either, and she said it was all in good fun. is what she said to me.
Now it's all
in good fun.
Yeah.
Let me tell you
Last week
something,
I was
Tasty.
Boban, Oaf, Jack Fritz.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Those aren't fun things. It's all in fun when you lose. Like, look, the attack on Jack Fritz's character that came from the morning show for 2 straight weeks was indefensible. And trust me, if you think there's any let up over here, there's no let up over here. We're going to celebrate every victory.
Now, Spike, here's a way more important thing that I need to tell you and Ike. So they take me in for physical therapy yesterday, right?
Yep.
And we don't know yet. And here's what I want to tell Jack is there's guys, I'm in there with 5 guys that got some real issues, Spike, that are dealing with some stuff.
Okay.
And none of that mattered. All of it was about Jack and Joe. All of it took their mind off it.
Yeah.
There is not my guy. My guy's Raphael, who is an Ike guy. Like, shout out to
who
Raphael.
isn't? I mean, who isn't?
Come on.
Right. But the other fella is a guy named Jason, who I got to hear every day that he played for Willingboro, and he knows baseball. He's a DeCamera guy, and I certainly sold some Wolf tickets today when I went in there. But what I want to say the importance of, man, anything you guys can do to take people's minds off of what they're dealing with in here. Guys are hooked up to machines and stuff, Spike.
Yeah.
That's God's work, man. You guys are awesome, and I can't thank you enough for that. Me included. I mean, after I get done my stuff and everything, there's some long day. I haven't been outside this building since Memorial Day. This station is really something special, and I thought that was the most important thing I could say to you guys today.
Oh, thank you, Tasty
No,
Cake.
we thank you for that, Tasty Cake. And listen, we don't take that stuff lightly. We don't take it for granted. Sometimes we forget our reach that we have out there in doing this because we come in here and we have fun with it, and it's like a community, but then you don't realize how big the community is until you're out there and you're getting people who are saying hello to you or telling you they're listening to the show that you never thought would be listening to the show. So, thank you, Tasty Cake. And listen, we do our best to try to entertain people out there and give them something to take their minds off of whatever may be going on in the real world.
We are having fun. And I want to be clear to everybody, all the trash talk, it's real, but also that is our family in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is our family in the midday, our family at night. We are a family here. So we are having a good time, and I'm glad that good time is shared by you and your rehab mates and everybody else.
Yeah, now, Spike, yesterday, Chris from Middletown said he could bench press more than Hugh Douglas. So next year, if I can get myself together, can we revisit us 4 against that midday showing him in basketball? Can we revisit that conversation?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna
absolutely.
need at least a year.
Yeah. We'll start planning now.
Yeah.
Tasty Cake.
Like he ever bounces back.
Thanks for the call. I don't know if Chris going to be able to find a basketball jersey tight enough to play in. He
is a Schmediansman.
He is
a Schmediansman. But he wants to bench press against Hugh?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Hugh's a big fella.
Well, it's not as if Hugh hasn't been working out.
He has.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He has been working out.
Yeah, I would take Hugh in that.
We do got to get
Chris is a strong guy.
Chris is a big guy. He's a big guy.
We got to find a way to get the midday show in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Been left out of this entire thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, all Joe does is run.
He does run.
Yeah. And eat fish.
He's very good at running. Yeah,
he is. He's a fast little guy.
He dusted you, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he weighs 140 pounds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Soaking wet. Yep. He weighs more than me, I think. I think we found out.
Yeah. He's taller, right?
I don't think so.
Well, his head's heavier.
He does. Yes. I bet his head.
How do you know his head is heavy?
Well, look at it. Yeah.
Have you seen his thumb too? I mean, that
certainly weighs something.
Yeah, the hammer thumb. And I have to attack Joe because of the nonsense he was also pulling last week.
Well, yeah.
He was, yes.
Yeah. Trust me, they're in the crosshairs
last night he was all
as well.
like, "Oh, never doubt. Congrats, you did it." Like blah blah blah. Blah.
Yeah, yeah. He jumped right on the anti-Jack train.
Well, and he's a big flip-flopper with everything.
Oh, yeah, of course.
One day the Phillies win, they're the best team of all time.
Yeah.
The next day they lose, just stomps it on the hot seat.
Yeah,
he's
come
hard
on.
to pin down.
Come on, Gilio. Coming up next, ESPN graded every NFL team's offseason. So we will tell you what the Eagles' grade is.
Yes.
And let you know what we think. 215-592-9494. Also, talking about whether you'd rather trade big prospects for a reliever or a bat. And, of course, we will continue the celebration about Fritz's win over DeCamera yesterday. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, Jack had a win on the mound. We're going to help you get a win in the bedroom.
Guys like to be stroked.
You're not allowed in professional sports PEDs, but in the bedroom, you're allowed all the PEDs you want.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
There's no testing.
It's the steroid era in the bedroom.
Yeah, everyone says the 90s were better.
Yeah, the Blue Chew. That is gonna get you to your best. I know you're thinking you're good enough. Good enough isn't what we play here on the afternoon show.
Nope.
The best. Blue Chew is going to be the best. Blue Chew has the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but that's where the comparisons stop with the other stuff. Like, Blue Chew's a chewable. Mm-hmm. So, at a moment's notice, you don't need a glass of water.
Pop that baby in.
Pop that
really
baby in.
out and it grows.
Yeah. Blue Chew, you don't have to go to a doctor to get the prescription. They'll do it with one of their medical experts there on BlueChew.com. It takes like 5 minutes. Can tell you from experience. The Blue Chew, the process on the website takes 5 minutes.
Now I'm awake.
You don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. They ship it to you direct in a discreet,
hard
package.
And it's made here in the USA.
Yeah, no tariffs.
So no tariffs. And here's the best part. Your first month is free.
Free.
It is on us. Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. You're going to get your first month for free. You're only going to pay for the shipping. Again, that is code 94 at checkout, and then you can
chew it and do it. Taking everybody to Pound Town, baby.
Chew it. Do it. Chew it.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the DeCamera broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from DeCamera Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
It's Black Friday in July at Mattress Warehouse. Save up to 60% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Looking for even bigger savings? Check out our floor model clearance event and save even more. Plus, enjoy free next-day delivery, 0% interest financing, and our 1-year lowest price guarantee. Don't wait. These Black Friday and July deals end soon. Visit Mattress Warehouse today and sleep better tomorrow.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Text now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 testosterone brand at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text BOSS to 321321. That's BOSS to 321321. BOSS to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. By the time you hear this, the official announcement might have been made. Expansion apparently coming to March Madness, even though very few fans actually want it. As usual, organizers and power brokers are doing what they want, ignoring their customers because they know we're still going to love every second of the action. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We will get back to the Phils conversation in a minute. There was a report from Matt Gelb that the Phils are willing to actually spend in the expensive aisle during the trade deadline. So talking about whether you would rather, if you had a choice, if you're going to give up top prospects, whether you would rather be a reliever, a high-end reliever, or an everyday bat. And also we will continue to talk about Fritz DeCamera too. However, Little Eagles, as we are 56 days from kickoff.
56 days?
56 days. And
who's a good 56?
What's that? Who was a good 56?
Derek Burgess.
Oh, D. Burge.
Chris Long.
Chris Long.
Chris Long's a good one. Yep.
I think Tyler Steen is now number 56.
Yeah, it remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen on 56.
Yeah. So
that was good. We pulled up 2 good ones.
Yeah.
The ESPN on the website graded every team's offseason now that the offseason is essentially over. And I will ask you, before I will give ESPN's grade, what should I give? I'll give ESPN's grade, and then we will discuss. Right. ESPN gave the Eagles a B+ for their offseason.
Ooh, boy. Solid.
So all they really did this offseason was re-sign Zach Baun. That's a good move. We all wanted that to happen. They gave $40 million to a player who was already under contract. They extended Cam Jurgens, and they restructured Lane Johnson, as they tend to do every offseason.
Yes. The annual Lane Johnson restructure.
I have my opinion on this B+. You are Mr. Eagle here. What is your opinion on the B+?
Sounds like a good grade to me.
Yeah. Would you have given the offseason a B+?
Let me see. If you're weighing what they added versus what they lost, right? Because that's how you're doing this. You're saying additions.
Yeah.
Right? They lost some guys. They lost some pretty good guys in free agency, right?
Pretty important guys.
Pretty important guys.
Defensively, obviously,
You
most
lost Milton
notably.
Williams, Josh Sweat. You traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You
Lost Slay.
Slay. I forgot about Slay.
Lost Isaiah Rogers.
Becton.
Burks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. And we just added
A linebacker who's not going to play the first 6 weeks.
The rookie class wasn't, the draft class can't be considered great.
Certainly not yet.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem like last year, getting to Gene where they got him felt like a bit of a steal.
Mm-hmm.
Quinyon Mitchell was rated by some as the top cornerback in the draft.
Right.
It felt good.
And he fell to them.
He fell to them.
Yeah.
It felt like, I always forget the first round pick's name this year for some reason.
Jahad
Campbell.
Yeah.
Like, we have no idea. And spending a first round pick on a linebacker who does not maybe projects as an edge, but it seems like down the line.
Yeah.
And, a bunch of bargain bin guys. Uche, Azeez Ojulari, Doherty Jackson, a bunch of...
Nothing special. Listen, I do believe Jahad Campbell is going to be, if he's healthy, he's going to be an outstanding player.
Sure,
But you're right. But the health thing is there.
Yep.
Else he wouldn't even been there for us to take as late as they took him with the 31st pick it was, or 32nd pick?
32nd pick.
32nd pick.
Yeah,
last pick.
They trade up for him, though, right?
I can't remember.
I don't
So they
remember.
jumped in front of the Chiefs.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They traded up one spot.
So, long story short, a B+ is probably being generous. I would probably go with either a B- or a C+. I'd probably go with a C+.
Okay. I thought if you had asked me,
I would say B-, but you would have called me a homer for saying
Yeah,
that.
I would
never
never
do that.
Never.
Never.
Come on.
Elliott would give him at least an A.
Hey,
A+.
minimum.
They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they
forget
won the
that?
Super Bowl. Yeah,
Yep.
of course they get
This
that.
is just off-season additions.
Their off-season was a C-.
They didn't do anything.
They didn't do anything. If God forbid, if the Cowboys had won the Super Bowl and had an off-season like this, we would be saying, thank God. We would be saying, thank God they let go of all those defensive players. A team that was number one in defense last year lost half of their most, and by the way, they lost Brandon Graham, and that's not on them.
No,
but
you lost him to retirement.
But he was their best edge for the first half of the year last year. And I understand they still have Jalen Carter, but we're talking about the offseason. This is a C- offseason. And it's funny, you read the write-up on it. The write-up doesn't even match the B+. You read the write-up on them getting a B+ doesn't even match the B+. Look, remains to be seen whether these guys that are already on the team, who's the tackle, that Mora Ajomo, and whether that cornerback that all the reporters love ends up being able to play. Keely Ringo being able to play. But when you look at this offseason, there is just no way you can give it a B+.
Yeah.
It seems shocking to me. What, they kept a player they had? Zach Bond that nobody thought they were going to lose, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't see a B+. And like I said, if you're weighing what they added versus what they lost, there's no way you can come up with a B+ for a grade there. But here's what I would say.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, here's what I would say.
There it is.
Didn't need to do very much. When you already got the best roster in the league, how many changes do you need to make?
Well, but they made a bunch of changes.
Well, no. What I'm saying is from an additional, from adding guys.
Sure, if you hadn't lost a bunch of guys.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We have guys ready to step in.
Wow. That remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, no, they're going to step in. You mean how good they're going to be?
They are. I'm just thinking about the guys. And look, I truly hope Sidney Brown can play, Keely Ringo can play, Moro Jomo can play, Nolan Smith grows into being what we hope Nolan Smith grows into, I hope that Jalix Hunt grows again. I hope that Josh Uche ends up being the steal of the offseason, and all these things happen.
Well, and Ty Robinson is better than Milton Williams.
And that and then their 4th round pick, Ty Robinson, ends up being as good as everybody hopes. But there's a lot of ifs there. And last thing. What people will point to is, well, we had a lot of ifs last offseason too.
I was just about to point to it.
But by the way, Bryce Huff didn't hit. Devin White didn't hit. So that was...
And we still had the number 1 defense.
We did. So, look, their faith in the players that they already have on the roster, they certainly have a better judge of it than I do. However, they did also say this entire offseason that this was a money thing. It wasn't a... we know that these guys are as good as those other guys thing. That wasn't the message we got. A lot of the messaging from Howie, from Jeffrey Lurie was money looking forward. So it seems like they even know they're taking a step back in that way. So I don't know. They could make me look very stupid by everybody being good that they say. But even if they do, still B+. At this point.
That's
yes.
To me, that's completely different.
Yep.
That's grading what they did this offseason.
Yep.
Which I think is different than what they may project to do during the season.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree with you that they didn't do a whole lot this offseason, whether it's because they needed to shed salary cap, they needed to free up money, they didn't have money to spend, or they just trust these young guys. They've convinced themselves these younger players are going to be able to step in there and play. And I got to be honest with you. If I'm thinking about any position that they've lost, Slay's position is probably the one I got the biggest concern with.
Especially because his backup is gone too.
Yes,
Isaiah Rodgers.
Forget about that too. Yeah, Isaiah was our top backup.
It wasn't Keely going on the field when Slay got hurt, and Slay was off the field not a lot last year, but it seemed like every third game he was off the field and it was Isaiah Rodgers that stepped in there. It wasn't Ringo. So Jack, what grade would you give him?
A nice little C+.
C+.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, whatever.
215.
You don't need to do much when you got the best roster.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's what they do. We got one under center.
There you go.
It doesn't even matter.
His
the offense,
leadership.
you don't even have to worry about the offense.
Yeah, offense is pretty
The defense, you got to get the defense back right.
I mean, who's playing right guard again?
Steen or that other kid they traded
They traded for.
Yeah, they seem really confident in Steen. They didn't
Kenyon
give him a
Green.
job. Kenyon Green. But I don't know. Mekhi Becton was a good player last year.
Yeah, only one of us saw that happening.
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah, your one report of last year.
Eagles Insider of the Year candidate, Ike Reese.
Well, and Sidney's going to be our starting safety this year.
Right.
Yeah.
I want that on record.
You want that on the record?
That's already on the record.
That's on the record. Over
Makubu.
No, Makuba.
Yeah, that's what I said, Makuba.
Yeah, and the guy who was on the field every time CJGJ went off the field.
We're not doing
that dude, Christian McCollum. Nah.
I'm telling you.
Nah, he's not going to be a starter.
Fangio likes McCollum. He obviously does.
Yeah, listen, we might have to cut McCollum then.
So Fangio can't play him. A real Moneyball kind of. That is. I know you have. You didn't? Did you see the movie?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No, it's a flawed movie.
Even though it's a flawed movie, it's a good movie.
My early take on Drew Makuba.
Yep.
Looks more like a corner than he does a safety to me.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like a nickel corner.
Okay. And we already got one of those.
Yep.
Yeah, best in the game.
Best in the game. Better than Zach Wheeler.
Coop actually looks more like a safety than Makubu does.
Well, and Vic Fangio already hinted at the idea of Cooper at safety.
He did. He said that during training camp. All right, 215-592.
That's why I throw stuff out there.
Yeah. We'll see if it comes to fruition.
215-592-9494. Stewardess Jim here on WIP.
I'm trying to congratulate Jack, and what do I hear? God forbid the Cowboys should win the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't have to worry about that. That was a dream scenario.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Jack. Ike,
yes.
Papa Ike, how are you feeling today? You feel better? Is he going to make
I do.
Yes,
I do feel better. Yes.
All
My guy looked good out there on the mound yesterday.
He was dealing.
Yes.
Feeling better. That's what I like. A feeling better Ike. Good job. It kind of reminded me of the Sixers and the Lakers in 2001. You know, where DeCamera thinks he's the Sixers. He wins that first one, and you're all like, I think he's going to win it all. I think he is. And then Kobe Jack comes in there, and says, "Yeah, that was never really going to happen. I got to take the next 3, and we're done."
Well, and can we just say for a second, I understand the comparison. A lot of other people have made it.
Yes.
Joe DeCamara is not Allen Iverson. Joe DeCamara was not MVP of the league this year. Joe DeCamara is not a Hall of Famer. Joe DeCamara can't even run to first base without embarrassing himself. So let's, that comparison is going to exist for a little bit, but he's not going to be. We remember that fondly. We remember the step over and all that stuff. Joe DeCamara's first-round win will not be remembered like Allen Iverson's Game 1 performance against the Lakers. Let's just be clear about it.
In his mind, it does.
Maybe in his mind, yeah.
It's over. I don't know why you even have to cover this anymore. Jack will win the rest of them. So, hey, by the way, Spike, it seems to me that the Phillies have about the same home and away, records. So do you think the Phillies are cheating too?
They don't, though. They don't. The Mets split is like 30% higher for home versus away than the Phillies is.
I don't know.
It is.
Well,
it is.
You gave a lot of ammunition to the Mets, so congratulations. I can't say bye losers anymore. I'd say bye losers, but not Jack. Bye.
Yeah,
at least for one day.
Yeah. The Mets fans continually saying, well, what about, when the Phillies lose a road game? It's, are they cheating too? And the Mets win a game. Were we cheating on the road that time?
I'm actually surprised the Mets fans upset about this.
Oh, they are. Let me
Are
say.
they upset that you're saying? Is that what it is?
Well, I got their number,
right.
But I would say this: of all fans in New York of each team, and some of them, they're mixed, but the core Met fan is the worst fan in New York City. They're the biggest babies. I think it's because they haven't won in 40 years. Yeah. They are.
And their little brother in the city.
Yes. They know their little brother in the city.
I don't like that little brother nonsense.
Well, because you think it's Michigan State.
No, I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's anything. I'm just telling you I don't like it. Nobody asked you to bring up Michigan State.
Well,
of course, that's where it comes from.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know.
And I would say Knick fans are the worst, but Knick fans are everybody in New York. So,
right.
So taking out the Knicks, the worst fan, the fan rankings in New York City and hockey, who the hell knows? The Mets fans are the worst. Jets fans are second. I appreciate their passion, but they do.
I like Jets fans, I feel like.
But if you were surrounded by them, the woe is me.
Yeah.
They have the same woe is me.
I was going to say, so it's the woe is me.
It is, it's going to happen to us.
Don't you like that, though? Yeah, I appreciate it. They're Eagles fans how we used to be.
Before the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I miss those Eagles fans.
Yeah. And then the Giant fans and Yankee fans are not whiners.
Nah. Well, Yankees fans, but they whine about Boone. I mean, they're very high. Like, they look down upon other everyone.
Yes.
And the Yankee fans are still living off those 90s teams.
They are.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean,
they are.
Seriously.
They are. And they're just at a different. They've had so much more success than Met fans they don't.
Oh, way more. Yeah.
I mean, they haven't haven't had a losing record in like 20 years or something like that. So, and Mets fans, they play in friggin' Flushing, Queens, where nobody wants to go to.
That.
Yeah, it's like.
Don't think I'm ever going back there again.
Yeah, like what's cooler, saying you play in Flushing or the Bronx? You know what I mean? Like that's why they are what they are. Mets
I hadn't
fans
been
are the
to
worst.
Flushing before though. That was my first time.
Yes, Queens is. I'm sure there are nice parts.
Nas 50.
Yeah, there you go. 215-592-9494. Yeah, there you go. Styles in Mullica Hill, the great town of Mullica Hill. You're on WIP. What's up, Styles?
Representing Ike, Spike, Fritz. How we doing? Jackie Wheeler, congrats. What a
Thank
game.
you.
Love to see it. Glad you gave humble pie to that guy. We all know who it is. He was getting that appetite for it the last 2 weeks, talking all that up. But I'm predicting it now. Gentleman sweep coming in for Mr. Jackie Baseball here on this.
That is the goal.
That's the goal. We wanted domination.
There's the confidence.
He goes and he wins 4-1. He has done us proud. Yep. He did us proud yesterday. There is still, but head down. Here's what it is. I will be the talker. Jack will be the doer. Jack has to do it. I will talk all the trash that Jack will not, though.
And unlike the morning show, you're not going to go too far with the trash talk. You know when to draw the line.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. The line moves. They started it. I just want to say that they were the ones that questioned the mental toughness of Jack. That's different than physical things. When you're saying that he is weak-minded, come on.
You can't do that. I mean, no matter where you draw the line, DeCamera's is going to be about 50 yards even farther.
Yeah.
So
no, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to talk about the Phils?
Oh, absolutely. Because I got to say, your point about, Chapman, because I got to agree with the other gents here. I would love to have Chapman, especially knowing we're not going to have Alvarado for the playoffs. Like, we need a lefty. You can't go in there relying on Tanner Banks as your best lefty out of the pen. Like, come on. Like, yeah, he's been better, but let's be real. It's Tanner Banks.
Yeah, it's Tanner Banks. Yeah, I don't even want that name in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's been, and by the way, as a regular season lefty, he's been way better than
comes in, throws strikes.
Yeah.
Has some stones.
But we're all nervous when he comes in, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole bullpen.
You want to sit here and say Chapman's a playoff loser, and yet you're like, oh, let's go get Class A. Did you watch the ALCS last year, Ike? Did you even watch that series? Like,
by the way,
ERA in the postseason is 5.13.
Look, I know he is a bad teammate. That what's his name is that Chapman is. So look, whether it's Class A or whether it's Duran or whoever it is, I want a top level reliever that we can depend on for the next couple of years. And we can, by the way, real quick, Styles, we can parse who it is. I think just from an overall concept, I just believe that getting a bullpen arm is going to help them more in the playoffs than getting a bat is going to help them in the playoffs. I think overall, we are going to have to live or die with how the lineup is. One guy, I don't think it's going to help. If we can get both, for sure. I would love to have a bat. But overall, I think you are changing the overall complexion of the bullpen by adding a reliable guy. I don't think you're changing the overall complexion of the lineup unless you're adding a top guy. And I guess I just don't see them doing that.
I mean, if we're looking at the Guardians, for an example of a team to trade with that's going to give us a bat and a pitcher for high prospects. Like, if I'm looking at a pitcher, I'd rather go for Cade Smith over Class A because you get a younger guy who's proven it both in the playoffs and regular season that he can be your go-to guy, and he's got more control than Class A does, and he's a hell of a lot cheaper. And for a bat, I mean, Kwan's good, but like we've been saying, we need another righty. I can't remember off the top of my head if he is, but they've been talking earlier in the day, have some backup catching issues. David Fry would not be a terrible bat to add to this lineup, whether it's as a catcher or outfielder. He could play a heck of a lot more positions.
Well,
I feel like he'd be a good asset.
The thing with Kwan and adding a right-handed bat is at this point, I would take righty-lefty as long as the guy's a reliable hitter. Kwan is an outrageously good outfielder as well.
Absolutely.
Like an outrageously good outfielder, and I think he changes. When you think about Rojas, and you're like, man, if he could just hit. Well, how about if he could hit like basically 300 what Kwan doesn't strike out. Kwan is a guy, because I know a lot of people haven't watched him and they're just looking at his stats. The stats look fine, right?
I'm well aware. Kwan's like a platinum glove outfielder.
Yeah.
Like on an off day.
And he's a good hitter.
Who can hit. That's basically what we're looking at here.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Styles. Appreciate you. Yeah, the thing about Kwan's, like, when you look at the stats, he's a 750 OPS guy. He hits 10 home runs or something. It doesn't pop off the screen, but when you are watching him, that sort of lack of confidence that we had in Phillies bats during the playoffs, that they were just going to go up there, close their eyes and swing, that's not him. Like, he is, like I said a couple of days ago, what we imagine the best version of Stott at the plate, that's sort of like what Kwan is. Yeah, the work counts, doesn't strike out, puts the ball in play, except he actually hits 290 or 300 as opposed to Stott, who did it one time 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. Speaking of baseball, the High Hopes Jackie baseball report is next. A lot of rumors are heating up. We got Bryce back yesterday. That was good. We'll talk about that as well. That felt good. Real good. Yeah. Not just a home run, but man, double.
Double.
Yeah. We will talk about next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from our friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree wants a squawk.
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained to my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Brian from Springfield. You're on the air.
Any great deals on a new Ford F-150?
You bet your tail feathers here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home a new 2025 F-150 for only $339 a month. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
City services are slowly resuming now that the DC-33 strike is over, but curbside trash collection won't return until Monday. Last night's storms caused severe flooding. Some people in Chester and Delaware counties had to be rescued from their cars and homes. And measles cases across the country are at a 30-year high.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show. We like Spike and Fritz. So Marley, for a while, just reminded me of I Am Legend. Now, unfortunately, it reminds me of Jack losing to DeCamera on the golf course as Ike put Marley on his phone in our golf cart. I think to maybe settle you down a little bit.
Well, it is pretty true relaxing.
It didn't work.
That's what I play when I golf.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You put a little Marley
I got
on?
the best of Bob.
Yeah. It was nice. It was relaxing.
Yep.
I will say this. The baseball was fun yesterday. I keep thinking about being out on the golf course and how much I liked being out on the golf course.
Yeah.
I wish I could play golf. I can't do it. I just want to...
Oh, you can.
My back. I twisted the wrong way once. You're going to call me soft. I'm not going to be at work.
I twisted the wrong way once?
Like, when my back goes out,
right?
I cannot... Like, I can't even put
you can't.
pants on.
Yeah.
I can't put socks on. I can't... Like, it's... My body's all crooked. I can't risk it.
Yeah.
I can't.
That sounds horrible.
And my wife will be so mad at me if I say, I know what I can see it because she knows she doesn't. I am a miserable person when the back goes out. Yeah. And if I tell her, hey, I'm playing golf, she knows how I'm coming back.
She knows the back is out.
Oh, I'm coming back in tears and a stretcher is how I'm coming back.
From the golf course.
From the golf course, yeah.
From playing, okay.
Yeah. I did, last thing, before we get to High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report, big moment today. I ran 10 minutes straight for the first time since hip replacement surgery. I'd been running in like 1 minute bursts. I tried to do it for 10 minutes today, and I was able to do it.
Nice.
So
you'll be on a golf course soon.
I'm back. You know who else is back? Bryce. Let's talk a little Phils.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
Tell you what, Bryce sure feels like he's back. I mean,
did yesterday.
He was talking to them pretty confidently.
Yeah.
After the game, so there's two cuts here from Bryce. After one is on the field and one was in the clubhouse. The first one here, talk about like self-confidence and belief in himself. Here's Bryce talking about himself.
I'm really good. I mean, I really am. I don't want to, put that out there and everybody go, "What's he talking about?" But I know when I'm going well, and I'm one of the best in baseball. And like I said, I'm healthy. I'm strong. I feel great. It's just putting myself into plus counts. I haven't done that. I mean, you guys have seen that, and I haven't done that. So I feel stronger than ever. I feel like today I think that was being able to kind of go oppo and do those things. Anywhere else, I might have 3 homers, right? So it's like those are the things you think about. And I hate talking about individual and all that kind of stuff. You guys know that. But today, like, it kind of just, if I get into good counts and don't swing it crap away or in or anything else, then I'll be right where I need to be.
Can I say this?
What?
I want you to go ahead.
It was a relief yesterday to see him hit the way because this team is not going to succeed unless he's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little front runner to Bryce. And I believe also he is one of the best players in baseball when he is going right.
Mm-hmm.
But the only time that you exude confidence cannot be after your 4-hit game. If you and Larry Anderson, I'm not the only one saying this. We asked LA whether it was this week or Tuesday. Hey, what are you seeing from Bryce up there? He said, well, he looks pretty down up there. I'm paraphrasing what he said. Body language.
Yep.
No guy goes from woe is me to dynamic leader back and forth like Bryce does. And like, he has to be the guy. This is the exact problem with Embiid. The exact problem with Embiid, is, aside from the injuries, is that when things are going well, look, he's celebrating, he's waving to the crowd, blah, blah, blah. But when things aren't going well, that's when the best player on the team needs to exude confidence that everything will be okay. And like, I'm glad he is feeling that after yesterday. But like, it can't be when you stink, that it's just like, oh. And then and when you're playing well, you're the best player in baseball, like, or one of the best players in baseball. It's like you are the best player on the team. You are the energy from with everybody else on the team tries to feed off of. Yeah. That energy, I understand it. I don't want him celebrating when he walks off the field after striking out, but you could see it on the field when he was having trouble. It was just like, it was mopey, and it can't be that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you strike out 12 times and 15 at bats.
Yes. Yeah, I get it.
You're not going to feel great.
I get it.
7 games back.
Yeah.
And I agree to a degree with you. Sure. I do. But here's what I'll say that I was encouraged by. First of all, that was his Kevin Durant moment. I'm Kevin Durant. Y'all do know who I am, right? I'm Kevin Durant. That's all he left out is that I'm Bryce Harper. Did y'all forget who I am?
By the way, Kevin Durant, also a front runner.
But also a great player.
Also a great player.
Yes.
Yep.
But I would rather have him have a little bit of his swagger back.
Sure.
That's what we need.
I agree.
That's what I need. And listen, he gets on me, Fritz, I'm pointing at him for those who can't see me on YouTube.
Yep.
Gets on me about ragging on the baseball players with the injuries. Listen, I can't help it if hangnails keep these guys out of the lineup for a week. Who takes paternity leave more than baseball players? I mean, nobody does.
Well, it's a long season.
I'm just saying, I can't help that. I
took 2 weeks of paternity leave, and now I'm lumped in with all the baseball players.
You're in there with them. But I do like seeing that out of Bryce. Obviously, the 4 hits and the 3 doubles and the home run, that was awesome to see. But even hearing him after the game, I'd rather have that. Because you know what? He may have just have been talking to himself.
Yes.
I agree with you.
He has to remind himself, like, hold on, dude, you are a great player.
Yeah, I think the thing that he struggles with, I think, is he has to realize we talk about Jalen as the thermostat or whatever. Like, Jalen is the one, or Bryce is the one that sets the vibe in that room.
He does.
And he has to understand that.
He does.
And like, I think maybe the offense was struggling too, because Bryce was struggling, and that they have to walk on eggshells because he's like the superstar.
But here's the thing, though. Is this not fair? Now, you tell me if the dude was out for how long? A month?
Yeah, about a month.
You just can't walk back into the batter's box and go 2 for 4 every night.
Yeah, no.
So you got to give him a little time to see pitches,
sure,
to get some swings in. He's going to take some bad pitches. He's going to have some bad at-bats. But yesterday, to me, said, I'm close to being where I need to be at. I just need the more at-bat. That's why it's going to be a big second half of the season.
Yeah.
With Bryce. It's going to be a big second half.
I really hope so.
I want him to be like he was yesterday.
Yeah.
But we can't criticize.
You're saying you need to
Jalen.
be that way, yes.
Yes.
Well, by the way, Jalen is he's even. You see that? You see the hand don't move.
But
win or lose, hand don't move.
Exactly the same.
He started showing
win or lose with Jalen, hand don't move with him.
Well, and my point about Jalen being like, he was not a leader guy a couple of years ago, whatever. And what you said and what everybody else said is it doesn't matter if that's not natural to you. You're the quarterback.
Yeah.
You're the quarterback. So whether it's natural to you or not, you have to understand that even if you got to go in there and fake it, it is important for the rest of the team to see you faking it and believe a little bit.
Yep.
So I want him talking like that. I agree. I like hearing him talking like that, but it also can't be contrasted with the moping when you're not hitting well. You know,
but hopefully you guys swagger back.
Yep.
And I thought this was also an encouraging quote immediately after the game, talking to the TV guys.
My swing feels fine. It's nothing physical or anything like that, or anything swing wise. It's just getting ahead in the count and hitting in good situations. And I haven't really put myself in great situations the last 9 or 10 games. So if I can keep doing that and hit balls that are over the plate and not miss them, I'll be right in the driver's seat, ready to go.
And
I like hearing that it's not physical.
That's what I cared about. It not being physical, because I think that's what the concern was. He's back from injury, but he's still not letting it loose. I thought yesterday he finally was letting it loose.
Speaking of the TV guys, about 3 innings from Rube yesterday on the garlic fries at the San Francisco Stadium. I would just like to say, Rube, I hear you. The Dodger Stadium actually has garlic fries. They are awesome. I get it. So I was enjoying the 3 innings of garlic fry. And when it becomes a laugher, you need even more garlic fry conversation. And I got to look at them. Those look like better than Dodger Stadium garlic fries.
Where were they at? Oh, San Francisco.
San Francisco. Yeah.
San Fran. Other important piece of yesterday, Luzardo shoved. And
he was great.
Such a weird first half for Luzardo, because if you told me before the year that he was pitching to a 4.14, you'd say that's disappointing. But you watch him, and he would be Jekyll and Hyde. He would allow 12 earned, and then he'd go great. At least whenever we have concerns, it seems like, about workload with Luzardo, he seems to have a bounce back start, and the stuff popped yesterday. He was in the strike zone early, got ahead of guys, and was finally able to finish. Whereas when he goes wrong, he's behind in counts and can't fight his way back into it.
The 2 things that I thought were most important from Luzardo yesterday is, one, getting that double play on the second batter of the game.
Sure.
Because he allows the hit, but getting a ground ball on the very next pitch, because that is Luzardo, being smart and not trying to strike everyone out. Get yourself a ground ball, get a double play. And that second inning was an inning that bad Luzardo, has a long inning.
Blows up,
then all of a sudden the next inning is even longer, and so on and so forth. But he was great yesterday. He was great.
Sure was. All right, and then final couple other trade deadline things here. So another part of that Gelb article was it's that time of the year when just about everything's on the table, that according to Major League sources, including the Phillies dealing from their current outfielder, the idea would be to open up a spot for Justin Crawford, one of the club's top prospects. So further in the article, we mentioned the idea of then possibly trading Marsh to get value from him, or possibly just cutting Kepler. Now, I think what is more likely, Marsh is hitting at least he's looking pretty competent at the plate. I don't need to move on from Brandon Marsh. But the idea I've been floating out there is the idea of bringing up Crawford. You can keep Rojas up here if you want. at least he can play good center field, and a little Rojas and Crawford platoon. You let Marsh play left field, and you just cut Kepler. You save you lose $5 million for the rest of the year, but at least you can have Marsh play left field every day. A good hit off a lefty yesterday that was good. I'm not in the camp of let's trade Marsh at this deadline.
Well, let me ask you this:
need him.
Who would you rather have on your playoff roster, Rojas or Kepler?
I guess for the idea of being able to pop a home run, Kepler.
Yeah, so that's where I Kepler. The whining from 2 weeks ago aside.
Hey, man, we all whine.
Yeah, Kepler is a real major league player. I'm not convinced that Rojas is a real major league player.
Yes, and his defense isn't that great that I'm like, I'd rather have him out there.
It's more likely that we get a hot 10 days of Kepler at the plate. And by the way, not a zero in the outfield, is a good outfielder. I think is a plus outfielder. I'd rather, can they have options left on Rojas?
Yeah.
I'd rather just send Rojas down.
They could.
Yeah, and keep Kepler at that point, because I'd rather have Kepler be my 4th outfielder than Rojas be my 4th outfielder.
And then from Jeff Passan, he also wrote this morning, as the Phillies are aiming high, and nobody aims high quite like Dave Dombrowski.
Oh, here it is again.
Every single
not a prospect, Hugger.
Yeah, no, Dave's going to be aggressive. He said perhaps they could take a run at landing both Clase and Stephen Kwan.
Both?
Oh, man.
No shot. But would be great. Would be great.
Dude, I know I would rather have them get a high-end bullpen arm. They get Stephen Kwan, my favorite player in baseball, who's not on the Phillies.
Yeah.
I am throwing a
Doing a party for Dave.
A parade. This would instantly become the smartest baseball player on the team.
We definitely getting a jersey.
Yeah, are you kidding me? How about this? Not even a jersey. I'm a jersey guy.
Yes.
I will get a full jersey of Stephen Kwan if he's here. That would take a lot. I mean, they get Kwan. You are talking about a Miller or Crawford, and you're talking about would you trade Painter?
Yeah, what are you giving up for?
Probably not Painter. I think if Painter's on the table, it's for both of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think it'd be all that. I think for just Kwan, it's probably Miller, Abel, Tait.
Okay,
and then you try to keep Painter out of it. But so he's 2.5 years left on his deal. Kwan, maybe 150.
I like that.
$25 million a year for Stephen Kwan.
Yeah, afterwards. Yeah, for sure.
With 2 years left,
he's got 2.5 years left.
Yeah, $7 million a year, something like that.
He is awesome.
He's an awesome baseball player. He's
if you can start your lineup with,
and I can do my whole hit the Kwan thing.
Sure.
Yes,
I'm
you
all
could do
in
that.
on it.
Yep,
Yeah, shout
absolutely.
out to Rich Homie. Rest in peace.
So Kwan lead off, Turner 2.
Yes.
Harper, Schwarber. I mean,
Yes.
that's a...
All of a sudden, your lineup makes sense again.
Yeah, right. Well, Bohm, at least in the 5.
Bohm hits 6 because Casty likes hitting 5.
Of course.
Yeah, so Bohm hits 6. There we go.
The lineup?
Yeah,
you go get your cute little closer. I'm adding Stephen Kwan.
We'll add both of them.
Stephen Kwan and Aroldis Chapman.
That's right. And Rob Refsnyder. No one cares about Rob Refsnyder.
I don't know him.
Don't even know who that is.
I care about Rob Refsnyder.
He's another reliever?
He plays the outfield, but has a 942 OPS against lefties.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What team's he on?
He's in the Red Sox.
Okay, I don't know.
Chapman, Refsnyder.
You got a bunch of Red Sox guys. You're.
Oh man, Jaron Duran.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
But they're unfortunately playing good baseball, so they got to cool it off a little bit.
I need them to win that division.
Yeah, I know you do, but we also got to get the players. Okay, I know.
Did you bet on the Red Sox winning the AL East?
I bet every division.
Oh,
it's a good parlay.
Wait, you bet every division as a parlay?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I'm actually in good shape, except for the Red Sox.
Really?
Yes, I got the leader in every division right now.
Well, the Yankees are not playing that well. Blue Jays have been better, but that's a winnable
That's
division.
what I'm saying.
What are they bet? 8 games out? Something like that?
5.5.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Like your Red Sox.
Like $10 to win $4,500.
Yeah, I was gonna say the odds on a parlay for all 6 divisions.
Yeah, I'm doing good right now.
And you have the Phils,
Yep,
assume.
of course, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we don't know about
no,
you.
you're right.
Yeah, Mister.
That's another parlay I had. I didn't have.
Yeah.
them.
I know I'm the Lindor guy, but you're the more the Lindor guy than I am. You won your Lindor bet. I lost mine. Got screwed by Ohtani. Bad voters.
They never let you live that down, man.
What?
Make one bet. You know what I mean?
Well, this grinning from ear to ear.
Running up and down the steps, high-fiving Mets fans, yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Should the Phillies, with some of their top prospects, should the Phillies part with some of their top prospects to get a controllable high-end closer? What do you think the results of the poll is?
I don't think people are in favor of that, so I'm going to say that's about 70% no.
How about 70% yes?
Yes? Really?
People are
We
sick of
love
prospects.
trading prospects.
Yeah. Well, but they want to trade prospects. If you ask them, they would go, you could trade prospects, but not Painter, not
not the good
Crawford,
ones.
not Miller.
Yeah.
It's only the ones they either haven't heard of or aren't any good.
Add Bryce Huff in the deal.
Yes.
That's always where it
I'm
comes.
sure everybody's willing to trade Mick Gable at this point.
Of course.
Yeah.
That is the one prospect. Well, he's not. Is he still a prospect? Since he's up
He's
here?
still a
Yeah.
prospect. Well, he's
Yeah.
back down there. He's starting tonight for the Iron Pigs.
Yeah, they needed to get his head straight.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, man, look, I don't want to hear nothing about no being humble, none of that. That morning crew, they talking about it's all fun and games. Nah,
Nope.
forget all that.
Yep.
Because, look, it wasn't fun and games when Joe DeCamara was Kiki King and all that stuff about golf. You know what I'm saying? And let me say something real quick, because you know me, I like to point stuff out. Anthony, where the hammer? Where's all that? You sound like a different person today. Remember old dude they used to call in football season every week, Sirianni, Jalen. We can't find him. When it was Super Bowl time, we couldn't find him. All that bravado and bass he had, the hammer. That boy was the nail yesterday. He was the hammer.
He was.
I wanted him to call up here with that same
that same energy.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Don't be all now on spite. You my guy. I appreciate it. I appreciate what you did for the Eagles. No.
Yeah, even threw that in.
Well, dude, you know what he yelled at me at the game yesterday, Corey? He yelled at me to mind my business. I was like, I work here.
I want him. I want that legal fees. I want that guy back. I want that guy back. I don't want this because that humble feeling hurt. You should have never called today. You should have just been gone. Because now you look 10 times worse. Just like old boy did in football season. Y'all come up here. If at least admit that you wrong, but still come up here with the confidence. You acting like you was coming up here with, I'm sorry, Spike. I'm sorry, Ike. Nah, dog. Nah, see, you gonna be on hold for 6 hours now. We might not get to you. You might not get to you after that performance.
That's right.
Keep you on hold till tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't like that. All right, let's get on the Phillies. Listen, I'm always for trading prospects because see, baseball to me, and I'm not like the aficionado of baseball like Jack and Selson. All I know is these dudes get drafted and then they be in the minor leagues for like 4 or 5 years, 6 years. I don't got time for that. I'm trying to win right now. I'm trying to win a World Series right now. I don't got time for these dudes to get what we holding on. I'm not trading Miller, and I like Aiden Miller. I like Andrew Payne. I like all them. They look like good prospects, but they ain't gonna help me. They ain't gonna help. Bryce Harper might not even be on the team by the time these dudes show up.
No, they're gonna be there. Aiden's coming up maybe next year, and Painter will be here next year.
I don't know.
You've been telling me about Andrew Painter since we drafted Hurts. Hurts in at least 5 years. I'm waiting for this dude to do stuff. You was telling me he was the second coming to like Roger Clemens.
He's getting there.
Just a couple more Tommy John surgeries, and we'll be right there.
Why is everyone smiling?
By then, he's going to be throwing jack speed.
But when Spencer Strider comes off Tommy John and struggles, he's fine. Sandy Alcantara's coming off Tommy John struggles. He's 22.
Hey, whatever we got, and I want to go big fish. I don't want to get these little.
We're going big game
hunting. That's what we do is Championship City.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I already asked Jack about it. He said it probably wouldn't happen. Hey, Jazz Chisholm, he on a 1-year deal. Hey, Yankees, y'all ain't doing the. Hey, what we got? Who y'all want? I need a guy like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Who we giving up for Jazz Chisholm?
They ain't trading Jazz.
Wouldn't take him even if he's available.
Hey, man, I need a big name. I hit the Quan. I can't do nothing with that. That's Saquon's dance. This dude ain't Saquon. If this dude got to show up. If you going to give us a Saquon performance, that's one thing. I do that. But I need a guy that's going to win me a championship because we on a roll and we got to keep adding to the trophy case. And whoever that is, whatever is that, Mason Miller, Spike guy, whoever,
Spike
that's
guy's
Quan, yeah.
So whoever that is, the two dudes from the Indians, whoever that is,
Guardians.
Hey, and I'm an Ohio guy. Drop me down a couple points. Hey, whoever that is, go get them because I'm trying to win right now. MVP is back. He talking crazy. Hey, I don't want to hear nothing about that. Be calm and all that. Front running. I don't care. Everybody in sports front runners. LeBron a front runner. All these guys front runners. They talk crazy. Hey, even my quarterback, I laid to death. But when he was like, "Is that what y'all wanted to see?" Spike was like, "We've been wanting to see that all season." That's part of the swagger, and I love it. Keep being yourself, Bryce. Let's go, baby. We back on it, and we about to get Aaron Nola back. That's gonna be like a free agency edition in August.
We'll see.
That's what I'm talking about, Corey. Yeah, don't be poo-pooing Nola.
ERA's like 6.
We getting a veteran pitcher back in August.
And a juicer in the bullpen.
Hey, man, whatever. We got the best pitching staff. Even getting a guy like Nola to add to these guys that got experience.
Come on, man. Nah, we're going to be off the chain, man.
All right, Corey. Thank you for the call.
See.
And I like that energy from Corey talking about the morning show doesn't get to just say this is fun and games now. No,
Corey's a foxhole.
Yeah, you started it.
Yeah.
You started it. We're going to finish it. Or Jack's going to finish it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to talk.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do think Nola comes back as a new pitcher. He's getting plenty of rest.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of rest.
He's going to be completely healthy.
Yeah.
He's starting in the postseason. I want everyone to just.
He's definitely starting in the
100%
postseason.
Okay, I'm glad everybody understands that already.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
As long as his ankle and his rib and all of his different injuries heal up, whatever injury it is this week, I'm confident that we'll get normal Nola back.
That's what I'm
That is what I. And by the way, the Alvarado thing, it sucks that we don't have him in the playoffs.
But we will have him down the stretch.
Yeah, which at least helps save arms a little bit, I think so. And by the way, pitch him every day for all I care at this point.
Give Strom a little phantom IL stint.
Yeah.
Make sure he's fully ready for the postseason.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get probably Luzardo in the pen.
There you go.
High impact lefty.
There you go.
Yeah, this whole thing's coming together.
Just like you planned.
Just like we all planned.
So coming up next, you may remember on the show a couple weeks ago we had Pablo Torre on, and Pablo Torre and Mike Florio had found this document, secret NFLPA document that basically showed that the owners were colluding against the players, that they hid from the players. Well, more has come out about that because the players now know what happened. So we'll give you an update on that coming up next. It looks like there could be something happening here. So we'll give you an update on that. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Backyard barbecues, hot day by the pool, sunny day down the shore. Yep, the best memories are made when the sun's out with great people around. Surfside iced tea and vodka was made for the same. Real brewed tea with real vodka. No bubbles, no troubles, just a smooth, laid-back refreshment that tastes like summer always felt. Cheers to the can with the sunset stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka, brewed with summer in mind. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The Phillies fly to San Diego for a 3-game series against the Padres. Tomorrow, leading off starts at 8:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Right field, and it's gonna go. Kyle Schwarber.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put their Heinekens back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet.
Win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So Giannis Antetokounmpo, when asked by the influencer Speed about staying in Milwaukee, said he'll probably stay. We'll see. And he loves Milwaukee. It's not exactly a rousing reminder of how committed he is to the Milwaukee Bucks. Look, I hope the guy stays. It's a great market. He's an amazing player, and loyalty's beautiful. But the fact is, Giannis is telling us he's eyeing an exit. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, curious what you would think of this were you an active player in the NFL. So we had Pablo Torre on a couple weeks ago, found that document that basically found that in the document that the arbitrator said, hey, the owners tried to do collusion, it just didn't work, but they tried. And that document had been sealed for one reason or another. So this report from ESPN, the NFL and senior leaders of the NFL Players Association struck an unusual confidentiality agreement that hid the details of the arbitration decision from players, including a finding that league executives had urged team owners to reduce guaranteed player compensation. So that the union head and the league had decided to keep these findings from players.
Yeah, not good. And as a player, I would be highly upset.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons. But number one, we pay union dues.
For that.
Yes, for that.
Right.
And for you to be basically in cahoots with the NFL to keep information from us that would be beneficial to us and our future, first of all, you have to go.
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
you're out of that position.
We'll have that in a second.
Okay.
Too.
Yes,
Yeah.
So he would have to go. And this is why players can't trust anybody at the top. that's supposed to have their best interest. For so many years, like when I played, it was Gene Upshaw.
Yep.
Gene Upshaw was the guy for so many years. Now, listen, he did some good things, and he did things that, players felt like. There's always going to be a contingency of players that feel like you didn't fight it hard enough against the NFL. You gave in.
Yeah.
Right? But he has to also take into consideration where every player isn't equal. In other words, I have to take those lesser players into consideration as well.
Right.
It can't just be about you star players.
Right.
It has to be those players as well. So he used to catch flack from us for that. This guy, I have no idea who it is. It's a new guy. I didn't even
Lloyd
realize.
Howell.
I didn't realize DeMaurice Smith wasn't even the head guy anymore.
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing is this guy, Lloyd Howell, came in right before this suit happened. And here's another thing that fell, another domino that fell. NFL Players Association Executive Director Lloyd Howell Jr. is working as a paid consultant for the Carlyle Group, one of a select group of league-approved private equity firms now seeking minority ownership in NFL franchises. So this guy, working for the union, his day job is also working for a group that wants to work with the NFL to buy parts of the teams.
Yeah. Yeah, this is bad.
Like, that is outrageous.
Yeah, he has to know this is a conflict of interest.
Oh, he's got to be gone.
Yes.
I mean, he's got to get fired. And by the way, if not only get fired, if I'm part of the players, if I'm a player, I'm like, well, we got to think about suing this guy. Because what side deal did he have going on that he agreed to keep this quiet in exchange for, now we don't know that happened, but the appearance of impropriety is there, that now this group has been given approval because before private equity firms were not allowed to invest in NFL teams. And now they are one of a select groups who have. So then...
So hold on, so the league approved them?
Correct.
Come on, man. Boy, this is dirty. This is dirty on so many different levels.
Dude, as soon as Florio and Pablo came up, because you remember that morning when I had read the thing and I was like, this is outrageous. Yeah. And of course, ESPN not covering it.
Wonder why.
Now they finally are a little bit. So now, the final thing, now that the players have found out, the players are going to appeal the decision of that ruling.
Okay.
If they can, if time hasn't passed too much. And the quote, this is from a source within the Players Association. The appeal is a reflection of our obligation to enforce the CBA and our commitment to protecting our players' interests. We'll do what's best for our players and we'll exhaust our options in doing so. Which to me rings a little hollow. Like that you had the opportunity to do this, to appeal this when you got the ruling. Not only did you not decide to appeal it, you decided to keep it from the players.
Yeah.
That you're representing. We're in a union, and if I found out that SAG-AFTRA, who is our union, if we sued them for or charged collusion, and that the result was, there was collusion, and you never told me about it.
Right.
And we didn't win the suit, and you didn't tell me that this happened. I mean, I just it's outrageous.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be, other than him losing his job, like how do they sort of get repercussions?
Well, I mean,
is this anything criminal?
Well, if there is quid pro quo, if they can prove that he agreed to do this in exchange for the Carlyle Group being able to be one of the investors.
That's basically what it appears to happen.
That has to be against the law.
Yeah.
Like it has to be. And if I'm a player, I'm suing that guy for damages. Now, for that guy's sake, hopefully he's smart enough to not put any of these things in writing or whoever, if he did anything wrong. Again, I am supposing what could have happened. I don't know anything that happened other that's in the reports. All I know is the way that this looks. And it just shows, credit to Pablo and Florio that journalism not dead, because this would have never.
Actually, Florio finally got something.
A huge thing.
That's a huge thing.
A huge thing.
He's always snooping around somewhere. Well, but this one he nailed.
If they hadn't found this would have just been sealed forever. No player would have ever known about it. So
kind of like we didn't know about the whole
concussion
thing. Yes. That whole thing.
And by the way, I expect the NFL to be this way. Yeah, I think you said this once. owners are going to, I think Pablo said this when he was on our show. He was like, if the players were as together as the owners were, like in terms of being together
front.
and unifying,
Yes.
man, they would think of all the power they could have.
Yeah.
I not that I don't blame the owners, but I sort of understand that the players' own union.
That's what's dirty.
I mean,
and then you tied it together with the investment group.
It's horrible.
Yes, because I was wondering, like, what's his angle in this? Like, what does he get out of this?
Right?
That's what it is, right there.
It's just it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, this will unfold at some point.
It has to.
Yes, this will come out and unfold. Yeah.
At this point, it seems like it's starting to roll.
And this is all the Lamar Jackson guaranteed contract thing.
Guaranteed
When
years.
no team would trade for him or signing
None
that offseason. We were all like, are you kidding me?
Yes.
And it looked like collusion.
Right.
That no team wanted to sign him.
Well, they had to
trade for him.
By the way, in this document, there are text messages between owners saying, we just did this deal that is going to make it easier for you to do your deal.
Wow.
That is not that's against the law.
Yeah.
Like you are not allowed to. It was in the document. It is something. And last thing.
A lot of dirty pool being played.
The other, and not for the NFL, for this to happen in the NFL specifically, where the careers are shortest, where the players' guarantees are the least. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you're talking. I think the average length of an NFL career is what, like 3 years,
3.5,
something like that.
Yeah.
That's I don't even like. You come in and you're making league minimum or whatever. Like you're not set for the rest of your life playing 3 years of NFL football.
No.
If you're a top pick, maybe
if you were
are.
number one pick overall, I guess.
But most
you
of
could
these
be.
guys are
Yes.
not. Yeah. So good on Florio, good on Pablo, and there's clearly more that's going to come out about this. 215-592-9494. Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Fellas.
What's up?
What up, Chuck?
Listen, ain't the only union that's dirty, if you know what I mean. Bunch of cowards here in Philadelphia. I'll leave it at that, though.
Oh,
Let me say this, right? I mean, I had to speak on it, man.
Listen, I feel you. Yep.
I mean, come on, man. Let's go out there, with your tail tucked between your legs, man. I'm dumb. I ain't got nothing to say about that, though. Go ahead, man. Listen, Jack, first of all, it was hot as hell out there yesterday, right? And I came out there and I supported. You know what I mean? You had a lot of people that was going against you. I didn't know you had enemies like that, man. You know what I mean?
How come we didn't see you out there yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't see you, Chuck.
Yeah, I slid in, slid out, man. Everybody wanted my autograph, so I had to leave real quick. You know what I mean? They wanted pictures with me. No, I'm only kidding. Listen, what I'm saying, though, I had to go back to work. But listen, I said I was going to come through.
Yep.
I said I came through. And Rod Lakin, he gave me the fake out. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to let me in, VIP. He let me in the fence. He opened up the fence to let his wife and his kids in. I said, damn, I thought that was for me, man. I was walking towards the fence.
Coastal elite, they say about Lakin. Not for the
He gave me
people.
cold shoulder.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not. You ain't like you, Spike. But listen, let me say this, though, right? Jack, hats off to you, brother. You was willing to deal in yesterday. You even did, your little finger motion and all that. You had the Bloomsburg jersey on. I was just feeling your whole swag yesterday, man. You know what I mean? You was out there like a lobster on that, that mound, just throwing, throwing strikes, man. You know what I mean? Dookie Howser can't contend with you, man. You know what I mean? My man up there taking, all types of number twos at McDonald's where we eat our burgers and fries at.
Yeah, you hear this? He's a serial. We got a serial dumper in Joe DeCamara.
Oh, really?
He stops at local McDonald's
To go to the
to
bathroom.
do business.
To do a number two.
He doesn't even get food. He just finds your local McDonald's. He's a serial dumper.
Well, and by the way, Chuck, another point you brought up, I think, is a good one for the
What's wrong with this guy, man?
Well, the High Road Hammer and the morning show, how they've just taken the high road the entire time. They're the ones who tried to get fans there to cheer against Jack. Yeah. At any point, did we tell people to come and boo DeCamera? Not one time. They had one of their guys brought a speaker and a microphone. It's outrageous. The High Road.
Hey, listen, it was bananas yesterday. I couldn't even get out the parking lot. That thing was special. But what I'm saying is this, right, Jack? Just end it. End it. You know what I'm saying? Just do what you got to do. End this thing, and it's over with, man. He won this one game. That was it. Get the dude out of his misery. You know what I'm saying? One to the head. two to the chest where his heart beat at. That's it. And
Just tennis.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just, I'm figuratively speaking. I'm not speaking literally.
Yeah, of course.
But listen, let me say this though, right? My guy is back. Okay, yeah, I'm the Bryce guy. I'm going to wear that badge as long as I die, and I don't care who like it, who don't like it, okay? The Phillies go with Bryce Harper go. And I said it before. And the afternoon show now goes with Jack Fritz go. You hear me? The afternoon show and the Phillies are kind of like similar right now. You know what I mean? When I say this, right, and if the Phillies listen to what I'm saying to them, right, they win a championship because this guy can single-handedly hit you in the World Series. So if Dave Dombrowski, you want to play around, miss your opportunity to win a championship this year, go ahead. But I wouldn't recommend it. This dude is going to get hot, you know what I mean? In October, he's the most clutch baseball player in the world, like I've been saying. And you must have forgot. Right? Roy Jones, he talking like Roy Jones. You must have forgot who he was. That's Bryce Harper. MV3, yeah, MV3. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you right now, this is just the taste of it. It ain't even ending yet. You know what I'm saying? In October, you know what I mean? Get this bull back. I don't care who it is, Quinn, whoever,
Quan.
Jack one, Quan, whatever his name is, get him in here. You know what I'm saying? Ray Quan, whatever his name is, bring him in here. And I don't give a damn who it is. And go get this guy from Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh
Pirates.
Pirates, yeah, the closer.
Bednar.
The Renegade. Yeah, get him in here because I think the bullpen is going to manufacture itself. I ain't worried about the bullpen. We got too many arms that's starting, and they ain't going to be able to start in the playoffs. You got Aaron Nola coming back. Somebody's going to settle into the bullpen. Luzardo, they're going to manufacture itself. And don't worry about the bullpen. Get the closer and get a hitter because Bryce is about to hit your asses right to the World Series. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. I'm foreseeing it. This guy is clutch, and he got it. Listen, everybody doubted him. You know what I'm saying? People started to doubt him, who he was. Don't forget who this dude is, man. This dude was the top prospect coming out of college for a reason. And he's about to show y'all, he's about to take y'all on a ride these next 2 months or 3 months, however long it is at the end of the season. And yeah, before we look up, we in the NLCS looking to go to the World Series. If they play their cards right, I'm getting rid of Painter. I'm getting rid of Aiden Miller. If I got to get a bat in here, that's going to be
Get rid of them all.
Yes.
All of them.
Send them out.
Yeah, those guys, because they're not coming up anyway. What's the point of keeping them? You know what I'm saying? Those guys, and Painter, this guy's been waiting for this guy to come up. I'm tired of waiting. You know what I mean? Aiden Miller.
Such an impatient fan base. Hey, relax.
It's about winning a championship, Jack. Are you going to cash this guy in to win a championship? I would.
If I'm guaranteed a championship, yeah.
Which one is it, Jack?
I just said if I'm guaranteed.
Jack.
No.
You want Aiden Miller. You want Bryce Harper to win his first championship.
Aiden
You love these guys, right? Or you want Bryce to win his first championship with Schwarber and Trey Turner and all those guys. God, you say you shout out. You don't want to win his first championship? Tell Dave Dombrowski to push his chips in. Push the chips in.
I love it.
I would love that. Thank you for the call, Chuck.
Love it, Chuck. Passionate.
I do wonder where Middleton sits in this because ultimately, we've said this before. When you talk about final say with a trade or a contract, it's not the president of baseball operations. It's not the general manager. It is the owner. It's the president. Dombrowski's the one calling everybody, but it's still the owner who has to say, or the owner has to say, I want you to go. I want you to do this year. I understand that it may have a risk in the future, but they have to look at a couple of things. We've talked about the age of the players, even Bryce as well. But how many times are you? And by the way, you bring up the 2011 Phillies a lot, Jack. And it's why they went and got Hunter Pence, which ultimately it didn't bring them a World Series. I still think it was the right move.
And they were able to deal the next year for Tommy Joseph. It was fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, point being, like, when and you've compared them to 2011 Phillies a lot. Yes. How many times are you going to have a starting staff that is pitching at this level all together, all at once? Like, this doesn't happen all that often. And for them to not take advantage of it, I think they would regret it for a long
Did
time.
Hunter Pence win that World Series with the Giants?
Yeah.
He did, yeah.
Me and Michael B.
told him.
We told him he got traded. He got traded.
You were
us.
at Lissio's.
Lissio's Bakery, yeah.
I was listening because I was the web guy at the time, and I remember it coming across and you guys talking to him on the air and telling him that he got traded on WIP. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he turned into an unbelievable leader out there.
Let's go eat.
He was a little mopey.
He was.
Pence drove me nuts.
Well, it wasn't easy playing here. He came in with a lot of expectation.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden he turned into Mr. Clutch guy out there. All he did was grind the double plays as a Philly.
Well,
he was fine.
I used to call him Crazy Legs.
Well, he did have crazy legs.
Yeah, that was because his running was, oh my goodness.
Did I tell you that my senior yearbook quote was "Good game,
let's go eat."
No, God, you're such a Phillies fan.
Cool move or a dork move?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious.
Pretty dorky.
Yep. 10 out of 10.
Yep. Pretty lame.
Yeah.
Pretty lame. I think, it was horrible. But,
well, we all jumped on good game, let's go eat. Let's
we
be
jumped
clear.
on it too,
yeah.
Well, but you talked about Middleton. Maybe that's why the way that the Gelb thing was written was so much different than how they've talked in years past. Like, it seems like there's a different level of aggression heading into this trade deadline. The last couple of years, there's been a lot of downplaying heading into the deadline. Downplay. And at least with that thing, it wasn't from the Phillies, but it was from rival executives. Maybe that's where the change has happened here, where Middleton's like, we got to do it.
Well, and this is something Ike brings up a lot, and I don't think you can always operate this way, but I do think it's worth acknowledging that I do think fans, to truly believe that the organization cares, and we all know they care.
Yeah,
I know Middleton cares. I know, but for fans to really say, okay, this might be the year. A real trade deadline acquisition would put so much juice into this fan base, which I believe, again, you can't make the move for this reason, but I just feel this fan base being at like a 6 with this team.
I agree.
They're not yes, they're in first place.
They like them
just fine.
But we're just enjoying them until the Eagles start.
Yes.
That's different than saying this is a World Series contending team and I can't wait till October gets here.
Right. And by the way, the line between love and hate with a lot of the players on this team is very thin. Bryce, it's not thin. Schwarber, it's not. Wheeler, it's not.
Right.
But there's a lot of other guys.
Yep.
Trey, it's thin.
Yep.
Bohm, it's thin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Casty, it's thin.
Yep.
Marsh, it's thin.
Yep.
You know, there's a Nola,
Stott.
it's thin.
Yep. Nola.
You know, so I think them going all in would, whether it's the right move to do it for that reason or not, I think it would put some juice into the fans. You know,
I agree.
Yeah.
A closer's not doing that, by the way. A bat's doing that.
Both.
They can get both.
Okay.
Bat's getting a real juice, Spike. Real juice.
Jerry the truck horn guy. You're on WRP. What's up, Jerry? There it is.
For my boy Jackie, keeping up the college knowledge over there, boy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so proud of you. Yesterday I saw you got good form, dude. I didn't know you had that kind of form on the mound. I saw on the Facebook thing, they put a little thing up there and looked pretty good, I have to say.
Thank you, buddy.
For as much stuff as you talked, you backed it up with, you said you was pretty good, and I have to go back on some of my words about you. I'm pretty happy for what you did.
Oh, thank you. That's really nice, Jerry. Do you think, given how good Jack looked on the mound yesterday, do you think he might have a shot with your ex?
He's probably better than me.
Super.
Yeah, how's that working out now?
How about I get 10 chances and see who wins, and then you get what you get.
You get 10 chances? Oh, yeah.
No, I'd wear him out.
Yeah.
I can hit. I played high level semi-pro baseball, so I probably knock out.
There was
that
a lot of tough
75
guys in the comments yesterday. Like,
oh yeah, I could hit him.
I'm 54. I had multiple surgeries. I could hit that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Baseball with you. My senior year, I hit 365 with all conference DH, so I got a little bit behind my talk. I didn't say that.
DH is half a player.
Yeah, but I played a lot of field too.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at fielding too.
Okay.
You hit me 100 ground balls, I won't miss more than 5.
Okay.
Now maybe now, but back in the day, I was pretty good. I'm just going to say that.
All right, Jerry.
I went to a few tryout camps, Jack. So just to let you know, I was kept around for a couple, and I got let go at a couple. So I knew where I stood. But I knew after a certain period, you're not going to go to the next level. So then you got to concentrate on graduating.
All right.
Or
But
Professional.
I was proud to see what you did out there. I like to see the rest of the videos. So
Oh, yeah.
hopefully they'll put up some more.
They will.
Well, good.
They will, yeah. There's going to be a whole YouTube video. Tucker. Now I kept track of every pitch.
You did. I was surprised by that. We got to McGurk's. You need a full iPad full of how every single at bat went.
So Tucker asked me for that. I think for the video. So 30 pitches, 22 strikes, Jerry.
Wow. That's pretty good, Jack.
Yeah.
For not pitching for as long as you haven't.
5
pitched, that's pretty
strikeouts.
damn good.
5
Wow.
Ks. 5 Ks. All right,
There's
Jerry.
a lot of people there too.
Oh yeah,
A lot of
hundreds.
people there.
Hundreds. Yep.
So I just hope the Phillies, whatever they can do to get something in here. I don't care about prospects because that's why they're called prospects.
Yep.
You know, that's why that's what they are. You know, until you can prove yourself in the major leagues, then Dombrowski needs to do what he needs to do to get us over the top. And I seen what Bryce did last night, and I have a feeling he might be gonna start winning me some money.
Oh, there you go. There you
All
go.
right, guys. I'll see you later. Appreciate you. Hope you be there Friday. See you.
All right, hit the horn, Jerry. Oh, there it is. Oh. Now, if I remember correctly, were you not there, Ike, when Jerry came to Chickies that one time?
No, I was there.
Oh, you were
I
there?
wasn't there.
You weren't there. That's right. You didn't get to meet Jerry.
It seems like when I'm not there, all hell breaks loose. The fantasy draft a couple years ago, I wasn't there. There's fisticuffs.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't there for that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to start thinking about that fantasy draft this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, it's here. I mean, we're like a month away.
No, you're right. This hasn't even crossed my mind.
Yeah.
It definitely hasn't.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Been focused on a lot of things recently.
Well, you're not the G or the commissioner
I
anymore.
know.
Buzz is.
Thank God.
So just tell Buzz to figure it out. Yeah. Buzz, because he could do his report again next year. You know.
Yeah.
He was happy with that.
Oh, yeah, dude. But sideline Buzz yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He did pretty.
Listen, Buzz Lee.
He's in there.
Yeah, Buzz was in there.
You see Buzz sign some autographs?
I did.
I did not see
How'd they
that.
get a photo of that? It was almost like it was a setup.
Well, a guy at McGurk's was like, "Hey, can you sign my hat?"
Oh, somebody got a picture of him
Oh,
signing
yeah,
his
Buzz
autograph.
tweeted out photos of him yesterday, and the one is him signing the autograph.
Yep.
It was like it was staged.
Yeah, dude. We were at McGurk's, and a guy called me over, and he's like, "Hey, can you sign my hat?" I'm like, "Sure." And I looked, and the signature in the middle of it just said Buzz.
That's it.
Just said Buzz.
He didn't put a number next to it.
No,
just
but that's
Buzz.
dude. If he's signing Buzz, he's listening to the
Yeah,
advice.
it's all
That's what I
good.
want. Yeah.
Oh, he is listening to the advice.
Yeah. Buzz actually got a video of me yelling at Anthony, New Jersey, too, telling him to go back to work.
Nice. Very classy as always.
You know me.
High road spike.
He was telling me to mind my business.
Mind your business.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now, before we go to break, I got to talk about the great food we got.
Oh, yes,
From
we
the
did
Rook and
today.
Manny. Listen, a great partnership we have with the High Hopes Podcast, Miller Lite. All great food. They brought the veggie burger.
Yep.
That was great. The double double smash burger. And for
Did
me,
you say who brought it?
Yeah, the Rook and Manny.
Oh, the Rook and Manioc. Okay.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
And I got myself a roasted beet salad.
Ah, there you go.
Roasted beet
Yeah, dude.
salad?
I'm turning into a beetsman. Yeah.
Beets are great, except, can I give you, have you had the...
You're too young to be eating beets, man.
Dude, beets. I'm just telling you, beets and what's the other one that everyone hated growing up? The
Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts. Having a bit of a moment.
Can I make a warning for you with beets, though?
Turns your
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't know that beets do that, you're like...
The first time you see it,
Yeah, you're like, oh, that looks bad.
Call the doctor immediately.
Yeah.
Blood in the stool.
Val, take me to urgent care.
Yeah, dude. Asparagus and beets.
Yeah, beets do that to you.
Yes. I think all my insides are in the toilet.
Get a prostate exam immediately.
Val, can you look at this?
Come here. Yeah, it's a beet salad.
Yeah.
It was a great beet salad, dude. I'm so pro.
Yeah, they
beets.
give me a
So-
veggie burger. I'm saving it for dinner.
Yeah. So head on out to the Rook in Manioc.
Look at this.
for Phillies games and enjoy $5 Miller Lite.
Is that my intestine?
Oh man, so good.
All right.
So good.
Man.
Spike,
Talk about National Appliance Warehouse.
on top of all that.
Yeah, sorry, National Appliance Warehouse.
Yep.
This is a completely different thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
No beats here.
Nope.
But you know what it is?
You can get a fridge to keep your beats in at National Appliance Warehouse.
But it's also Christmas in July, Spike.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man. Santa's coming down from the chimney
Yep.
here to give you all of your appliance needs. You know, they got every major brand at National Appliance Warehouse.
Over 100.
Over 100.
Yep.
Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove, all at National Appliance Warehouse. So you're going to get the right appliance for you.
Yep.
Massive. You
Yep.
need that. But you're also going to get guaranteed the best price possible because of
Price Assure. Yeah.
Everyone now knows about Price Assure. It's revolutionary technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all through the store. Also tax-free Delaware. Also great savings events like we mentioned. Christmas in July.
Yeah,
So,
Middletown and Wilmington.
Middletown.
By the way, you start thinking about what appliances cost in general.
Yeah.
That sales tax is a big deal.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah,
It's
7%, right? Isn't that what PA sales tax is?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So listen, you're gonna get the best price. You're gonna get the best appliance. You're also gonna get a great experience.
Yes.
At National Appliance Warehouse, industry-leading professionals there to take care of you, treat you like family. So on top of all this, they also have a great deal going on right now. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
The diamond has been left in the dust.
Jack Fritz beat Joe DeCamara today in dominating fashion.
2 rounds into this battle of pride and pain.
Both sides of the elbow hurt. My arm is so dead.
It's dead even.
Jack did a great job, and I did not. I mean, congratulations to him. Pretty embarrassing showing by the Hammer, if I'm going to be honest.
Joe versus Jack. Round 3, the tennis challenge. Who will get served?
I think there's a good chance I win tennis. I've played tennis since I was like 8, so.
They're heading to the court.
I'll be ready.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every mile per hour over the speed limit increases your risk of a deadly crash. Speeding puts you, your passengers, and others at risk. Slow down and drive smart. Safety is everyone's responsibility.
Comedian Joe Conklin. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster Savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say up L'Espanol. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
70 and clouds overnight. Tomorrow, 89, mostly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What grade would you give the Eagles offseason? A, B, C, or D? What do you think the great Twitter voters have given?
No, A.
They definitely win B.
You're right there. What do you think the percentage is?
Let's go 70% B.
Yeah, 63.5% B.
Okay.
Now, here's the question. Were there more people that gave an A or a C?
Ooh.
So there is 37% left that you're working with.
I would say more people gave a C.
No.
No?
No.
There's more people gave an A?
23.1% one out of every four people gave them an A.
No.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
And they,
we didn't add. I mean,
I want all those people to call and explain your A.
They added the best free agent linebacker in the class. What are you talking about?
Oh, Zach Bond?
Zach Bond.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they brought him back. Yeah.
Come on. All right. Before we get back to the phones, so Devin Booker, Phoenix Suns player, good player, shooting guard. They should really enjoy watching Devin Booker. Signed a contract extension, 2 years, $145 million. Damn. So Devin Booker, it's the max that he can sign for is $72.5 a year. Damn. $72.5 a year for Devin Booker, who is a good player. We would say is probably the 14th or 15th or best
top
player,
20 player, yeah.
top 20 player.
Yeah.
Paolo Banchero signed a rookie extension, that will average nearly $60 million per year. And Chet Holmgren, who is like the 5th best player on the Thunder, 4th, he's definitely behind SGA and Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
He signed an extension, 5 years, $250 million. So $50 million a year for Chet Holmgren, $60 million a year for Paolo Banchero, $70 million a year for Devin Booker. I feel like I am morphing into my old guy, where you start saying these numbers are crazy.
Yeah.
I actually don't think maybe in football they can continue. Basketball, this is like the last gasp. Because they signed that one big last TV deal. I don't know if they're going to do it again. I was just like, $70 million a year? I mean, God bless him. I'm not hating on him for getting it. It just something seems out of whack for sports that are getting smaller. When I see, last thing, baseball's been better over the last few years. It's certainly smaller than it was 25 years ago, and, Soto signing a $700 million contract, same thing with Ohtani. And basketball, which is definitely NBA, definitely getting smaller every year, $70 million a year. It's just something seems out of whack with the numbers,
Yeah, I mean, I guess these TV deals are so lucrative. They got to divide the pie up somehow. So if you're giving the players, I don't know if the players are getting
about
50%. If it's 50-50, that's a big chunk when you talk about 50% of what, I'm just throwing numbers, $25 billion.
Yeah, whatever that number is.
And you got to divide that up. And not only that, you're talking, 12 players?
15 on a roster.
15 on a roster. And you're probably paying 5 of them big money. Like it's about 5 of them are getting paid big money.
The Sixers, it's 3.
3 of them.
It's if you have
the Sixers only got 3,
3 big money players.
Yeah, so I'm assuming those guys on the top end, in other words, they got a floor they got to reach. So the money has to be spent somewhere.
Yeah, I just look at it and think about.
And I totally disagree with it, but they got to divide it up somehow. Somebody has to get it, and they don't want to give it back to the owners.
Well, it's just sort of like, to me, if I saw the finals teams and I saw how many players each of those teams had. Those teams had a lot of players. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like a lot of guys that were in the rotation that could play in the finals.
Yep, they played a lot of guys. Yep.
If I'm looking at this, I'm saying if the cap is $140 million and I'm paying Devin Booker more than half the cap, he ain't worth. Like this is. I don't know. I just feel like those middle guys might be worth more, and the best guys. This whole I think the NBA has screwed up in having this individual max.
Yep.
Because what happens is the player just goes, well, that's what I. Yep. And the team is so scared of losing them. I almost think if they had a cap and they didn't have the individual maxes, like some of these top players wouldn't be getting this. The top players would. Top 7 players would. But the 17th best player in the NBA would not.
Yeah, I agree with you. You hit on something important. The teams are afraid to lose the player.
Right.
Like that's what it is. And there are so many teams out there that don't have a Devin Booker, right? He's going to be able to go find that money somewhere else if you don't want to pay him. But for a team like Phoenix, who has traded away Kevin Durant, right? You got rid of Chris Paul a couple years ago. You got rid of your number 1 pick, DeAndre Ayton. I'm thinking about all the players that was there for their finals run against Milwaukee. And you brought in a guy like Bradley Beal. Like, you don't have anything else on that team.
By the way, Bradley Beal also making $60+ million.
Yes.
And they're about to cut him.
Yes. Yeah, the NBA, man, it's I can see why people have grown tired of the league, per se. Some of it is the money, the entitlement of the players. And if you're a player and you're getting this type of money, how do you not feel some sense of entitlement?
Sure. And how do you have, like, the same urgency to win?
Why would you play?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like $70 million a year, that is, I never thought I'd see the day athletes make this type of money. Like this $70 million, I could be wrong, but it feels like that's twice as much as the salary cap we had as a team
for
back
the whole
in
team.
04. Yeah, for the whole team.
Well, I remember when Mike Schmidt was the top player in baseball, there was a cover of Sports Illustrated about how crazy salaries had gotten in baseball, and Mike Schmidt was at the top, and it was $2 million.
It was just $2 million.
2.
Man.
And they were like, man, these salaries.
Yeah, a long way from that $2 million. Man.
215.
God bless him, though. God bless him.
Yeah, good for him.
I was born too early.
Travis in California. And 4 inches too short.
4 inches too short, yeah.
Travis in California, you're on WIP. What's up, Travis?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up, Travis?
So just about the Phillies thing, when you guys are talking about a bat or an arm.
Mm-hmm.
The first of all, that whole article from Gelb with Poisson saying nobody in entire like Dombrowski, that freaking, I don't know, that made me like laugh, but it also annoyed me at the same time because I'm just like, dude, you guys need to freaking move on. I feel like they're stuck in the past because he hasn't done anything at a deadline since he's been here. But
yeah, they're looking at the Dombrowski of the previous iteration of Dombrowski. He hasn't been that way here.
Yeah, exactly. But he does have a chance to redeem himself now. I'm kind of stuck in the middle, to be honest. They kind of don't really have a choice but to do both. But, like, ideally, Dave did his job in the offseason and added a bat or an arm that was actually good, and then we wouldn't need to add both. But personally, I mean, it's kind of hard. I do lean one way, but if you get a bat and then you don't have arms to hold the leads that you might get, or if you get a lockdown closer, like you might not
can't score runs
to have a lead to use in it.
Yeah.
So it's tough. I lean towards a bat, I guess, because of how badly they've collapsed offensively 3 straight postseasons, and I also don't want to watch Bryce get pitched around again with Bohm behind him because like I might freaking explode if I have to watch that for the 4th straight year.
Yeah. Well, but by the way, by the way, Bryce could solve a little bit of that by hitting second.
Yeah, exactly. Schwarber should be hitting behind him. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why he.
However they do it, they gotta do that.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm not really sure who the bat is that they would get. I'm not sure there's any real difference making bats available. The ideal situation obviously would be like Stephen Kwan and Emmanuel Clase, but I don't know if they'd even be able to do both. I don't know if they'd want to give up that much. But just tell me what you guys think of this. Personally, I feel like maybe they should take a chance and buy low on Luis Robert. I know they've been interested in him before, and now his value is as low as it's ever been. And you guys just, like, no one can convince me that if he gets taken out of that horrible organization in Chicago and thrown into a playoff race with a sold-out stadium at CBP on a nightly basis, that it would not fire him up and get him going. And even if for whatever reason it doesn't get him, like, fully back to, like, the great version of him we've seen, I pretty confidently can say he could probably hit 250 and be an actual threat behind Bryce to pop one, unlike Alec Bohm.
Well, but to be clear, the Luis Robert you're talking about existed for 1 season.
Yeah, but he's just a guy that I feel like he has so much potential, and I feel like he's just in Chicago, and there's freaking 2 fans in the stands. Like,
yeah,
the vibes there are obviously terrible. I think if you put him in a big market, a place that's sold out every single night, basically going for a ring, I feel like it's impossible for him not to get fired up. Because like right now,
or he could hit 185 here and everybody could hate him.
That is also true.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
You don't know until you try, but I feel like he won't cost as much as he would have cost the last couple of years because they probably kept saying like, oh no, he's like that good version of him. But now it's been like multiple years in a row where he's been not great. So I'm assuming his value is pretty low. So I'd like to take a chance on someone like him, and then maybe add a guy like Ramon Laureano, or like Jack mentioned earlier, Ref Snyder. Both guys, they hit lefties pretty well. They have some pop. And then like both of those guys shouldn't cost too much, and then you could still use the top guns for a package like Griffin Jacks and Jarren Duran, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
That way you're fixing the bullpen problem, and then hopefully the offensive problem as well, or at least giving them a fighting chance. And if they did do that, I don't think any fans would be upset, even if things did go south in October, because like they actually tried.
They tried. Yeah, I think they got to try. I think they have to be. Thank you for the call, Travis. I think they have to be able to tell the fans that they actually. Yeah. The Luis Robert thing, he's hitting $185.
Yeah, I know.
And he hit 200 last year.
Yeah, he's just so enticing, though.
Yeah.
Tough.
And the power's not even there.
If you can get him for nothing, though,
yeah,
still
for
plays
nothing.
Great defense and can steal a bag. Like, at least there's a shot. He's not my first target, but if you can get him for almost like a Rincones and a AA pitcher or something.
And by the way, players have hit well in empty ballparks before. Like, I get it.
That's not legitimate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm just trying to think of so like Crochet left. He's been awesome for the Red Sox.
Yep.
There's a guy named Andrew Vaughn who was our first round pick a couple years ago. He's hitting well so far for the Brewers. So I mean, they are definitely a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But
he probably wants to be out of there.
I think he's wanted to be out of there for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and the rumors probably drive him crazy that
Yeah.
that there's been opportunity and they haven't bid on it yet.
He's not my first target, but like if you can get him for almost nothing, I would still take a shot on it.
So, a bit of sad news to report. Former Phillies manager Lee Elia. So, Lee Elia was manager of the Phillies late 80s, 87, 88, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was 87 years old. Who reported? Where did that come from?
Everyone. The Phillies put a PR statement out and everything.
Okay. Lee Elia, now, it was not a great time in Phillies baseball, but is remembered well for a press conference rant that was one of the filthier press conference rants of all time.
Not airable.
No, but it's airable with the bleeps, right?
With the bleeps, yeah.
So
although there is 2 in the system, and the one had them all still in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like, how's it even in the system?
Probably shouldn't be.
Probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, like the MC Hammer one with the Ryan Howard home run in it.
Yeah, that seems like an old production.
Yeah, so here is the famous Lee Elia rant.
What am I supposed to do? Go out there and let my players get destroyed every day and be quiet about it for the nickel dime people to show up? The mother don't even work. That's why they're out at the game. They ought to go out and get a job and find out what it's like to go out there and earn a living. 85% of the world's working. The other 15 come out here.
Wow.
That was Spike.
Sound like me to Anthony yesterday. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We had some between Fregosi and Ilya, and Dallas Green doesn't have a rant like that, but it was a spicy character, you know.
I've heard about the Fregosi one.
Oh yeah, well, yeah,
the South Philly,
legendary.
Yeah, yes.
That wasn't that Glenn that asked him that question.
So it was Howard that broke the story because what happened? My dad. So what happened was
there's only one Howard.
Yes. Well, he said it. Not privately, but he said it to reporters that that people that listen to WIP were people from South Philly that sleep with their sisters.
Something like
I think
that.
the line
effect,
was.
yes.
But then it was Glenn who, they said he wasn't going to answer any questions about it, and Glenn asked.
Oh, he asked him, yeah.
So how's the team? Right? That was his question.
Yes. Back when managers had personalities like that.
What was his name? The other manager's name? Lee Ilios?
Ilya.
E-L-I-A. Lee Ilya.
If you go watch the full Cubs rant, it's on YouTube. Because they're getting blown out, and they're playing day games all the time in Chicago.
Sure.
And he had enough.
Yeah.
He had enough.
I could tell.
Yeah.
He was not happy. You imagine somebody did that now?
Oh, my God.
Fired immediately.
Yeah.
PR statements. Yeah.
Unless it was the head coach of the Lions, I feel like Dan Campbell would get away with it. And by the way, that is the way it is at Wrigley Field. The frustrating thing about Wrigley Field is that it's always full, but you get the sense, if you've ever been there, you get the sense that nobody's really watching the game, that everybody's just partying at Wrigley Field.
Sure. So. That was the day partying
Right.
place, right? They
Yeah.
never played night games.
Yep.
The beer snakes with the cups. They try to get it all the way up the stands.
Oh, no, I don't think I ever saw the beer snake.
Yeah, so no, they put all the plastic cups and make it like a long snake.
Oh.
And they try to see how big they can make it to get it up the stands.
Jeff in Wilmington, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
What's up? I can vouch for Jerry the Truckhorn guy's claims to fame with baseball and actually graduating college.
Oh, really?
Well,
You
he's my
saw
brother,
Jerry
so-
play? Oh, right, you're buddies with him.
Yeah. No, he's actually my brother, dude. He's like 18 months younger than me.
Wait, is your brother?
Yes.
I don't think I knew that. Maybe I did. Wow, so he was a good baseball player.
I know. He actually was. He was a little bit better than me. I played junior college level. He played 4 years. I think Wilmington College was NAIA back then, so it's kind of like equivalent to Division II, maybe Division. Yeah, he was good. Yeah. So my guy, our guy, Jack, put the hammer down on that little junk drawer hammer, Joe DeCamara.
A junk drawer hammer.
Yeah, the little one.
The little one, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
So he did what we hoped he would. He threw strikes.
Yep.
And I'm surprised that it only took 30 pitches for 8 outs.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
That's almost as impressive as 22 strikes out of 30 pitches.
Yeah, he only had two ball counts, and I really think now this was the key to everything was Jack coming out and throwing strikes in the beginning, because what that made Joe DeCamara do in at bat number 2 is swing the bat. He swung it. We had a 1-pitch out at bat for the second out and a 2-pitch at bat for the third out. And that first inning being that easy, a 6-7 pitch first inning, especially when we found out later that Jack only had 5 pitches left in his arm, it ended up being really key.
Hanging on by a thread.
Now, look, this has all been so much fun, and I say all these things in fun, but Joe reminded me of the rich kid when you were playing Little League that had the batting coach. The parents paid for all the lessons. He had all the equipment.
Oh, he had the shin guard on.
Yeah.
What is that about? How many times is he hitting that he needs a shin guard?
Well, Jeff, the best part was when he switched to left hand, he kept the shin guard on his left leg, so it was on his back leg.
So is the full YouTube video out yet?
No.
No, I think it's live now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
It's there. There it is.
All right. Well, I know what I'm doing during the break. Yeah.
Well, now, like Chuck said, Jack, just end it. Just,
End it. Yep.
Just end it.
Absolutely. All right, Jeff. Thank you for the call. Wow. How about how shocking. Jerry Truckhorn guy, actually a good baseball player at one point. Yeah. You think you could strike him out 5 times in 8 at bats, Jack?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Somehow this video is 24 minutes long.
What?
What did Tucker, what did he do? Get the pregame, too? He got the pregame?
Well, I
stuff?
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Izzo from FAN yesterday reached out to me, and he's like, there needs to be a documentary about this whole thing, and it seems like there is.
Tucker put one out.
Yeah, it seems like there is. Wow.
Look at premium content from WIP.
Wow. So it is live on the WIP YouTube page now. Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Come on, man.
What?
Funniest things that happened yesterday.
Of course,
All right, there we go. Funniest things that happened yesterday. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I want to tell you about my friend Jim from Mark's Jewelers. Now, you've heard me talk about Jim and the team at Mark's for years. Now, did you know Jim is a diamond nerd? That's right. It's true. He's a diamond nerd. Jim hunts the world for diamonds that he's proud to sell. Diamonds that will set him apart. Now, that's because before you ever visit Mark's Jeweler stores in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Jim has already purchased your diamond and put it in his inventory. Mark's Jewelers. For diamonds that will make you proud, start your journey at marks-jewelers.com.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics. Root score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Is your home keeping up with the summer weather? Summer storms and heat waves can lead to increased energy demand in your home. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, and if it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, take up to $1,500 off installation plus 0% financing. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so book today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Jenna from Rose Tree wants a squawk.
Hey, Robin. Yeah, I feel chained in my old car that I hate, and I may owe a little more than it's worth. Suggestions?
Declare your independence this July and fly into freedom at Robin Ford. We can get you into a new vehicle you love no matter your situation. It's our feathered forte. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Joe from Broomall. You're on the air.
Can I buy with no money down at Robin Ford?
You bet your tail feathers. Here at Robin Ford now through the end of the month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for $399 with no money down. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Last night in Foxborough, Massachusetts, the Messi Experience visited New England. A lot of people are making a big deal that the first time Messi came to Gillette, it was 65,000 people, and last night it was only around 50,000. It's 50,000 people for MLS. I don't care who's out there. That's still a pretty good number. People want to compare year to year, but to me, it just doesn't make sense. Messi is working. I'm Gresh.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Oh, yeah.
The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on your radio, 94.1 FM, the free Odyssey app, and streaming live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, the entire Fritz versus DeCamera 2 is on YouTube now. Don't watch it now. Watch it later. I just want to say this, Jack. The pitch that the morning show was complaining about, the second strike that they were saying was high, it was a strike.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a strike. I just saw it. It was a high strike, but it was a strike.
There was two like
top
that.
of the box.
Yeah. But I mean, it was look. The best angle to see the strikes is Tucker's camera, which is right behind Jack.
Behind Jack, yeah.
You see it. It's a strike. Numbers to the knees. That's a strike. It was a strike.
I thought it was a strike. I just knew that those kind of pitches are coin flips.
Yes.
But I thought it was a strike.
It was a strike.
High strike, but a strike.
Yeah. If you were wild, maybe he doesn't give it to you. But
you earned that one?
You earned that.
Yeah.
It's a strike.
I needed an ABS system there, DeCamera patting his head. Yeah. That's the only thing that would have made it more DeCamera.
Oh, yeah.
Find a way to get ABS there.
How many times would he have patted his head? 100 times.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it, Jack.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So yesterday there was, of course, some funny things that happened.
A few.
At Fritz versus DeCamera. And feel free to add a couple in there in case I missed any. Because I was pretty locked in.
I'm sure you were.
Pretty locked in.
I was going to say, how did he see anything?
Yeah, dude, actually, like, I never lost a big game in my life. So I was like, man, you still got it a little bit. So I was pretty locked in, but I did notice some things. Starting at number 5, and this is the big theme that we've heard throughout the day, but the fifth funniest thing about yesterday was how big the crowd was. I mean,
it was outrageous.
Ike has played in front of,
hundreds of thousands
of
people. 100,000 people.
That's got to be a weird feeling. They're all kind of looking at you. Well, that's basically what yesterday was. I mean, there was I would say 350 to 400. If you had to guess.
All I know is that the entire field was surrounded, even in the outfield.
Yeah.
Like it was.
All I know it was hell getting in there.
Yeah, and getting out.
And getting out of there. Yes.
Getting out, too. It was, when I pulled up, okay, so I was on the other side of the school where the lacrosse or the field hockey or whatever field was. Mm-hmm. And I didn't see anybody. And I was like, this is normal, whatever. But then I pulled up to where the baseball was. And there are all these cars parking. And I was thinking to myself, are they having a conference or something here? There's no way. And I got out, and it was just, you could tell when I got out of the car, every person was like, hey, Spike, hey, Spike. I was like, oh, no.
These are our people.
These people are all here. And that was 11:25 that I got there. Yeah.
I was there at 10:57, and people were walking their way up to the field.
It was outrageous.
So I'm proud of us turning this radio bit into a thing where people want to come out and watch.
Yes. And everybody had, the other thing, when I was walking away, everybody had a good time. Yeah. Everybody was that was awesome.
Now, Jill said the people in the crowd were treating it like it was a real game.
It was.
Like we were professionals.
Yes.
Like breaking it all down.
Yes.
So it was.
See, Jill hasn't been amongst the people before.
I know.
Yeah. You didn't realize this is what WIP is.
This is what it is.
Yep.
The fourth funniest thing that happened yesterday, it was great seeing some other WIP personalities. Jolly showed up, and then Jody Mack. Where'd Joe McPeake come from?
Dude, Joe McPeake just showed up. The legendary Joe McPeake.
I love Joe McPeake.
The honorable Joe McPeake.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he comes around the corner. He's like, I watched the first inning. You've got him.
Yeah.
Good to see you, too. Good to see you, too, McPeake.
Yeah, there was the picture of the three of us that Ike took, the selfie in the dugout in between inning 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. And somebody was like, who's that guy sitting in the back? And I'm like, you kidding me? That's Joe McPeake. Yeah.
Ike going for the mid-round selfie. I didn't want to celebrate too early. I was feeling confident.
Yeah.
I'm glad that didn't break.
Yeah.
That could have been bad.
I'm glad you didn't decline it.
Yeah.
I'd have been irritated.
I'm sure you would have.
Yeah.
And you tried to throw me off with the Eagles chant. I know you did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You might be at the camera worm.
No, man. The Eagles chant was a must.
Well, people were eager for it.
Yeah.
It got the people going.
By the way, there were 2 of them.
Eagle chant?
Consecutively.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Ava tried to start a WIP chant.
Yeah, I saw. Well, Ava also started to yell at the crowd as the inning was beginning. And I'm just like, hey, because she wanted Ike to say hi to the crowd.
No, she wanted me to say, let's play ball.
Oh, let's play ball.
Yeah.
But you were on the mound. I was like, Ava, no. I didn't want to spook you in any way.
Yeah. Ava gets so excited.
Yeah.
She gets so
That was
excited.
the funny part.
That was
Yeah,
funny.
it was, yes.
That was funny. The third funniest thing that happened yesterday was the Knowledge Without College live stream.
I didn't see it. I heard it was bad.
Heard it was horrible.
Yeah.
Heard that a lot of the sky was shown.
Yes, that's what I heard as well. What is Justin doing if he can't point a phone at a baseball field?
This is a real ragtag operation they got there at the Knowledge Without College, because everyone was watching it on that. I mean, that was the best they could get. The people could do. And Justin's like pointing it at the sky. They could see the sky was blue.
Couldn't see it. Oh my God.
What an
So
operation.
that didn't make OG happy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't know.
All he's talking about yesterday was the views he was already getting. He doesn't care.
Oh yeah, he just wants views.
Yeah.
Yeah. OG Wade, by the way, is banned from Fantasy League this year, right?
Yes.
Because he didn't show up last
Yeah, and
year.
he should never be allowed to play fantasy football.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's horrible.
He's atrocious at it.
Yeah.
And actually brings down the league. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he does. He
It's
ruins
It's a
the
bad
league.
day for OG.
Well,
Yeah.
it's because he's just an automatic win for whoever he plays. Doesn't matter if he drafts Jalen number 1 overall. Like, it's horrible.
Speaking of OG, when we got up to McGurk's, we're sitting outside getting ready for the show to start, and OG starts to argue with me about Jalen Hurts and Zach Wheeler. And I said to him, we know OG a little bit, outside of this.
Yeah.
I figure I can just tell him I don't feel like doing this.
Yeah.
And I looked at him and I was like, dude, I don't want to do this.
Right.
And he kept going.
Kept going.
He just didn't want to stop. And I finally said to him, I was like, OG. He goes, Zach Wheeler only pitches a few innings. And I said, you don't even know anything about baseball.
And he was like, I know.
Yes, and that's what he said, and ended it
And
finally.
that usually ends it.
Yep.
The second funniest thing that happened yesterday was just the idea of signing autographs.
Yes.
Like, all these little kids came up after, and I was like signing their baseball. A guy gave me a Wawa Cup design.
Yes.
Let me tell you what. I appreciate it. It's a great moment. That's worth nothing. But
Well, it's for them.
It's going down in value the second that it happens.
See,
An Ike autograph, that's worth something.
Nope,
That's
nope.
worth something.
So you don't know what you mean to people out there that listen to this show.
Yes, it was a big deal. They wanted you to
Give them
win.
up. It's not about value
Right.
from a monetary standpoint. It's value from one of their favorite guys who they listen to, who they view as the baseball authority in the city, and he played college baseball, and he's out here pitching. He's the big dog today. They wanted to get your autograph. I felt proud. I felt like a proud big brother watching you yesterday, man.
I mean, it was at the fence. It was just person after person.
Man, I felt
At one
proud of
point,
you, man.
I had to take you away. When we were taking the picture on the mound, I was like, Jack, we got to take a picture. And they were like, but can you say, And I was
Yeah.
like, he will be right back. I promise he'll be right
It was
back.
the most big league I have felt.
Yeah.
It was special.
I felt happy for you.
But then I kept looking. From the outside, this looks a little ridiculous. And then, of course, the WIP social media staff, throws me right under the bus. They're like, here's Jack signing autographs.
Yeah.
Well, you were signing autographs.
No, I know. But yeah, I can see the people being like, he's asking for, he's
No,
begging
tell
people.
him, no, tell him how you sign your autographs.
Oh, I signed 34 at the end for my high school number.
Well, I signed 3. I've never even had the number 3.
Because you love Harper so much.
Well, because you guys both, this is my favorite number, and you guys both put a number on it.
So you figure you may as well put a number on
I
it.
signed it, Spike Eskin, number 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Third wheel.
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa! Got him. I'm just kidding. The number one funniest thing that happened yesterday, though, was the reaction to Spike running on the field and me and him embracing.
Yeah.
Almost like slow motion,
Yeah.
And then Ike just limping along in the back.
He couldn't run.
Out there.
Yeah, Devin posted it with like a little teary eye emoji or whatever.
It was a beautiful moment.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't join you guys. I couldn't get there fast enough,
Yeah.
man.
I was like, well, I said to Ike, I said, hey, if he finishes up an 8, we're running out there. And Ike's like, I'm following your lead. But then as I'm running, I'm thinking, oh, Ike's knee. He can't follow my lead right now.
I'm like, did Spike really think I was going to actually run out here?
Yeah. I was, if I'm being honest, I was so happy for you, Jack.
Yeah.
Like I was living and dying with every pitch, every strike.
It was.
I was really into it. And the fact that you pitched so well and you did it, I was very proud of you. Like, I was happy for you. That's why I ran. It was legitimate excitement when I ran out to the mound that you did it.
A little jarring.
I'm sorry.
You being legitimately excited?
I'm sorry.
So I got one question for you.
It was great.
Yeah.
It's a great finish.
Yes.
8 up, 8 down.
Yep. Perfect game.
Did you not shake your catcher's hand or not?
I talked to him after.
Yeah, but then he should have been the first one.
Yeah, I know, but Spike had
that was my bad.
like a tractor beam.
Yeah, that was my bad.
There was no one else I was hugging. I couldn't even find Walker and Jill.
Yeah,
before
because I got in the way.
Exactly.
Well, you gave the fist pump.
Yeah.
Right afterwards, looked at the dugout, gave the fist pump. Oh, what a win.
Dude, it was 2012 all over again.
Yeah.
Awesome. 2012 all over again.
Oh, man. What a performance from Fritzy there.
Yes.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Their big summer sales going on. That is 40% off all windows and doors. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Throwing a couple of other funny things. One, Chuck being there and us
not seeing him.
Not seeing Chuck.
I saw Chuck.
Oh, you saw
I
Chuck.
did.
Oh,
I did.
okay.
Yeah,
So he made sure
he was in the crowd.
Yes.
Oh, the thousands.
Yep. Another funny thing, one of the DeCamera losers brought his own microphone and speaker, and Scope came up to me, and he's like, you guys are not going to let him do that during the actual pitching, right? And I said, we shouldn't. And he went up to Rod. He said, are you going to go talk to them? And Rod's like, yeah. Rod just stood there. Scope's like, I'm doing this. I think Scope went and told the guy that he wasn't doing it.
You think Rod was going out there with the people?
Yeah, not without backup, for sure. Just a couple of other funny things while we're doing it. I guess a couple of encounters I had. One was screaming at Anthony to go to work, but the second was at McGurk's.
Oh, yeah.
When
my God.
So the
I
speaker.
didn't know if you want me to break that one down on
Well,
the top five.
it's
That should
fine.
have been on there.
Might as well. So we're at McGurk's, and there was a technical issue. We could broadcast from McGurk's, but our speakers could not. We couldn't connect the speakers. So, and when I say we, that's not. I'm not like trying to put blame on someone else. I don't know how to do this. It's not my job or whatever. Yeah. So we're doing the thing there, and people can't hear us, which is obviously frustrating. I understand, but everybody was there to. And there was one guy who had maybe had a few already. And let me just set the stage. I had spoke to this guy earlier while we were sitting outside, and he came up to me and he's like, "You drive me crazy during the day." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Well, you talk all this trash about DeCamera. You hired him." And I said, "I know I hired him." And he's like, "Well, then why are you talking trash about him?" I was like, "Dude, we're just having fun." So we're doing the show. Nobody can hear us. And the guy's yelling at us while we're doing the show. I can't hear you. There are a few things that break me at a live broadcast worse than some guy yelling at me while I'm trying to do the show.
Yeah.
So he's like, "I can't hear you." I put up the finger, say, "Wait a minute."
All right.
Jack is doing his commercial, live commercial, and he's yelling while Jack's doing the commercial. And I say, "Stop it." He's still doing the commercial. He gets even louder. So I walk out to him, and I was like, "What is your problem?" And he said, "I can't hear you." I said, "What do you want me to do about it?" And he said, "Fix it. You're WIP." I said, "It's not my job. I can't fix it." He said, "Fix it. You're disappointing everyone." I gave him my phone. I put my phone down, and I said, "Stream it on the app from my phone," and walked away.
Yeah, well, that was right after a little bit of technical difficulties heading into the break.
Correct.
Yeah.
So on
It was not the right time, no.
But
nope.
Test Spike.
But speaking of Lakin, I found out he was there for the whole conflict and never did anything about it.
No, Lakin was right there.
Yep, watched the whole thing.
No worries.
Yeah. Rod Morgani over there.
Yeah, it was intense. It got intense quick.
It did.
And then he started fighting with the other people there. It was everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's because the young lady jumped in and she was trying to explain it from our point of view, saying
And he was yelling at her.
Yeah, because we'd already told her, yes.
Yeah.
And then she's yelling at him. He's yelling at her.
We're always just trying to do our best.
Everybody's doing their best.
Everyone's doing their best.
And some guy made me do push-ups.
He sent me the photos today too.
Oh, there's photos of it.
Yeah. There's no video, sadly.
Okay.
But he said, Spike dropped and gave me 30 real quick.
Well, the guy said, "Drop and give me 30." I'm like, all right. He did them with me though.
That's
so,
good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I didn't even see that.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's behind the.
I wanted to be behind because if people see me doing the push-ups, it's over. Like you can't. Nobody can make fun of me anymore if people see me doing the push-ups.
We've finally seen you do them.
Yeah,
yes.
I respect the bit. I wanted this guy to see it, so I did it behind the thing.
All right.
So I could be lying. You never know. Big Aaron in West Philly. You're on WIP.
Big A.
Yo, fellas, what's going on? Can you hear me all right?
Oh, I hear you. Great.
Big A.
I'm proud of you, Jackie. Boy, almost shed a tear, man, listening to Spike over here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, after the bell. Nah, but you could, hey, man, if you don't sweep, if you don't kick this boy's behind, he can't move. The way y'all described him yesterday running down the first base had me falling out my chair while I'm driving.
His groin first.
Growing first.
His groin first. His groin. It's like he's got a. It's like he's going to war, and that's where his sword is. You know, he's running into battle.
You guys don't understand how small it is.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to move back and forth in tennis, man. You got to know how to move back and forth and go. You're going to kill him in tennis. You're going to kill him. You're going to kill him in basketball.
I don't know about tennis.
Yeah, I can't get a feel for tennis.
He already talking about I can't get a feel for it.
I gotta get out there and hit it around a few times.
If I know Jack well enough, in Jack's mind, he was like, if I win baseball, I don't even have to care about tennis. I'm not even going to try. If I win, I win. Because I know I'm going to win
the other two.
The running. And by the way, that still sets up a final basketball to win the whole thing.
Yep.
That is no guarantee that you're going to win.
Mostly not. Mostly not. But I feel pretty confident in that.
Yeah.
Keep your confidence up. Jack, stop letting them talk to you like that. Come on, man. Be a man over there. They don't need to be
a man.
All right, be a man, man. Don't tell, I don't know about that. Oh, man, come on, man. You can do it.
Well, of course I can do it.
All right, then just do it.
All
right. The Phillies. All right, this is what they got to do, man. I'm telling you, this is what they got to do. Just call up Crawford and Painter, please. Just call them up.
No, not Painter.
Do what?
No. Hear me out.
Oh, yeah.
Pull them out. Just get them two up here first. Because Painter he's gonna eventually have to throw to some pro players. Put him in a pen. Do something. Put him in a pen. Have Crawford up. Ease March the hell out of there and bring. They need some spark somewhere, man. They need some spark that's coming up. It's playoff time coming up. After the All-Star game, we got to start winning more games.
So the spark is going to be a pitcher with a 5 ERA who can't get AAA guys out? What's that?
Put him in See, this is what I don't like about Philadelphia. This is what I don't like. This one thing I don't like about
Philadelphia.
Here
we go.
We scared to bring up young players. We scared to have people play that's younger. I never got that. Like, am I scared to Spike ready to have, he can't play. How do we if he ain't play yet? I don't know if they can play until they play.
Well, but they're playing, but Big A, Painter is playing now. He's coming off of Tommy John, and his ERA he gave up in his last start. I think he gave up 3 home runs. Like in AAA, maybe he'll be good. I don't want to jerk him around. I'd rather just let him, pitch in AAA until he's dominating, and then bring him up. If he's supposed to be like one of these other great young pitchers in baseball that I see all over the place. Now this Brewers kid who looks like just like Jacob deGrom is striking out every guy he sees. I want Painter to come up and do us proud. I don't want him to come up before he's ready.
So you can't stick him in a pen.
What difference does it make? You want him to blow a game out of the bullpen?
How you know he's going to do that? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that. I don't know until they come up here to the big leagues. I don't care what they do in the minors. I don't care what they do anywhere else. When they come up here, that's when you can see if they can play or not. You got to see if they can play or not.
Jack, do you want Painter to come up before he's ready?
No.
Okay. What about Crawford? Well, Crawford's going to be up after the deadline, right?
It seems like they're trying to put that out there.
Yeah.
Now maybe they're trying to put it out there to trade him. I don't know. Trying to increase his value, say how much they value him, and then maybe move him. But seems like he's close.
After the deadline, you would think. Around the deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah. Big A's never happy.
Cats,
yeah.
Because y'all scared of stuff. Play the boy. Let him come up.
All right. Is that all you got?
That's all I got. That's all I want.
All right,
big dog.
All right. Oh. Do we really believe that this is the guy from McGurk's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keith in Ben Salem, you're on WIP. What's up, Keith?
How are you, Spike?
I'm great, Keith. How are you?
This is the guy from McGurk's.
You still hammered?
Oh, come on, Spike.
All right.
No. The point was, Spike. The point was, I gave you a compliment, about how good the show was.
Uh-huh.
But the point was that if you have a radio show that can't let the people in the place, I dropped $100 in that place.
Keith, and you got $100 worth of stuff. You didn't drop $100 to see us. You dropped $100 on food and beverage, which is excellent, by the way, at McGurk's. My point being, Keith, hold on. Point being, whether you were disappointed or not, you yelling at the host when they're on the air to fix the speaker is psychotic behavior. And then when I put my finger up to say that I will come over and talk to you, for you to yell louder while Jack was still on the air, and then for you to yell at me, I can't fix it. I can't fix it. It didn't work. So what do you want me to do? The show that you like so much, you were so selfish that you decided you were going to disrupt the show by yelling something that I couldn't do anything about. There was you being out of control.
I was selfish and out of control.
Yes.
For a person that
Keith, what did you want me to do? We were on the radio, Keith.
All the advertising. Don't go there, Spike. I'm in the demographic of that spends all my.
And you know what? You are perfectly capable of being a jerk in that demographic, and that's the way you were being. Again, I'm going to ask you for the third time, and this is the final thing. What do you think the proper way to handle that is to yell at me while I'm on the air? Do you think, no, it's a yes or no question, Keith. Do you think the proper way to handle it, Keith, final answer, final Jeopardy. Do you think the right way to handle it is to yell at the host while they're on the air that you couldn't hear the speaker? Yes or no? Okay, thank you. I appreciate you admitting you're wrong. Sorry you couldn't hear it on the speaker. Appreciate you, buddy.
But listen. The thing is, when people tune in to stuff like that, and you expect certain things, and you hear it.
Keith, the speaker didn't work. Keith, the speaker was broken. The speaker was broken. Keith, what do you want me to do? The speaker was broken. You want me to run to Best Buy during the break and buy a new speaker?
No, but the people that you work.
Everybody else there, Keith, was being cool. Literally every person, but you. All right. Have a good one. It's unbelievable.
That went well.
The guy's like, what's his problem? I understand. We wanted the speaker to work.
Yeah.
Sometimes stuff breaks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not as if we were doing it on purpose or anything of that nature. Yeah, it's like.
No. But everybody else having such a great time.
Yeah.
Smiling, you know?
Yeah. Keep a little tuned up yesterday.
Oh, man. Still tuned up. Still tuned up. All right. 215.
He said he spent the $100.
Yes.
Sound like he got his money's worth.
Yes. I can imagine it was a lot of liquid. And the food is great at McCurk.
Food is great.
The service is great. Yep. We're in the way of the waitresses and waiters all the time, and they were still being nice to us. All right. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Okay, guys. Are you wearing that baseball hat a little bit too much? Worried about that failing or thinning hairline of yours? I bet you are. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. Now, if you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and ongoing maintenance, they've got you covered. It's the reason they're Philadelphia's first pick for hair restoration. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into L.A. for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
If you think now is the time to shelter in place instead of shop for a new car, you don't know Jack. It's Bunker Buster Deals all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Savings so big, they're classified. Shock and awe. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevy. It's time to nuke your old car or truck with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Get into a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Chevrolet is the Delaware Valley's #1 destination for trucks and SUVs with the largest payload. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Don't be too late. Bunker Buster savings at Dell Chevrolet. You'll be telling your friends that Dell dropped the prices so low, I ran out of excuses. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
See dealer for details.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Maurice Hill, convicted of shooting 6 cops during a 2019 standoff, is sentenced to 120 to 240 years in prison. And PennDOT says it will close 76 westbound in Grays Ferry this weekend for bridge redecking.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Why do you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please.
Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
extraordinary diamonds and customer service. Visit Marks in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Should the Phillies part with some of their top prospects to get a controllable high-end closer, we end it with 71.4% saying yes. People are now.
Take that to the bank, Dombo.
I do think
Now you got to ask.
if we put Andrew Painter's name in the poll,
Oh, they'd be like, no.
or Aiden Miller's name in the poll, I wonder. Painter seems like the one nobody wants to trade. I think people would be okay with
Aiden Miller.
Aiden Miller.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we still got Bone and Stott here.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Bones almost 30, Stott's 28, hitting 243. Yeah, everything's going well.
Well, what do you think it would have been had you put a poll up that said closer or batter or bat?
Put it up there.
Like
Talk about it tomorrow.
Like which one would you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think that
I think we did it like 2 weeks ago.
What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah, well, listen.
Yeah.
We're not exactly reinventing the wheel.
My
here.
gut would be
It's a
people
bat.
would say bat.
Yeah, it's always a bat.
Yeah. I think they're wrong. I can see it in the playoffs. I can
also see the offense falling apart.
But you know what? The offense is going to fall apart whether there's one extra bat or not.
Yeah, but you
And can I
give your chances being a little bit better?
Last thing on the offense until tomorrow, or maybe even later today.
Yeah,
is like with all the complaining about Max Kepler, all the complaining about Marsh or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the top guys in the lineup are hitting,
everything is.
Every lineup in baseball has some sort of imbalance, except for the Dodgers. Like the Dodgers have an outrageous lineup, but everybody else, like you think the Mets, who we're competing with the division with, have 4 good hitters. It's really it is about Bryce, Trey, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It really is about those guys.
If those guys are producing,
yeah.
we don't care that Max Kepler's hitting 223.
Yep.
We really wouldn't.
Yep.
Every team has a guy hitting 220 in their starting lineup. Every single team. 215-592-9494. Corey in Pottstown, you're on WIP.
Spike.
Corey.
Why you got to talk so bad about me?
What did you do?
I am one of the nicest guys that calls this radio station.
What did I say?
You called me a bozo, a clown, the guy with the speaker. That's me.
I don't think I mean, you were being you were set to be a bozo. I have great respect for you, and the fact that you brought the mic and the speaker there is very ballsy. But I did have a great worry that you were going to yell on the speaker as Fritz was pitching.
No, absolutely not.
Okay,
and
my bad
I will
then.
say this, Spike.
Yeah.
As long as you've been on a radio station, everything like that. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Not as far as the amount of people, but did yesterday's event feel like Wing Bowl-esque yesterday?
Well, there were less half-naked people.
Yeah, it's a little different.
It's
a little different.
Yeah, there's that. I didn't have to wake up in midnight to get there. But
kid-friendly.
I brought my speaker there to play music.
That's my bad.
It was going to be like a party, and it felt like a party out there. That's
I
the
agree.
only reason why. I got everyone to say, listen, I'm rooting for Joe. I was rooting for Joe. But it was one of those things where I felt like that was a party atmosphere, and that's why I brought the speaker.
That's fair.
So,
I apologize. Here's now. Let me say this, Corey. What ends up happening with me is, even though I'm a host now, every once in a while, my old PD thing pops up, and I see the guy with the speaker, and I'm like, this guy's going to be a pain in the ass. That's the first thing. So I apologize. I didn't know.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay.
Jack Fritz, I have something to say to you, sir.
Great.
Jack, let me just say this. After hearing your old baseball coach last week and watching you pitch this week, I will tell you this. I truly believe, and I don't know if the word I'm going to say is too strong or whatever, not serious or whatever, but I truly believe if your heart was into baseball, I saw an absolute baseball pitcher out there yesterday. And I would be proud to follow you as a baseball player if you had made it. You looked like a general out there yesterday. You looked in control. And if you were a Phillies pitcher, I would absolutely wear your shirt. You looked like a composed baseball player out there yesterday. I absolutely wish your dream of being a ball player had come true. I would have been following you. Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that. I certainly felt like I was back in my comfort zone. But unfortunately, I was blessed with 82 and 84. Not blessed with 90 to 94.
I get it. Hey, so was Jamie Moyer at some point, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, he was 50, though, when that.
Yeah.
But, Jack, great job out there yesterday. I wanted to say this to you. I wanted to call you guys yesterday, but you had to get back into the game. Spike was just calling me all kinds of names. I felt so bad.
All right, enough.
All right, guys, it was a pleasure talking to you. Great job. And, Jack, good job yesterday.
Thank you,
Corey.
Thank you, Corey. I mean, I'm not crazy to think that the guy in the DeCamera section with the speaker would be, it was certainly reasonable to think that he could have misbehaved.
Yeah. And your natural instinct is to meet problems at the beginning. You don't want to wait until something actually happens. You're already envisioning what could go wrong.
Well, he does it when Fritz pitches, and then I'm screaming that pitch shouldn't count.
Right.
And then
you don't want to have to go through all of that.
No.
I gotta admit though, our boy, he had a flashback yesterday.
Dude, really did. I really did.
He had a flashback yesterday. He was in his glory days.
He
yesterday.
was.
He was back in his glory yesterday, man. He felt like the big dog on campus.
Yep.
He was out there on the mound.
Yep.
It was his game.
Yep.
His ball. He's in control, man. It felt good to sit back and just watch him in his little element, man.
Yeah. So I will admit, I did feel that way a lot.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I got to the field early, did the old jog,
good, yeah.
jog in the outfield, did the old long tossing session.
Good,
I was like,
man.
I kind of remember how to do this thing a little bit.
Well, and most people do not get the opportunity if they do that early in life to, 10 years later, 15 years later, not only get the opportunity to do it again, but do it in front of hundreds of people who care about the outcome, legitimately care about the outcome. It must have been cool. You probably never thought you would pitch in front of a big group of people.
No, and that's why, I was like, I got one shot to ever come out to Rooster.
Yeah.
But we're taking it today. We're taking it today. But
Yeah, he was not failing yesterday. That was not going to happen.
Yeah. No, it was interesting because on the golf course, I felt the meltdown coming. I was like, I could see this. Baseball, I was like, I've done this before.
Yeah.
I've done this before.
Yeah.
So
it looked like it. It looked like it. So it was good.
No, the arm was dying by the end, but
yeah,
you got there.
You got there.
Got there.
Patty in Newtown, you're on WIP. What's up, Patty?
Hi, guys.
Hey, Patty.
How are you?
Hi, Patty.
Good. Having fun with this. This is a lot of fun for everybody to follow. So thanks for that great idea. Whose idea would you say it was?
It's probably DeCamera saying that he challenged Jack, right? And then
I kind of forget the origins.
I think
definitely didn't start with me.
No, I think it was DeCamera challenging Jack, and then us telling Jack he should do it, and then us asking Rod for 3.5 months when it was going to happen.
Yeah,
know. Yep.
Well, I just wanted to share an immature little thing that made me chuckle about the whole thing. On Tuesday, well, first of all, I'm a retired teacher. And I was remembering back to the days when kids had to sign out to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
And they would write like bend over, paratesticles.
Yeah.
And then you bring on the ump. And another favorite was Pat McGroin.
Yes.
And you bring on the ump, and it's like, wait, did I just hear? So it was Pat McGrain.
Yeah, it was McGrain. It was very close to Pat McGroin, though.
All I could think about was the old days. The clipboard with the signatures on it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but his name was very close to McGroin. Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's it. It's a lot of fun. Thanks.
All right,
thank you,
Patty.
Miss Patty.
Yeah. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up?
Are you done bootlegging our material
events.
and content?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I think we at war right now. Y'all play my song on the thing, and y'all copped that off of me. You took all my bits. I mean,
What song?
What song are you talking about?
What song are you talking about?
Don't worry about it. It's the opening of the OG Knowledge Without College.
Yes, hold on.
What song is that?
I was playing the Kendrick Lamar song. We were playing that song first here.
Wait, he took our song?
Yes, he took our song.
I got receipts. Now. So now that's over. That argument's over. I won it. So anyway, listen. So, and as far as with the video, if y'all punks would just look at it for a moment, Justin was up on the hill. Okay, I pulled him off the hill, put him behind the
What, about a mile away?
If you go...
He videotaped the sky.
Yeah.
It was mostly just the sky.
Yeah, did you tell him it was the baseball that people wanted to see?
That was my fault. Because whatever. Yeah. So I won that one too. But listen, now, Jack, you got some swag, man. You walked off the mound. You look like you from the delegation a little bit, Jack.
Wow.
Many people were saying that.
You did not have the Peter Pan walk. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a little swag with you, boy. So, I was getting ready to trade you in for Cooper the Gene that we stole from y'all already. So, you know what I mean? But listen, I will say again, you do not get no credit for yesterday. I don't know why spiking them up here, giving you flowers. You're supposed to do what you did.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we go.
I agree.
Is that what y'all wanted to see?
Here's the problem. It's going to be this next little segment, you know what I mean, that we got going on. And I will be live streaming that one, too. I'm over 6,000 views on it, too. As bad as the video was, I'm over 6,000 views.
Oh, well, congratulations.
That's all he cares about.
Where are you going to spend all those views? What are you going to do with those views?
Hey, my subscribers went up.
Oh,
yesterday.
okay. All right.
I got more subscribers. I'm over 3,000 followers on Twitter now.
Wow.
I love it.
You're a
Well,
lunatic.
we're glad we could help you.
Yeah. There he is.
Y'all glad I can help y'all.
All
You
right.
didn't help anyone.
This friggin' guy.
Get out of here, man.
All right. We've had
I
enough.
almost got Corey in trouble, too. You know that, right?
What did he do?
He said a little something about the front runner with Jalen. I had to check him, you know what I mean?
No positivity about Bryce. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Joe DeCamara had more hits than Bryce Harper coming into yesterday. So, wow.
Well, then what happened yesterday?
Bryce Harper got a hit.
4
Did he
hits.
get 2 hits yesterday?
4.
4 extra base hits for the first time in his career.
Oh, that's not that bad.
No. Yeah.
Who was it against? Was it
The Giants, who are good. Please, with you in baseball, can we stop?
All I want them to do is run the ball. They just won't do it.
I know.
Yes.
Run the ball.
Run the ball. All right. Get out.
Get the
here.
bunts down.
Yeah.
Run the ball.
Justin in Yonkers, you're on WIP.
Yonkers.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. First time caller to you guys. So yeah, I would like. Obviously, I would like them to get a bat and a bullpen, but I'm kind of with Spike. I think the bullpen is an absolute must. This bullpen, the fact that Kerkering is the most trusted guy is just terrifying. And I can see it. What's the point of having these starting pitchers if in the playoffs, you're going to blow games? And I just don't think one bat, unless you're getting an impact bat like a Quan or a Jose Ramirez, I don't think it's worth going out and spending anything on a platoon guy. But Felix Bautista from Baltimore, he's the guy that I've wanted for a while, and I honestly think he's the best at all these closers. Passe, Miller, this guy is just a beast, really. And I think while you're at it, they could throw in Sir Anthony and bring him back because I think we need 2 arms, really.
We do.
I just wanted to see
Sir Anthony might be back too.
Yeah, he's had a good year. The Orioles. Yeah. You know what, Justin, one thing that Jack was right about, when the Giants traded for Devers, I was like, why can't we trade for Devers? And he's like, that guy's a loser. And watching 3 games of Devers, I don't think he ran to first base one time.
Oh, dude, imagine L.A.
Oh, my God.
If Devers is on this team.
I want to murder him. He wasn't even on my team.
Yeah.
I was like, will you run to first, you loser? He
blew off Will Clark 3 straight times.
Oh, yeah, he wanted to help him play first base.
They brought in Will Clark to help him learn first base, and Devers blew him off.
Yeah. Wasn't interested.
Yeah, listen.
That guy sucks.
They had to get him out of Boston, but then you wonder why the hell would San Francisco trade for him?
Yeah,
they need a star. They can't get a real star there. The last couple of off seasons, like they paid Adames, but that's not a real star.
Right. Yeah.
They needed a franchise player.
Yeah.
The Red Sox are 12-9 since the trade. Giants are 10-12.
Yeah, not great. Well, they beat us 2-3.
Well, they can't win out there.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Justin. Thanks, man.
I think Bautista is the best one.
Yeah.
Of the relievers. Like, Clase does worry me from the standpoint he's pitched in 3 straight years over 70-plus games a year, which is a lot for a reliever. He had a .64 ERA last year, was great. This year it's up in the 3.1 area. His strikeout numbers aren't great, like for a guy that throws 98 with a cut that he has. But for my money, I think Bautista's the best.
Donna in Havertown, you're on WIP. What's up, Donna?
Hey guys, how are you? Long time.
Oh, thank you for calling, Donna.
Thanks for taking my call. I was the quote-unquote young lady that had a little confrontation with that same guy that Spiky with.
Yeah, that guy was riled up.
He was. He was, I would say, belligerent.
Yes, that's a fair way to put it.
Oh, but you set him straight, though. You set him straight, Donna.
He finally quieted down after you talked to him.
I guess so. When you walked over, I thought, oh, there's going to be a throwdown. I thought.
No, I can't fight. Yeah, even...
I didn't even have time to get around there. Yeah.
No, yeah. They actually, thanks to the two gentlemen that were sitting next to it, they were like, Spike, get your phone from that guy. Get out of here. I was like, all right. I got my phone back. So.
Yeah, I was thinking, he left his phone with him? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was intense, but fun at the same time. So it was great. I love you guys. You're my boys. I'll stick up for you anytime.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming out yesterday.
Yeah, no problem. Every time. Love you guys.
All right, Donna.
Love you.
A
lot of love out
there. Oh, yeah. All the love. Well, I mean, it's a power WIP yesterday.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That was fun, man. Everybody coming out, having a good time, middle of the day, middle of the week.
Wednesday, yeah.
Plymouth White Marsh. Yep. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line.
Hey, we're looking for the next Harry Carey, and we love your dugout play-by-play. The email the Cubs sent Jack back in the day.
Makes a lot of sense. Making more and more sense by the day.
Dude, your college coach saying that you were doing play-by-play in the dugout was one of the fun. Your college coach, that call was one of the funniest.
Cool, yeah.
One of the funniest calls ever.
A memorable college career.
Yep. Well, when I told Jack that I had his college coach coming on.